Ladies and gentlemen, hope you're all doing well and welcome to the tournament. Today it's going to be a sweaty best of 3 showdown. So we have, I believe, 4 or 5 rounds today, if I'm not mistaken. It's going to be a long one. I mean, this could even go up to being like a 6-hour stream. So fasten them seatbelts, get ready to party. And I'm going to be casting best of 3s. I was going to play today, but when I saw how many people signed up, I was like, I don't know if my hands can make it. They're kind of hurting a little bit. So we are going to be casting today's games. Yes, yes, the good times shall roll. Yes. All right, so let's go ahead and see what match we're going to be casting at first here. Just have to find a lobby to jump into, and we can go from there. So we could do this match. I see some good ones up top as well. And firstly, let's take a look at the tournament just overall. Some folks need some help finding their opponents real quick. So let me just make sure they show up. Tracking 15 minutes. And answering some questions about some of the players here, because they got some new folks playing today, which is very exciting. On there, no tool, just jam with your opponent. Yeah, it's going to be good. Very excited for this. Now they wait till round 2. All right, yeah, we got a lot of new people today, which is certainly very exciting. And let's go ahead and look at the brackets. So here we go. It's going to be great, man. So loading on over to today's run of show. We have our sweaty best of 3 tournament being hosted over on TotalTavern.com. As we scroll down here, you can see we got a lot of people signed up. So it's going to be a serious day of competition. These are all the green ones are matches in progress, and the other matches have yet to come. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rounds in total. So yeah, that's certainly a lot. Every single match is going to be best of 3. So there's not going to be any best of 5 matches, because sometimes, at the end of one of these really long best of 3 tournaments, folks can get pretty tired. So I think keeping it to a best of 3 probably will be a little bit better overall. So yes, it is on. Yeah, beginners playing these tournaments, advanced players, all skill levels essentially, which is great. So let me see. Aces. Get that lobby up and send code. Hyped. We're going to be casting Professor Pone's game first, the Dreadlord himself returning from retirement and coming to take the crown of the new season. And our new season has kicked off, by the way, on Total Tavern. So the leaderboards are all completely reset. Hey, Troy, thanks for becoming a member. Greatly appreciate it. Kicking off the stream with a little bit of a bang. So let's switch on over, show you guys what's up, and take a look at the new season. So we've had a couple tournaments. We had some smaller ones, some single faction tournaments the past couple days. So you can see the leaderboards are going to be, they should be loading in just a second. There they go. So yeah, you can see, oh wow, we've actually already had 3 tournaments, jeez. So yeah, Tim the Wilder, 7-1, Ulrich Roll, 6-3, Kark undefeated as well. He won his first tournament with Vampire Count, so for all of you Vampire Count players, don't worry, they're still very, very good. And again, you can see other players starting to vie for the top leaderboard positions, which is very exciting. It's a fun time to be able to kind of jump up there and do your thing. Now, as far as stats go, we don't have too much data yet, so I wouldn't put too much credence, but we can see the Vampire Count's off to a 6-1 start. Obviously, most of that is from Kark being a very good player in a single faction tournament, so that'll probably bounce out eventually. Ogre Kingdom's 11-4, Bretonia 11-5 with the dreaded 69% win rate, which is very, very exciting. We got Khorne here, we got Wood Elves, Skaven. Wow, Wood Elves? What are they doing good against? Wood Elves are actually 50-50 against Chaos Dwarves. Okay, that's kind of fun with 2 matches. Skaven are doing very well at 60% win rate. Skaven are a hard counter against Chaos Dwarves in my experience. I think Chaos Dwarves really struggle against Skaven super, super hard. And Chaos Dwarves themselves sitting at about 56% win rate. Now, a lot of this is because people are learning to play them, and it's a completely new thing. But I do think that once Chaos Dwarves get mastered, they'll probably go up to like 60%. They're very, very strong. And yeah, you can see Dark Elves, Lizardmen off to a little bit of a rough start here. But again, most of this data doesn't mean too much yet, simply because we're too early. But it's still cool to be able to kind of look and see, the early glimpses of what things could shape out to be. So let's get the lobby data from our friend Professor Pone here and jump on in. All right. So I really wanted to play today, man. I really, really wanted to play. But am I going to be joining? Oh, he doesn't have a password on his lobby. Okay, Pone. Looks like it's going to join his match. So we just need to find that one and then jump. Hey! Just going to battle Pone here. Okay. So his lobby is, let's see if I can find it. Is this it? We had it with the code there for a second, but his opponent hasn't joined yet. There it is. All right, so join as a spectator, and we should be good. Whiskey, thanks for becoming a member. Welcome to the Dukes of Haggard. What do you think about the Ogres being picked so many times in the World Championship? Okay, so the thing about that is, Ogres, I think, perform pretty well against Chaos Dwarfs because Magma Cannons aren't that good against them. So they can endure one of the most powerful elements of the Chaos Dwarfs, which were very meta in the World Championship. But on that same note, like most of the players who were in the World Championship were all in the same clan with the exception of 2 people. So their training style, many of their opinions, which are, obviously often correct because they're very good, but they're going to be homogenous. So the play styles are going to be similar. Their perceived counters to Chaos Dwarves are going to be similar. So that's why we saw so many of the same matchups, in my opinion, is because we had so many people in the same clan who train together. They share their opinions together. So, their ideas of what counters what and what the factions are often good at just overlap more often than it would in like a tournament like today. Yeah, so that's my 2 cents. Beer, really happy to see how this patch. I'm really enjoying it so far. I think we need a couple small changes to the Chaos Dwarfs. I think that Magma Cannons need a little bit of a nerf. I think a range nerf would do it. It's kind of weird because in tabletop, and in tabletop, Magma Cannons, I've heard, have half the range of like a Great Cannon or a little bit more than half. I'm not sure, but they don't have that much range compared to so the fact that they have more range or the same range as like Great Cannons is really weird. Astrogoths is OP for sure, and Bull Centaur renders need maybe they're a little bit buggy. Like the way their stats and everything don't look too bad, but the way they perform and when you shoot missiles at them, the missiles seem to miss. I think something's up with their hitbox. So I think that's one of the big culprits for sure. Anyways, let's get these score up. So this is going to be the Dark Lord Professor Pone facing off against, how do I say his opponent? Okay, Ecos here. And here we go. So this is best of 3 showdown. Map 1's going to be Border Low Landing as we get this started. And we're just going to be hanging out. That's it, man. Yeah, Bull Centaur seemed to be a little bit weird. I think it has something to do with their hitbox. I personally don't mind facing Bull Centaurs at all because I play Empire, and Empire can just throw cheap spears at them and shoot them with war wagons, but I know a lot of factions really do struggle to deal with them, so yeah. One sec, guys. Turning on some lights so I'm not just some creature in the darkness over here, but is the first matchup going to be Chaos Dwarfs? It could be. We do not have any updates quite yet. All right, so read the website. The attorney page. Pick 3, ban 1 system. Opponent can also explain. Cool. So explaining how the pick and ban works to everyone, making sure that everybody is showing up to the event. And yeah, we're good, man. We are good. It looks like we could have a Chaos Dwarf versus Demons of Chaos matchup, which is very interesting. I would wager Soul Grinders of Nurgle would be used here. Soul Grinders of Nurgle are quite good at sniping out Chaos Dwarf infantry, and Magma Cannons also don't do anything against them. So if you're the Chaos Dwarf player in this situation, and this is indeed the matchup, you probably want to bring a Death Shriek rocket launcher, because that's one of your better answers against like Soul Grinders and all that stuff. Sitting in my cave like Gollum, dude, I truly am. It was very dark and cold in here, so yeah. Have you noticed campaign units dropping attack commands often? Nah, not really. No, I mean, the thing is, that like, it's funny, the dropping orders thing has been like one of the dreaded excuses that players have had in multiplayer for years. Like, it dropped an order, it didn't listen to me. But in reality, what often happens is like you'll send a cavalry unit to go after something, and one of those models will like bump an enemy unit and keep them and stop them from moving. So it looks like they just didn't listen to you, but there's usually a reason for it. I mean, but there are situations where like, yeah, a unit can't complete its order and then it just kind of stands there. There's weird things like that for sure. Do you know if CA will be adding some maps? Because the ones in the game are getting kind of old. I agree. The ones in the map pool are terrible for domination. So my pals and I, we created the Total Tavern map pack, all these excellent map makers in our community. And I'm doing my best to get them added. Like, I'm doing my best. It sounded like I had a meeting with Creative Assembly about it like a week or two ago, maybe like, and they sounded like it's something that's going to, it sounded like it's something that's going to happen. I will be champing this. Don't worry. I'm not going to let it go. I'm going to keep trying to make it happen so all of you guys can really enjoy these maps and quick battles and stuff like that. So, yeah, it's great. You were looking at some on the World Champ stream. Yes, the Astrogoth avatar. It should have been Carl Friends, but it was good. Vladimir says, just got a new house and haven't been around in a couple months. How have things been? How's Warhammer going? Hey, it's great, man. I'm loving the new patch. Just a couple little tweaks to the Chaos Dwarves, and I think we're going to be in a really good spot, which is very exciting indeed. Very, very exciting. Yeah. So that's basically the summary of like unit dropping orders. Is like usually there's like some small interference, which is really insignificant, that kind of screws them up. Yeah, it's great. It's great indeed. Greenskins versus Wood Elves. Wow, no Chaos Dwarves in this first match. Interesting. And yeah, the pump wagons got buffed. I think Pwn could go a little bit bananas with the new pump wagons. I don't know if he read the patch notes, but it looks like it's going to be a Greenskin versus Wood Elf match here on Borderlow Landing. So Chaos Dwarves will be coming in due time. I can assure you, for anybody who's waiting for the Chaos Dwarves, we're going to be getting a ton of that action today. I just have a feeling that here in the first game, perhaps the Chaos Dwarves were banned. I didn't actually know that Pwn plays Greenskins, really, though. It's not a faction I've seen him play too much. I'm surprised we didn't get his beloved High Elves in here. I know he's one of the few players who actually likes High Elves in the community, so... Slaanesh team's good. I played them against Chaos Dwarves a couple times, and honestly, it felt like a pretty decent little matchup. It is hard to get on top of the artillery, but you have really good cavalry and fast cav, so you can outmaneuver the Chaos Dwarves to an extent. Like, you get 2 objectives against them, and then force them to, like, move, and then when they push out and expose their flanks and whatnot, then you can really do some work. Yeah, pump wagons have 12 models now, which is pretty crazy. Yeah, it's pretty nuts. Andrew, thank you for the tenor. Yo, what's going on? Thank you for the very generous donation, my friend, as we kick off today's stream. Players will be starting any moment, and we'll be getting into the battle. And yeah, it's gonna be good. It is going to be good indeed. All right, thank you, Gunhound. I forgot to even link my own stream because I'm a potato and I don't know how to do this. So thank you, Gunhound. Really appreciate it, my friend. Yes. Yeah, it seems like pump wagons have a little bit of a weird interaction. I have yet to test it myself, but yeah, the damage they do seems a little bit funky. Yeah. Maybe they were designed to become the new tyrannical unit. How are the buffed Chaos Knights? They're better for sure. I mean, I like Chaos Knights. I use them. I don't think they're awful against like Chaos Dwarves, like 1 Chaos Knight in reserve, because they can run over all the chaff units. And if you do get a full charge on a Bull Centaur that isn't expecting it, or isn't like, engaged with you, it can do a lot of damage and melt them pretty quickly. Chaos Knights do hit quite hard. So yeah, I don't know. It could be something to consider for sure. All right, so let me go ahead and look here. Move this graphic up here. There we go. Just want to make sure they're picking their armies and whatnot. Yeah, everything looks good to me. Cool. I always like to just check to make sure they're picking their armies and they're not like AFK or something. I'm curious, turn. What does my 6 euros actually buy you? Oh, dude, I'm sure all sorts of goodies, man. All sorts of goodies. Don't you worry, man. I think it's like, I don't know what the currency exchange is right now. I'm not sure. I'll teach you the streaming thing one day, says Gunhound. Yeah, I know. All right, our Wood Elf player's ready. And now we have to see what the Dreadlord Professor Pwn has in store here. He's switching his faction. First blood has been drawn. The first one to ready up their armies. I wish there was a way to enforce like a timer for this phase of the game. Like, I wish I could somehow, like, I do say loosely in the tournament, like, rules, like, hey, try and keep it under 10 minutes for army selection, which this has been under 10 minutes. This one's been fine, but some people just take, like, half an hour to build their armies. It feels like it's nuts. You intend to go through the Trial of Fate sometimes? Oh, yeah, I could do that sometime. I haven't looked at it yet. No, I'm not playing in the tourney today. I was going to, but 6 rounds with my hands are already in a bit of pain. I've been having, the old arthritis has been flaring up a little bit, so... I didn't think I could make it, so 4 rounds would have been doable, probably, but yeah. Yeah, Professor Pwn is back from retirement, and he's coming in with Wurzag, who can get sniped, but again, is very good for buffing your army. We have some Stone Trolls with their Missile Resist. Stone Trolls are okay against Wood Elves. The Missile Resist is kind of cute, but they still can be focused down super, super hard, especially by the Starfire Shafts with fire damage. And we do have a lot of Orc Boys to shielded chaff to move up and take a beating from the Wood Elves. Yeah, it's a fun army. I would imagine he's got some Cav and Squigs in reserve. Looking at the Sisters of Twilight and the Wood Elves, it is going to be... the Dragon variant's not bad here. Having a big terror-causing monster against Greenskins is quite good. They're not the most leadership-heavy faction in terms of just, like, raw stats. Okay, it's so nice. So when we did the... World, not World Championship, but the most recent Summer Championship, Creative Assembly made us use this program to, like, remote into their computer, right? So I was on my computer here, and we had to use like some software to like connect across the pond to their computer in their office to run the event. And it's just like, it's so clunky with like the audio and like the mouse. I don't know if you guys could tell with the camera work, but it was lagging super bad for me. You guys couldn't see that, but it was like, oh my God, It's so nice to be back to this. It's just smooth as butter. Yeah, it's gonna be good. But Sisters of Twilight again, not bad for sniping characters and whatnot. And Wurzag gonna be the dancing man. You know, it's what he does. He likes to dance. He likes to move. He likes to have a good time. And again, we'll keep jumping into matches as we go and see what we can find. First match going to be loading up here. Looks like both players are getting in there. Professor Pone is just about done. And hopefully we don't have lag. That's the one thing that is a little bit precarious about these live events, but it looks like we're fine. Doesn't seem to be too bad. So Wurzag. Spells is going to be Effigy of the Git. Brain Bust is good. Good damage against light armor. Wood Elves are light. Foot of Gork is the Chad spell. And the most fun combo in the game is using Effigy of the Git and then Foot of Gorking something. So I do like that combo. But yeah, Pone going for a pretty well-rounded build, honestly. Like a core of cheap shielded infantry against Wood Elves. A couple archer units just to pepper down any big targets. And yeah, it's fun. Should be solid. Now, looking here at the Wood Elf army, it is going to be Ecos here. And he's coming in with the Sisters of Twilight up on the bird, which is very good for sniping Wurzag, for example. Eternal Guard will hold okay against Orc Boys, but really the bows and the cavalry and some of those other units are where you really get your damage, right? So, Glade Guard, going to be 3 of those bad boys. Spellsinger of Life, Earthblood, Dwellers Below, and Regrowth. And Treekin are one of my favorites. The Greenskins can actually struggle to bring these things down, and they can really, really anchor you on a point. I do think Treekin are actually very good in the meta right now. Against Chaos Dwarves, for example, they are weak to fire damage, but on that same note, they're pretty durable against like Magma Cannon fire, and they do give you sustainability at like holding points and what's not like that. So yes, it is very good indeed. Best idea for the Greasus avatar. Oh, Fat Elvis. Yeah, that's a pretty good one. I do like that. A little bit of Vanguard shenanigans over in the tree line coming in from the hardwood as well. We do see some Glade Riders with spears kind of hanging out, and their Glade Riders are great. Really solid unit. 28, 32, 28. A little bit better than, Hobgoblin Wolf Riders, for example. Hobgoblin Wolf Riders, I think, only have 40 leadership. These guys have 60 and better stats for pretty much the same point. That's kind of how Chaos Dwarfs are balanced in many ways, is that, like, they have some really, the Chaos Dwarf units are generally pretty good, and the Chaff units are slightly cost ineffective, but, it all balances out. Hobgoblins are okay. What I noticed is that, like, if you take, like, let's say a Hobgoblin Sneaky Git, okay, those guys cost almost 600 gold, 575, and you trade them into a 300 gold Clan Rat, like, they'll win, but not by much. So you can see how, like, some of the trade inefficiency for Chaos Dwarves can be tough, but again, they have some overpowered units like Magmas and, Bull Centaurs, so they can get away with it for sure. So, the fight is on. 2 armies going to be heading towards the middle objective. The Dreadlord Pone sending up his vanguard of Night Goblin Archers, so those guys going to be getting in there and moving on up, getting ready to put some firepower into probably the Sisters of Twilight when they do emerge. Question from chat. Templar Knight says, thank you for the $2. What are your thoughts on the Castellan? I use the Castellan in a ton of matchups. I use him against all the elves. Anytime you're in a matchup like against Wood Elves, against High Elves, where you're expecting single entity flying monsters that can dodge your missiles relatively effectively, having 2 Infernal Castellans with their sniper rifles on the ground is actually very, very strong. So I am a big enjoyer of Infernal Castellans. They also heal in combat, which is great. Pone needs to be careful. Yeah, Wurzag here is getting shot by the Sisters of Twilight, which is not the way you want to start the game, obviously. The pig is not the most durable creature. All right, so thankfully for Professor Pone, his opponent here is not going to continue shooting at Wurzag. Getting Wurzag sniped is rough. It'll penalize your entire army, and you're going to be paying the iron price. So the Greenskins getting ready to move up on the point. Looks like they're going to be contesting the center and sending over some units to the side. So we have some Orc Boys and Goblins from Professor Pone, which is going to be good. Obviously, these guys can hold on to that side point pretty comfortably. You're going to want to grab that and, just kind of fight over the middle. Wood Elves are obviously a little bit more mobile than Greenskins, but Greenskins are a mobile faction as well. Wurzag getting shot. What I would recommend, if you're in Pone's situation here, you want to just hide your pig in the tree. You want to just hide Wurzag in the trees and cast spells from there. That will mitigate some of the shooting that he's going to be taking, and the Goblin Archers for Professor Pone also probably need to move up and put a little bit of firepower into the Sisters, which I don't believe they've been given the order quite yet for sure. Now, the point is up, ladies and gentlemen. Eternal Guard battling against the dreaded goblins. These are no goblin laborers. These are true goblins with the shields and better combat stats, 26 melee defense. Goblins actually have pretty good weapon strength at 25. Like, a goblin unit actually has more weapon strength than an Eternal Guard, which is pretty funny if you think about it. But yeah, obviously super squishy, god-awful leadership. A lot of variables go into that. Goblins are ferocious little creatures, though. So the battle is on in the front line. We have the biggest duel of fates as the goblins. These are the free goblins here as they move in and start battling against the Eternal Guard. Eternal Guard obviously would win that in a straight fight because their melee defense is so good, but now Sisters have pulled back and are using their AoE fire mode to blast into some of the goblins fighting up here in the front, and we do get the Firebark Elders. Very, very cool unit. Firebark Elders, they do some damage. They can definitely club through goblins and take pretty much no damage in the process. So the Goblin Horde's going to be getting beaten down. Now, Pwn does have an answer for the Treekin. He does have these Stone Trolls, but you can see the Wood Elf player immediately grabbing both of the Archers and is going to be target firing the Stone Trolls, so good awareness as Wurzag does drop a Brain Buster. What the Greenskins really want to do is break through the front line and get to the Archers, although the Eternal Guards are quite stalwart, but Pwn summoning in the Broken Tusk Mob. Unleash the pigs! The pig's going to be coming around from the side, and you can see the Wood Elf Archer is going to be running. There are some spears coming up, if I'm not mistaken, but yeah, the spears aren't going to be able to probably keep pace with the Wild Hogs, and the Broken Tusk Mob is going to be breaking their tusks, certainly in the back of these Wood Elves here, as Pwn is now going to be retreating away. Yeah, he does not want to stay here. This could be a big blunder from Pwn. I don't think he noticed that the aggro of the pigs got dragged into the Eternal Guard here, and he does pop a big wah, so that's going to be a huge army-wide buff for the Greenskins, but a massive Dwellers below coming in from the Wood Elves here. Very nice. Hits the Orc Boys, hits the Stone Trolls, hits several high-quality units, and Professor Pwn does lapse a little bit micro here, and some of the Broken Tusk Mob does get caught in combat. Granted, they're still fighting Glade Riders, so at least they're trading okay. And he does pull back before it gets too ugly. Meanwhile, on the other side, we do see some more Orc Boar Boys jumping on top of the Glade Guard Archers, and they are able to shut them down. Like I said, the Spear's not really able to keep pace. And these Hogs are going wild, dude. Just moving through all the Archers, causing massive disruption. And if the Wood Elf back line is going to be getting crumped by all these pigs and all these Hogs and whatnot, they are going to 100% lose the game. The Wood Elves need that if they're going to be going for like a ranged type build like this, right? Or a static range build with these Archers. Up in the sky, look at this Effigy of the Git going down. And the Goblin Archers putting some pretty considerable hurt on the Sisters of Twilight here. We do see the Night Goblins and the Rusty Arrows shooting into the Sisters. It's a very, very nice snare there by Professor Pwn. As his Greenskin, wow, the War Boss continues to push forward, ladies and gentlemen. We get hordes and hordes of Stone Trolls and Orc Boys causing havoc. Stone Trolls, of course, here will do very well against Firebark Elders, who are, you know, they do fire damage, which is relevant against Stone Trolls. But even still, the Stone Trolls will be able to take them down, especially with a little bit of Orc Boy support. And the Baconator, the Wild Hog man, I just see pigs running rampant all over this battlefield. We see Professor Pwn going up 4.7k value to 2.8, which is pretty considerable. And overall, just the Bacontonia is not showing too much mercy. You know, you wouldn't expect Orc War Boys. Normally it's Squigs and whatnot, but these pigs, they are shielded, and, you know, they pack a little bit of a punch and can do some good dual utility against Treekin. We do see the Wood Elf player falling pretty massively behind as the Bacontonia continues just rampaging through their lines. In the middle, we do see Wurzag and the Great Green Prophet holding it down. Wood Elves looked like they maybe tried some back pressure, but then rotated around because we do see some cav that came this way. A Foot of Gork attempt. The most janky Foot of Gork of all time. I think he was trying to get these Glade Riders, but he just cast it way too late, and they like moved literally right as he cast it. So a little bit unfortunate, but overall, it's going to be a tough comeback for the Wood Elves. Yes, they do have a little bit of healing, but overall, there's a big critical mass of Greenskins who look super pissed. We see the Spellsinger of Life getting absolutely crumped here. Wurzag going to be putting an unholy beatdown on this character, and Wurzag actually hits very hard. He's a pretty good fighter, not in terms of his defensive capabilities, but Wurzag does have 50 plus melee defense or melee attack, and also has a good charge bonus, relatively high weapon strength with armor piercing. So he can take some things down for sure. Now, looking at the Wood Elves, we do see War Dancers coming in. War Dancers will trade well into many of these units, but Stone Trolls will punish them pretty badly, and also basic Archers can tear them to shreds. Now we finally see the Wood Elf player getting a good engagement here. Some of the Glade Riders do manage to catch the Goblin Archers, and even though there's only 33 of them, the Goblin Archers probably will not enjoy this. Sisters of Twilight still sitting up in the sky, not being shot by any missiles at this point. I don't know. Yeah, both Goblin Archers are kind of tied down as we get the Baconators hunting down these units, trying to keep them from getting to the point. Wood Elf player going to be popping the Shadow's Coil, which does give them a ton of melee defense, which will make them very resilient against the Orc War Boys, but even still, their killing power then goes down quite considerably as their melee attack is at 16. You can afford to pop the Shadow's Coil when you're fighting against like infantry units because their bonus for infantry compensates for the low melee attack, but overall, it's not going to be pretty for them. And we do see a couple more Archers being summoned out. At the very least, they're Deepwood Scouts. Deepwood Scouts can like kind of kite and shoot better than the Glade Guard can. But Professor Pwn's in a very, very commanding position in this game as the Night Goblin Squig Hoppers rampaging over the back objective. We do have more Squigs kind of hopping around here. And overall, the Wood Elves seem to be in a very desperate situation. Pwn would have to throw pretty hard here. And, you know, in terms of score, yeah, he's on his way to, you know, getting up over 1,000. But yeah, for Pwn to lose this game, he would have to lose Wurzag somehow. He would have to like let Wurzag get karate chopped by some sort of missiles, some sort of archer fire, and then from there maybe leadership could become a bit of an issue for the Greenskins. But now we got Squig Hoppers, man. And the Wah is active again, baby, as the Squigs feast. ride through all these archers, and it looks like they are going to be paying the iron price as the squigs just rampage. All these archers going to get chewed on by those very, very good anti-infantry pieces. And in terms of middle pressure, Wood Elves still do have the Firebark Elders, a testament to how, you know, relatively durable and solid that unit is. Goblin archers going to be trying to pick off the sisters. I would imagine they do have Conjoined Destiny, so when they get below a certain amount of HP, they're going to basically try and heal up. I'm surprised they did not go off yet. They are below 20%, are they not? Maybe it's very, very close. But yeah, Conjoined Destiny is a really, really good ability for sure. So, in the backfield, we do see Night Goblin Squig Hoppers rampaging. They do take down one unit deep with scouts, and the other one also gets karate chopped. And now the Night Goblin Squig Hoppers will have the opportunity to feast on Dryads. More squigs coming around. We do have a couple spear units for the Wood Elves defending objective number 1. And that's good. I mean, they'll be able to hold it. All the mobile pressure here that Pwn has is large, so the spears would trade incredibly cost effectively into those. But overall, it's going to be tough. So Conjoined Destiny is going down. So it's a really good ability. Basically, it procs when they get low enough. And then there's a long timer. And after that timer goes off, the Sisters of Twilight do get a fat heal. It's really cost effective on their dragon. For sure, if you can be really cagey with the micro and make sure they don't get chased off or something, it's a very, very big heal. You'll see 4, 3, 2, 1, and here it goes. So there you go. It's about 1,500 HP for that bird right there. Not bad at all, as Professor Pwn is going to be sending in more reinforcements of Orc Biggins and also sending some Orc Biggins to the back objective. Orc Biggins are very good against Wood. I like them against Wood Elves for sure. In Warhammer 2, they're very much a staple. They just grind through a lot of the Wood Elf infantry. They're weak to missiles, obviously, and shock cav hitting them, but they do have anti-large and generally are good against the big threats as well as the small threats, which is how good their damage is. So goblins, orc boys, holding back war dancers. War dancers are a very cost-effective choice. They can definitely butcher through most of the greenskin infantry with the exception of black orcs and some more of the elite stuff, but you don't really see black orcs too much in this matchup. Wood Elves are very good at focus firing down elite units, so it's certainly not a matchup in which you want to see black orcs. Black orcs are more prevalent, I would say, in matchups where magic, you know, really strong magic isn't going to be as used. I'm trying to think which matchups I would use black orcs in. I'd have to go to the drawing board. You see, the thing about domination mode is this is one of the nuances as it, you know, if you were comparing it to like land battles, for example. Many land battle maps are fairly homogenous for balance's sake, right? You kind of need them to be. But like in Dom maps, I think, well, in land battle too, it certainly does. Maps make a big difference. Like if you're on like a troll country versus like an Oakenhammer, it's going to be very different in terms of what kind of artillery you bring. But in domination, terrain is certainly more of a variable, I would say, for better and for worse. But yeah, so like certain maps can really, really affect playstyles. Like I could make a build guide for Chaos Dwarves, and like it's kind of hard to give you a ubiquitously good matchup build. Like, okay, Chaos Dwarves versus Empire is going to be like different builds depending on what type of a map you're playing on, for sure. Whereas like with, you know, if you're just seeing like Oakenhammer, Galbaraz type maps over and over, it's typically going to be, you know, the builds are going to be more similar, right? That's going to be the game plan. So yeah, they're pushing up. We do see the War Dancers and Dryads moving in, but the Dreadlord Pwn moving in with the Squigs, baby. They're going to be getting that sweet rear charge, and I love me some Squigs. Here they come. So they are on the way, and these little hoppers, man, they're so cool. I think I would like to make a greenskin army. I just think they're so fun. I'm trying to decide what army I want to play next. I just painted up my Gotrek Gurnison model, so he's ready to go. And yes, we do see the Squig Hoppers rear charging into the Dryads. Going to be an absolute butchering there. Stone Trolls versus Treekin should favor the Stone Trolls pretty heavily. Although leadership could be an issue, right? So we see them starting to waver down, and why are they actually wavering? 28 leadership, yeah, it's just trolls being trolls. Pwn is doing some really, really good backfield harass for sure. He's just moving around with these Squigs and intercepting whatever he can. Glade Riders are a very good counter against Squigs, though. Squigs have awful stats against like big things. They're more of an anti-infantry piece, and their melee defense is super low. So you can see a Glade Rider Spear is able to dispatch of them pretty easily. But once again, we see the Wood Elf player fighting from 3,000 value behind, which is more like 1,500 value. No, more like 2,000 value. Yeah, because the healing on the sisters plus also having a life caster. Granted, the life caster did get karate chopped. Could there be somewhat of a comeback for the Wood Elves? I don't think so. Pwn isn't quite in the territory of winning, so basically, yeah, he's 517. Okay, in another like 20 seconds, Professor Pwn will be able to win on just one objective, and the Wood Elves might have blundered here. It looks like the Sisters of Twilight were trying to chase down one of these pigs. And they do end up getting themselves surrounded by a bunch of wild hogs in the forest, but they do find an opening, so it looks like the sister is able to just narrowly escape the wrath of this bake into the forest as the Broken Tusk Mob going to be chasing the sisters away. And we do see more Wood Elf infantry moving up to the middle point, but the Orc Biggins are just Giga Chads. These guys are great, man. They'll be able to cut through a lot of different units. High melee attack, high weapon strength, decent armor, which is relevant against War Dancers who don't have the most armor piercing. So Du Bois are going to be able to kind of hold that one down, as we do see the old Treekin able to fight off the, or get fought off here by the Stone Trolls. And yep, I just don't see any way back for the Wood Elves. A valiant scrap, though. I mean, he has pulled the value back a little bit. He has pulled back from the pits. The value difference was worse before, but Pwn looks like he's collapsing on the side, so it's probably going to be a triple cap here as the Orc boys and those flanking Orc biggins who finally were sent from the back were able to move in, and just look how giant these dudes are, man. Just awesome, awesome stuff as the Orc biggins just getting the crumping, really. You know, getting that crump on as they cut through those guys. And the charge of the Boar Brigade, yes. The pigs have been unleashed. I have to admit, I did not expect Professor Pwn to come in here in game 1, take the W with the Greenskins, but he did it. Really solid cavalry play, good flanking. Nice little usage of Wurzag, even though Wurzag did kind of get hunted down. At least he got 2,000 value before he went, took down the caster, got some good snares, some good magic usage, and ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be game 1 in this best of 3 series going to the Dark Lord Professor Pwn. And now the players are going to be getting set up for game 2. Let me make sure there's no admin work that needs to be done for the event, and we can go from there. All right, let's see. Is there anything else that we need to do here? No latecomers. Man, this is great. Smooth tournament so far. Shout out to all the players for figuring it out. And we got some new players playing in today's event. So welcome, welcome, my friends. It's good to have all of you guys here. And yeah, the Boar Harem. Yeah, the Boars were there, man. We'll probably see Chaos Dwarfs this game. Yeah, I would wager that will be the case. The dreaded Chaos Dowie will emerge. Okay, so the next map is Itza. So we're going to one of the vanilla maps, one of the best vanilla maps. And it's time. It is time indeed. Jose says, hey, Turin, I'm getting into this mode solely because of how good a job you do commentating. Hey, I am excited to have you here, man. Join our Discord. Join some of these events. For example, Jose, let me show you, brother. Hold up. So if we go here, and if we go to Total Tavern. So once you're in our Discord, this is where most of the tournaments are coordinated on Total Tavern. So, like today, we have a newbie tournament going on. So I'm running a best of 3, like sweaty tournament, classic. But Platypus, who's another top tier player and a really, really good lad here in the community, he's running a domination tournament today for beginners. So this one will not count towards the leaderboard, but it will be for new players, right? So he's running that right now. And yeah, it's a great place to just go practice and learn. Like he hosts those events. You can also join the more advanced events and, you know, just get punished a little bit. It's okay. It happens to all of us, and just learn, man, and have some fun. How do you get these new tournament maps? Great question. So thank you, Herder, for joining as a member. Welcome to the Dukes of Haggard. Yes, yes. The fire rises. Thank you, man. I really, really appreciate that. Now, to answer your question, you go to your Total War game launcher on Steam, and then when you're there, there's going to be a tab. You'll see Store Page, DLC, Community Hub, Points Shop, Discussions, Guides, and then there's a tab called Workshop, okay? And in the Workshop is where you get all your mods for the game. Once you're there, you search Total Tavern Tournament Map Pack. It'll have my channel icon, and you'll see it, and you can get it from there. Da Vinci, yes! The fire rises, the members grow. Thank you guys for joining Game 2. The dreaded Dreadquake is coming. Will the Dreadquake emerge? I would be really shocked if we didn't see Chaos Dwarves in this first best of 3. I'd be really shocked. Da Vinci, thank you. Yeah, I'm going to be playing in tournaments a lot this season. Oh wow, we have a Corn pick from Pwn. Is it going to be Corn versus Chaos Dwarves? I would love that. I hope we do get a Chaos Dwarf game here. Yeah, but for one of them. Da Vinci, thank you for becoming a member. But I'm going to be playing in a lot of tournaments this season. I have the spark. I want to see what we can do. Obviously, I can't play in as many. Corn versus Tomb Kings. Hey, I'm down for that. Let's see how this goes. Pwn is pretty good in this matchup. I have played against Professor Pwn's Corn as Tomb Kings, and it's not easy. He's really good with the Minotaurs, and I think that he will certainly be a menacing force. So we got Corn versus Tomb Kings. This matchup, I can't remember last season. I actually think this became a Corn favored matchup. So the Tomb Kings player might have walked into a little bit of a trap, but we'll have to see. Maybe they're a specialist, and that's what's really cool about Total War. Even if you're someone who, let's say, or let's say you're in a tournament and you're playing a bad matchup. If you're someone who specializes in a faction and really just gets down to understanding them on a super fine level, you can still win bad matchups. And that's what's really fun about like this game. It's such like a can of worms. Like the other night, I sat there for maybe like 2 hours just scheming builds with Chaos Dwarves. I was just like going through and making like a build guide essentially for when I play Chaos Dwarves in tournaments. And it's so fun to be able to just sit there. It's like, for anybody who's ever played tabletop, Warhammer, 40K, whatever, fantasy, It's really, list building is one of the most fun elements, and that kind of still applies to this. It's very, very fun. Raphael says, watching for 2 years, never played multiplayer. Is ranked matchmaking a good start? Yeah, jump into our Discord. It's a much better place to learn. Yeah. But yeah, ranked matchmaking is okay. It's not the best, but I would jump into our Discord and find some training partners, honestly. Does Khorne, Skullcrusher, RWAR still knock people into space with their charge? Yeah, they do. Tomb Kings, they can work, yeah, to like butcher a Tomb Guard, for sure. But Minotaurs are just so much more cost-effective. So much more cost-effective. Yeah, Magma Cannons are definitely overtuned. They're definitely overtuned. They need to have shorter range. Because in tabletop, Magma Cannons had like half the range of a Great Cannon, but here they have the same range, which like, if Magma Cannons had, you know, let's say 275 range, half of a, well, let's see. So what would that be? 275? Yeah, a little bit. Okay, 225 range, 250 range, 300 range. Like, they would be much more balanced. Because then you could actually outtrade them with cannons, but now you can't. You just pay the price. They could just sit very comfortably. Yeah, those things are a little bit overtuned, ladies and gentlemen. A little bit overtuned. Some questions from chat. I'll be getting back to streaming some Company of Heroes and Age of Empires sometime here in the next week, during the week. Don't you worry. Honestly, the meta in Company of Heroes 3 is very stagnant. It's kind of boring, to be honest. So I'm waiting for some sort of a balance patch. And for Age of Empires, we'll be getting back to hosting some FFA tournaments this week as well. Does Gorbel still fly? Not so much. Gorbel is more of an anchored creature these days. He tends to stay on the ground. He keeps his hooves on the ground. Yeah, he does. So 6 rounds today. It's going to be a lot, man. So hopefully you guys got your popcorn. We'll be going for most of the afternoon. As soon as we finish this best of 3 series, I'll be jumping straight in and casting another one as soon as one does pop up. There might be a little bit of downtime. Granted, we could also just follow Professor Pone, because I believe after this match, let's go ahead and check, we have another one that's going to be coming up here. So, yes. Dude, did you guys see the article for... and by the way, we can go look at that real quick. Let's take a look together. I'm just checking to see if there's a match after this one first. Okay, so let's go to the Sweaty Tournament. And there we go. So yeah, Professor Pone would have a matchup after this, so we could just follow him. Okay, perfect. So that we can follow him for that game. Hey, I'm happy to hear that, Gunhound. That's awesome, man. I'll definitely cast some of those 1v1 tournaments. Aaron, thank you for the donation. Love your content. Keeping me entertained on deployment and rekindled my playing of Warhammer 3. Yes, well, thank you for all you do, brother. And hopefully the passion will stay ignited and you can win some of these tournaments and treat yourself, man. It's going to be good. So, I don't know if you guys saw the Old World news. So we can go over this real quick because I am going to be covering Old World heavily. I'm going to be making a brand new channel for it. So I'm very excited for this. So it looks like the players are actually ready. So we'll take a look at the Old World news after this. I'm so excited. So I'm going to be starting a separate YouTube channel. Because, for the Old World. I mean, I guess I could do it on this channel as well, but I think starting a separate one probably would be better. Just so they don't, interrupt the content of the other ones, yeah. But I'm very excited for Old World. I have a fully painted Empire army. We're going to have a Dark Elf army, which someone in the community, I'm going to hire them to paint it. Anna, obviously, when they eventually release a Kislev army, will paint that. I'm thinking about doing Dwarves next. I'm not sure. I can't quite decide, man. I really want to make a Chaos Dwarf tabletop army, but they're discontinued and super hard to find, so probably going to have to wait till they get re-released at some point. Would you consider a tier list video for Warhammer multiplayer? Yeah, at some point. It's too early for that now. But you can get that from our website by just looking at the stats and just seeing who the top ranked factions are. So, yeah. I mean, I guess I could articulate it, but yeah, it's going to be very fun. So Minotaurs did get nerfed. They got some nerfs this patch. Still are a very good unit. Especially the Khorne ones. The Khorne ones have good armor values, and they do not mess around. Khorne's off to a very good start, too. They're off to a very, very good start. Yeah, well, what's cool is they're re-releasing a lot of old models that were pretty good quality, so that's pretty fun. All right, guys. So, looking at the forces of the Blood God, it is going to be Marauders of Khorne, backed up by Minotaurs, one of the dual-wielding variants, the cut-through Tomb Guard, and he does have some anti-large variants as well, so these are going to be Minotaurs of Khorne with great weapons, and on the far side, great weapons. So I like that combo. 2 great weapon variants to deal with any sort of big mass, 1 anti-infantry variant. We got Valkia the Bloody, who's an excellent hunter. She can kill Tomb King's characters very efficiently with her fire damage. And also Sleipnir is super good. Her spear that kind of has that crowd-clearing effect. So, looking here, ladies and gentlemen, we do have the forces of Ecos coming in with a Tomb Guard battle line, Ark of the Black on the Cackling Necromancer Chariot, which is fun. Khorne is an infantry faction, and they do have a lot of infantry, so having the chariot is not bad, but it does make him a little bit of a better target for Valkia for sure, since it is large, but he's got Spirit Leech and the Buna. Casket of Souls, Skeleton Spears, and Archers in the back to try and shoot at Minotaurs. He's going to need a little bit of mass, otherwise the Minotaurs are going to bully him really, really hard. Probably some sort of a Sepulchral Stalker or a Necropolis Knights with Halberd type units. Something big and scary to kind of go fisticuffs from there. So, yeah, we'll have to see, man. We'll have to see. The battle's soon to be on, ladies and gentlemen. Let us know your predictions. Who do you think is going to win this? The forces of the Blood God, or is it going to be the Tomb Kings? The Kings of the Bone Daddies. They're on the other side, ready to go. So Minotaurs of Khorne, great weapons. Not going to be super good against a lot of starting elements. That is one advantage this Tomb Kings army does have, is that the great weapon Minotaurs aren't going to be excellent at clearing through those infantry. So that's one thing to consider. Fleshhounds of Khorne did get nerfed in this patch as well. They lost a little bit of damage and some stats, but they're still an extremely good unit, so don't you guys worry. Khorne is in a great place. Khorne is just a very strong, very solid, very simplistic faction to play. I think Khorne is probably one of the best beginner factions. Granted, you don't get to use magic, which is kind of unfortunate at times, because it's always good to learn how magic works and the best magic, but generally speaking, Khorne is very, very good for beginners. I think Norska and Khorne, most of the Chaos factions are generally very good for beginners, I would say. The units are tanky, resilient, pretty independent. They get the job done. So where's Valkia going to go? The Tomb King's moving up in a very, very tight formation. Very fortunate that there's no, Winds of Death, multi... I mean, yes, Sleipnir is here. A Sleipnir down these two Tomb Guard lines is going to be pretty punishing for sure. And the Casket of Souls blasting in, and it needs to be targeting the infantry, though. We do see Skeleton Archers shooting up into the sky against Valkia the Bloody here. And Tomb King's now going to be moving up with their main force and being very cautious. You can see they're keeping a tight formation. You can tell they don't want to extend too far out and get surrounded by the Khorne forces. Spirit Leeching Valkia is also not a terrible idea. The Khorne units do have a little bit of magical resist. She herself has 25%. Khorne hates magic and all that, so yeah. Pone getting a little bit crunked, though. The Minotaur is pushing in, taking a little bit of archer fire, and the two cultists going to be moving up, which is a very good idea. Cultists are pretty hard to kill. The chariot character, Arkan, can do work against them, but if they stay near the Minotaurs, they're going to be very strong. So we'll have to see. Alzak, thank you. Here's to a new season and hopefully a fun meta. I'm enjoying it so far. It's been very fun. Sleipnir going down on the Blessed Legion of demonetization here, as we call them, because it kind of sounds like a bit of a foul word. We do see your boy Arkan the Black getting in his chariots and trying to do battle with the cultists, but the Valkyrie of Khorne hot on his tail, and it is going to be forcing Arkan the Black to retreat a little bit. High ground objective going to be taken by Marauders, and it looks like on the far side we do see the Minotaurs of Khorne slightly overextending and getting tar-pitted in Tomb Guard, and very good play from the Tomb King's player. He summons out some of the Sepulchral Stalkers, freaking laser beams on their heads. Yes, it is going to be the laser beams, and the Minotaurs of Khorne get bullied pretty hard by that focus fire. So they were getting blasted by the archers here. So we saw the Skeleton Archers in tandem with the Eyes of the Desert, and they were able to push back the Minotaurs of Khorne. So that's a pretty good start for the Tomb Kings, for sure. Breaking off a Minotaur unit that early has got to feel good. So Pone getting really crunked with the Minotaurs. He's not giving any shits. He's just straight up pushing him into the Tomb Kings, and obviously the Tomb Guard units are getting beaten up in the front, the Sword and Board variant, but now that spears are starting to make their way in, that is going to be pretty punishing. And pretty good control as well by the Tomb Kings player. He's juking, he's dodging, he's evading with Arkan the Black, and Arkan is being chased pretty heavily by Valkia, but he seems to have some pretty good micro. Pone needs to turn around. Oh no, what are you doing? I was just complimenting you. Don't charge into the Minotaurs. I guess he does get the rear charge, which is nice, but Valkia is going to be turning about and hitting him, and we do see some spears moving in. Nice flank by Professor Pone. He gets the Fleshhounds into the backfield, and the Fleshhounds are going to be feasting like the Heathen Kings of old on this casket, I can tell you. Those things are very squishy. Caskets do have some armor, but their melee defense is only 14, so they die super quickly. We also see Bloodletter summoned, so the Blood God summons his champions, and they are going to be jumping on top of the Blessed Legion. So it went from looking kind of bad for Professor Pone to suddenly looking very good, right? We see, these demons coming out, the Bloodletters of Khorne being summoned from the two cultists. We see the Casket of Souls being chewed on in the back. We see the Skeleton Archers being tied down. Many things are just starting to rapidly shift into the favor of the Blood God right now. Although Tomb King's infantry is still pretty sustainable, we do see the Tomb Guard moving over to the side point, and one unit of the Sepulchral Stalkers, the Eyes of the Desert, are taken down by the Minotaurs of Khorne, it looks like, although it looks like a bit of an attrition trade as they're both going to be running for the hills. A second Sepulchral Stalker has been brought in there, and overall the fighting continues as Valkia is hot on the hunt. Professor Pone, the Herald of the Blood God, going to be chasing in and going after your boy Arkan the Black, who's doing some evil witchcraft with his staff. That's actually kind of a cool looking fight, like Arkan with his staff, waving down at Valkia. But Valkia does pop the Demon Shield, which makes her immune to damage for, I believe, 13 seconds. And that'll make her certainly a pretty good duelist, to say the least. So, High ground point owned by the Dark Lord Professor Pone. Middle is owned by Pone as well. Side point is taken by the Tomb King, so very well played to Ecos here. Despite being under huge pressure, he is able to get that back. But now you can see the value lead that the Tomb Kings once had is gone with the casket going down. Professor Pone's flank is very, very nice here. And we do get Fleshhounds of Khorne looking to maneuver over after the Stalkers. These Sepulchral Stalkers have been very great this game, and they're super good against the forces of Khorne, right? They can fight Minotaurs effectively, and they also have anti-large halberds that do magic damage, so Fleshhounds of Khorne are large demonic units, which means they're going to be weak against anti-large magic attacks, right? So overall, the Fleshhounds should get wrecked pretty badly here, assuming the Tomb Kings player actually gives them an attack order and moves them in. Now, can the Tomb Kings come back? They do have a lot of healing, but I think Valkia is having a little bit too much fun. Ark in the Black, did he just die? Holy shit. Okay, guys, I look away for 1 second and Arkin just gets karate chopped. Let me see if I can find the remains of his chariot. Yep, there he is. There's our boy Arkin right there. There's his upturned chariot. So Arkin the Black did get killed by the Minotaurs as well as Valkia the Bloody, which was the big paradigm shift in this battle right here. Yeah, he died super quickly. I looked away for a second. I was like, oh, he'll be okay. I'll look at some other things and we'll come back. But Arkin got absolutely karate chopped by Valkia the Bloody. So it looks like Professor Pone is going to be probably taking this game after that. He has the objective lead. He has the value lead. Tomb Kings and Undead in general are not factions that want to be losing their lord, right? So we do see the Carrion swarming from all directions as the Fleshhounds of Khorne getting dragged down, but now we get Exalted Bloodletters. Oh yeah, baby. They're so cool. Demon units in this patch all got buffed a little bit. They got various forms of armor buffs and leadership buffs. So demonic infantry are going to be quite a bit better as the Exalted Champions of the Blood God move in and start butchering through these Tomb Guard. You never want to send an infantry unit to fight Exalted Bloodletters. They're one of the best infantry butchers in the entire game as these poor Tomb Guard, even though they're a resilient unit. Like Kepra Guard would be able to put up a good fight, but yeah, basic Tomb Guard, really, really going to be struggling there. As we see, the Tomb Kings are almost tabled. On the top side, we do see a Ushabti summon. If I'm not mistaken, no, that's an actual Ushabti, but like they're not going to be good against Fleshhounds. They're more designed to kill infantry. And we see Khornate Marauders on their way in, so this should be a win for the Khornate forces. And I would not be surprised to see our Tomb Kings player tap out here in a minute. He's just running out of steam, and the double cultists for Khorne doing some great work. Yeah, we see those two cultists moving in from the side. They're going to be charging in and putting some hurt on these guys. And yeah, the cultists are super good in this matchup. Tough to kill. Sustainable capture weight. The summons are very good. Yeah, in terms of like the cultists, I think the summons are good on most of the cultists. The Tzeentch ones are, I would say Nurgle and Khorne have the best ones. The conditions are very easy to meet. For Khorne cultists, all you have to do is fight for like 30 seconds. And for Nurgle, you just have to take a little bit of damage, which is easy. You just send them into a hard fight, and then they summon out Plague Bears and whatnot, right? So very cool stuff, man. We got to see some fun fights so far in the early rounds. Valkia the Bloody going to be descending from the from Hell, I suppose. I was about to say the heavens, but I think Hell makes a little bit more sense for Khorne, as she will be able to hold back these units. Sleipnir going to be coming down. Is there a Sleipnir? Oh, nice Sleipnir there. Beautiful. And that's a classic tactic. If you guys are a little bit newer to the game, send in a single entity character, let the units blob up on you, and then cast like vortex spells on them. It's very, very strong. We got some commentary in chat coming in from Puling and Misha saying, I wonder who Pone paid to play for him. You know what? I don't know. The conspiracies, they can flow freely. High ground, we see the Ushabti being dragged down. Tomb King's going to be sending in Sepulchral Stalkers, but this game's over. It's 1,000% over. There's no way that Professor Pone could throw this at this point. I mean, look, there is a way he could throw it, but like he would have to just straight up, be taken over by his evil doppelganger who doesn't know how to play Total War for that to happen. So, Bloodletters moving over here, Carrion being dragged down, Sepulchral Stalkers heading to the middle, but there's a fresh unit of Minotaurs of Khorne with great weapons who, in their first life, did get 1,000 value, not bad. But yeah, Pone's just going to be swarming, and again, I wouldn't be surprised to see this fine opponent here tap out. On the backside, we do see the Nehekar Warriors on the way out, so they're going to be steaming up and across. But once again, they're just going to get butchered by either Fleshhounds or Minotaurs or anything like that. And yeah, there's no way. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be GG here. I feel pretty comfortable calling it. Normally don't like to call it early, but I've been doing this long enough that I can usually see the writing on the wall. Middle objective looks like it's slowly flipping, but there are going to be some Khornate infantry who will get there probably quick enough to stop the camp from happening. And yeah, you could just see the Sepulchral Stalkers being surrounded and butchered. I always felt like this matchup was a little bit tricky. I feel like Tomb Kings can win it. Obviously, the game was really good for the Tomb Kings in the beginning, but he did not do a good enough job protecting his artillery and his range. If he had summoned some Nehekar Horsemen to stop those Fleshhounds, a couple other pieces like that, I think that the Tomb Kings could have won that game for sure. So well played to both players. That, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be a 2-0 victory for Professor Pone. He's been training in the shadows in one of those gravity chambers from Dragon Ball Z. And that is 2-0. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will move on to the next series. And you know what? We'll just cast another Pwn game. We'll do him versus Grombrindle. So Grombrindle is one of the community's most famous dwarf players, hailing from the great lands of Poland. And we can watch him versus Professor Pwn, which will be quite a bit of fun. All right. So let me tell him, GG, well played. You versus Grombrindle next. I'll cast that also. All right, so we'll follow him today. And let's see how the rounds are looking. So heading on over to Total Tavern, our Total War Warhammer esports website. Let's refresh this, see what we're looking like. Where are we at? Okay. Yep, handful of rounds are finishing. We have Medley with a 2-0 victory over the Diving Cow. We have Bob Dat Builder with a 2-0 over Pink here. And we have Reginald Puggington with a 2-0 victory as well. And then, of course, we do have Professor Pwn with a 2-0 victory on the bottom. And he's going to be facing Grombrindle next. So I will be casting that series. I think it'd be fun. I wonder if Grombrindle will grudge and play the Chaos Dwarves. I wonder if he will. That could be quite interesting. Could be quite interesting. So let's enjoy some water. And take a look at the old world stuff. Yeah, we have a little bit of time. We have a little bit of time, so let's go ahead and check it out. And here we are. So Games Workshop just posted this yesterday, I think. Yeah, yesterday. So one sec here. Let me pull this up. All right. So they have the old world development diary. So I can just kind of paraphrase it for you guys. They basically showed some, Bretonnian paint schemes. These are the old Knights of the Realm models, which are super, super cool. But basically, they're telling us that they're going to be re-releasing models that were good. So models that aren't like 1990s metal potato models, they're going to be re-releasing, right? So you can see the Knights of the Realm kit is that's a great kit. They look really good still. You don't really need to do too much, but I really like the paint scheme. The black and red looks really, really nice. But yeah, so that is they're going to be having square bases, as you can see. It looks like these square bases are the same size as the ones, but they did mention that the base size for the rank and file unit is going to be changing from 20 millimeter to 25 millimeter. So you'll notice the rank and file for these Bretonnian men-at-arms, which are going to be getting re-released. I'm so excited. I always wanted to be able to get these models without having to pay like a huge premium. Because a lot of the out of print, rare factions, it's tough. But Bretonnia is, you can see the base sizes are bigger now, which is I actually like this change. I personally am a little bit annoyed that I have to rebase my entire Empire army, all my infantry. But on that same note, they do struggle to rank up sometimes. Like the really small bases, the 20 millimeters, when you try and rank them up with like halberds and stuff, it's a pain in the ass. So with these guys, I am happy to see the base size be a little bit bigger for the rank and file unit. That'll also make like Chaos Warriors, Black Orcs, like units like that look a little bit less haggard. So overall, I don't mind the changes. The models are going to be the same size though. So that's the next thing. They said that they're going to be the same scale as they were. So that's good to know. So yeah. And I'm also happy they're just re-releasing a lot of the old iconic models. I think it really will give us that same feel that we have in Total War. So yeah, it's going to be great. So you can see the old Pegasus Knight models, even though you could tell they're a little bit dated, they're still cool, man. I mean, that's still a really, really neat model. And that's more or less it. So the base sizes are going up to 25 millimeter for rank and file units. We don't know the base sizes for like lords and heroes and all that kind of stuff yet, but nonetheless, yeah, it's encouraging to see. And I'm really happy they're re-releasing a lot of the older models. That's going to be very fun. So, all right. Here we go, man. Are we going to be getting the Chaos Dwarves? Are we going to be doing buy movement trays for the units instead? Don't have to rebase. Yeah, that's probably what I might do for my Empire army, because I put so much time into basing my Empire army that I don't know if I want to go through that again. But like future armies I build will be on the 25 millimeter. So yeah. Can we get Chaos Dwarfs versus Ogres? Oh, I don't think Pwn plays Ogres. It's probably going to be Chaos Dwarfs for something. Beastmen are actually not bad against Chaos Dwarfs. They're not bad at all. Old World, I bet you Games Workshop will release Chaos Dwarves again. Like, just re-release them. Because they had an okay range of models from 8th edition, like the Infernal Ironsworn and the Fireglaves and the Bale Tauruses were all pretty good. And the artillery pieces were fine as well. So I just think that GW will release Chaos Dwarves again. They're just going to re-release them. Because they had a full army range on Forge World. So they're just going to put those back up again, I bet, when the Old World comes out. So, yeah, that'll be fun. The Hyle Phoenix Guard are awful for ranking up. It's going to be easier now. All right, we get Dwarves. Let me ask. Hang on, I'm gonna message Grombrindle real quick. He says no problem. This map would be bad for them though with LS. You like have fun. Yeah, Pwn banned Chaos Dwarfs for the first game, but they can come next game because there's no global bans. See them next game. Alrighty. So it's going to be Warriors of Chaos vs. Dwarves. All right, this is fun. I'm not playing in the tournament today. No, I just wanted to cast. Yeah, I just wanted to play. It was a little bit too many matches today. After that, really long stream the other day and a couple other, days of training a lot, my hands are pretty beat up. The old arthritis. So I got to just rest and take it easy. So that's why we're just casting today. Yeah, I will be playing in a lot of tournaments though. I do have the itch. The Sons of Sigmar must rise again from the ashes. How are the bugs? I haven't noticed too many. I know pump wagons are a little bit weird with their performance, and Bull Center renders, like, there's something weird with their hitboxes where they perform a little bit too well. But Magma's obviously a few other little balance changes, but overall I'm pretty excited. Second tournament I played, lost first round, but had a lot of fun. Hey, well, I hope to have you back. Just keep going. Keep showing up. Play in beginner tournaments. I highly recommend if you're new, playing in single faction tournaments. They're a little bit better for newer players because it guarantees you 4 rounds of play, whereas this one is elimination. So yeah, play single faction tournaments, use that as a place to train. And do it. More likely the new AOS Oathbreakers, Chaos Dwarfs would fill that void. Yeah, I can see that happening. I really want to play Chaos Dwarfs. I really like their playstyle in this game. I love defensive artillery factions with a little bit of mobility. You'll probably notice my favorite factions, Empire, Dwarves, these factions that have like defensive like artillery. Yeah, it's really fun. Just got 3,000 value on your pump wagons, did you? Damn, dude, that's crazy. They must have been feasting. Skaven, you know what, Andrea? What's really interesting is Skaven are actually the hardest counter against Chaos Dwarfs. Like, Skaven just dominate Chaos Dwarfs. And like most of the testing I've done, it's just like the Chaos Dwarfs can't really do much. Unless you're on a really big open map. But like most maps aren't like that, so. These are domination battles, yeah. Domination for me is my preferred competitive format because you don't need community-made rules and you don't have to have rule decisions that are, basically up to the discretion of hosts. I like the game to be kind of self-functioning, and for me, domination's better for that. I do enjoy land battles, and we'll be hosting a land battle tournament soon, the Faction War. But I think domination is a little bit better for competitive, in my 2 cents. Yeah. I've been playing against Dwarfs as Skaven, and it turns out the good old Gorge can go toe-to-toe with Foghorn Leghorn. Really? Interesting. Against like Foghorn, I usually just ignore him with Skaven. I'll just have like a million clan rats and just kind of like have an elusive Lord character and just not really care. Yeah, I honestly enjoy both land battle and domination. They're both great formats. I understand the pros and cons of both, but I think like a lot of Total War, like people who really just like the pure Total War experience, I understand why they might like land battle more. It's more true to the original Total War, like PvP and all that. But I am more of an RTS guy. Like, I like competitive RTS and like competitive game, like, competitive real-time strategy. And I think that Dom is better for that. Warhatter, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome. Dude, we got 5 new members today. The fire rises as we get into our second best of 3. It's going to be Grom Brindle, the mighty champion of the Dowie. Is he just going to be the Lord of the Chaos Dwarfs too? What is his picture? Is that something riding a toad, it looks like? I can't quite tell. Is that Karl Franz riding a toad? Man, some sort of a strange picture. Yeah, we're going to use the capture point mod. Land battles with capture points for the faction war. Yes. And probably just use unit caps, like CA unit caps. I want to experiment with that to like make it as like, so people don't have to, it's a little bit, yeah. I don't know, we'll see. If there's some things, I'll talk to the folks. I haven't talked to the folks who do the land battle rules in a while. I'll see how things are looking. Somebody in chat saying I'm warming up the domination, just want our horrible sieges addressed. Yeah, siege battles are probably the thing I dread the most in Total War. Like, one of the reasons I don't play campaign much is like I just really hate siege battles, and there's so many of them. Like, settlement and siege battles just kind of suck. I don't know what it is. Like, why are they like that? Like, I feel as if in Shogun 2, I used to love siege battles. I used to sit in my college dorm, 95 degrees, just sweating and playing Shogun 2 siege battles against the AI. and enjoying them, like enjoying every second of them. Yeah. So, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Oh, yeah. Look at this. Dude, I'm so glad we casted this game. I'm so glad we casted this battle. We have Thorgrim, the Peak Gate Guard, a Flame Cannon, Trollhammer Torpedoes. It looks like an AI Autogen army against Professor Pone, who has Archeon the Everchad, and the Knights of the Brazen Throne. Oh, this is so good. This is just so good. Yeah, this is outstanding. This is outstanding. Yeah, you might. We're going to be using that mod for that. So, yeah, it's going to be great, man. It's going to be great. Because what's really good about the land battle mod with the capture point is you don't need to. The one thing I really don't like about running land battle events is attacking rules. I can't tell you how many games where these really kind of degenerate style players would just barely be following the attacking rules. To abuse Tzeentch shields. Like that faction war we had where Tzeentch won was probably one of the most awful faction wars we ever had. GG Chaos is done. I don't know, maybe, man, this is exciting. I'm hyped for this build, man. This is going to be a great one. But yeah, the land battle mod, you don't need to use attacking rules because the objective keeps people honest. So I really, really like what Yumai's and all those folks did with that, and Gojira map and the map makers as well. You guys are aces. So very excited for that. Yeah, the siege battles aren't my favorite. I might do a Chaos Dwarf campaign. I really want to do a Foghorn Leghorn campaign where you just mass Bull Centaurs and just see how OP that is. I think it'd be fun. He gives them ward save and they're already kind of a broken unit. So I'm like, let's just get a 20 stack of those and just run around and cause some havoc. So flame cannons are pretty bad. Although, I mean, on this map, this could be the map for the flame cannon. Like short range, all that kind of stuff. We'll have to see. Grombrindle definitely has funky playstyles and he does like his dwarves. So truly an age of reckoning, I know. Dude, by the way, guys, I just discovered the ultimate painting trick for painting miniatures. So I had been using contrast paints and experimenting with them for a while, and I was never quite happy with the result. I always felt like it looked a little bit blotchy, and it has these weird kind of like layers to it, Oh man, I don't know. Someone's potato is loading very slowly. Hopefully they'll get going here, but there we go. But I have started to get my contrast paint and do 1 part paint and then water it down super heavily with 3 parts water, 2 parts water. And it looks so good. If you water down contrast paint and make it more of a watercolor, really light dye, it looks really good. So highly recommend that. Give it a try, guys. I just finished painting my Gotrek Ernison and he looks solid. So yeah, Pone's army. Archeon is not bad. Obviously, armor piercing, fast. He's got magic. He's got the Searing Doom, which I like. I think that's cool to spam against dwarven formations. And oh, yes, that's right. Got to get the banner going. Thank you. I got so excited chatting with you guys. I didn't Grombrindle. Thank you for the banner. Appreciate it. All right, we got it. So yeah, Chaos Warrior, great weapons. Grombrindle. We have the Knights of the Brazen Chads. These guys will eviscerate dwarven units. Obviously, if they're left to their own devices, they will tear apart the elite infantry. So very excited. I love the army for Professor Pone here. Now for Grombrindle, he's also got a badass army. Miners with blasting charges, armor piercing, so they can put somewhat of a fight up against great weapons. And obviously, they do have the blasting charges. Thunders, Trollhammer torpedoes. The High King Thorgrim Grudgebearer on his mighty throne. Yes. They're moving. I got it. I got the banner. We got it here. He's moving in. Magic damage. Archeon would certainly probably kick his butt in a fight, though. We do have the Peak Gate Guard with the hammers. The Peak Gate Guard hammers. And yeah, they'll be very, very strong. But you don't want to get them run over by the Knights of the Brazen Throne. And again, we do have the Flame Cannon in the back. So we'll have to see. Probably what he's going to end up doing is just parking the Flame Cannon right here. And just shoot here. And right here would actually be the best spot for the Flame Cannon. Right here. Because you could hit here and you could hit here. The trees on this map do make artillery a little bit tricksy. But we'll see how it all performs here. Archeon the Everchosen, hiding in the bushes, trembling at the sight of the mighty Dwarven King. And we do see Professor Pone summoning out a Chaos Feral Manscore. So the Feral Manscore are going to be looping around the side and most likely looking to jump on top of the Flame Cannon or disrupt some of the shooting as well. Have I tested Chaos Dwarfs for Slaanesh? Yeah, it honestly feels like on some maps Slaanesh can do very well. Yeah, I think Slaanesh has some good tools against Chaos Dwarfs. Slaanesh feels like a much more balanced faction. I actually really enjoy playing them now. It's very, very fun. Yeah, the Arwar Knights of the Brazen Throne are super badass. These guys have huge AP and a massive erect charge bonus. I mean, whatever they hit, they're going to punish super badly. Pone is moving in pretty aggressively here. He's got his triple Chaos Warriors. Look at that. Flame Cannon time. Just the crappy version of the mag. If that were a magma cannon, it would have literally taken like half their HP. Searing Doom going down from Professor Pone. Nice cast right there. It does nail those Dwarven Thunders and does a little bit of damage. Not bad at all. The Flame Cannon continues to shoot in, so you can see the shots from the deeps are melting those Chaos Warriors. And Archaon the Everchosen, not sure where he's going. But yeah, Pone's going to be taking some big damage here as we see the Chaos Feral Manticore lurking in the tree line back here. Magma Cannons, or excuse me, Flame Cannons still blasting in while the Thunders and Blasting Charges get into the Chaos Warriors. But the tree line actually protecting the Chaos Warriors a little bit. Could have been a lot worse. But yeah, he's just going for broke, man. Knights of the Brazen Throne going to be coming around the side. Are they going to get the charge? The High King leading his Hammerers. That's pretty epic. You got the High King Thorgrim of the Dwarves leading his elite Hammerer contingent. But the Knights of the Brazen Throne going to be popping out of the trees with the Lord of the End Times. And there they go. Big charge coming in. Dwarves getting punted in every which direction. But honestly, the Hammerers are going to win this fight. Oath of Vengeance going down, so the armor is lowered, the melee defense is lowered. Knights of the Brazen Throne going to be paying the Troll Toll here pretty hard as the Peak 8 Guard do some big damage. But look at the damage that the Peak 8 Guard are taking back, man. Nice Searing Doom here for Professor Pone. We see the Manticore jumping in, but the Slayers are going to be able to fight that off. Chaos Warriors moving up in every which direction. And now we do see Chaos Warriors moving up to take down the Ekron's Miners. All right. Very pitched battle. The Knights of the Brazen Throne do have fight or die, so they're going to be fighting a little bit longer, but it looks like the Dwarven Hammerers are able to fight them off. They have 73 melee attack when they're near the High King. Oh my god. And they just beat down those elite Khornate Cavalry. Now some Chaos Warriors going to be coming in to help out the Lord of the End Times, but Archaon also not having the best of times. High King Thorgrim is a pretty damn good fighter, and he, of course, is dropping some sick beats here on Archaon. Archaon's probably going to want to turn around and maybe try and fight back against him. We'll have to see. We have Spawn of Tzeentch on the way in. Spawn of Tzeentch aren't bad against Dwarves. They do have Armor Sundering, which is always relevant. Here we get some Chaos Warriors on top of the Thunders, and we do see the Dwarves up to a pretty substantial value lead. Archaon the Everchosen going to be dropping another Searing Doom as Pone moves around and tries to shut down the old Flame Cannon. So yeah, he's looking for it, man. He's trying to get the Flame Cannon. On the far side, this objective being held by the Dwarves. Chaos Warriors doing very, very well as we see more Marauders being sent up to reinforce. But overall, it seems as if the Dwarves have been able to kind of withstand the initial engagement. We do have the Throwing Axes here, the Marauder Horsemen and Throwing Axes trying to get close, maybe shut down that Flame Cannon, but it seems as if they've not been able to shut down the Flame Cannon, and in the back, the Chaos Feral Manticore has been chased down by the Sky Hammer, baby! So the Sky Hammer blasting in, just absolutely wrecking that Chaos Feral Manticore. So that thing's going to be sent off the edge of the map here. As Archaon the Everchosen, you know, he's trying to put this game on his back. He's back here, he's going after the Flame Cannons, he's going to be casting another Searing Doom, which will be very, very cost-effective. And yeah, Archaon is certainly a carry character. If anybody's going to be able to get this game back, it's going to be Archaon the Everchosen. He is a crazy good fighter, you know. Foghorn Leghorn certainly is, you know, overshadows him a little bit, but I do think that Archaon is still quite good. So Chaos Warriors on this point, able to break through the Ekron's Miners. Now these Chaos Warriors probably will engage, but these are Norgrimling's Ironbreakers. I don't know why they were just standing there while their homies got massacred, but obviously Garam Brindle's a little bit busy with his micro here on this side, as we see Archaon getting shot by the machine gun on the Skyhammer. So the Skyhammer definitely not bad here. It will have the suppression effect. Has good armor piercing. What's not to love? Now, Pone does have the objective lead. The Spawn of Tzeentch on top of the Chaos Warrior Grey Opens are still moving through in pretty heavy numbers. So Grombrindle might run into a bit of an issue with reclaiming his objectives. We see the Manticore coming back, Archaon lurking in the tree line, as the Spawn of Tzeentch are just going to be beelining for the anti-large elements, which is going to be obviously the right choice. Granted, Dwarves do summon in some bows. So we got Bugman's Rangers coming in. Bugman's Rangers, of course, do have good damage against light armor. So they'll be very, very good against the Spawn. Warriors on the way in. Archaon holding on with 2,000 HP. He's going to want to get busy and get fighting. He doesn't have too much time left on this earth. He's up to about 1,200 value here. As the Spawn battle, the High King Thorgrim Chaos Warriors continue to push things back. The Norgrimling's Ironbreakers taking a bit of damage here. These Chaos Warriors, they do have really, really good armor piercing. And I think there's more armor coming up. No, just more Marauders. So Pone does have the 2 objective cap. And it looks like his playstyle is maybe going to be trying to stuff the Dwarves at this point and keep them busy back here for as long as possible. So maybe he can win on one objective, which certainly is not going to be easy. Not going to be an easy one. Archaon kind of getting smashed by the High King Thorgrim, dude. The Grudge is being satisfied for sure. 57 HP. Oh, the Grudge has been satisfied. The High King Thorgrim and his elite Peak Gate Guard. They drag down the Lord of the End Times, who falls in a morass of elite Dwarven Hammerers. So, that's going to be a tough one for the old Forces of Chaos. We get the Skyhammer coming in, dropping a big fat bombardment on the Marauder Horsemen. And even though Pone is up on points, losing the Lord of the End Times is going to be extremely tough. That's going to be very, very hard. Chaos Warrior Grey Opens back here fighting against Slayers, which again is very cost effective. Norgrimling's Ironbreakers able to push back the Chaos Warriors with a little bit of support from the Rangers here. We get more Miners coming in, and ladies and gentlemen, I think that is going to be a victory for the Dwarves. I think the Dwarves are going to be able to push back the last elements of the Tainted Chaos here. They're going to resecure their objectives for the Karazhan Corps, and that probably will be it. On the backside, we see Chaos Warriors moving across, heading to this objective. Marauder Great Weapon, certainly a very good choice. I think they do quite well against dwarves. But the High King, man, he's been going hard. He's got his big hammer. He's dropping some fat axes, as we do see the old spawn of Tzeentch. Yes, they're going hard. I do like the spawn. I do like them as a kind of an inclusion. I think mixing spawn with Forsaken could be cool. I actually think Warriors of Chaos are really fun nowadays. Like, they're super cool to play. Now that, like, Hellstriders aren't just, like, bullshit, like, players are going to be encouraged to try out some of the other marks. Like, this game we saw Pwn bring a Khorne mark and a couple Tzeentch marks with the spawn of Tzeentch. It's very fun stuff. Norgrimling's Ironbreakers move up, and they're not going to be taking anything from these guys. You know, Infernal Ironsworn are jacked as well, but they are not Norgrimling's Ironbreaker jacked. These guys have almost 80 melee defense, and Infernal Ironsworn are in the 60s. Granted, they do magic damage and fire damage, which is certainly an advantage, but Norgrimling's Ironbreakers are also immune to psychology and have Vanguard deployment and 35% spell resist, which in many ways makes them, like, you know, it's cool to see that dwarves still do some things better than Chaos Dwarves, right? Like, Ironbreakers, or especially the Norgrimlings, are just super jacked, right? So Chaos Warrior Great Weapons probably will lose this fight. It'll be pretty pitched, but Norgrimlings with their 80 melee defense and a little bit of support coming in probably will get the job done. Professor Pwn's still fighting back here pretty valiantly, but now we got some Dwarven Slayers moving up to reclaim objective number 3 here. And yes, the hammers are here. Dude, the Peak Gate Guard still fighting with the High King. That was a very righteous game, man. Just seeing the High King of old battling the Lord of the End Times. And, you know, that's how the End Times should go. You know, to me, I just in my head canon is that the End Times isn't real. It's just nonsense. Slayers moving up, gonna grab this objective. Couple last spawn of Tzeentch moving in. Bugman's Rangers will not have a good time fighting him, but just sheer numbers of dwarves here should be able to win this fight. And back here we do see the Chaos Warriors losing the battle against Norgrimling's Ironbreakers. Professor Pwn does summon in a couple throwing axes to try and win this fight. But yeah, there's no way. Manticore is not going to be super strong here. And ladies and gentlemen, that probably is going to be it. Somebody in chat asking, why don't we see Dark Elves? Oh, I'm sure they're being played in this tournament. It just happens that the factions that or the players I'm watching so far don't really play them. Yeah, there's a lot of Dark Elf players. Dark Elves are a very strong faction. Very solid. Very, very solid. I'm pretty sure last season the Dark Elves ended with like a 55% win rate or something like that. So, GG, game 1, gonna be going to the Dwarves. Satisfy the grudge. They have wronged us. 3,500 value on the PK card. Okay, that's pretty erect. That's pretty erect. 3,500 value. Oh my god. Flame Cannon, only 800. Flame Cannons are still pretty terrible, unfortunately. Although if your opponent spams Marauder Great Weapons, they could be good. Slayers did good. Some of the guns did okay, but really Peak Gate Guard with 3,500 and also Thorgrim like backing them up seemed to carry the game pretty hard. I really did like the Skyhammer too. Knights of the Brazen Throne were good, but a little bit too aggressive. I think they should have pulled out of that fight once they got engaged. Thorgrim is just really, really jacked. So obviously they paid the troll toll there. Fun game. So that is going to be game 1 coming in for Grombrindle, as now we move on to the next match here. Let me make sure there's no admin stuff I need to do for the tournament. And we can take a look at the brackets real quick. Yes, yes. All right. So let's go look at the brackets, refresh this, see how everybody is doing. No Elgi schemes today. I know. I love that part. Yeah, Thorgrim's great. All right. So moving down, it looks like most of the first round games are finishing, which is good. There's a couple still lurking in the shadows, but not too many more. Yep, pretty much everybody is finishing through these. And now we do have the winner of this match is going to go to play Serkia, who's a top tier Wood Elf player. So if you guys want to see Wood Elves, this is we'll probably cast this. We'll cast this one next. We'll just kind of follow this side of the bracket. I believe Anticity is playing as well, which is very exciting. It's cool to see him, you know, just back competing. I don't know if he's streaming today. It'd be cool if he was. But, you know, sometimes it's fun to just go play and not have to stream. And he's playing Charix. Yeah, so we have an ODM versus RTK duel here. Charix won the most recent faction war with Wood Elves, so this will be a pretty fun one. Anticity versus Charix. And scrolling up, yeah, we got some good stuff. Roflin versus Hadries on the top side. Subutai with a 2-0 victory over Blood Moon. Subutai, of course, very strong player. Plays a lot of Vampire counts, pretty good at Chaos Dwarves as well. Yeah, a lot of fun matches in today's tournament, guys, as we progress up. It's always good to have like a big, sweaty best of 3 tournament every now and then, right? Haggard bracket, you love it. So we're on the halls of Karag Doom. This would be the place where the Chaos Dwarves would appear for sure. I don't think Thorgrim gives physical resist. Maybe the High King buff. I'm not sure what that does off the top of my head. I'd have to take a look here. No, he doesn't have it anymore. Thorgrim. He does not give physical resist. No, that's a campaign thing, yeah. Yeah, it's a campaign thing. He's okay. Thorgrim was not bad that game. He wasn't bad. Certainly wasn't. Oh, God. A sneeze of doom. Oh. Oh, man. Oh, man. There's a dread sneeze coming. The dread quake sneeze mortar. Oh, no. Anticity streamed a head-to-head tonight. You wondered why that ended so soon? Probably because you wanted to play in the tournament, I would imagine. Yeah, no, it's good to see Anticity playing again. You know, it's a tricky thing when you're... Because, you know, he obviously got into making a lot of videos and whatnot, right? So it can be tricky when you, like, are doing a ton of the content stuff and then, like, playing also is hard. And, you know, when you join tournaments, it's harder to compete when you're live casting it, for sure. It definitely makes you play a little bit worse. Okay, we have the Chaos Dwarfs being played by Grombrindle, betraying the Ancestor Gods. I love it. Should be fun. Okay, the sneeze has subsided, but I can give you guys a warning. It's going to happen in the next, like, 15 minutes. There's going to be something. I don't know when, but... Oh, man. So what's it going to be, man? Does anyone know if you can play Demons of Chaos on ladder now? You can't, which is kind of silly, because we allow them in all our tournaments. They're not overpowered by any stretch, so... Yeah. Wonder how the old Chaos Dwarf win rate's looking. Chaos Dwarf sitting at 58%. Yeah, not bad. Not bad. Getting wrecked by Bretonia and Skaven are actually doing quite well against him, which is a strange thing. Knights of the Realm probably trade well. Yeah, for me, I don't know about you, but I'd be curious, Anticity. I see you in chat now. When I live stream while I play competitively, I definitely don't play as well. Do you feel that that's the same for you, or does it really not affect you much? I think for me, it makes it, I mean, I can still do fine, but it makes it harder probably because I'm sure you do the same thing of like trying to give commentary while you're playing. It's definitely distracting. We got Slaanesh versus Chaos Dwarves, man. This is exciting. Oh, hell yeah, man. It's time. Let the boy watch. Plenty of strategies here. You know what's actually not bad here is the Soul Grinder of Slaanesh with the anti-large against the Bull Centaurs and stuff, but it needs proper support, obviously, but... Sigvald's probably still the best character. Although Azazel in the fly... Yeah, Azazel is not bad. He can fly over and goon the artillery pieces if they're left undefended. Anticity says, I'd say only a little bit worse. Yeah, fair play. Fair play. Yeah, for me, it's definitely noticeable. Did you recently move your mic or something? We're getting a lot more mic pops. Yeah, you know, let me see here. Testing. I did reset my... Why is that flashing? Hold on. Okay, testing. Yeah, I don't know. It seems that I did... What is that? That is gain, okay. I did reset my mic the other day, and maybe it caused some drama. Hopefully it's not too much of an issue, brother. How does the audio sound to all of you guys? Does it sound okay? Let me know in chat. I did reset my mic the other day. It was like a little bit funky, so maybe it messed up some of my settings. Yeah, who knows? Who knows? This isn't the finals. No, this is just best of 3. Sound is fine? Okay. Yeah, I used to have a pop filter on my old mic. This one I don't. I should probably get one. All good? Sounds good. All right. Glad to hear it, guys. Microphone is fine. All right. Would you suggest Bretonia or Cathay for a beginner at multiplayer? Ooh, they're both kind of hard factions for beginners, to be honest. I think Bretonia is a way cooler faction, though, so personally I would play them. But it depends on how good your micro is. If you're somebody who has like a naturally good micro, then I would say Bretonia. If your micro is not so good and you think managing cavalry is going to be hard for you, then yeah, I would say Cathay. Sounds pretty all right. Sounds like an echo. Sounds like you need some sound spread. Yeah, no, I'm the space I have to record is not. It's really hard to soundproof. There's always going to be a tiny bit of echo until we move. So yeah, it's just the curse of the gods. Which is the curse. If I have an RTX card, you should try NVIDIA Broadcaster. Oh, interesting. Yeah. I don't even know what kind of a card I have. I have no idea. I'm terrible with computer. It was only popping during the exciting moments. Okay, fair play. Praise Sigmar. We're streaming again. Yeah, we are, man. We are. Sounds like the volume is up high. Okay. Let me turn it down a little bit. Testing. Yeah, okay. We just turned it down a little bit. Hopefully that'll be better. Okay, so Chaos Dwarves versus Slaanesh. Genuinely curious to see what the players have. We're about to find out, ladies and gentlemen, as we load into the next match. Grombrindle versus the Dark Lord Professor Pone. Oh my god, it's Inkari! Oh my god, of course Pone brings Inkari. Oh no. Oh no. Lorenzo, life is good, thank you. Ulrika's good. Ulrika's good, yeah. I find broadcast really handy when using webcam audio. Alright, very cool. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the new and improved Hell Scourges. Now, Hell Scourges got buffed. A lot of Slaanesh got nerfed, but Hell Scourges got buffed. They got poison. So they have poison contact, which is quite nice. Oh my god. Oh wow, look at that. I can't believe he brought Inkari. That is so dangerous against Chaos Dwarves. I mean, though Inkari can certainly do some big damage. Alright guys, certainly not a super meta build from the forces of Chaos Dwarves either. We're not seeing a lot of Bull Centaurs or Magma Cannons, those type of things, but overall, this is going to be one of those all or nothing games. It's going to be like Pone either like loses Inkari immediately and probably just proceeds to lose the game, or he's going to get like a good goon and do some work. So yeah, this is going to be fun, man. It's going to be really fun. Are there any hard counter factions against Chaos Dwarves? Yeah, Skaven, I think hard counter them. For sure. I think Skaven is the biggest counter to Chaos Dwarves. They really struggle. They really struggle. Maybe the Magma Cannons aren't like being used because, okay guys, I got to sneeze. I'm just going to spare you guys, so I'll be back in like 30 seconds. All right, guys, I'm back. I didn't manage to sneeze. I thought it was coming, but you know, it wasn't meant to be. It'll probably ambush during this game. Uncomfortable silence. Yeah. Isn't that the truth? All right, guys, game 2. It is time. The forces of Slaanesh, led by Professor Pone. He's coming in with Inkari here. Inkari, of course, a pretty insane duelist, and I mean, Inkari could probably annihilate Foghorn Leghorn in a fight. So yeah, there is that. Now, looking at the spells, he does have the Lash of Slaanesh, Acquiescence, and Slicing Shards. Very much a standard kit of spells. A couple cheap spells to trigger the Slaanesh lore passive, and Slicing Shards to take down any sort of elite unit. So that's that. A lot of Devoted Marauders, certainly going to be struggling against armor, but will be good for swamping the objective, so going to be one of those kind of games. And now here, we do have Ye Old Chaos Dowie. Oh yeah, Grombrindle coming in with Drazhoath the Ashen. Oh, I'm so excited for this. He's so cool on his beast. And he does have the Flames of Asgore, which is quite good against infantry. And we do also have the Immortals, the Infernal Ironsworn. Dude, we just happen to cast the game with like players who just bring cool shit. So I'm glad this all worked out. So the Immortals, the Infernal Ironsworn are here. We do have Goblin Laborers. On the far side, we have more Infernal Ironsworn. And that appears to be it. Now, a unit that's actually pretty good in this patch is what's it called? Is the Demonettes. Like, I don't know what it is about Demonettes of Slaanesh, but in the couple games I've seen them tested, they seem to be pretty good. Also, some Infernal Guard Fireglaves here in the back. Really easy for Slaanesh to counter those. Infernal Guard Fireglaves, you basically just send Furies on top of them and they get butchered. It's not good. I mean, they'll be able to win against one Fury, but they take a ton of damage in the process. So that is that. Drazhoath the Ashen One, going to be flying up here as we do see the Marauder Hordes of Chaos advancing. From here, I would wager Slaanesh is going to be summoning in some elite cavalry. Seekers of Slaanesh should be quite good here. You just get a Seeker of Slaanesh, and you just beeline, down the side and take down the Goblin Laborers and start pressuring into the back line. Certainly a lot you can do. Dude, look at Drazhoath. Oh, yeah. Look at this. We have old Drazhoath the Ashen flying around on the mighty beast. Got to be careful not to land near Inkari. He does not mess about. Now, Furies have been summoned on the far side. Chaos Furies of Slaanesh going to be looking to go after some missiles. We do get the first Magma Cannon. Okay, I was going to say, Grombrindle needs a Magma Cannon to kill this amount of infantry. Because without Magma Cannons, I found that Chaos Dwarves do struggle against mass hordes of infantry. But swarming with infantry is actually pretty good against Chaos Dwarves. That's how Skaven beat them. Skaven usually just bring like 500 clan rats and just, you can't kill them quick enough and they eventually just grind you down, but we'll have to see. So Fury's just diving, man. And what is Grombrindle going to be summoning out? Most likely a doggo unit, a hobo goblin rider, I would wager is going to be the answer. And yeah, they are. Is Pone going to see it? Oh, doesn't look like it. But he just goes for it, man. And the Furies start getting some damage? Not quite. They haven't connected yet. I don't know what it is, but Here they go. Okay, they're starting to hit the magma cannon, but now the hobo goblin's going to be turning about and intercepting. So that's pretty much free value, but at the very least, it does shut them down for a minute. It is going to keep that magma cannon from getting all the damage, and now the objectives are going to be taken by Slaanesh, and the mainline fighting going to be going down here as we see Chaos Furies going after the Infernal Guard Fireglaves, which is certainly a very, very good choice. And then what you want to do is you want to use Inkari and cast the Slicing Shards on top of those. Blasting Charge is going down. Nastiness. Devoted Marauders of Slaanesh getting butchered. And the Immortals, the elite of the Dawizar. These guys going to be doing some cool backflips and spinning axe attacks and karate kicks that dwarves are known for. And just butchering through these Slaaneshi champions. That's going to be pretty one-sided now. Where's Inkari? Inkari moved over to the other side. Going to be kind of forsaking this engagement. Looks like the Chaos Dwarves basically just dominating this fight with their elite infantry. Although the Fury's doing really well. The Infernal Guard Fireglaves are going to be on the run, but what is Inkari going to be doing? Okay, Inkari going after the Infernal Firesworn. Not a bad idea, as we do get Hellstriders with the Hell Scourges, going to be rear charging in. Drazhoath the Ashen setting up in the skies. The Magma Cannon shoots in, but you do not want to shoot the Magma Cannon here because it's going to friendly fire your Infernal Ironsworn. I had a couple games where I had an Infernal Ironsworn. I was playing one with Anticity where I just randomly had an elite unit die instantly or rout instantly, and it was probably because my Magma Cannon was friendly firing into the back of those units, right? Drazhoath goes in, actually. He decides to land with the Graven Scepter, and he's going to be doing battle against Inkari, the mighty Demon Prince, or Demon Lord, or Greater Demon of Slaanesh, I should say. Acquiescence is active and Willing Prey. Now, this is how Pwn gets back in the game. He's obviously behind, but if Inkari can just dominate Drazhoath in combat, that would be a huge way to get back. But I don't know why Pwn retreats. He pops the Witstealer's sword and runs. Why? No, why did he run? That was such a blunder. Oh no, Pwn, why? He retreated, man. He could have totally just gotten Drazhoath down to half health there. But yeah, a little bit of a miss micro. It happens to all of us, man. It happens to the best of us. So over on this point, Slaanesh obviously losing against the Immortals. Dude, the Immortals will put their name to the test. Look at this. They currently have not lost a single model, and they butchered literally a full Slaanesh unit with not a single loss, which is pretty rad. Slaanesh, on the other hand, though, going to be taking this objective here. So they do get this one. It's going to be flipping away from the Chaos Dwarves, as we do see the Blazing Beards of Basharat coming out. So these are the Arawar Chaos Dwarf Warriors, and the old Chaos Fury is going to be jumping down on those guys, and will be quite punishing for sure. More and more hordes are on the way in, so we do see the Devoted Marauders, some spear variants in case the old Bull Centaurs come in, and Seeker Chariots. All right, so we got Seeker Chariots, and they are armor piercing. They could be good if Pwn has the micro for them. We'll have to see. But the objective does get held by the Chaos Dwarves, and now we see Inkari going to be going for the kill once again. So this is where Inkari gets to, try and make up for the lost time. So a nice attack there. We do see Drazhoath the Ashen take a little bit of work, while the Volcano ability does go down right there. Drazhoath getting afflicted by Acquiescence, so his speed and melee defense is going to be super low. And, obviously the Greater Demon of Slaanesh is going to be one of the better duelists here in the game. As the Seeker Chariots get ready to charge, let's keep tabs on this, while Inkari continues to dominate Drazhoath in combat, as it should be. Big charge, and there it goes, running through all those Chaos Dwarves. Infernal Guard Fireglaves take a little bit of damage. Not too much damage on the Immortals, but still better than what they've taken this game, for sure. Fascination going down, and Inkari continuing to get some really big damage. It is bringing Professor Pwn back in value a little bit, as we do see Drazhoath the Ashen still confident. Willing Prey active too, though. Big stat debuff. Inkari, 520 weapon strength. Very luckily for Gromrindle, if the Witstealer's sword had been active right now, Drazhoath probably would die. He would have killed him. The extra weapon strength would have been enough. Devoted Marauders on their way in, and now we get blasting charges going, but Inkari looks like he was able to dodge most of those, as we do get some Seekers of Slaanesh coming in. Seekers are an excellent choice. Magma Cannon with the friendly fire. It nails Drazhoath the Ashen, and Drazhoath getting absolutely dominated here by Inkari, as the Witstealer's sword is active. This could be the kill. So big attack there. Looks like the melee defense does hold firm. Inkari just needs to keep pursuing, keep chasing, and get this pick here. If another Rampage effect could go in, that would also be quite big. Narcissism is active. Professor Pwn trying to push through, but Drazhoath does take off, as the Infernal Guard and the other elite Chaos Dwarf units there are able to hold them in place. Beautiful slicing shards there too. Nails them, and we do get the Seekers of Slaanesh coming in, which is going to be big armor piercing damage. So Pwn is kind of pulling the game back a little bit. Inkari might be able to carry, but oh my god, never mind. Oh god, those Chaos Dwarf blunderbusses. They hit so hard. Oh my god, Inkari just lost all that HP. Oh dear god. From the top ropes. So on the other side, Inkari going to be running back and across, but getting blasted by those shotguns. This is a good play. Inkari certainly can kill that flame cannon, but ladies and gentlemen, this isn't going to be good. We have a Death Streak rocket launcher back here. Professor Pwn's on the ropes. Wavering, -15 leadership does stabilize, gets a nice rear charging attack. But the blunderbuss is going to be moving in. No, Slaanesh is not trash. That is absolutely nonsense. They're still a very, very good faction. Pone's build was not optimal by any stretch of the imagination, and he still put up a good fight. Another rocket coming in, but Inkari's going to be falling. Those blunderbusses did some big, big damage. And yeah, there they go. They are a very expensive unit. You know, they're almost 1,000 gold. I actually don't think the blunderbusses are OP, but yeah, obviously Inkari is you know, quite the target for them. So Drazho with the Ashen going to be running away here and running back to the battlefield, I should say. And that's going to be game over. Inkari pretty much had to put that game on their back. Demonettes of Slaanesh are very good here. They trade super well into the Chaos Dwarf infantry for sure. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be it. We do see the Demonettes of Slaanesh going to get blasting charged, but they trade very cost effectively into Ironsworn and whatnot. They have great stats, and you know they're fast as hell too. But yeah, without Inkari, it's going to be too hard. I actually do think that this game was winnable for Professor Pone. I think that I do play Slaanesh Warden. I play them quite a bit. I just don't play them on stream and in videos. I've been playing them a ton in the early access, and I've been able to consistently defeat Chaos Dwarves with them. So, and I'm talking about against the top 5 players in the world. So, yeah, Drazhoth coming in. But yeah, if Inkari had been able to kill Drazhoth in that first gooning attempt, I think Pone could have brought the game back. Look how well the Demonettes butcher the Infernal Ironsworn. Even taking cannon shots, they brought them down really low, really, really quickly. So I do think Demonettes are one of the key recipes for there for sure. So, yeah, that's going to be it. GG. Grombrindle wins 2-0. Inkari getting shotgun to the face. Very, very thematic stuff. There goes my hero. Watch him as he goes. Yeah, you know, interestingly enough, a lot of players who've been playing Chaos Dwarves, you don't really see the blunderbusses getting used. It's more often the Infernal Fireglaves because of their range and anti-large. But yeah, obviously, you know, big, lightly armored, squishy demon. Going to be quite a juicy target. So, looking at the game, Pone's army was not bad. I think the Marauder spam was not the way. The Hell Scourges are basically useless here. I think the cheaper Marauders with like Demonettes and, you know, more Seekers of Slaanesh and Furies, so you can Alpha Strike the Chaos Dwarves with your opening army, is going to be a little bit better. So that is going to be a 2-0 for Grombrindle. Well played to Pone. Both these guys brought really, really fun builds today, so that was certainly very exciting. And now we will be casting the next game. All right, let's see here. Very good. And I will let Grombrindle know that we'll be casting his next game. He will carry the torch of the stream. There he is. Hey, I'll cast your game versus Serkia next. So send lobby code, please. All right. So we'll get the lobby code here. And now we're going to hang tight. Yeah, Pone, you know, that game looked okay. Your build was definitely... I can show you a build that I had some pretty good success against Chaos Force with. Yeah. Let's see here. So let's pull over. And we can go into a battle real quick. Yeah, so if you're playing Slaanesh against the against Chaos Dwarves, I actually think Azazel is really good. He's a smaller target. You can go Sigvald too. Sigvald's also very viable. But Azazel is good because he can chase the flying characters and outduel them, right? So you can go Lash, Acquiesce, and Slicing Shards. I like that combo a lot. Demon Blade isn't bad. You can keep that to Leadership Bomb the big characters you're going to be fighting. Domineering Aura, you cut that. And this one's okay. You probably cut that too, though. So you bring Azazel with something that, you know, like this. Couple Devoted Marauders is going to be fine for your opening. I do like having an Exalted Demonette on some maps. If there's a place where you can hide them initially, it's very good. But otherwise, basic Demonettes are going to probably be fine. From here, probably a couple Furies in the opening army. And the Cultist isn't a bad choice either. You can definitely mix in a Cultist. Yeah, so we get one of those. You just bring nothing but the Gates of Slaanesh. The double Cultists in general are pretty menacing because they're bonus versus infantry, so you can push them through and have them get on top of the you can have them get on top of the missile pieces. Yeah. So this could be like your starting army. You could even cut the Demonettes and bring them in reserve. A couple of these, and for a late game sweeper, you bring in Exalted Demonette. Not too many, but just a couple. Seekers of Slaanesh for sure are super good. You could still bring the anti-large Hellstriders. They're good at cleaning up the Hobgoblins. So I think for that purpose alone, they're not bad. A couple of these to poke down Bull Centaur Renders and cause some havoc. We got the Furies in the mainline army. Although you could also start with the Furies on the side if you want to. As far as other units go, yeah, you have some flexibility. The Demonettes, like the Demonette infantry coming in, yeah, you probably want a couple of Spears to hold back points and also fight Bull Centaur Renders when they inevitably get spammed. And let's see, what else would we want in this starting army? We could get one Seeker to play the side point. We'll get 1 spear unit to hold the back objective, and then you could just kind of spend your money as you see fit. But a build like this would probably be very strong. Yeah. All right, so let's get that next game going, and we're all set. Outstanding. And let's get in there and see if we can find it. Where is that? Very good. Spec slot. So we need a spec slot, and then we'll cast this game. This will be a good one. Sergio was top leaderboard last season. Very, very strong player, hailing from the lands of Germany, if I'm not mistaken. And let's go ahead and refresh the list. And there we go. All right, let's do it. Yeah, Slaanesh is like, the bigger the map, the worse it is for Chaos Dwarfs. So that map is certainly pretty good for Chaos Dwarfs because it's kind of a smaller one. But like if you're on like a Black Ark or something like that, you can certainly cause a little bit of havoc. All right, so let's refresh that. And let's see if we could find that one. Did they remake the lobby? They might have. Sometimes it's a little bit funky. All right, we'll check on the, nope, that's the wrong one. That's this. And where are we at? Multiplayer battles. Okay. Well played to you, Pone. It was really fun casting your old matches today. It was a good time as always, man. You played really well. Yeah, Slaanesh is good. They're in a good spot now. They're fun. They're very fun. Coast is good. You know, Pone, if you learn to play the Sons of Sigmar, they're actually pretty good against the Chaos Dwarfs as well. All right, so let's go ahead and do this. So we have Grombrindle versus... Now, Nerexa, we'll call them Nerexa for today. That's the name they're playing with in game. Very good Wood Elf player. Very, very strong Wood Elf player. So if you guys are looking for like someone who's really, really solid at like kind of an off-meta faction, the Hardwood might be coming your way. Oh, yeah. Chaos Dwarves wreck regular Dwarves. Yeah, it's pretty bad. That matchup is cursed. Chaos Dwarves are definitely very strong. They're a little OP right now. They need the Bull Centaurs, Magmas, and Foghorn Leghorn need to be nerfed a little bit. If you nerf those elements, I think Chaos Dwarfs will be a properly balanced faction. Like it's just a couple things that need a little looking at, for sure. Those things are very, very, very strong. All right, let's see who's in the bottom of the pits right now. Zeech, man, the Empire's doing really bad. People, we need a true Son of Sigmar to come in and fix that win rate. Tauruks aren't bad. You know, I played a game against Anticity where he used double Tauruk against my what was I playing? I think I was playing Beastman, and they were actually pretty good. He did a really good job with them. So yeah, there's definitely some fun options. Skaven counter Chaos Dwarves, in my opinion. Even with all their overpowered units, it seems like it's not great. Yeah, it seems like it's not great. So Bleakspire Labor Camp. Not the best match for Chaos Dwarfs because Magma Cannons do struggle a little bit with line of sight here, but they still can shoot. It's not bad. Even still, it looks like we might have a Chaos Dwarf versus Beastman game. Let me go ahead and see if the players are actually picking their armies real quick. So let's check this. Go look here. Go look here. No way. Is that the actual Beastman army that we're going to be seeing? No way. That's some wild stuff right there, man. Well, okay, I suppose it's not bad. Okay, I think we legitimately have Beastmen versus Chaos Dwarfs. Which I am curious to see this matchup. I'm curious to see it. By the way, I don't know if you care, but Drazhoath is pronounced like Drazoth with a really soft H. Oh, okay. Got it. Good to know. How do you buff to Henowin? He's okay. I mean, he's not like that bad. His lore, I mean, it's, you know, if you want that lore magic, he's not a terrible choice. What faction is the most balanced with no really bad matchups? I mean, every faction has like a couple bad matchups that are not good for them. It's just the nature of the beast. With having this many factions in the game, it's just how it's going to be, right? It's how it's going to be. Maybe we rarely see Tauruks because Bull Centaur renders. Yeah, it's like, why would you want to bring a Tauruk when you can bring a Bull Centaur render, which is just way better? Right? That's certainly a very good point. That's certainly a very good point. All right. Let's see how this looks. I personally don't feel Slaanesh is weak, but I'm curious. I'm curious how they'll do. They're going to be one of the factions I play. I like Slaanesh a lot. I think Slaanesh is now more of a faction that requires a lot of micro and a lot of skill to play, whereas before they were just kind of mouth breathing because everything they had was better than yours. All right, let's go here. So yeah, we're looking on the brackets. Subutai is here. Roflin and Hadri's dueling it out. Medley and Outer Region. And then we're looking around here. So we're making our way towards the top. We're making our way up. Things are moving. Things are grooving. Everybody in the first round is done, which is good. Anticity versus Charix, probably a really fun series, I would imagine. We have Kark, our mighty Korean champion, the Dark Lord of the Vampire Counts. Manfred von Karsteiner. He's more of a Vlad guy. Where's Bobman? Bobman, of course, a very good Lizardman player. Ulrich Rahl versus Winterwind. Should be fun. Reginald Puggington, always a really fun player to watch. Very, very strong. Is back in business. Why does nobody... High Elves are played. I mean, okay, so let's see. So somebody in chat asks, why are High Elves never played? So let's go ahead and see if they're indeed not being played. So hold on. All right. So High Elves have actually been played. Well, they're one of the most played factions of the patch. 17 wins, 15 losses, 50% solid. How are they doing against Chaos Dwarves? They're 2-4. Chaos Dwarves certainly maybe have their number, but they're not like, if we're talking factions that aren't being played, Tzeentch. Tzeentch is 0-3. Chaos Demons have only been played twice in tournaments so far. Like these are factions that are not being played down here. Nurgle's not getting too much love. Interesting. I thought more people would be playing Nurgle after their buffs, but yeah, Nurgle's quite a bit better now. Oh, it's Empire versus Chaos Dwarves. Oh, Sigmar blessed his ravaged body. Yes. Yeah, no, Pone, Archeon is a beast, but High King Thorgrim does not mess around, man. He is a really tanky character with a ton of HP. You have to remember he had his peak gate guard under him too, which was giving him a lot of resilience. It was giving him a lot of resilience. We need to bring Falcon back. Falcon does. I think he likes traditional land battle more. Yeah, that's what he enjoys. Yeah, I don't know. The Empire always starts off bad, because I feel like people who don't really main them play them, and Empire is a hard to play faction. They're a faction that is very touchy, very micro intensive, and if you make any mistakes, you really get punished hard for it. So I think that's why they usually start off bad. But I actually personally feel the Empire is pretty okay against Chaos Dwarves. By Sigma, yes, they are. Empire players need to discover that Luminarchs are really good in the Chaos Dwarf matchup, but Chaos Dwarves can also bring a Deathstreak Rocket, and they can punish them. I'm gonna grab some water real quick, guys. I'll be right back. Hell yeah, it's go time, baby. Let's get this party started. Yeah, so Empire's a really unforgiving faction. Oh, it's Balthazar Gelt! Hell yeah, dude. Oh, versus double Death Freak. So look at that. Okay, the Chaos Dwarves. Oh, the mind games of this tech. So the Chaos Dwarves were expecting Mass Wagons and a Luminarch, okay? Because double Death Freak will annihilate a Luminarch. But then the Chad Empire, Serkia, comes in with Balthazar Gelt, a mass Mantide build, Handgunners, Hammer of the Witches, and Shadow Wizard, probably to cast Pit of Shades on the elite Chaos Dwarf infantry. Oh yeah, dude. This is pretty exciting stuff. The mind games are here. The mind games are here, ladies and gentlemen, as we load in. Balthazar Gelt is here. Probably just for the Staff of Alans, maybe. I'm not sure what spells he's going to have, considering there's a Shadowcaster as well, but yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. Balthazar Gelt does have the Winds of Magic regeneration item. Not reserves, but it does give you straight wins. So maybe he's just there to support the Shadowcaster. I'm not sure. Or he could have Searing Doom as well. We'll have to see. Yeah, I mean, Mantide is okay against Chaos Dwarves, especially Halberds. They have armor piercing, and they can fight Bull Centaurs very effectively. So yeah, welcome to Bleakspire Labor Camp, ladies and gentlemen. This map is so cool. I love the giant Dark Elf spires in the distance. The community-made maps are so much better than the ones in the game. I don't know how they could just look at these maps and just not it's such a win for them. It's literally just for CA. It's such a win. Anyways, loading in here. We got a little bit of time. How you guys all doing? Life treating you well? Welcome back to some smoking hot Total War Warhammer as we have a really fun day of competition. We've had some great matches. Inkari getting Last Samurai was pretty brutal earlier. I'm trying to think of other fun highlights. We had Pigtonia. A lot of cool moments on today's stream. Empire is always great. Empire against Chaos Dwarves, I feel that Empire has a lot of teeth there. You know, I played against some really strong players in the early beta, so the Spring Championship players with the Empire, and they were consistently relatively strong there. So, you know, I think there's some teeth. I just tried to fast forward the stream. You're way used to not catching him live? Yeah, I hear you on that. Ladies and gentlemen, we got double Death Shriekers. A good counter against wagons. Blazing Beards of Basharic. Blasting Charges are good against most things. Chaos Dwarf Warriors and some Laborers. That's going to be the build, backed up by some Infernal Guard Fireglaves. These guys are good against Empire because they, of course, can shoot down Empire Heavy Cavalry. If Empire tries to shut them down with Cavalry, they're going to be able to fight them off with their halberds. What they're weak against is magic. So Chaos Dwarves in general, they do not have the sturdiness of their Dowie cousins as it pertains to resisting magic. So they get punished pretty bad by like Pit of Shades and all that sort of stuff. Up in the sky, we have a Hashut caster, so he's got the Flames of Asgore and a Vial of Hashut. Oh, look at that. That imbues the 60% fire weakness. Okay. That's pretty fun. That's very fun. Now, for the Forces of Sigmar, it is going to be Balthazar Gelt with just being brought for the Arcane Conduit in the tree line. Interesting. So yeah, literally just Balthazar Gelt's just going to be like channeling magic in the back of the battle, which is kind of cool. Spearman, backed up by triple handgunner. We got some halberds as well. And where is the artillery? Hammer of the Witches going to be getting up on the high ground, probably sitting up on this hill right here and just overwatching this valley, which should be quite strong. And that is it. Let's get this party started. Sorry if I sound a little bit different today. I do have some horrible allergies. It's allergy season here, so I'm just trying to survive, Anakin. I'm too weak. I am too weak. Yeah, we'll do some more 2v2 soon. I don't know when. I do not know when, but it will happen in due time. So the battle is on. The Chaos Dwarves going to be moving up to the high ground. We do have the Blazing Beards of Basharic looking to head to the high ground point. So they'll be rolling all the way on up. Orc Laborers here, not a terrible choice. They, of course, have good armor piercing, so against Empire Heavy Cavalry, they can hold the side point pretty well. This is Ostland. Yeah, this is Ostland, if I'm not mistaken. It's really cool. It's if you wanted to do an Ostland kind of scheme, it looks like they're mostly black and white. They also have some red hues mixed in, if I'm not mistaken. Let's go and like look around. Yeah, it looks like it's mostly black and white on a lot of their units. But yeah, there is hues of red as well. But yeah, you would basically just use Pallid Witchflesh for the white. And or white scar highlighted by Pallid Witchflesh or vice versa, and then you could just use like some sort of a black contrast paint for the black. It'd look pretty good. No, there's no weird tactic with Gelt, really. He just has Arcane Conduit, so you're just getting, you know, free winds of magic. It's kind of a strange one. I haven't seen such witchcraft in quite some time. Now, low ground point's going to be taken by the Empire. We have Outriders. Look at that. Outriders with the long rifles. That's pretty cool. You don't see them getting used terribly often, but they are able to push back the Sorcerer Prophet of Hashut, who's not going to be having a good time. And you're about to see these Chaos Dwarf Warriors get wrecked pretty badly. Now, nice ambush. We do get the Infernal Guard Fireglaves in the tree line, returning the fire and melting those Outriders. Obviously, Outriders are super squishy. They don't want to be eating firepower like that. Infernal Guard Fireglaves pack a pretty serious punch of 35 missile strength, so very, very good. The Flames of Asgore going down. Let's see what kind of damage it ends up doing. Not bad. It does bring a handgunner down. It's an expensive spell. That costs like 18 winds of magic, though, so you're certainly paying for it. But now the handgunners of Sigmar, Steel Faith and Gunpowder, going to be shooting into the Infernal Guard Fireglaves, which is going to be turbo cost-effective, right? Up on the high ground, Deathreak rocket launchers just shooting their anti-infantry profile down, which is okay. It's not that much damage, but in general, handgunner units will trade very cost-effectively. Now, how good is the defense going to be of Nerexa? We see Hobo Goblins moving in on the flanks, a couple Halberds going to intercept them. Hammer of the Witches is going to be pushed, so we do see the Goblins trying to sneak past. Where are the Empire Knights? Where are the Cavalry? Every Empire player needs to bring those. We get Sterling's Revenge moving out, and Melkoth's Mystifying Miasma. Okay. This might be able to do it. As the Free Company Militia are going to get charged by the Hobo Goblins, but Free Company Militia are pretty good fighters, and they will be able to fight off Hobo Goblins. One of the Outriders of the Empire does get pushed back, and it looks like the Sorcerer Prophet able to move in and shut down the Silver Bullets. So far, some pretty nasty trading here in the middle as the Empire does own the 2 points. We see the Infernal Guard Fireglaves about to be compromised by the Spear units. So the Spearmen with shields will be able to jump on top of them and probably wear them down just through sheer attrition. Empire guns on the way up. Deathreak rockets not doing amazing damage against infantry. Their profiles aren't super solid against infantry. It's not useless by any stretch, but overall it's like, you know, not game breaking or anything. Hammer of the Witches is shooting at the Lord. So it looks like the Hammer of the Witches is trying to blast the Sorcerer Prophet, but he hasn't been hit quite yet. It looks like they might have just switched onto the Sorcerer Prophet, and is he going to get hit by the cannon? It looks like he does. He takes a little bit of damage. The Empire very comfortably holding the high ground, so they do have Objective 3 in their grips as the Deathstreak rocket launcher coming down and going after the Halberdiers. Looks like a little bit of a Vortex ability going to go down here. I'm not sure what, probably a Pit of Shades on the Infernal Guard. So these are elite Chaos Dwarf infantry. Some of the poor Sons of Sigmar are going to be sacrificed to the Shadows as well, but if it brings down the elite Infernal Guard, it's certainly going to be worth it. Sigmar will make sure they have a very comfortable afterlife, I'm sure. So on the side, handgunners shooting into the Sorcerer Prophet, who somehow endures the missiles quite well. He does have 25% missile resist, so homeboy is, got some durability. He probably does have the Infernal Engineering, which is, yeah, let's go ahead and find that. Yeah, it gives him 15% physical resist, which is quite nice. So here we do have him jumping down. Silver Bullet's going to be getting jumped by the Sorcerer Prophet. Objectives 2 and Objectives 1 or 3 going to be comfortably held by the Sons of Sigmar. And you can see the mind games of this Empire build working quite well, right? Like the Chaos Dwarfs basically came in with a super hard counter against wagons and against Luminarchs, and neither of those were brought, and they're really struggling to deal with the width of this Empire army. Fire, reload, fire! Sterling's Revenge shooting into the Sorcerer Prophet on his mighty Great Taurus here. So this is the expensive variant, but nonetheless, he's still taking a little bit of a pounding. Magma Cannons or Flame Cannons shooting up from the high ground, certainly wishing they had Magma Cannons. Magma Cannons here would be super good against this Empire army. It would be wrecking most of the handgunners and other pieces, but overall, it looks like the Empire's in a pretty commanding position. Grenade launchers are back. Yes, grenade launchers will be pretty good against Blazing Beards, but oh, they better run. Those blasting charges are going to be coming in. Oh, God, that's going to hurt. So yeah, those guys are just going to get absolutely melted. A lot of grenade launchers getting plowed by those. Certainly did not need to be in range of that, but the Blazing Beards Basharak are on the way down. As Grombrindle starts to press the high ground, now we see the Empire War Wagons being brought in. So the War Wagons are very good against Chaos Dwarfs, good armor piercing in general, but Chaos Dwarfs really struggling to deal with the numbers that the Sons of Sigmar are brought. They also have a lot of Halberds, which are good against the monsters. The Handgunners and Free Company Militia just putting powder down all over the battlefield. And now we have a healthy unit of Halberds with 105 models. Should be able to easily take down these Infernal Guard in sustained combat. They have good armor piercing, and Infernal Guard are a Halberd unit. They're not super effective at killing like mass hordes of troopers. You can see since we last looked, they've literally killed one model, and we've seen about 10 Infernal Guard go down just due to the sheer numbers of the Sigmarites. So it's a little bit tough, but honestly, guys, it looks like the Empire probably is going to be taking this one. We see a little bit of housekeeping going down, a lot of pistols, a lot of guns, a lot of shooting. Not too much faith in this build, but certainly a lot of steel and gunpowder as we see the Halberds and the Outriders continuing to pressure into the Sorcerer Prophet here. Big value lead for the Empire as well, 5.9 to 3.8. Chaos Dwarves, this is the thing. If you do a really skew build like this, like a really skewed build where like your entire build is designed to counter one playstyle, this is the risk you run of having extreme inefficiencies against other playstyles, right? Chaos Dwarves do not have any objectives at the moment. I think, no, they do have the high ground objective still. We see the Grey Wizard moving up, Empire Heavy Cav going to be coming in, and the Empire Knight should be able to run down these Orc Laborers as we have Free Company Militia hustling up to the high ground point. Deathstreak Rockets finally have the wagons to shoot. And look at this, guys. Look how good the Deathstreaks are against War Wagons. Like a couple shots, and these War Wagons are getting eviscerated, like losing tons of models and going down very quickly. And, that has been some of the meta of some of the earlier games we've seen. And the pre-testing with the World Championship players was that War Wagons are very meta here. But, obviously that's one of the strengths of, kind of throwing a wrench in the old meta and mixing things up, man. It can do quite well for you. Hobo Goblins going to be battling against Free Company Militia, but Free Company Militia, supported by the Shadow Wizard, a.k.a. Old Gandalf here, should be able to win the fight. We do see the Sorcerer Prophet. He's coming in to help at only 1,000 HP, and the Empire Heavy Cav has now arrived as more Spearmen going to be called in from the reserves. And here comes the Lancers of Sigmar. The Hobo Goblins going to be pushed back, and I would imagine that the Bale Taurus... Oh, by the way, this guy has healing. A lot of people forget this, but he does have the Chalice of Blood and Darkness, which is pretty crazy. So if a caster casts spells near him, he actually heals. So when that Melkoth went down, it just healed the Sorcerer Prophet up. It's actually a really good item. It's something that people aren't used to playing against yet. It's very strange. So now we finally get Magma Cannons coming out, which is the answer against this Empire army, which is just like Man-Tide. But is it too little too late? Currently, the Empire has a rock-hard triple cap. Deathstreak rocket launchers doing some okay damage against some of these units. We see some Hobo Goblins moving in from the high ground, some Hobgoblin Sneaky Gits, which would, of course, defeat a Spear unit, but even still, it's not super cost-effective. They're probably going to get run down by any number of Cav units and whatnot. So, Hammer the Witches, trying to get in range to shoot at the Lord, it would appear. So it looks like Nerexa is going to be switching the Hammer the Witches up onto the Sorcerer Prophet up on the high ground. Sorcerer Prophet is going to be going after Gandalf here, and the Chaos Dwarves are starting to pull the value back a little bit. It looks like the big Sorcerer Prophet and the War Wagon's getting killed. Oh, the Death Shriek with the steel chair on the Grey Wizard. Could the Chaos Dwarfs pull this game back? They have gotten the value back. Really, really good scrapping here by Grombrindle. He's certainly been doing great. Breath attack, but yeah, shots right in the face. And the cannons of the Hammer of the Witches also shooting downtown at the Sorcerer Prophet here. So now that the Magma Cannons come in, could this be somewhat of a comeback opportunity? I don't think so. It feels as if the Chaos Dwarfs are going to be struggling to field enough infantry to take the battlefield again, right? You know, they had a lot in the beginning. They kind of got trashed a little bit, and they were very elite, so losing those is tough to resummon. Here we do see the Hobgoblin Sneaky Gits being taken down by the Wagons of Sigmar, so here they go. Running over some of those foul Sneaky Gits, and up on the high ground, we see Gandalf trying to hold the point. Some brave spearmen doing quite well. Hammer of the Witches has healing. Dude, this guy's been healing capped, man. The Sorcerer Prophets with that healing ability, really, really good. And it looks like Gandalf's going to be in a little bit of trouble here as he does get hunted by the Sorcerer Prophet. I really like these characters, man. That healing is super underrated, especially when you're on a big, powerful character like a Bale Torch, right? So it looks like the Empire has summoned in another cannon. So we do have a basic cannon here in the backfield, which is going to be shooting up at the Lord, who is shaken. Empire Knights with a little bit of a desperate charge, trying to shut down the Sorcerer Prophet, who is actually wavering. Hammer of the Witches is still putting some line of sight fire onto him. And now we get some Infernal Guard moving in. But the Infernal Guard are still going to be facing, you know, silver bullets, grenade launchers, Sterling's Revenge, all of which have a good armor piercing. So even though they're all very beat up, they still have some good stopping power. And they probably will be able to shoot into the Magma Cannons, just being OP as usual. Basically, you know, taking half the health off a Halberd unit with one shot, which is pretty insane. And yeah, Infernal Guard going to try and get up on the point, but I don't think they're going to last terribly long. In the backfield, we do have some Hobo Goblins, but we do see Nerexa moving in with the Empire War Wagons to try and run over the Hobgoblins. And yeah, they can be used as chariots as well. Hobgoblins have awful leadership. Their beast leadership is 40, which means like if a stiff breeze looks at them wrong, they're gonna be running for the hills, right? So the Sorcerer Prophet has an item that when a wizard nearby casts a spell, it heals him. So it's quite good. He was basically appears to have just been following around the Grey Wizard, but here we do see the Empire Knights cleaning up the Orc Laborers, and I don't think the Chaos Dwarves are going to have enough time, even though the Chaos Dwarves have pulled the value. Chaos Dwarves are actually ahead on value a little bit, but the Death Shriek rocket launchers don't really have a lot of presence on the battlefield. They're going to be unsummoned, which will give the Chaos Dwarves a little bit of time to mobilize a force, but ultimately, I don't think the Chaos Dowie are going to have enough time. The Empire has been able to kind of hold them back for too long. Empire Knights are still here. Is that going to be a Flames of Asgoro timing? It could be. That's kind of an interesting one. Might do a little bit of damage here as the flames do go down. The Volcano of Doom, and yeah, we'll do a little bit of damage against these Empire Knights. Oh, it actually did a lot. Wow. Decent against heavy cavalry, it would seem. So, Infernal Guard move in. Pit of Shades attempt. So that was a Pit of Shades attempt from the Sons of Sigmar. Chaos Dwarves are moving in from all directions. Could I be wrong? Do the Chaos Dwarves have time to get in here? Empire will be able to hold, I'm sure, with some heavy cavalry. But yeah, this is going to get a little bit precarious for our old Sons of Sigmar, as we do see Hobgoblins, and it's easy to forget that they're not dwarves, right? The Chaos Dwarves, you know, do have a lot of mobility and fast units that can get on the points a little bit quicker, right? So in the back, we do see the Hammer of the Witches getting compromised here. That is going to be a big, big loss, losing that expensive cannon. Empire desperately trying to hold on to this point. And what is the summons going to be for Nerexa? Probably just going to be a Mantide. Yeah, so we see handgunners, spearmen coming out, this cannon up on the high ground, blasting in against the Hobo Goblins, which are going to be forced to battle some spears. And Magma Cannon, I think, is the only artillery piece. We see some more Chaos Dwarf Warriors on their way, but if this battle were to go a long time, I think Chaos Dwarves could bring it back. The fact that that character for the Chaos Dwarves was able to heal so effectively is certainly a big problem. Hobo Goblins getting back here is a big pick, though. That's really, really nice, as the Hammer of the Witches does go down there. Free Company Militia going to be moving up to try and push those guys off, as the Hobo Goblins do move in to attack the grenade launchers. So really, really good late game micro here by Grombrindle. You know, he was playing from behind super hard, but even still, he's going like a champ. And I would have liked to have actually seen a Luminarch in this Empire army, like a single Luminarch to bring out in the late game, because Luminarchs basically just annihilate Chaos Dwarf artillery. Like, it's just a brutal bully beatdown. Free Company Militia up here, pretty good choice. They have good enough combat stats to fight Hobo Goblins, and we do have handgunners coming in too, which is kind of cool. Fire reload fires. They shoot into the faces of the elite Infernal Guard. The Infernal Guard do have silver shields, so they're not defenseless against this type of play. The objective still in the hands of the Empires. The Magma Cannon just absolutely brutal pounding here on the Spearmen. But the Empire valiantly holds, and Sigmar endures. GG, well played. Ostland and the Empire gets the W, baby. Gets the W. I love it, man. See, the Empire can get the job done. No Bull Centaur renders, which is weird. I don't know why we didn't see more of those. I feel like they're really good against the Empire. Granted, the Empire build was all spears and halberds, so perhaps the Bull Centaur render tech was, you know, not super happy there. But yeah, double Death Streak is designed to counter wagons, which weren't there. It gave the Empire a huge advantage early, but once the Magma Cannon came out, it was able to really just cause a ton of havoc, in conjunction with some good backfield diving with Hobo Goblins on the Hammer of the Witches. Sorcerer Prophet being a raid boss was very good as well. And yeah, I like the builds on both players. Cool builds. It was certainly a fun match. So that is going to be game one going to Norexia here as we prepare for our next match. GG well played. GG well played. Sigmar bless this ravaged body. They have done it once again. GG. All right. So let's go ahead, take a look at the brackets today and see if there's any issues. It doesn't look like it. Looks like it's a very smooth event. Players are doing well. Let's refresh the stats. Although I don't know. Well, maybe we'll take a look at the stats after the event is over. We'll take a little bit of a look here. Chaos Dwarf sitting at 60% win rate and going to be 59% after that loss to the Empire. Yeah, certainly something. Look at that, though, guys. A little bit of a fun one. If you look, Kislev is sitting at a 50% win rate. So Kislev, how are they doing against Chaos Dwarves? They should be pretty good there, right? In my experience. Yeah, it's close. But look at this, guys. Kislev. Kislev is almost 50%. I love it. The changes were good. Although it's not a ton of games, but yeah, that's really exciting to see. I love seeing Kislev at 50%. That is super, super solid. All right. Awesome. Awesome. This patch is so much better already. Even with Chaos Dwarves being a little bit overtuned, it's still very fun. Still very fun. Zeech fans on life support. Yeah, Zeech is going to be bad this patch too. Zeech is still bad, unfortunately. Is anyone at the blessed number? Last night, a couple nights ago, we had the high elves at 69%, but nobody's at the blessed number. Like, some people in chat were speculating that Chaos Dwarves are going to be as overpowered as Slaanesh was in the previous patch. Well, could be possible, but Slaanesh had an 82% win rate. So when we see Chaos Dwarves go up over 80%, then I will agree with you. Until then, we'll have to see. I personally think Chaos Dwarves might settle around like 65, 70%, which is very strong. It's definitely way too strong. But Slaanesh was next level in previous patches. Ulrika's good, but honestly, guys, Ulrika isn't the only way. You can use a Blizzard caster and use the Blizzard spell, and it pretty much does the same thing as Pit of Shades. And she's also cheaper than Ulrika, so... Ogres, okay, so Ogres definitely got buffed because one of the big natural predators to the Ogre Kingdoms was Hellstriders of Slaanesh on Warriors of Chaos, on Slaanesh. So now that Hellstriders aren't going to be as oppressive in the meta, Ogres are certainly going to be enjoying themselves. So yeah, Ogres are great. I'm glad to see Ogres doing well. It's very exciting. We're way too early though. We need like several weeks of data before we can draw solid conclusions. Or many more tournaments. It doesn't have to be a couple weeks necessarily, but as long as we keep having a lot of tournaments, then, everyone says Zeech is bad. Maybe they're just beyond your comprehension. You see, there you go. Maybe I guess they don't need buffs. We'll just leave them beyond our comprehension. Yes. Solo and I are responsible for 17 of those Kislev games. I honestly think Kislev's not bad now, guys. I mean, they have their bad matchups, but all those little micro buffs they got is pretty good. It's pretty good. Like their basic infantry are better. Obviously, they have some good tools against Chaos Dwarves with little Groms, being able to outduel all the Chaos Dwarf artillery. So, yeah, there's some fun stuff, man. Beastmen, I think, are doing okay. Let's take a look. Beastmen are sitting at, 2 little games to draw a conclusion. They're like basically 50%. So, yeah, basically that. All right, so let's go see how we're looking on the brackets while players do their picks and bans for the next game. I'm sure they'll be switching over to the next map as well. And we'll keep this day rolling. You won't stop calling them hobo goblins, so now I have to make a mod so that their weapons are little backs tied to sticks. Yeah, that would be good, yeah. Yeah, and it's perfect, because then they can ride on the Chaos Dwarf trains, too. All right, so where are we at? All right. Pretty crazy. The hobo goblins of doom. You know that like old school kind of thing where these hobos would like ride around on trains across the United States and stuff. My grandpa on my mom's side actually did that. Not my grandpa, but my great grandpa. After he fought in World War II, he came back and had a rough time coming back. And he used to travel about by train and play music and do all sorts of stuff. Crazy times. So refreshing just to see what kind of progress we got. Yeah, Lizardmen, I think, are having a hard time with Chaos Dwarves, and a lot of people, I think, are picking them into Chaos. I'm sure they'll come back up. I'm sure they'll come back up. Yeah, they'll be back. They'll be back. So what else counters? I don't think Empire counters Chaos Dwarves. I think it's like an even matchup. So Chaos Dwarfs seem to be struggling against Skaven. I think Ogres are okay against them, but it's hard to say. I think really the only, like, I don't know. It's too early to say, guys. I think Vampire Coast is actually good against Chaos Dwarfs too, in the hands of the right players and the right map. I think that's something that can happen. Yeah. So we'll see. We will see. Oh man, dude, I got some wild stories of my great grandpa. Yeah, so he fought in World War II. He was in the army. Although, yeah, I don't know. I'll save some of those. I'm gonna be creating a podcast eventually that's just like not related. I mean, we'll still talk about Warhammer, but it's gonna be just like random stuff. It's more fun. It'll be a separate channel and everything. But I'll save those stories, dude. He's got some crazy life stories. Like all of all those guys. Yeah, they got some crazy stuff. Yeah, Evan Sherman says, fun fact, hobos weren't necessarily unemployed. They just moved around and picked up work. Yeah. Who does Skaven struggle? Skaven definitely get wrecked by Ogre Kingdoms. Ogre Kingdoms are probably, I think, one of the hardest counters to Skaven. I also find that Skaven struggle against Beastmen. But yeah, like every faction more or less has a couple weaknesses at least, even the most top tier ones. Yeah. Oh, you hear those old bones cracking? Wood Elves versus Kislev. Our mighty Polish player going to be playing his people. He's going to be playing the Kislevites, as Nerexa is going to be playing the Wood Elves. So we got Wood Elves versus Kislev. This used to be a horrific matchup for Wood Elves, but Nerexa is probably the strongest Wood Elf player we have in the community right now. So I think that they'll probably have an adequate answer for the Turin cinematic unit. Dude, no, it's not going to be the Dreaded Haggard podcast. It's going to be like a separate thing. Yeah, I don't know what we'll call it. The Dreaded Haggard podcast is just for Warhammer and RTS and stuff. Slaanesh is fine now. Slaanesh is balanced. They win, they lose. Like honestly, I love playing Slaanesh right now. They feel very fun to play. What is their win rate sitting at? Yeah, they don't have too many games being played, so yeah. Too early to tell. Too early to tell. But yeah, Kislev, I think, is favored versus Wood Elves. I think the heavy cavalry is, like, winged lancers are really good here. Also, armored Kossars getting a buff, to 40 melee defense is really nice. Ulrika, I don't know if I'd use Ulrika here. I would probably just use, like some sort of an ice witch, I think would be more cost effective. You don't really need well, Anticity, I'm talking about domination. Charix is most certainly probably a stronger Wood Elf player in land battle, but in terms of domination, Nerexa probably has more reps because Charix didn't play a lot of domination last season at all. So I'm talking mainly in the scope of domination mode. Yeah. Yeah, Charix is really strong in land battle. Really, really strong. All right. It's so cool to see like the leaderboard evolving, like we see some folks who, weren't at the top last season starting to like contend for these positions. It's really, really fun to see that. I'm loving it. Look at these epic Bretonnian Knights by, we also have some new miniatures uploaded on the website too. Look at that. The Glade Lord by Drew. That's a pretty cool model. What else have we got? Yeah, some Chaos Warriors by Ashariah. Chaos Knights. Oh my god, they're so cool. I can't wait to see those in the old world. There's going to be like adapters where you can just put them on a movement tray and they'll be ready to go for old world too. So don't worry too much. Oh, Raponce by Jay Phoenix. That's so cool. That's so cool. Oh, I love it. It's a big dragon from Age of Sigmar. I really like this dragon reminds me of like going to laser tag arenas in the 1990s. You remember the spray paint they would have on the walls of those places? Yeah. King Priest. Some more Bretonnian Knights by Jay Phoenix. These knights ready to go for the old world. I love it. Awesome. An ogre, Corn Ogre by McIver. So McIver, the gentleman, shout out to you. He is going to be painting our Dark Elf army for the tabletop channel. We're going to hire him to paint them. So he's a really, really good painter. This is Ogre Tyrant here. So yeah, we got an Archer, Be'lakor, the Dark Prince. You just need to join our Discord and upload your miniatures to the art section, and then tag Jay Phoenix is going to be in charge of handling that. And several of the other mods can help you too. Let's see what else we got. An Orc Commando, yeah, it's really nice. Yeah, Rapunzel's model is old school. It's really old school. Yeah, I got some Branch Wraiths. a Skaven Blood Bowl player. Jay Phoenix is a really talented player. She's really talented. And then we have Bretonnian Knights. Yeah, again. So we update those regularly. We upload community miniatures. So if you guys do those. Oh my god, the space murals and roller. Yeah, I know. Are you gonna rework the bounties? Yeah, I'm coming up with bounties. Yes. So we will have all the sweet bounties for you. We're gonna have a Dreadquake bounty where it has to be pulled by the train. That's for sure gonna be one. We're gonna do a bounty where a Hobgoblin only army. Of course, your Lord can be a non-Hobgoblin, but everything else has to be like Goblin or Labor units. Heresy, that was 40k. It was, yeah. Which faction needs the biggest update? Dwarves are actually pretty good in multiplayer, but like, yeah, like giving dwarves some new stuff would be cool. I think that Tzeentch is like really weak and needs some milk as well. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Just actually whacked my mic. Sorry about that. So we're on the Proving Grounds. A really cool map. I like this one a lot. It has this like kind of dusk shroud over it. Some nice chaos shrines on the side. So shout out to all of our lovely map makers. I'm going to be hosting another map making contest soon. I'm gonna try and work something out with Creative Assembly. What I want to do is have them be the map. Like I'll work with them to host the map making contest, and we can add some of the old the Total Tavern map packs, and then like the new map making maps for that contest can be added to the game as like the prize, like the winners, like the top 3. That's what I really want to work on. So you know, once CA is able to breathe a little bit after the patch, I'm going to approach them about that and see if the next map making contest can be done with CA. So Streltsy are good. Streltsy are way better now. They had a weird bug where they didn't fight effectively in melee because of their splash attack values, but now Streltsy are much better. They're much better. Do you manage the site and all the tournaments by yourself? So I manage the website, the website I created with my developer Paul. Shout out to you, Paul. But there's other tournament hosts as well who host on the website. So I do like oversee it and whatnot, and I host my own events on there, and I do all the back end stuff like adding new factions and the stat management and seasons and stuff. But we have tons of amazing hosts who host the various tournaments. So our hosting community for Domination is really good. So yeah, we got a great community of people who do that. So I think a Hobgoblin only army would be hard. Yeah, we could say you could bring, for the Hobgoblin only army, you can bring like some artillery too. So you could do like Hobgoblins and magma cannons and stuff. But yeah, it would be really hard to win with just the archers and the chaff units and stuff. Because it'd have to be in the semifinals of your tournament. Yeah. Stealthy are a super cool unit. So game 2 between these two mighty champions as we progress. I believe, let's see how we're looking on everything here. Let's see how we're looking. Yeah, so we're making our way. The great Anticity has claimed victory here. Anticity with a 2-0 victory over Charitz. Nice, Anticity. Well played to you, brother. And he's waiting in the round of 8. Nobody else is in round of 8 quite yet. Looking down here. Yeah, we're getting close. We're certainly getting close. Progress is being made. Shout out to all the players. Really fun matches today. It's good to have like a best of 3 tournament every now and then. We have a lot of single faction tournaments, which are really fun, certainly more casual, but having like a big sweaty best of 3 to get some good data and get those like long grinding games in, I think is quite good. Is the community, yeah, I mean, obviously there's people who prefer land battle, there's people who prefer Dom, and good on all of them. People play what you want. It's great we have both of them. You know, they're both great formats, and it just depends on your preference, like what kind of things you like. What faction was Anticity playing? I don't know. You'd have to ask him. Because it's best of 3, so I would imagine he played some Chaos Dwarfs today. I would imagine. So, a super wide Kislev army for Grombrindle. Oh my god. He's got the newly buffed Kossars. These guys are rocking 40 melee defense now. So they got +4 melee defense, which is big, and +2 melee attack. Really nice. So, yeah. And their pistols are also quite good against Wood Elves. Backed up by a Streltsy battle line, Kossars with spears. We have Tsarina Katarine in the bushes on her bear. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Grombrindle is definitely a fun player, man. He's really fun. Heart of Winter, Icebane's Kiss, and yeah, also the Crystal Cloak, which does give ward save when she's casting. It's quite nice. More Streltsy on the far side and more Kossars. So, Anticity says, 1 as Slaanesh, Bretonnia, Kislev, and Chaos Dwarfs. Hell yeah, dude. Great range of factions. Great range of factions. Now, on the other side, ladies and gentlemen, we do have the great Nerexa. Nerexa going to be coming in with an Eternal Guard build with Glade Guard Starfire Shafts, which should counter Streltsy pretty effectively. We have a Glade Lord with the play of Pravenoth Rema and great Stag Knights in the tree line. Oh, this is exciting. Love me some great Stag Knights. They do quite well against armor for sure. 69 weapon strength, the blessed number. That's what she said. They're ready to go. Let's see him pounce out. Let's see him have some fun. And the battle, ladies and gentlemen, is on. Yeah, the stats for Armored Kossar is way better. I don't believe they had a cost increase with them. I think they just got like a baseline buff. So that's really, really nice. And we love seeing Tsarina Katarine in here for sure. Ice Maiden's Kiss is a really good spell to spam here. Just the cheap wind spell. It lacks armor piercing, but against like Eternal Guard lines that are really tightly packed, like she's going to be a super solid choice. As long as she doesn't get caught by like a Prey of Anathrema and just netted and shot down, like it should be pretty good. So yeah, Kislev going to be opening up with a a pretty balanced build. Has some some infantry, some ranged archers, Caster Lord. I would imagine we'll be seeing the cavalry being summoned out soon. We do see a Little Grom. Okay, interesting. Little Grom is okay against Wood Elves, I suppose. Any sort of artillery that's hard to shut down isn't bad. If the Wood Elves come out with cavalry, it could be good. But the problem with Little Grom on this map has a lot of issues with line of sight for artillery, like tree line here. So you basically have to like park here is your best bet maybe, and then you can shoot here and here. But the problem with parking there is that, you're in archer range. So it's a tricky map for artillery, but Grombrindle is going to try and make it work. If this were a big map like Black Ark, I'd be like, oh, hell yeah, Little Grom's a great choice here. But obviously this is a little bit different. So some Streltsy going to be moving around. Looks like they're going to be trying to take the high ground. As now we see the Archer Fire moving in. And the Kislevites are just going to have to eat this like champs. They don't really have too much counterattack against this. They have less range. Obviously Wood Elves should have better range than Kislev. That would be absurd if Kislev could match their range. Armored Kossars setting up. And on the side, we do have Tsarina Katarine moving up to drop a fat Wind Blast effect. I would guess we're going to probably see that cast going down in just a second. So here it comes. Ice Maiden's Kiss any second now. Kislev going to be taking control of the objective. Katarine better be careful. There it is. Yeah, and you'll see this will do a lot of damage. Oh, big cast right there. Brutal. Nice one by Katarine. And over here in the middle, we do see the Armored Kossars. They got their pistols out, and they're actually screening the archers with their pistols whilst they take the objective, which is quite nice. Little Grom is moving up to get that like good coverage. So if it sits here, it's going to be able to get all three objectives. And Katarine just wrecks one of the Glade Guard. And what's going to be really good now is Katarine has Streltsy support. So the Streltsy putting a lot of firepower into the Great Stag Knights, and she probably also is going to be using a Heart of Winter, I would guess. Griffin Legion coming into the back. Pit of Shades going down. Really, really good cast by the Hardwood. It is going to be hitting the Kossars with spears while the Streltsy get massacred by the archer units. We have the two Armored Kossars with their, I believe, silver shields. Yeah, holding relatively well, but Internal Guard are on their way up. Katarine is in a duel of fates here, and it looks like the Great Stag Knights have piled in to fight the Streltsy, and they are going to be getting caught in a Heart of Winter, which could do some big damage if they decide to stay put. Man, look how big those stags are. Those things are serious. But yeah, Stag Knights getting frostbitten, slowed by the Heart of Winter. Their speed is currently 40, and they're taking a bit of damage as the Griffin Legion's going to be pulling back here, hit by a Melkos. I would imagine the Griffin Legion will be countercharging now. So the Griffin Legion going to be pushing into the Great Stag Knights, and against the light armor, it should perform adequately well. Now, looking at the trading, it's pretty even at this point. We do see 2.2 for Grombrindle against 2,000 here for Nerexa, as the Kislevite pistols do shoot into the Eternal Guard and some of the archers here in the backfield. But more and more armored Kislevites are on the way up. We have Kossars and more Streltsy that are going to be moving in to support the middle objective. Now we have this big brawl up on the high ground, which is certainly a duel of fates. However, the Wood Elves do have the advantage of having Eternal Guard here, which will outtrade all of the Kislevite cavalry. Streltsy obviously don't want to be fighting the armor-piercing Eternal Guard as well. But we do see a Snow Leopard going for a little bit of a gooning attempt. So we see the Kislevite Snow Leopard going after the Glade Lord of the Wood Elves. Its anti-large attack should be pretty solid here against the Stag character, but the Eternal Guard really, really are the difference maker, and that's one of the reasons why the balance of power is starting to shift here. And oh my god, what is this? Is it Zotes? Oh, the dreaded Enigmas of Giron are here. Oh my god, we're seeing Zotes. I can't believe it. I mean, in theory, Zotes should be quite good against cavalry, right? Against the Kislev cavalry. Little Grom up in the high ground does blast its cannon shot here, and it looks like Kislev is going to be losing this position. Looks like Katarine's going to be trying to slip through. We do see some cavalry, some Kossovite dervishes going to do battle and chase off those Stag Knights, but the Enigmas of Giron should be able to move in and push them down for sure. Now in the back, we have a lot of the Glade Guard Starfire Shafts nuking into the Streltsy right here. More and more firepower coming in from the Glade Guard. Kislev valiantly holding on to the point, but we see Nerexa starting to pull the value lead in the game. This whole battle up on the high ground was very catastrophic for Kislev. They didn't really have the proper support. Kossovite dervishes occupying the Enigmas of Giron, actually doing some decent damage. And Tsarina Katarine trying to fight the archers while more cavalry do come in to support. She's currently sitting at a little bit of HP, 1800, not too much. Maybe going to be trying to move in here to get some fat, Ice Maiden's Kisses, maybe Hearts of Winter. But now the Wood Elves going to be calling in Blade Singers. Oh, hell yeah. Blade Singers are so cool. And yeah, they'll butcher the Kislev infantry here. I mean, yeah, they'll take a little bit of damage, but overall, Blade Singers are a terrifying unit. So here they go. They're going to be tumbling in here, and these Armored Kossars are not going to know what hit them. That is going to be an absolute massacre. You can see the Kislev infantry just buckling under the pressure of that Wood Elf charge. And the middle objective looks like it's going to be flipping. Now, looking at the value, we see Nerexa 7.4 to 4.7. Considerable lead. Zareen Katarine gets hit with the net, so she gets locked down. And the Enigmas of Giron take down the Ice Queen. Man, look at that. The Wrath of Nature. Certainly quite a bit of fun. So Enigmas of Giron getting that hammer. I would imagine Grombrindle will probably tap out now. That's a 3,000 value deficit. His infantry are being countered pretty heavily here in the middle. We do see the Blade Singers, of course, grinding through the Armored Kossars pretty effectively. Kislev did also lose Little Grom. I feel as if there was many weird choices. Like Streltsy and Little Grom in this matchup both feel bad. Little Grom, maybe if it's like a big map, but here it doesn't feel so good. We do see sleds coming in, so it's going to be some Light War sleds. Not a bad choice. They can, of course, run over infantry, but the Enigmas of Giron are going to be able to handle those pretty easily. And that's going to be GG. I mean, the entire Kislev army is starting to fold up. But yeah, like the Streltsy and the Little Grom felt like weird picks. Yeah, it's just a little bit strange. Katarine's, of course, not a bad choice. But yeah, Light War sleds here. Going to get chased down by the Enigmas of Giron. On the far side, we do see Kislev scrapping over this objective pretty well. They do get their Snow Leopard and some Kossovite Dervishes who might be able to kind of wrestle that point. And yeah, Great Stag Knights are coming out, though, now that there is a bit of a value lead, 9,000 to 5.5. We are going to be seeing Nerexa probably start to take over the game, considering they're just going to have way more on the battlefield as the Great Stag Knights do chase back the Kislev Dervishes. And yeah, that objective is going to stay for Wood Elves. This one is for Wood Elves, and it's only a matter of time before the Wood Elf army makes its way over to objective number 1 and is able to get this. And it's not a situation that Grombrindle can like win with just 1 point. They're still low enough in terms of score that it's going to be a hard one. And normally this was considered in previous seasons to be Kislev favored for sure. Not like super hardcore, like Wood Elves could still win it. But even still, just showing how good of a Wood Elf player here Nerexa is, as the Blade Singer is going to be running across. This one Blade Singer unit, 89 models, probably going to be able to take down all the Kislevites on this objective alone. 116 kills. They also have a little bit of stag support, so looking at 695. Oh, and that Pit of Shades is going to be so good. It's going to nail both these units. Oh, that's money right there. Oh, wow. Great cast. And the Blade Singer is going to be coming in, avoiding the Pit of Shades. But they are ready to go as the Enigmas of Giron run into the pit, not caring for anything here. Just moving in Pound Town time. And they do dampen the magic resist, which is kind of a cool combo. Man, that Pit of Shades and the Enigmas of Giron moving in. Brutal stuff. Kislev does manage to wrestle the side objective for now, I think. They might be able to flip it. The Great Stag Knights will trade quite well into the Winged Lancers. Archer's going to be partially compromised. So nice scrapping here by Grombrindle, for sure. Very, very nice scrapping as those cavalry do move into the side, going after the Glade Guard. And yeah, this battle is on, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed on. Armored Kossars here broken. This objective going to be flipping as some Dryads come in for the capture weight. Wood Elves do manage to hold the side objective. Grombrindle pretty much out of this game. And it looks like Nerexa, a.k.a. Serkia, is going to be closing out the series too well. Don't see any ways back. Really, really fun games. Cool builds on both sides. You know, we got to see some cool units. We got to see some new meta in action. And the Enigmas of Giron being used is always really, really fun to see. Blade Singer's also a badass unit. Very weak to bowfire, very weak to shot cavalry. But if they can avoid those two things, they will butcher most of the threats that they're going to fight. Obviously, a lot of Total War players aren't used to, you know, leaving games early. It's something that, you know, other RTS players are used to, but this game is over. If I were Grombrindle, I'd probably just leave at this point. There's no chances. You're down by 5,000 value, and the Wood Elves have healing, so it's not good. But we can look at some cool cinematic shots while we wait. So Enigmas of Giron, absolute pound town, Kossovite Dervishes, not terrible against them. But yeah, the Enigma is going to be casting Shield of Thorns on themselves, it looks like, or Flesh to Stone. 60% physical resist. That's actually quite good. I mean, being able to give yourself a regrowth and a physical resist? Could the Enigmas of Giron be... yeah, could they be a good choice? Could it be something that we have been overlooking? I don't know. Do you think they should increase the range unit limit due to the... Yeah, the range unit limit for Kislev is really weird. I feel like some of the hybrid units, like the Armored Kossars, shouldn't count towards it. But overall, I think Kislev is going to be in a good shape this season. I just think this game, the Kislev build was very suboptimal. It was very suboptimal. There's a lot of things that just aren't that good against Wood Elves that were brought, and we saw that kind of reflected here, in my humble opinion. Armored Kossars trying to fight, but Blade Singer's obviously going to be giving them the dirty. And not really too much more to commentate on this game. I don't know why Kislev hasn't left. They quite literally have one Armored Kossar on the battlefield against like a full Wood Elf army. It's been a pretty thorough tabling here, as the value difference is only going to get worse as more and more Kislev units are going to be picked apart, and Grombrindle is basically just on death's bed. Yeah, those Zotes are pretty cool, man. Why does nobody seem to use Boris or Kostaltyn? You know, they're both okay choices. I think, like, I like the idea of using Boris on foot against Chaos Dwarfs, because he's, you know, you can fight Bull Centaurs relatively well there. Kostaltyn's not bad either. I just think the cheap Ice Witches are really nice because they come with the summon ability, so you can summon like a Snow Leopard, which is really, really useful, and they only cost 1,000 gold, which allow you to go a little bit wider. So yeah, there's a lot of fun stuff. Zargard are good in this matchup. You just got to watch out for Pit of Shades. I honestly think the new Armored Kossars with their buffs are probably the best choice as your mainline trooper. I think you need more cavalry swarming and like alpha strikes on flanks to try and get into the Wood Elf backline. You know, we saw that earlier with Professor Pone shutting down the Wood Elf backline. Brutal stuff, man. Pravenoth Rama snares down the Winged Lancers, and then the Enigma of Giron. They move out of the trees, which is pretty cool. 14 of 16 models still, and look how quickly they take these Winged Lancers to Pound Town. Yeah, Grombrindle didn't hear no bell, that's for sure. But yeah, no, this game's over. I don't know why he hasn't left yet. Totally, very, very strange stuff. Yeah, they're not casters, they have bound spells. So there's a couple units, if you guys are a little bit newer to this game, these like special unit types, they have bound spells on them, which is really cool. Sisters of Thorn, you know, Slaanesha's Harvesters, Doomfire Warlocks, like all those guys, they got some stuff. They got some stuff. Yeah, Ice Witches are great. Ice Witches are pretty good. And you know, Lore of Ice and Lore of Tempest aren't like as ubiquitously good as some other Lores of Magic, but they do have their homes. And that's going to be GG. Grombrindle taps out, ladies and gentlemen. 2-0 victory for Nerexa. We're having pretty good rapid-fire games today, to be honest. Like, really, really good stuff. Pone says he needs more Boar Boys. Yes. Yeah, more cavalry for sure. Little Grom was not a good choice. It was not a good choice. Neither were Streltsy. Streltsy, like, you don't need armor piercing against Wood Elves. Even if they go with Treekin, you can just blast them with your pistols and, like, you know, some of your other stuff. Maybe bring, like, one Streltsy as a tech or something. But, yeah, overall, a very suboptimal build, which was fun to watch still, mind you. Nerexa's build, pretty finely tuned there. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be GG there in that series. That is a 2-0 victory. And let us see who we are going to be casting next. I'm going to refresh, take a look here, see what's going on. And I would imagine some matches still to be unfolded. Yes, yes. So I believe that's still going. So we might have a little bit of time. I think Anticity's game is coming up soon versus Kark or Ulrich Rahl. Granted, I have had a little bit of lag there, so maybe we'll just let them play. However, Chorfs are really good. They're very, very strong in multiplayer. Yeah, top tier for sure. It's mainly because some units are just really busted. If we're looking at the win rates for today, let's see what they look like. Okay, so yeah, Chaos Dwarfs, 32 wins, 21, 60%. Skaven, 13 and 8. Skaven off to a really good start, actually. You can see a couple other factions. Bretonnia doing really well. Not bad, man. Not bad at all. Ogre Kingdom's quite strong. And yeah, we're getting the data. The things are moving. The die is cast. The pieces are set. Kislev actually sitting around a 50% win rate right now. No, Kislev is doing way better this patch than they were in the previous patch. Way, way better. Okay, so let's go to the tournament and see what other matches we can cast here. Yes. Making good progress. We've been streaming for about 2.5 hours, and we're approaching the later stages of the event for sure. We're getting there. We are getting there. Okay, let me check here. Let me check. I was meaning to ask. GG, well played. All right, so talking to you. All right, perfect. Okay, all right. There we go. And outstanding. Okay. So looking for some games. Let me see if Reginald Puggington has started their match yet. You two start yet? So I'm going to start messaging some other players on the brackets while we wait here. I believe that game is still going. Yes. Bob That Builder defeated by Martin. Kark and Ulrich Rahl are playing. Tzeentch players. Yeah, Tzeentch is just kind of not great. Yeah. They're not amazing. They were weak last season. Tzeentch was like one of the worst factions. So, you know, they're continuing the legacy of suffering of Tzeentch. Yeah. They're gonna be kind of rough. They're gonna be kind of rough. Okay, perfect. And let's see what we can find. So, Turin, now that we got all the obvious stuff already in the game, what do you think is next for... Oh, I think what's next is a DLC pack for Kislev and Cathay. They got to do that. You know, Chaos got some nice stuff. I think we're going to get Kislev and Cathay. I think we'll get another batch of DLCs for the Warriors of Chaos. Probably another Champions of Chaos type DLC. Would be really cool. Maybe not all 4. They'll probably like stretch them out and do like maybe 1 or 2 at a time. That would be really nice. And yeah, as far as like other niche factions that I think we could see, I would really like to see an Ulrich faction with Boris Todbringer leading it. I would really like to see Musion would be really fun. Dogs of War certainly could happen. Other factions, yeah, I don't know what else they would add. Like, I don't see them going too crazy and adding like, you know, Nippon or like Ind or Crash. Maybe Ind or Crash, I don't know. There's a lot of fun stuff. A lot of fun stuff. Yeah, Tzeentch is just weird in general. Tzeentch is better in land battles because you can like play this kiting playstyle and really abuse your shields. Whereas in Dom, it's a little bit harder to abuse your shields. Like, you don't have quite as much time to work with. Granted, the games are longer, but you kind of have to engage a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? You gotta engage a little bit more. Yeah, it's tricky. Okay, perfect. Okay, so checking in on some matches that are still going. There's one on the top that's taking a little bit of time, so just going to double check, make sure we're all good there. Okay, looks like they just finished. We'll cast another one. Okay, perfect. So, gotta find another match. We do have a Hadri's match we could do up on the top. Hadri's versus Subutai. Let's do that. That'll be a really fun one. Hadri said he won with Empire versus Tomb Kings. Ooh, very cool. All right. Lobby code, please. So we got Hadri's versus Subutai. If there's a little bit of lag here, we can jump out and cast a different game, but we have a little bit of time. I really enjoy the Chaos Dwarves. I think their campaign's super fun too. I've been having a blast with it. I've been having an absolute blast. Next DLC is Lord Pack Cathay versus some sort of a destruction faction. I would actually not mind them doing like a Cathay Kislev at the same time. I personally think that'd be a cool choice. Like, not against one another, but just be like, you know, have it be themed like heroes of the old world or whatever. And it's just like, you know, instead of Champions of Chaos, it's like heroes of the old world, and it's just like them versus. It just shows them in cinematics beating up a bunch of bad guys or something, right? Like, I would like to have that. That would be very fun. All right, so let's find this lobby. Okay, it looks like Subutai's going to host. And he'll send me a code in just a second, then we'll get started. It should be great. I like the new background. The new background's pretty cool. The Chaos Dwarf one's pretty cool. The Forge of the Chaos Dwarfs here, you guys see that? But I like the Mirror of Madness one, this little like gremlin here. Pretty freaky. He kind of looks like my dog. Like, Wookiee kind of had like a face like this. He wasn't as toothy. Like, this guy's got a lot of teeth. He's got some teeth coming out of his nose and stuff. You know, obviously he's a Chaos Demon, but yeah, he was in the ballpark. He was in the ballpark. Yeah, the Chaos Dwarf campaign is really fun. I enjoy it. I've been playing a little bit casually, you know, at night when I'm just kind of chilling out, but yeah, overall, it's great. It's great fun. Okay, so let's see how we're looking here. Gonna see if a lobby is up yet. Serkia versus Grombrindle, Drakens practice, Kark versus Ulrich Rawl. Looks like they're playing their match. Yeah, so we're still waiting for the lobby to get hosted. You're hosting, yeah. Okay, perfect. Yeah, so just hang tight, guys. We'll get the nameplate set up. We got another minute here before we get started. Hadri's versus Subutai. It's a fun one. which is a fun one. If you guys wanted to see Skaven, you're most likely going to be in the right place. Have you experimented with Ash Storm? It's interesting. I haven't played with it too much though. Usually with Chaos Dwarfs, I find myself using the hold on, let me show you real quick here. Where is that? Okay, my bad. Yes. I find myself using like in the lore of Hashit, I like the Hellhammer, and I like Flames of Vazgor. Those are the two spells that I find using the most. Although Burning Wrath is kind of interesting. Let me show you guys real quick while we wait for this, because they're going to be loading up and everything. So we can go and do this. Okay, so let's get you and get some Chaos Dwarfs in there, some chaff units. Sounds good. And yeah, then we can just get like a bunch of skeletons. This is a spell I'm kind of curious if there's like maybe some like niche application. The overcasted, the cheap version of the overcasted spell shoots like a wide vortex, so maybe that thing could have some teeth. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Nagash is going to get added too. Is he just going to get added to like vampire counts, or will he have his like own faction that's like kind of a hybrid? A lot of interesting ideas for sure. A lot of interesting ideas. Yeah. Yeah, but no, definitely going to be. I think Total War Warhammer will get supported all of this year, all of next year, and then it'll start to slow down in 2025. I think. But even still, it's having a great run. You know, it's God, guys, we've been playing this game. A lot of us who's been hanging here since 2016. You know, it's like Total War Warhammer has been a journey, man. It's been a journey, and it's been such a great game. It's like a game I can always go back to every you know, and have fun with it. The multiplayer is great. Campaign's fun too. So I wanted to test this spell out real quick. Okay, so we load in. My potato computer has done it. All right, so like overcasting this spell does like this weird like kind of like type shot. So let's get our orc laborers and send them up. I should have done like an SE or something. Draz Hoth is so cool. The Balesaur's breath attacks are kind of an interesting one. I find that they're like, if you're right over a character and you use it, it's like not the worst. Let's see how this does. Yeah, as a foot character, it's not going to be very good. All right. Yeah, you guys been here a long time, since 2018 too. So when you overcast this spell, let's try it a couple times. So you overcast it, and it shoots like several of those out, which like I think against like blob spam could be okay. They're like little like magma cannon residual things. So let's try that again. Let's run you guys away a little bit. Okay, orc laborers are broken. Nice. Let's see if we can like try it up close. So how much does it cost to overcast? 10 wins magic. Okay, so we're gonna cast it right here. Hey, that was actually pretty good. That cast right there, like you cast it right on top of yourself. Dude, Draz Hoth is such a beast. Look at him go. All right, so orc laborers, whatever. You're just crumbling all these like skeletons and shit. Okay, so moving across, like maybe you get him right into the fight. Cast it like close quarters. Okay, that's not bad. That actually did some okay damage. It is 10 wins of magic though, so it makes me think like, is the Hellhammer just better? Like using the Hellhammer? If you cast it once, it just does a little bit of damage. It just shoots one, so it's kind of like limp, but it does trigger the killing fire, which is kind of interesting. So, all right. Yeah, I think like using it up close could be better. It's 10 wins of magic. It triggers killing fire. It triggers Kindle Flame too, I think. I'd have to double check that if you're using the other character. No. Yeah, I don't know if Foghorn Leghorn has that spell. Anyways, let's find the game. And here we go. This lobby's called Sweaty. I love it. Hopefully we don't have too much lag. It can happen. I've had some with Hadries, a little bit with Subutai here and there, but if it does, then we can jump and do something else. Yeah, just like close quarter casting that doesn't seem bad. Doesn't seem bad. Maybe like the Killing Fire, like a cheap Hashit caster on foot, like Draz Hoth on foot, just casting that in blobs might be okay. All right, so yeah, we're going to be on the maps we had before, the Bleakspire Labor Camp. It looks like we have Chaos Dwarfs versus Beastmen for this matchup, which should be fun. Always like to see it. And yeah, the tournament continues on. Hadri's coming off victory against Roflin on the top. So Hadri's, let me go ahead and refresh the leaderboard and we can take a look at the current tail of the tape. Appreciate all you guys hanging out today. I'm going to try and get back to doing like weekend tournaments. I know, and we'll do some during the night, during the week too, like evening tournaments. Trying to get every time zone covered. So, okay, so how are we looking? Hadri's versus Subutai, outer region. It's going to be awaiting the winner of this outer region with a nice 2-0 victory. The Great Kraken King going to be facing the winner of Kark and Ulrich Rahl right here, which is, this is a heavy, this is like a heavyweight bracket right here. Like, these are all guys who are like multi-time tournament winners, potentially facing off. Up in the top, let's see what we got going here. We got Martin, Valkanos, and Torrent taking a little bit of time. Still in the second round. Probably going to have to check with those guys to make sure. And we have Reginald Puggington, Catholic alcoholic here. And yeah, again, we have Serkia down here. So yeah, making good progress, you know. Making good progress. Normally these best of 3 tournaments take ages, but today it's been pretty smooth. Aside from a couple matches, I would say that we've been able to kind of move and groove pretty well. Next AoE 4 stream is going to be early this week. I don't know when. Maybe like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we'll do something. Yeah. Ledgeron seems a little light. Hey, thank you, dude. Thank you for the 50, brother. Greatly appreciate it. By the way, I hope you guys enjoyed the old championship we had. I thought it was fun. What's your best advice for someone constantly falling behind in domination mode? I need more details than that. So give me like matchups, or you know, why are you falling behind on points? Are you falling behind on value? Like, what are the nuances of that? If you give me that, Greg, I can answer your question better. Hey, outer region, it's all good, man. Yeah, you got to wait a little while, but just hang tight, watch the stream, you know. Hang out with us. We're all family here. It's going to be great. Yes. It is the Dreadlord Subutai. Subutai and I played a ton of games in early access, a ton of games, because he was in the summer championship. Yeah, the summer champ was fun for sure. I didn't like the cinematic camera. Like in the summer championship, they had us trying to use a cinematic camera where they had one player like running a camera for cinematics and the other one doing it, and they would switch between them. I felt like the cinematic camera was jarring and you would lose pace of the game. I don't know how you guys felt about that. Sparty and I didn't use the cinematic camera in the second day after the first game or two. We told them we didn't like it. But how did you guys feel about the cinematic camera on the first day? Personally, I feel like it's kind of jarring. Like, you lose focus of the battlefield, and I feel like it also distracts the second caster a little bit. Like, if you have to manage the cinematic camera, your attention is more focused on getting good shots than like actually commentating on the game. Do you guys agree with that? Or like, was it kind of a nice thing in day one? I'd be curious. I appreciate your incredible commentary. This is the 10 gift of Haggard. Thank you. Ledgeron and Sean, I really appreciate you guys. Yeah, the cinematic camera was so annoying and disorienting. Not a fan. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think casual players might like the cinematic camera more, but even still, it's like the person who's running the main camera, if they know how to do camera work in Total War, which anyone hosting these events should, you can zoom in and still get cinematic shots. Like, I zoomed in a lot and still was able to get cinematic shots whilst not losing the jarring, like, it kept things consistent, you know? Yeah, I don't know. I like the zoom ins, but not the big cuts. Yeah, I think so. When they moved away from what the hosts are talking about. Yeah, okay. Some good feedback. I'm going to relay all this to them and everything. I will relay it to them. Somebody in chat says, I hope Falcon will join tournaments. So I'm going to be hosting a faction war soon, and I'll probably invite him to that if he wants to. So yeah, I'm sure we'll see him. He could play some Lizardmen or something fun. Yeah. Yeah, it's fun stuff. Yeah, maybe having a caster, someone who's not one of the casters doing the cinematic camera could be better. Because it's tricky. Like, you know, you feel bad. Like, they have to focus on that instead of the actual commentary and gameplay and stuff. Yeah. Okay, I understand. Valcrom says, I honestly think it's a good touch because the game is about... I understand. Well, the game is certainly about PvP, too. It's both, you know. It's both. Like, we're talking about a PvP event. Like, I personally think multiplayer, even though it's more of a niche element of Total War, has huge marketing potential for CA. It's like, the more they support multiplayer, yes, like, as perhaps a smaller portion of players might play multiplayer, like a substantially smaller portion, like massively. But on that same note, like, multiplayer is some of the most fun stuff to watch as it pertains to Total War. Like, you know, watching campaigns is fun and all, but I think it can get, like, you know, it's something that's more fun to do yourself, whereas like multiplayer is often something that is fun to watch and you might not want to do it yourself as often. I don't know. But I feel like it has huge potential. Like even if CA just throws like a couple bones to multiplayer, I think it goes a long distance in terms of promoting their game. You know? Yeah. So just some random thoughts. All right, Ogre Kingdoms versus Chaos Dwarfs, guys. This was a matchup we saw a ton, and it's going to be classic Chaos Dwarf sweat. Astrogoth, Infernal Guard are really good. They are super tanky, high melee defense. They hold up against ogres well. Magma Cannons are okay against Ogre Kingdoms. They're still really good, but not like disgustingly OP like they are against other factions. So, yeah, I'd rather watch multiplayer than play it. Yeah, that's fine. It's like cool for like from CA's perspective. Like I think it's worth investing in for the promotional element of things. Yeah, I think multiplayer is super fun to watch. Like I watch competitive Age of Empires all the time, even though I don't like play it really anymore. Like I still watch it. You know, I don't know if I want to put in the effort to become like a Conqueror level player at Age of Empires again. But like I still enjoy watching it. You know, it's kind of that thing, and it still keeps me interested in the game and all that sort of good stuff like that. Yeah, Astrogoth is really busted. He needs to be tuned down. He's incredibly stupid. But anyways, Astrochad is here, and he's just being brought as a combat character, no spells, which makes sense. He only costs like 1,300, and he's literally a raid boss. We do have Chaos Dwarf Warriors and Infernal Guard for Subutai. Couple Goblin Laborers, and that's going to be the army. So Elite Chaos Dwarf Infantry, Magma Cannons. What's not to love, man? Good times for all. Yeah, the downtime in between battles is tough. That's one of the worst parts about Total War multiplayer. But, you know, we all get to hang out and chat anyway, so it has its fun times. The Sky Striders are great. They're really good at killing elite infantry and also very good against large targets, so you gotta love the Sky Striders. With Troll Guts being cast on them, it's quite good. You got some big part of the Man-Eater Great Weapons, yes. So the big beat sticks are here. These guys, again, pretty good utility. They can take down armored infantry. They can also deal with big targets, and we got some Lead Belchers in the back. Look at this. Hadri's going with Chevron Lead Belchers, so he has actually silver Chevron Lead Belchers. Wow. A lot of Goblin Laborers, and that's pretty much it. Yep, so the battle is on. Foghorn Leghorn on the other side. And yeah, no. Astrogoth is really stupid how overpowered he is. He needs to lose like 1,500 HP, okay? 1,500 to 2,000 HP. He needs to lose like 1,000 mass, and he needs a like, it's just so dumb how strong he is. But I mean, you could still beat him. I've had countless games against players who I think are better than myself, where I've beaten them on Chaos Dwarfs and they were using him. So it's not that he's unbeatable, but he's just really overtuned. Really tuned. Sky Striders are old. They've been around forever. They're not a new unit. Yeah, Sky Striders are great, though. They have high HP per model, so you could divide their total HP by 12, and that gives you the individual HP of each model. And you can, cast Troll Guts on them, which is percentage-based, and it's super strong. So, yeah, they've been a very big staple of the Ogres. Ogre players have been using a ton of the elite cavalry lately, like the Mournfangs, not the Crushers so much, but like Mournfang cavalry, and then Sky Striders have been the ones. So here comes the old Chaos Dwarfs. They're going to be moving and a-grooving with their pointy hats. Gotta love the Chaos Dwarfs. They would actually be, the thing about Chaos Dwarfs is I was about to say they'd probably be pretty easy to paint, but then I remember all the nightmares of just sitting and painting trim for hours and hours on Chaos Space Marines, and just how miserable that is. So they could suffer from that, although you could do a really lazy painting style for Chaos Dwarves where you just spray paint them black and then dry brush them metallics and be like, oh yeah, they're rugged, worn down, whatever. Yeah, Flying Taco certainly was the one who made the Sky Striders like famous. Yeah. Flying Taco had a great run in the Summer Championship too. He actually took a game off Houseplant in the early series, and yeah, he's been a perpetual contender, and he memes too, which is pretty nuts. Yeah, which is pretty nuts. So Chaos Dwarf Warriors hustling up, going to be met by some Noblar Trappers. Lead Belchers sitting in the back, so they got their big cannons out for the Great Maw. And yeah, they can put some hurt into the Chaos Dwarf Warriors. Foghorn Leghorn's coming in. And yeah, he's going to get some Ninja Stars in the face. No magic, though. I wonder what magic the Chaos Dwarves are going to bring. Like, why would Foghorn not bring at least one spell? Like, just like a Flamestorm or... Flamestorm, not even that, but I don't know. What else are you? Flaming Sword of Ruin, Cascading Fire Cloak. We do see the Magma Cannons shooting downtown, and yeah, they roast Noblars and kill like a Lead Belcher bottle or two, but it's not too bad. Lead Belcher is going to be scooting up and going after the Chaos Dwarf Warriors, and it looks like the Ogre Kingdom's going to take the high ground objective. I think 3 Noblar Trappers is going to be 6 capture weight against the 5 of the Chaos Dwarf Warrior here, so they should be in okay shape. Sky Striders will be on their way to join, and now we get Man-Eaters with great weapons and Ogre Bulls and Iron Guts. Iron Guts are really good here. They have armor piercing and anti-infantry now. They got bonus versus infantry in the recent patch. So they're very, very strong here. Chaos Dwarf Warriors moving into fight, but turning around, not wanting to overextend into the Ogre armies. We do see 2 Magma Cannons blasting into the Lead Belcher and slowly killing it, which makes sense. I mean, if 2 Empire Great Cannons were shooting a Lead Belcher, it would die at an equal speed. So you can see kind of how, you know, the Magma Cannons aren't quite as oppressive against monstrous infantry, but against high model infantry is where they get really, really overpowered, right? So Lead Belcher's getting pounded here, but the Ogres are going to be taking the objectives initially. It looks like the high ground objective going to be taken by the Ogres. And they're going to be probably pushing up and trying to stuff the Chaos Dwarfs back and punishing them for, you know, having that artillery and whatnot. So Sky Striders, they get their big beat sticks and start just hammering on these Chaos Dwarf Warriors. These guys are so cool. One of my favorite things about like the big Ogre Cavalry is the face masks. I think they just look so badass. And the thing is, we also have Man-Eater Great Weapons in here. So like if Subutai wants to use his Bull Centaur Renders, which are, the Noblar Trappers don't have bonus versus infantry. The Iron Guts have bonus versus infantry. The armored cavalry. So Chaos Dwarf's kind of getting pushed back on the high ground heavily. I mean, yes, Subutai is up in value from killing those Lead Belchers, but like the Bull Centaurs can't really go fight because they'll get massacred by the combination of Sky Striders and Man-Eater Great Weapons. And Hadri's is getting really, really crunk on the objective here. Now, as far as Chaos Dwarfs on the point, we do have some Ogre Bulls and Noblar Trappers who should be able to defeat the Chaos Dwarf Warriors. You can see they're shaken, not having a good time. And we do see a summon in. It's going to be a Demon Smith Sorcerer of Metal, most likely with Final Transmutation to try and punish a blob of like high quality units. So Hadri's extends pretty deep. This is a little bit risky. We do see some sort of magic going down, so it's going to be a Final Transmutation. Really, really good cast there by Subutai, which is going to be punishing the Sky Striders pretty heavily. Ogre Bulls fighting here. Might as well just turn and fight. Looks like a Troll Guts is going to go down. And, you know, if I were in Hadri's position here, now that this is gone, I would probably send the Noblars in to support the Sky Striders. They're doing well, and we do see the Bull Centaur Renders being dragged down, but I would probably just get back in there and fight and try and use the overwhelming amount of numbers and the positioning here to get that W. So back down to this point, objective number 2, comfortably controlled by the Ogre Kingdoms. A couple Noblars and Ogre Bulls are just kind of taking the Chaos Dwarf Warriors to Pound Town a little bit. And we do have another Iron Gut coming in. 1 Iron Gut should be able to clear up all those Chaos Dwarf infantry. And now the fighting continues here. We see the values starting to come up for the Ogres a little bit as the old Bull Centaurs are hit by a Brain Gobbler, a leadership debuff from the Ogre character. That is strange. What you want to be doing is using Noblar Trappers to try and drag down the Bull Centaur Renders. That for sure is what really, really will shine here. And the Man-Eater Great Weapons do have good armor piercing. They can punch through these Infernal Ironsworn and Chaos Dwarfs all day. And guys, this is a triple cap right now. So you can see these dudes are just getting pushed back super, super hard. Hey, Nick, thank you for the kind words, man. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. We see the big Demon Smith Sorcerer moving in, and he's a good fighter. He's on just the Great Taurus, not the Bale Taurus, so he's going to be a little bit vulnerable. Sky Striders can definitely give him the business, but we see the Bull Centaur Renders, which are, of course, an insanely strong unit, being dragged down by the Ogre Kingdoms here. So the Ogre Bulls, the Man-Eaters, the Sky Striders with the fat, erect Troll Guts in the face. Just doing work, man. And the Chaos Dwarfs are being pushed back. Once again, Iron Guts moving up, and they got their bellies out for the Great Maw. Iron Guts are one of the coolest units in the game for sure. Just these huge chads with badass great weapons and gut plates as they just cleave the Chaos Dwarf Infantry. Chaos Dwarf Infantry are, of course, you know, durable, but they don't hold up well to this type of pressure as they are being overwhelmed. Up on the high ground, we don't see any sneaky play for this. It seems like Subutai is fully pushed back. And Hadri's is actually probably ahead in value with the healing being taken into account, but this could change the momentum a little bit as the Demon Smith Sorcerer looks to cast another Final Transmutation. But man, Hadri's is really, really just holding him back. And yeah, no mercy being shown here, that's for sure. And you know what's really good against Ogre Kingdoms that Subutai has not brought is the Infernal Guard Fireglaves. If he was in a position where he had some Infernal Guard back here pounding into the Sky Striders, into the Iron Guts, Man-Eaters, I think that the Chaos Dwarves would have been able to push them back by now. But there's certainly a disturbing lack of Fireglaves. There's no Fireglaves, there's no Blunderbusses, all of which are really, really good against his playstyle. And you can see they're just like, man, Massacre is down now too. We saw one Ogre Bull render go down, and the Sky Striders are still fighting just tooth and nail to the bitter end with their Man-Eater Great Weapon homies. And, you know, Astro Chad is doing good, I'm sure. I mean, only 300 value from Astro Chad. He's certainly been held in check. And the Ogres are coming to get you, ladies and gentlemen, as they are just dominating the Chaos Dwarves here in the middle. We see a couple of the Infernal Guard just getting karate kicks by these Ogres and just getting clubbed. We just see a Dwarven helmet just fly out of the mast there. Oh, that was a great cinematic right there. But man, this is looking to be pretty brutal. And now the Ogres are even moving after the Magma Cannons, which is basically GG. With the Magma Cannons being shut down, I think that it's going to take way too long. And currently, if you look at the score, Hadri's is just showing no mercy Oh my god. But yeah, I played this matchup probably 5 or 6 times, and it's been back and forth for me against very good players. I do think that Infernal Guard Fireglaive are 100% a necessity. Bull Centaur Renders can fight Ogres very well, but if there's Noblars under them and healing as well, the Ogres can, obviously do some work, but you need Infernal Guard Fireglaives. Foghorn Leghorn's doing okay. He's probably got like 500 value, but he hasn't even paid for himself. And yeah, the Ogres are coming to get you, dude. They've been feasting on the Chaos Dwarves here, so yeah, it's cool to see. Yeah, Chaos Dwarves are super strong. Spamming Bull Centaurs is very strong. Magmas are great, but like Chaos Dwarves still do have their struggles, right? Like they can bleed is essentially what I'm trying to say here. Iron Guts, Noblars doing the work. We do see more Noblars moving up as Subutai desperately sends some Goblin Laborers to the middle. But there are more Ogres there, and this has got to be GG. It's 1,000 value. At this point, it's an easy single cap win for Hadri, so even if Hadri's does start to slip in terms of value and the Chaos Dwarves do come back, which is not going to happen, he could just hold up on these points. Up on the top side, we do see the Bonking Sticks are here. The Iron Guts have moved up. The big boys, they got a buff in this patch, so they do have 5 bonus first infantry now, and they also got 10 more armor, making Iron Guts a much better choice. Ogres certainly looking very good in this patch, but again, I can tell you guys from experience, Chaos Dwarves can definitely take on Ogres. It just, the build wasn't quite there. It wasn't quite there. I think you need a little bit of DACA to kind of put those guys down. Yeah, Castellans are okay. The problem with Castellans is they don't do a ton of burst damage, so they struggle to get through the Ogre healing. Even still, they are anti-large halberds in melee too, so I can see you doing a build with like let's say a Sorcerer Prophet with some sort of lore, like Lord Metal, with double Castellan on foot, like for their base price, could be good against Ogres. I like grinding on a point. Really, really nice final transmutation here. It nails the Iron Guts, Noblars, pretty much everything. But yeah, once again, the Ogres are just completely dominating on pretty much every front of this fight. Over on the far side, we do see the Sky Striders getting unsummoned, so they're going to be sent back to the shadows. Good awareness, and I am really surprised Subutai hasn't left the game yet. This is looking pretty bleak for the old Chaos Dowie. Gordo Backstabber. Oh, Gordo's not bad here, but El Gordo dies really quick to Ogres, actually, because Ogres, like, their infantry hits super hard, and El Gordo doesn't have really good armor. So, like, dual weapon bulls stacked on top of El Gordo are going to kill him very, very quickly. So I can see you not wanting to bring El Gordo in this matchup. 100%. But the Ogres are coming to get you, man. They are. Iron Guts just cleaving everywhere. Orc Laborers being sent to the shadows. It's very fitting stuff. Ogre Kingdoms and Chaos Dwarfs definitely fight a lot in lore. Same with, Chaos Dwarfs and Greenskins. And they kind of all inhabit that same part of the world. And, yeah, Ogres, man, just absolutely bully beatdown on some of these guys. As we look at the value, still maintaining, Hadri's has got a crushing value lead, crushing. And he does also have the healing to take into account. So that's going to be a victory for the Great Maw, baby. For the Great Maw. GG, well played. Clinical game by Hadri's. Tough one for Subutai, but he's a great player. Subutai's a scrapper. He'll find his way back. And we're going to go on to game 2. Perhaps we'll see the Chaos Dwarfs brought back to their action here. I got to switch the nameplate. Sorry, the nameplates were on the wrong side, but now it should be correct. There they go. All right, all right. Ogres are very good. Yeah, they're very good. They have matchups that are harder for them, but I think Ogres are going to be in a good spot. I'm excited for them. It's all Ogre now. Foghorn Leghorn only got 800 value. He did not have a good time there. Magma Cannons held a very low amount of value. Kind of one of the things. Matchups where Magma Cannons aren't super good is usually where Chaos Dwarfs struggle in my experience, so. Yes. Will the Dowie strike an Ogre grudge out for this? Probably. Yeah, I think the Dwarves could be like, they could be persuaded to be like, okay, guys, we appreciate that. So, let's see what the next map is going to be. GG, well played. Talking to some of the players, making sure there's no drama. Well, we don't really have too much drama. In old Dom mode, there's not rule breaks and things like that. So, all right. Perfect. And let's go ahead and go to the old brackets, refresh that, see what kind of progress we're making. I don't really know the Ogre units, dude. That's the thing. Like, I don't know their roster well. I don't know their lore that much. But yeah, I mean, Ogres are obviously strong, and if they got more units, they'd be even more of an unholy terror. So we're approaching the top 4. We're getting there. Outer region awaits, and potentially we'll see how this game goes. Could have another match. We'll cast the winner of this. So whoever wins between Hadri's and Subutai here, we'll cast the next game versus Outer Region. Yes, that's good stuff. I thought Ogres were favored versus Dwarves. Are we talking regular Dwarves or Chaos Dwarves? I've seen it go back and forth. I don't know. A lot. Ogres are definitely seem good against Chaos Dwarves, though. Like, they're one of the factions that puts up a great fight against them. So we're on proving grounds for this next one. I would wager, will Hadri's go to the Chaos Dowie? And will Subutai try the Ogres? That would be really interesting. I would actually not be unhappy about that. Like, seeing the paradigm shift and seeing what they experiment with would be very nice. I'm so happy I haven't had to, like, deal with a rule break in a long time. Really, probably the closest thing in domination is, like, crashing. Like, if somebody crashes at, like, weird times or there's, like, those type of things, that's, like, the one thing you got to officiate on, but it's definitely easier. We still need Yetis and the Thunder Tusk and Blood Vultures for a carrion type unit. Ooh, wow, that would actually be really strong. Tips for beating dwarfs with ogres? I think they should stop bringing old greasy. Are you talking Chaos Dwarfs or regular dwarfs? Regular dwarfs, you could probably just swarm with bulls and bring in some Blood Belchers to blast them. Could be good too, depending on the map. Yeah, like on an Itza, if you came in with like ogres with like triple Lead Belcher, I feel like that could be pretty punishing against dwarves and a bunch of Noblars and stuff. Do you think CA will add the maps in the mod? I do think they will. I'm working really hard on it. It's something I talk to them about all the time. They're probably sick of it, but yeah. Yes. Yeah, ogres are fun. Ogres are great. They're a cool fact. They're thematically, they're very cool. Gorgers are still bad. Would have been cool to see Gorgers get a little bit of love, but yeah. It is what it is. Yeah. Okay. What's it going to be? Proving grounds, picks and bans coming up for the folks. Life is good. Always a good time hanging out with you guys. Always a good time. CS2 mode super OP. You know, I'm actually very happy with most of the changes that we've gotten this patch with CA. Like, I'm happy with this patch. I just think a couple things for Chaos Dwarves and we'll be in good shape. It's a hard game to balance, you know. It's a hard game. There's 24 factions, and like, you know, no other RTS game really has to deal with that many factions. Yeah. We've come a long way, guys. We have like a dedicated multiplayer game mode now. We, you know, have so many factions. We have our old Total Tavern for, you know, tracking tournaments and leaderboard stats, and like, we've come a long way as a community, guys. And it's fun that we've all done it together, this journey. Pedro, thank you for the 22, man. Really appreciate it. Looks like an awesome dog, a very good boy in your picture. Weren't Gorgers? Yeah, Gorgers were super broken. Yeah, they were when they got launched. Turin eating a giant turkey leg outside CA headquarters being pulled around by Wookiees. Yeah. Yeah, I think Gorgers could use a little bit of a buff, but I mean, like, yeah, what applications do Gorgers have now? Not too many. Like, Iron Guts are just like Gorgers, but better in every way. Like, you know, bonus for infantry, armored, similar speed. Gorgers do have stock and are unbreakable, which is okay, but yeah, they just, it's not the way. It's not the way. Gorgers were really, really broken at first. Like, they were just absurd. So Hadri's looks like he's going to be on Chaos Dwarfs this time. Hell yeah, dude. I wanted to see some Chaos Dwarf games today. We've seen them play 3 times? Or is it 4? I think 3. I think they're 1 and 2. I think we saw them win once. The Chaos Dwarfs with Draz Hoeth were able to defeat the Warriors of... No. Chaos Dwarfs defeated Warriors of Chaos, I think. Was it? No, I can't remember. No, they defeated Slanesh. And then they lost another game, I think. Yeah, I think they're either 2 and 2 or 1 and 2 today from the games we've cast. Skaven. So Subutai gets the counter pick. Okay, now, I am curious what Hadri's has cooked up, because I feel like Skaven just really dominated this matchup with swarming rats, and the Chaos Dwarfs can't kill them quick enough. So I'm curious about this. I'm curious, man. What does Hadri's have cooked up? Because in my experience, this has been a cursed matchup. It's been a really cursed one. I've only played campaign, and the game seems too hard to play for my potato micros. Goes, oh, you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. Yeah, Narnia Lions are a little bit better for sure. They're certainly, yeah. Gorger's getting some health back. Yeah, they're really squishy. It would be nice if they got a little bit. I feel we've had enough time to, you know, forget about the suffering we faced at the hand of Gorgers. So we got some cool matches going down, guys. We have Anticity versus Kark being played right now. The winner will be advancing on to this round. Looking down here, Serkia going to be playing the winner of Drakens and Crow here. These duels all still going on. Looks good, man. Looks good. Solid games today. Good old Warhammer game day. Good old Warhammer game day. I haven't seen Skaven vs. Dwarves. Yeah, it's a... The one thing that's good is this map is good for the Skaven because there's a lot of line of sight, so the cannons are going to not be able to nuke everything. I have been able to win this matchup with Chaos Dwarfs against some of these RTK guys on maps that are big and open, like huge, like Black Ark type maps. But like if there's any sort of terrain, it becomes way harder because you can't just abuse like triple magma cannon in that case. You can, but it's certainly harder. Demonettes are good, better now. They're better. I really like Andronius. I've been using Demonettes in a lot of my games. I think they're good. I think they're really good against Chaos Dwarves. Like they trade super well into Chaos Dwarf infantry. They'll crush them. Exalted Demonettes are also awesome. I think it's really early, and people don't really know what they're doing yet. Everyone's learning the new meta. A lot of things have changed. Obviously many things are similar to what they were before, but there's much more to learn. Buff Werekin. Yeah, Werekin are okay, I guess. Yeah, they regenerate. Ruinous Flesh isn't a bad buff also, the missile resist buff they have. Norska's a very strong faction. They're very strong. I don't know, man. I love that Master Splinter thumbnail in the Doom Wheel. Yeah, it was great. Nothing beats the Master Splinter thumbnails. Any excuse to throw him up on videos is very fun. Yeah, we're making good progress, man. Making good progress. Hopefully some of you guys, some new players got a chance to play today. Getting a taste of the old multiplayer action. All right, perfect. Okay, and okay. Are we going to see like Fireborn or like a Kadai Destroyer? Like a big terror-causing anti-infantry monster? Could it be the dreaded Kadai? What about Bloodletters? Bloodletters were never terrible. They were just niche. Like Bloodletters really do their job well. Like if you can get them into an armored infantry unit without them getting shot or hit by shot cavalry, they're really good. Plague Bearers are amazing. The Zinj Demons are okay. I feel like they're kind of like janky, the blues and pinks, but I suppose they're all right. Our Warp Lightning Cannons, they're good. So you can go triple Warp Lightning Cannon against triple Magmas, and the Warp Lightnings trade pretty well, actually. Yeah, Warp Lightning Cannons are totally viable in this matchup. They can also shoot against Bull Centaurs, and even though Bull Centaurs have a weird hitbox thing, where they're kind of hard to shoot, maybe that's why Ogres deal with them well, is because they can fight them up close effectively with like their Man-Eaters and different things like that. Updated version of the best and worst lords? Yeah, absolutely. Foghorn Leghorn is the best. Probably one of the best lords in the game. He's very strong. He's very strong. Vampire Coast is also pretty good here. I like Vampire Coast against Chaos Dwarfs. What you do is you go super wide with zombies, Count Noctiles, animated Hulks, pistol mobs to shoot down the Bull Centaurs, and Fellbats to disrupt the backfield, Scurvy Dogs to dive missiles. Like Vampire Coast feels really good in this patch. I don't know how many people are playing them, but I would imagine that Anticity is. He's the Kraken King after all. Vampire Coast has not been played too much. Only 3 games with Vampire Coast, which is interesting. Looks like they beat High Elves and lost to Norska and Tomb Kings. They haven't played too much. Only a couple games. I'm surprised. Coast seems like a very, very strong faction. Very strong faction. So, all right. Who will be claiming today's tournament victory? Find out as we progress. By the way, in between games, if you guys have any questions, do let me know. This is the best time for side questions. We can go look at some miniatures as well, which is always fun. Now that we're getting more and more old world news, guys, I'm starting to just have power fantasies about which armies I want to start. Like, oh man, it's tough. It's tough. Dwarves have some the 8th edition dwarf models are pretty good. Like this Master Engineer is pretty awesome. Like he looks great. The Ironbreakers look really good. Iron Drakes look great. And even on dude, look at the old Dwarf Warriors though, dude. Holy shit. Oh my god. Oh, oh, look at those guys. Holy shit. Thunders are like kind of funny looking, but they still don't look terrible. Like these are passable models for sure. I would play with those happily. Yeah. Yeah, those like the dwarves definitely have like some really haggard shit. Oh my god, it's Thorgrim Grudgebearer on his throne. Oh, look at Thorgrim, dude. What a Chad. I almost want to buy this just to paint it. and just have him sitting on a throne. Oh, wow. Old dwarf models. Here's a Joseph Bugman, the OG. Since it's a question timer, when is... God, I know. It's so hard to like get to those kind of niche games. It will happen, I promise. At some point, it will, brother. Eledron, thank you. We got Joseph Bugman. Yeah, I see he's got the Bugman's brew in his hand there. What a G. They look very wrong. But then you see like some newer dwarf models, and you're like, this is a great model. This is a Cogsmith or a character, Grim Burlockson, who we don't have in the game yet, but I believe he's a Master Engineer character. We have Bellagar's old model is really good too. Like you could see his, like the Runesmiths are really good. Like dwarves still have a lot of models that look very modern. You could have a modern looking dwarf army. Like this model's great, dude. That's badass. He's like standing on some stone and like all like in his cool plate. Yeah, dwarves definitely have some. They got some stuff. They got some stuff for sure. They do indeed. Now look at this. Oh my god, the old dwarven models are just such potatoes. Oh my god. What is this Imperial Dwarf? What is that? The Anvil of Doom. Oh, that thing is rad. Look at that. Grombrindle, the White Dwarf. Oh, this is OG Grombrindle. Oh yeah, look at him, dude. His beard is literally the size of his body. See, this is a tempting one to get. It's like a classic retro model. All right, anyways. We'll look at more minis in between games. We'll do that. Okay, guys. So, Skaven, I think as expected, just going with an Unholy Horde. Yeah. So this is what you do with Skaven against Chaos Dwarves, okay? You spam Mass Clan Rat Spears to deal with Bull Centaurs and just tar pit. You get a Warlock Engineer with Flensing Rune to punish the Chaos Dwarf blobs. A Chieftain is going to be your Army Lord on the Bonebreaker. You could have him on foot or on Bonebreaker, whatever you prefer. And just Eshin Triads on the flanks. So Eshin Triad flanking is really good. Because what are Chaos Dwarves going to do if you flank a Magma Cannon with Eshin Triads? They're not going to stop you with Bull Centaurs. They're not going to stop you with Hobo Goblins. It's hard for them to defend their artillery once you actually get back there with spear units. So yeah, it's great. Now, looking at the army of Hadri's, I'm really curious how he's going to be trying to handle this. We have, oh my god. Oh, Hadri's, yes! The champ! The Demon's Tongue towing a Dreadquake mortar! Dear God in heaven. It's happening. Oh, this is like a power fantasy, dude. We're getting all the good stuff today. Look at this. Can we just follow this thing? The best way to use the Dreadquake mortar, by the way, is to drive close to the enemy army and shoot them at a close distance. Oh, Triads are really good in this matchup. Orc Laborers in the front. We got more Orc Laborers. Dude, a Laboran army with the Sorcerer Prophet with Burning Head to roast through rats and the Dreadquake mortar. Oh my god, it's being towed too. And it has the Demon's Tongue towing it. Hashit approves. If Hadri's wins with this, that is just going to be next level legendary. This is like the tech of the gods. So the Demon's Tongue is going to come in. It's moving up, and I'm sure Subutai is like, what the hell is that thing? Yeah, there's an ogre riding it. So the Dreadquake mortars actually have ogres who fill the ammunition. So the ogre reloads the ammo into the cannon. It's awesome. So Subutai's rats are probably going to be scurrying, and you'll notice how Hadri's is not shooting right now. Okay, he's firing now. Okay, he probably wanted to get a little bit closer. So here it comes. Will it hit? It's probably going to miss for a while, but the dreaded Dreadquake, shooting from close distance is where it really shines. Oh my god, the accuracy on that is horrible. Yeah, but it makes a really cool sound, so that makes up for everything. Hobo Goblins with bows, and we got some Goblin Laborers moving up. Okay. The Dreadquake needs to get closer. That's where it's really going to shine. Otherwise, it's gonna be a little bit janky. Is it gonna use its flamethrower too, or is that bugged? I think like the trains like being pulled, sometimes the front piece doesn't really shoot super well. We do see Magma Cannons being pulled in from somewhere, if I'm not mistaken, or no, that was actually the Prophet. So the Prophet moves in to do a little bit of battle, and the dreaded Dreadquake does hit some of the rats here, but they are able to partially avoid it. So where is the Pain Train going? The Demon's Tongue. Dude, this thing is so expensive. This is probably almost 4,000 gold for this thing, which is just absolutely nuts. So another Pain Train shot here in a minute. But I mean, like, the Skaven probably don't want to get too close to that. We got a lot of Orc Laborers and Goblin Laborers. In the middle, we do have the Sorcerer battling against Clan Rats, and he is kind of wearing those guys down. But the Warlock Engineer is on his way over. And in the middle, we do have the Triads, who've gotten into the backfield. But the Triads have been discovered by Hadri's. And this is a pretty hard counter. The Ixchel Triad's going to have a terrible time here. So where's the Pain Train? The Pain Train definitely should be moving closer. The closer it is, the more effective the Pain Train is. At a great distance, its accuracy is certainly something that leaves a lot to be desired, but once it's able to get close, it could do some work. So the Sorcerer Prophet, he does have the healing item, so he's going to be able to heal. Oh, Burning Head going down. Oh, Burning Head. It's going to nail it. Oh, wow. The Burning Head and the Dreadquake. Oh, the 1-2 punch. And those rats got absolutely eviscerated. The burnt, the monster's impact, and oh, dude, the Pain Train. If Hadri's has like created some weird meta where the Dreadquake is actually good, that is going to be super, super rad. So Hobgoblin still kiting all the Triad units. Chieftain also putting up a little bit of a chase here. And here comes the Pain Train. Is it going to use its Flamethrower attack, or is that bugged? I'm not sure. Warlock Engineer going to be dropping a little bit. Yeah, it looks like it doesn't shoot its Flamethrower super effectively. It's a weird one for sure. Oh my god, here it comes! Oh, and the direct hit! Clan Rat Spears getting absolutely shreked by the Pain Train, but the Pain Train does get hit with the Flensing Rune, and there's a lot of angry rats chasing it. Understandably so. Skaven swarming in. Orc Labor is going to be meeting Clan Rats in battle. Should be a little bit of a wash in terms of fighting there. Well, the Pain Train's doing some work, but is it going to do enough is the question. Now, in the backfield, we see Hadri's bringing out Kadai Destroyers and a big breath attack. The Chieftain is actually in danger. Oh my god. He used the Vial of Hashit for 60% additional damage and flammable, and the Sorcerer Prophet just absolutely dunking on the Chieftain. Oh my god. And that's going to tank the entire leadership of the Skaven army. Oh man, Hadri's just the madman with the big plays, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. So this Chieftain going to get escorted off the battlefield. The entire Skaven army is going to be paying the price as it pertains to leadership. Oh my god, guys. That was a power play right there. Now, how is the Pain Train doing? It's here. It's a little bit tar-pitted. There is a Deathmaster's going for it. Subutai with the Deathmaster, so the Deathmaster gets in there and is on top of the Pain Train. The Pain Train needs to move. Another big bombardment, nuking the Eshin Triads a little bit. It kind of hit the edge. And now the Pain Train is going to pop the more power, which is going to make it very quick. And it should be able to move away from the Deathmaster. Overall, though, we're seeing the rats, certainly pressing the objectives pretty hard. Chieftain getting bullied very, very heavily, as we do see the Hobo Goblins being summoned out to chase that Chieftain off. So I would imagine Hadri's will not make the mistake of letting that Chieftain live, and then will take the Sorcerer Prophet to do some work. So this objective looks like it's flipping. Let's watch the Pain Train. Is it going to shoot? It's turning around. I find that the Iron Demon on the front doesn't work when it's being towed. I don't know if that's a bug or if it's like as intended, but I don't know. It's a little bit of a weird one. Let's see what kind of shot it can do. Deathmaster is hot on its tail, so Subutai probably rapidly clicking his mouse trying to make sure he can get there. Looks like some sort of fire projectile from the other side. And is it going to shoot? Definitely got to keep that thing moving. It's the Dreadquake has gotten only 800 value, and it costs almost 4,000. So it's a big expense. This objective being held by the Skaven, and the Chieftain chase off the battlefield. But I can't help but think if like Hadri's had just not brought the Pain Train, he would just be winning this game. Like the trades have been, he's trading evenly considering like he brought this really haggard unit at 4,000. Yeah, and Deathmaster is doing quite a bit of work, but it looks like, wait, Deathmaster is getting killed by the train, or the Iron Demon. It is an anti-infantry monster, or still. So yeah, Deathmaster got a little bit worked up there. Burning Head coming in from the Sorcerer Prophet. I really like that combo. The Sorcerer Prophet of Fire for the Kindle Flame, like gooning, 60% extra damage seems really, really good. It is a known bug. Demons don't fire when pulling a train. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Even still, Cascading Fire Cloak going down, and it looks like the big Sorcerer is going to be coming in, trying to save the Pain Train. More Ogres are nearby, but like the army quality of the Chaos Dwarfs is so terrible, considering they spent so much on the Pain Train, that I think Hadri's is probably going to lose this game. There's just too many rats, and, this thing would need to pay for itself. And there's just, yeah, it's just not. So it's moving, it's unbreakable, it's running, but there's so many rat ogres. We see the Sorcerer Prophet trying to chase down old Deathmaster here. Some Hobgoblins do move in, but they're going after Clan Rat Spears. What's funny is casting Cleansing Rune on the Sorcerer Prophet is basically a waste because it procs a heal. So he's going to be able to heal himself. Okay, Pain Train's back online. It's shooting once again. Here it goes. Oh, the Pain Train. Looks like it misses. It does have that monster's impact range, which is pretty cool. But at least Hadri's is able to get it back online. Now, in the middle, we do have the Kadai Fireborn trying to fight off hordes of Clan Rats, but there's so many Spears and Eshin Triads on the battlefield. They were obviously expecting mass Bull Centaurs, right? So the Skaven army seems pretty well prepared. Deathmaster also seems to be a really good counter against the Pain Train. He's really fast. He's almost as fast as the Pain Train, and he can shank it. He's got good armor piercing. Weeping Blades lowers its armor down to only 50. And where's the Chaos Dwarf Lord? I was going to say. He should be trying to kill Deathmaster right now. So he's going in. Deathmaster going to get jumped and will take a little bit of damage. The Pain Train is unbreakable, though, so as long as it can survive and just sit in the back, it can keep shooting. Kadai Fireborn fighting, but fighting mostly Spears, which is a very, very tough one for them. Deathmaster does get gooned, but Deathmaster's Sigil going down. Hadri's, his own character, is betraying him. as the Hobgoblin Wolf Rider is going to be heading up to the high ground. Pain Train's still going, man. It's still shooting, and there's a lot of stuff chasing it. It does cause terror, if I'm not mistaken. So yes, it does. So it might be able to get some terror routes on the rats, who I believe do not have the leadership penalty right now. Yeah, I don't, or the power grab, because the chieftain's gone. So I think they're going to be paying the price. Another Burning Head going down. Here it is. Not a bad cast there by Hadri. Certainly a very good start, but that Pain Train is, it seems to be struggling a little bit. On the other side, Fireborn, we have some Hobo Goblin Archers in the backside of the map. Cutthroats on the way, and Cutthroats are okay against Clan Rats. It's still a down trade, but you know, you don't have too many choices. Subutai pulling up on value, dealing with that train, and we do see the Sorcerer Prophet trying to battle against Deathmaster. It's not an easy fight, but he still has 6,000 HP on the Great Taurus, compared to Deathmaster, who's a little bit low right now. And what Witchcraft are we going to see? Cascading Firecloak going down from Hadri's, and there's just so many rats on the field. And that's the one thing Chaos Dwarfs do really struggle against, is dealing with just the swaths of rats. Magma Cannons can do the job, but Skaven are actually pretty good at getting on top of your Magma Cannons with like characters like Deathmaster, Eshin Triads, all that sort of good stuff. And we see the rats doing some work, man. Ninja Stars coming in. Skaven showing that they certainly have some little rat teeth this game. I think we learned some cool tech, though. I really like the Demonsmith Sorcerer with the fire gooning on the Chieftain. That was really nice. But overall, he's been outdueled by Deathmaster, which makes sense. Deathmaster is like a designed PvP character, right? Or not PvP, but player versus monster, player versus single entity, I should say. Deathmaster does get nailed, though. And the Warlock Engineer, he better be careful not to cast spells near this guy, and he does. So now we get a big heal. The Chalice of Blood and Darkness is going to be going down. So this guy is going to be getting a heal right here, and yeah, that will certainly keep him in the fight. Now, can the Chaos Dwarfs wrestle the objectives back? They're down way too much. The Pain Train for Hadri's did just not cut it. It was a huge investment, but, you know, shout out to Hadri's for trying to make it work. Maybe a regular Dreadquake could work, just like a cheap one, just like being guarded and bombarding from like the midfield, but I feel like that being towed by the Iron Demon is so expensive, and yeah, the Iron Demon just being a buggy mess is a bit unfortunate. So Sorcerer Prophet going to be hunting down over here after I think he finished off Deathmaster. He did a little bit of work, slight bit of lag. The Pain Train's still online, and you know, it's gotten 1,600 value. There's a little bit more value there against those Clan Rats. Is there any hope for the Chaos Dwarfs to come back? I don't know, man. That Pain Train's still going. Other side, we do have the Hobo Goblins trying to take that objective, but Clan Rats trading very well. Hobgoblin Sneaky Git's going to be fighting in the tree line, but Ogre's able to intercept them with some Clan Rat units, so should be able to overwhelm those guys. And yeah, we got more Sneaky Gits on the way in. The Train of Doom is still online, but not for long. Pebbles going to bring it down. The Dreadquake Mortar falls, and with that, so do the hopes of Hadri's potentially coming back here. I don't think there's too many chances here, although maybe he's going to be able to flip this objective, but the Skaven have had the objectives for far too long. And yeah, great play on both sides. I mean, really fun build by Hadri's. Obviously, borderline meme build, but I would say more experimental. I think Hadri's was trying something out, but it just didn't pan out. And for Subutai, he played very well. Really good Deathmaster play. He was able to hunt down a bunch of valuable Chaos Dwarf units with Deathmaster, which I think was super MVP. On top of that, he did really good just swarming with rats, keeping the pebble pressure. Rat Ogre's obviously very, very good against the Chaos Dwarfs as well. And ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be a victory for the Skaven. And we are going to be going to Game 3 in this series, it looks like. So very sweaty match, which is good. And there you go. You know, I've had several people tell me that they think the Dreadquake Mortar being towed could be viable. I personally don't think so. But I'm open. I'm open-minded. It's very early on. I'm very, very early on. So, yeah, Slingers are great, man. Slingers are a great unit. Chaos Dwarfs look like they're maybe going to be able to wrestle this middle objective back. They do have healing via the Sorcerer Prophet, but yeah, it's going to be a tricksy hobbit here. Hobo Goblins move it in. Going to be trying to secure the side. Skaven's still very numerous, though. A lot of Clan Rats coming in. You do see the Power Grab is back online, and so their leadership's going to be holding firm. And the Rats endure, man. The Rats do endure. How did the Fireborn do? Miss their performance? They're not good against Skaven. Because Fireborn are weak against two things. Cheap spears, and they're also very weak against, like, mass, like, pebble-type shooting. So Skaven can just throw crappy, you know, these are actually Night Runners, but they can throw their, like, little Ninja Stars at the Fireborn and really wreck them. And then they can just swamp them with cheap spears. So the Fireborn are going to be really bad, generally, in this matchup. I've tried them. I have a replay coming out of this matchup to show you guys some like tricks for it. I do think it's winnable for Chaos Dwarfs, but it's certainly hard. Like a Deathstreak rocket launcher got summoned, which pretty much did nothing. Yeah, the Demonsmith Sorcerer almost carried. He got 3,000 value for sure. Kadai Fireborn, okay. That's actually not bad. So maybe more Kadai Fireborn? 1,600? They did good. The Kindle Flame synergy with them is really strong. And yeah, it was a fun build. You gotta love Hadri's, man. a really good player, really, really fun build, and Subutai just a consistent gem. Great stuff here. Deathmaster probably carried that game for Skaven. Him shanking that Dreadquake Mortar Wagon was very, very good. So that is going to be game 2 as Subutai evens out the series. And there you go. There you go indeed. So what is the next match going to be? These players will probably go to their mains, I would wager. All right, all right. And let's check the brackets, see how we're looking in terms of progress. Let's do this. Let's do a little refresh here and see how we are looking. Okay. So outer region, still waiting here. We have Anticity versus Kark going down. Bottom side making good progress. We have Drakens versus Serkia on the bottom, which is good. And Martin and Valkanos will probably be finishing up soon. So we are just about to have everyone in the round of 8. And then we can go from there, which is going to be good. So fun tournament for sure. Fun tournament so far, guys. Thank you all for joining. Deathmaster is really, really cool. He is a badass character. And he was great that game, man. Yeah, the Demon's Tongue without the Dreadquake is actually not the worst against Skaven. It does have that flamethrower and causes terror, so it's okay. But Chaos Dwarves, I think they counter Cathay pretty hard. In my experience playing that matchup, Cathay versus Chaos Dwarves, I think the Chaos Dowie give them the business pretty good. Yeah. Even without using the overpowered units, I feel like Chaos Dwarfs can do well against Cathay. Like, although if Magma Cannons had less range, it would change the matchup. Like the fact, because Magma Cannons shouldn't be able to range with Great Cannons. That's the problem. So like they outtrade enemy cannons, and then like they just have their way with the infantry. You know, that's kind of the jam. Okay, what are we looking at here? Subutai is on his Skaven, Hadri's on his Chaos Dwarves. Oakenshield is a very open field map. So we're going to be seeing some big open field action, I would wager. Solid 3.5 hours of action today. I would wager the stream will probably go 5 hours, maybe 6. You know, these big best of 3 tournaments, I don't do them too often, but when they do, they go hard. The Skullcracker is a weird one. I don't know what its deal is. I feel like it's bad. It would be nice if it got buffed. Yeah, I would wager that Creative Assembly is probably going to be changing the Lord Unsummoning thing. Like with Skaven and these other factions, I think they're going to change that, which would be really good. That's like one of the last big changes I want from Domination Mode is like to fix the Lord Unsummoning cheese and all that. That'd be really fun. That would be fun. I think if like your Lord, I think you should have to start with your Lord on the battlefield, number 1. And number 2, if you unsummon whatever is representing your Lord, which I think should be a Lord. I think it always should have to be a Lord character. I think it should count as your Lord not being on the battlefield. Right. And you have you take a penalty, like a leadership penalty for your Lord just being a coward and not being there. So you know that's just my 2 cents. That's something I would like to see. Yeah, we haven't seen too many undead today. I think we will. Like I know Kark is a big undead player. Anticity also plays Vampire Coast. You know, I think there's some options here. I think there's some options. Chaos Dwarfs versus Bretonnia is an interesting one because Knights of the Realm actually are one of the few cav units I've seen trade super well into the Bull Centaurs. Like the Bull Centaurs obviously can hammer them, but like with the mobility advantage, the Knights of the Realm do pretty well. Did I see the Lion Primarch model? Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Yeah, I don't mind heroes being lords either, but they need to just fix that like weird element where people just don't. Oh, we got the dwarves. Hadri's is going to try and satisfy the grudge. Now, what is Subutai going to do in response? Subutai already played Chaos Dwarfs, I think. Yeah, he lost with the Chaos Dwarfs game 1. Is it Nurgle time? Subutai's a really good Beastman player, too. He's quite good at Beastman. Beastman versus Dwarves could be really good on this map, I think. You know, Nurgle could be good now. Nurgle with armor-piercing Plague Toads, ladies and gentlemen, is good. Yeah, is good. So, yeah, we'll see. We will see. The time is on. What will Subutai pick? So Nurgle, you could go Marauder spam with great weapons. Plague Toads on top of them. Soul Grinders of Nurgle with like some sort of a, you know, Festus type character maybe. To like heal your Soul Grinders against cannons. I think Nurgle could be good. Yeah, Exalted Champions of Nurgle on Horse or Chariot. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a good call too. Ogre Kingdoms, wow. Okay, Subutai opts to go for the ogres against dwarves. I feel like dwarves don't do bad here. Slayers, you know, armored infantry. Slayers are quite good here. How are you liking the pump wagons? I haven't had a chance to try them yet. Don't worry, by the way. I'll be playing in some tournaments myself very soon, and I will bring all the Haggard factions you guys want. So I'll play Kislev, I'll play Nurgle. No, what's not to love? We'll do all that good stuff. Yes, yes. Dude, I know. We had a crazy fun build earlier, too. That Hammerer build was great. It was super good. But yeah, it's going to be ogres versus dwarves. Ogres, very popular. Very popular so far in this this new patch, which is quite exciting. How are the Chaos Dwarf? How's their win rate looking? Are all the folks saying that they were going to be as OP as Slaanesh? Is it true? Okay, they're sitting at 61%, but this series hasn't been reported yet. We saw Chaos Dwarfs lose twice in this series, so Chaos Dwarf's going to be going to like 58%. With a lot of games being played too. A whole lot of games. Whole lot of games. Empire win rate coming up a little bit. Lizardmen still in the pits of hell. Nurgle actually 2-6 today. Nurgle does not have a super good record. They've been struggling. They've been struggling a little bit. Yeah, the Dreadquake is so cool in theory, but it's so cool. Hey, T-Man, thank you for the consistent quality content. You strike a balance between comedy, casual, and sweaty competitive that we all enjoy. Keep it up, Haggard Champion. Thank you, man. Thank you. We keep it rolling. How's Beastman and Nurgle win rates? Not very good right now. Beastmen are around 50%. Nurgle's still kind of low. Nurgle, like, the thing is, nobody played Nurgle before except a couple people. So, like, people still need to relearn the fundamentals of playing that faction. So I think Nurgle's win rate will come up. Romulan Dog says, Turn, awesome to see you streaming from the very start of the tourney. It is a big commitment, but the crowd will love you. Hey, I'm glad to hear it, Romulan. Hope you're doing it. Did you play today? Should have played Romulan. Skaven are doing great nowadays, man. You can bring Doom Wheels. You know, I know you love your Doom Wheels. Why are Lizardmen struggling so hard? I think Lizardmen are struggling, and this is just a conspiracy theory, because Nurgle is being picked against Chaos Dwarves, I feel. I don't know. Let me go check. This is just a conspiracy before I look. Okay, so who's Nurgle losing to? So Nurgle beat the Dwarfs, they beat the Empire, they lost the Vampire Counts, which is no surprise. Vampire Counts have always had an advantage over them. Yeah, and they lost to Bretonnia, Ogre Kingdoms, Norsca, and Skaven. So Nurgle's being picked into a lot of meta factions, and I think people still have to learn how to play them. I'm going to be personally maining, this season, I'm going to main Empire, Chaos Dwarves, Nurgle, Kislev, and maybe Bretonnia. Those are going to be the factions I really focus on playing. Maybe Slaanesh too. I really like new Slaanesh. Like, Slaanesh feels balanced, they feel fair, but they still feel super rewarding. When you're playing Slaanesh and you get a big play with your speed, it feels good now. It doesn't feel like you're just like bullshitting with like overpowered stats and, you know, physical resist and things like that. Yeah, it's good. I never noticed that golden 2v2 Dom. That's kind of funny. I don't really know how I would buff Tzeentch, honestly. It's weird. You look at Tzeentch units and you're like, oh, their warriors are pretty good. They do magic damage and have shields. You know, you look at them and you're like, it's not that bad. Like, they have a good lord magic, and I don't know what it is about Tzeentch, man. I do not know what it is. Yeah, Lizards, I suspected they were going to be losing to Chaos Dwarfs, but let's see. Because Flame Cannons just absolutely karate chop them. Although I played a really cool game against FPod the other night where he used the Dread Saurian against my dudes, and it worked pretty well. All right, so let's check here. I still think Chaos Dwarfs are very favored against Lizardmen. Let's see. So Lizardmen are... Let's see. Yeah. So one of the reasons why the Lizardmen win rate is so low is because they've literally lost 86% of their games against Chaos Dwarfs. Chaos Dwarfs are 6-1 against them so far, which is pretty brutal. Yeah, I'll play Warriors of Chaos too. I really, really like the Chaos factions. Romulan says, I wanted to play today, but I agreed to teach someone. Age of Sigmar just got back. Oh, it was a long session. Yeah. Age of Sigmar, thankfully, is a very easy game to learn. It's like, it's really good for new players, I think. Like, I don't care for the aesthetic of Age of Sigmar. I think Warhammer Fantasy's aesthetic is like 1,000 times cooler, but as a game system, it's not bad. The one thing I really, really, really dislike about Age of Sigmar is double turns. I think double turns are just the dumbest shit ever. It's like, yeah, you know, I've heard people make the argument like, yeah, you can, you know, play around them. It's like, there's a reason why every time you're watching a competitive Age of Sigmar battle report or something, like both players are like, oh man, this double turn's really important. I better get this. I better get this. It's always like, you know, yeah. How dare you, Andronius? Cold One Dread Knights are nowhere near as cool as Demogryph Knights. Nowhere near as cool. Nowhere near. You know what movie? I actually thought this movie was going to be awful. I went in and, you know, with pretty low expectations, but the Dungeons and Dragons movie was actually pretty fun. It was actually really, really fun. I'm very bad at somebody in chat says I'm very bad at this game, but I could become Bretonnia. Yeah, Bretonnia is pretty good. Like, Bretonnia is not unpopular. They're hard to play, but they're rewarding. Yeah. All the Lizardmen ranged except for Trogs overshoot the renders by a massive amount. Once the magma cannons are fixed, the matchup should be better. Yeah, for sure. Infernal Castellans are pretty good against lizards. Yeah, they are. Wow, look at that. Holy shit, look at that Hadri's build. Triple gold chevron cannons. Wow. We all know you're biased when it comes to the Mantide. Dude, the Mantide's great. The D&D movie was really fun. I liked it. I thought it was going to be really bad when I first saw the trailers, but it was fun. There was a lot of fun Easter eggs, and you know the characters were cool. I enjoyed like all the characters. It was good. It was good. All right, so triple Dowie cannon, triple baby. Look at that. I mean, certainly going to be more accurate. So Thorek Ironbrow, obviously very good. He's able to buff up the dwarves with his Anvil of Doom, and he's a pretty good fighter himself. Longbeard's going to be the main core of infantry, if I'm not mistaken. So we do have Longbeards, Dwarf Warriors, immune to psychology. So good Dwarven infantry core with cannons. Can anything beat triple gold chevron bloated corpses? That's true. That's true. Yeah, we'll have to see. So dwarf build, very simplistic. Cannons to blast big things, dwarfs to push up, slayers to be summoned in to protect cannons and control the battlefield, and that is pretty much it. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have the ogres. Subutai going to be going for a swarming build. Ogres, 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 and it's more ogres, and then also another touch of ogres. With Mornfang Cavalry with the not anti-infantry, but just the generic variant, which are basically anti-infantry, so. Yeah, it's an ogre swarm versus the dwarves. Those cannons are going to have to do some serious work. Yeah, this is one of our Total Tavern map pack maps. This is basically a recreation of the classic land battle map, Oakenhammer. So if you're a land battle enjoyer and you want to kind of recreate the classic days of Warhammer 2 and Domination, here you go. You can use this map. You can use this map. Cannons at the ready. I am really curious what kind of damage we're going to be seeing. Hadri's will probably just play objective 1 and 2 and summon in Slayers to protect his cannons and just hope that his Dwarf infantry can kind of hold the ground. So we will have to see. Dwarf Warriors, Longbeards in the back, and yes. Longbeards are a great unit. They're really good. They have almost 50 melee defense. Immune to psychology is actually useful. No, not so much against ogres. You know, you do see Stonehorns every now and then, but yeah, 35% spell resist on those guys is not bad either. So like casting Pit of Shades on elite dwarf infantry and those type of things, it's not quite as good. So this is very much a shooting gallery map. A lot of DACA, you know, you're going to be seeing that on this map for sure. Cannons, cannons, cannons at the ready, General. Subutai is ready. Let me make sure they're not messaging me with any questions. Looks like we are all good. The tournament continues to carry on. Yep, that's great, man. The background mountains of this map are insanely well done. I know, isn't it awesome? You have like some awesome dwarven hold. I can just totally see the dwarves sallying their army out and just preparing to meet the ogres in open field. Although realistically, though, the dwarves would probably just have like cannons on this like hill here, and their infantry like holding around the front, just be like, come at us, dude. But yeah, the mountains on this map are really nice. On the other side, what do we have? Oh, there's there's an actual gatehouse here. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. Yeah, man, I like it. I like that quite a bit. I don't know why they're taking so long to set up. Did I forget something? They didn't message me. Okay, so we're good. Just double checking to make sure there's nothing going on here. All right, and yeah. All right, I think we're ready. The battle's on, ladies and gentlemen. The Dowie hordes move forward. The Longbeards, the Dwarf Warriors and company, they are ready to jam. Thorek Ironbrow heading on up as the triple cannons await the ogres. Ogres going to be taking a lot of damage from those cannons, but it's hard to protect. Ogres are really good at swarming artillery, so you're going to need some serious support for those, like Slayers. Like if I am the Dwarf player here, the next 3 things I summon are Slayers. Every Dragonback Slayers and Slayer, like boom. And I would just sit them like amongst the cannons, and you know, I'd probably leave 2 to protect the 3. I think would probably be enough. And then just move the other Slayer up to help out in the front lines and things like that. So Thoric Ironbrow hustling, Dwarf Warriors on the way. Subutai with a huge force on the other side. This is a very big map. So he's got Ogre Bull Iron Fist, basic Ogre Bulls, and that is more or less it. Yeah, Hadri's with the Dwarven push. It is time. It is time. So Thoric Ironbrow, he's a great fighter, like I said. 120 armor, good melee defense. More importantly, though, he buffs up your entire army. First cannon shot's going to be coming down and blasting into Noblars. So talk about overkill, but, you know, it's something. Noblars don't really have good capture weight, but the cannon's probably going to want to preserve their ammo to make sure. Especially gold chevron cannons. Subutai is hiding in the back. So the reason why Subutai is hiding here, let me explain it to those of you guys who are a little bit newer, is because there's not too much sense in moving up and giving your opponent free time to shoot you until the objectives are open. Once the objectives open up is when you'll typically want to swarm. Because then at least the damage you're taking is being exchanged for value on the objectives. So Gyrocopter Brimstone Gun, just getting freebies. The Mournfang Cavalry, did Subutai just go so like swarm heavy that he didn't bring any shooting, which would be really funny. Because this Gyrocopter Brimstone Gun is just hunting this Mournfang Cavalry. I'm sure Hadri's is just kind of cackling in the night here as the Gyrocopter is hot on the hunt. I love this map. It's really good. I like purely open maps. Like, it's good to have, like, maps that, you know, suit different playstyles, right? I think that's very, very important for sure, so. Here we do see the Dwarf Warriors hanging out, and they're going to be claiming the objectives initially. The Ogres are coming to get you, and now the cannons should start blasting. We see the first wave of Slayers moving up. We got some Dwarves. Unfortunately, Hadri's accidentally obstructing his own cannons a little bit. These Dwarf Warriors sitting in the front. I don't know if you noticed that. The other one should be able to shoot, but yeah, they're going to start unleashing their shots, and they want to be going after Iron Guts. One Iron Gut here getting pounded by cannon fire, and here comes another cannonball. Does miss. Very fortunate for those Iron Guts. And the Dwarf Warriors are going to get wrecked here pretty bad. They're going to pay the price. So here they come. Iron Guts moving in. Cannonballs shooting back. And do they kill any models? They don't. Those couple cannon shots are pretty unfortunate here. Dwarf Warriors holding, but Ogres have good capture weight. Certainly going to be swarming on all fronts. Slayers going to be heading up to the points. You're going to need some Slayers here. They'll be excellent against these Ogre units. And now the cannons are starting to saturate in, as the Iron Guts are losing models, and those cannons, you know, they'll sing. They'll certainly sing and make the ancestors proud. In the back, oh, nice play by Subutai. Check it out. We do get the Gyrocopters, but Subutai summons in Man-Eater pistols with great weapons, and that's a really, really good play. Granted, they did do some big damage against the Mournfang Cavalry. This objective going to be flipped for the Ogres, but the Dwarves can obviously focus on value trading. It's very early on, but yeah, the Ogres are coming to get you. In the backfield, they're very fast. We have a couple Ogre Bulls with Iron Fists. And, you know, these aren't the Chaos Dowie. They're not going to have any mobility to really contest you. Thoric Ironbrow and company fighting valiantly up on the point. And in the middle, we do see the Mournfang Cavalry getting absolutely nuked by the cannons. Wow. Look at that. The ancestors are certainly singing right now. As the Mournfang Cavalry unit gets blasted into the Shadow Realm and is going to be sent back, we have Slayers with the Rune of Doom active. So the old Slayers with their badass tattoos and mohawks. I just finished painting Gotrek Gurnison, the Slayer. Really, really fun model to paint. Painted some Mohawk action. But yeah, these Ogres are going to get ripped to shreds by these Dwarves. Certainly no joke. And it looks like the Dwarves will probably be able to hold on to this point. I would wager with the Slayers coming up to reinforce. The middle's looking a little bit scary, though, for sure. All three cannons are still in line. We do see a little bit of pressure on the side as some Ogre Bulls attempt to shut down this cannon. And now we see more pressure coming in as Ogre Bulls and Ogre Bulls are here. But there are Longbeards defending and Dwarf Warriors. They're not going to kill these guys super quickly, but they will keep the cannons from dying. And then this one unit of Slayers is probably going to be able to kind of gather its forces like so, and then rotate up like that, and, you know, defend all of those. So we'll have to see how that goes. More Ogre Bulls coming in. This is going to be a tough defend. I mean, defending artillery against Ogres is quite tough for sure. But, you know, if anybody can do it, it's going to be the proud Dowie. So Slayers crossing on over, and the one cannon is online. Dismember being used by Subutai. Really, really nice cast there. That is going to be slowing those Slayers down, allowing the Ogres to get a little bit more time on the cannons. But this one cannon, yeah, man, the Man-Eaters are getting nuked too. Hadri's is certainly starting to get some good incremental value. And as these more expensive units are worn down, the Dowie will have the opportunity to reclaim some of the lost holds and lost objectives and all that sort of good stuff, right? Cannon crew here is wavering. Longbeards can't kill them quick enough to really protect it. We do have more Iron Guts coming in, man. And the Dwarves could be losing a couple cannons here. So Subutai certainly getting a nice little dive back there. Now looking at this objective, the Dowie have managed to hold on. Subutai on the other side is Man-Eaters getting absolute Shadow Realms, but not before they're able to finish off the Gyrocopters here, which is a nice pick. Couple Iron Guts and Ogre Bulls on the point. Currently looking at the score, we do see the Dwarves are a little bit behind in terms of scoring, but overall it is a very pitched fight. Extremely close as the, you guys like it. Yeah, the sudden action. Yes. Cannon stabilized here, other cannons pushed offline. So the Dwarves did manage to stabilize 2 of their cannons, but Subutai, relentless. Moving in with the Ogre Bulls, couple miners are summoned in to try and tar pit them, but they are able to push through it. Slayers are coming back, and they are going to be defending the cannon. So here they go. Dude, Slayers are so cool, man. Yeah, ass units. So there they go, moving in for the Karazhan Corps, for the Ancestors, as they butcher down some of these big Ogres here. See what kind of work the Ogres can do. Looks like they're not quite able to get the cannon. The other cannon's back online, too, and is shooting once again. Dwarves with a nice stranglehold, but Subutai summoning in more cavalry. The value very close, 6.5 to 5.6. The Dwarves certainly need a little bit more value because Ogres are way better at getting objectives. Oh my god, the Ninja Dowie! Look at that. Oh, the Dowie sneaking the side point. Subutai did not notice this. Crouching Tiger, hidden Dwarven infantry as they move over. And that is really, really big for Hadri's. Because, like, you know, the clock is ticking, right? So he needs to get that. So he's going to be grabbing this. These 2 Dwarven miners going to head over there. And ladies and gentlemen, that is a big, big play for the Dwarves, as they are very tied down to the backfield, but many of the Ogre units are being sacrificed to the gods. Good awareness by Subutai. He did see the cannon coming back here, the cannon crew, and was able to intercept it before they could get to help. So these big Ogres certainly going to be clubbing some of these Dwarvish infantry. They are going to be taking quite the beating. So overall, Subutai with some pretty good success here. 1 cannon still in line. It has accrued 1,400 value. The Dwarven cannon's doing really good work this game. Looks like here the objective is going to be flipping here, though, to Subutai. So he is able to get several units of Iron Guts up. Iron Guts loving this matchup with their new bonus infantry. So they're going to be cackling all the way to the bank. Does Hadri's have anything to stop these Mournfang Cav, though? I don't know. Oh my god, the Mournfang Cav with a brutal charge, man. Brutal charge there, just running over those Dwarven miners. As we see the Dowie trying to re-secure objectives, but Subutai's pressure is pretty relentless. He's keeping it up on pretty much every front here. We do see the Iron Guts getting tied down a little bit by Dragonback Slayers, but overall, you know, the Slayers are fighting in the backfield instead of up on the points. I feel as if the cannons are cool, but, you know, maybe like a Quarreler push would give you more presence on the objective and would be a little bit easier to defend. I don't know, maybe not even Quarrelers, but like Rangers or something like that. So, yeah. Side point owned by the Dwarves, but not for long. We do get double Mournfang Cavalry coming in, and talk about an absolute butchering right here, as these big, thick Ogre boys just going to be running over these Dwarven infantry. And yeah, Dwarves aren't going to be able to reinforce as quickly. They're not very speedy, although we do see a bit of a resurgence in the middle as Dwarf Warriors and Longbeards make their way towards Objective 2. Dwarves going to be trying to re-secure the Objective 1 here with Thoric Ironbrow and some Slayers and Miners being brought in. Cannon's still online, man, and we do see the value lead for Hadri's staying steady. Subutai, I haven't seen any magic. I think I saw the Power Fist earlier, so I think he does have the Lore of the Great Maw. Granted, probably not a ton of healing. Rune of Slowness going down. Look at that. Man, Dwarves with magic. Who would have thought? But he does slow down the Iron Guts to buy a little bit of time, and the Dwarf Warriors should be able to push off the Noblars here. But yeah, the Iron Guts still moving in is a little bit of a problem. So Dwarves have a little bit of time. This objective is still being held by the Dwarves, which is certainly very valuable for them. But the Slayers could eventually get these points back. We see Subutai summoning in Leadbelchers. Not going to be bad for shooting some of the Dwarves off the objective. I think Thoric Ironbrow probably needs to turn around and get his butt up on objective number 1 there. Couple Slayers trying to defend the cannon, and they might be able to. We see the Iron Guts here most likely going to be dragged down by the anti-large attacks from these Slayers. So they got their karate chops out. There they go. And oh man, Iron Guts are such a cool unit. They're such a cool unit, man. Anyways, this objective here, Iron Guts going to be dragged down. Objective number 1. Currently still owned by the Ogre Kingdoms, but Dwarves are threatening it. And in the middle, the Dowie are resurgent, ladies and gentlemen, as the Slayers moving up with the Longbeards. I love that combo, just like the iron wall of the Dwarven Empire, the Longbeards, backed up by the Slayers, just ripping apart the old big boys, which love the combo, man. Very cool stuff. But yeah, this objective is going to flip. The Mournfang Cavalry are going to be terrible here. Slayers will just absolutely butcher them. And Hadri's looks like he might be on his way back. I mean, we do see a big point lead for the Ogres. They still haven't managed to flip this objective yet, though. That's giving Hadri's a lot of points that he needs to get back in this game for sure. But this one inevitably looks like it's going to flip too. The Slayers are getting in there, and we're not seeing like, yeah, Noblar Trappers are a really good answer against Slayers. We do see some here, so that's good. 1 cannon is still in line. This cannon has accrued 1,800 value. And look at that, the Rune of Wrath and Rune, the dreaded Dowie magic. That was really, really nice. Man, look at that. A lot of damage, about half health on those guys, which is not, you know, it's not a joke. So the dwarves pushing all the objectives here. I wonder if the dwarves are going to go for a triple cap. We do get some gyrocopters being summoned back out. So gyrocopter is going to be chasing across and trying to pick off Mournfang models. Look at the gyrocopters, they're so cool. Yeah, and they of course do have the anti-large shot, so they'll do quite well against Mournfang. Also, the fact they do fire damage is relevant. You know, it does mitigate the effects of healing to an extent. So if there's like a troll guts going down, having that is very, very nice. So dwarves have a good stranglehold on the middle. Double Slayer, we got Longbeards, we got Dwarf Warriors here, and man, you think the dwarves are in trouble, but then you like, it's so easy to look at them and be like, oh man, they're in danger, but then you're like, wait a second, they're like surviving and tanking all these fights and they still have a lot of stuff. It's like, that's the whole thing with dwarves. Very durable, right? Very, very durable folk. And this objective looks like it's going to be flipping currently as it stands. Hadri's would win on 2 objectives if you were able to get this back. Subutai would need to reclaim objectives at some point, which he can certainly do. I mean, he's still got the Mournfang. He's got some good stopping power. You know, Subutai has the value lead, so he can take a little bit of time to accrue value, like accrue his value back, and then push the points with the ogres later on. So here we see the Karazhan Corps. They're able to get it. The Dowie moving in as the Dwarf Warriors and the Miners holding firm. Ogre Bulls with dual weapons. Well, gonna get butchered probably by these Slayers. I really like the yellow color scheme, honestly. Like, I'm not sure what color scheme I would go with for my army, and when I eventually make a Warhammer Fantasy Dwarf army. I kind of think yellow would be really cool, like the ancestral, like Dwarven army. I think that'd be really, really badass. Anyways, battle rages on here, guys. We do see the Ogre Bulls with dual weapons getting dragged on down by the hordes of Slayers. The middle objective is in a little bit of danger of flipping, but we do see more Dwarf Warriors and more Slayers moving in. Talk about problematic, but Subutai's cavalry micro has been very good. He's been bouncing apart with these Mournfang cavalry, just nailing pretty much everything here. And yeah, it's been some good drama. It's been some good stuff for sure. Slayers, I mean, Slayers everywhere. And of course, they're very, very good here. What do we have being called in? Ogre Bull dual weapons do quite a bit of damage against Slayers if they have Noblar support. Noblar Ninja Stars are one of the big MVPs. Throwing these little Ninja Stars into the 0 armor of the Slayers, especially in their backs, is really, really good. So this objective is currently owned by the Dwarfs. I think they'll be able to hold that one. This one's going to be tough for the Ogres to flip back, especially if you just park a couple Slayers right here. Look at Thoric, dude, using the Master Rune of Slowness. And now the Slayers of Dragon back, going to be charging it in. And that anti-large, in conjunction with the slow on these guys, many of them are going to be dragged down as the Dowie Warriors start cleaving at the legs here of these giant cavalry. And though they're heavily armored, the Dowie are persistent, and they have a big bonus versus large. So the Mournfang Cav are just being dragged down by the hordes of the Slayers. Dude, I love it. Those Mohawks are ferocious. So, overlook at the value, guys. Objective 1 owned currently by the Dwarves. Objective 2 owned by the Dwarves, but in a little bit of danger of flipping. But I think that, you know, the Slayers moving over there should be able to get there and secure that point. A couple Slayers and Dwarf Warriors being pulled back, and Hadri's going for the kill. They're going for the kill. We do see the Miners able to grab this point here, and Dwarf Warriors. So now that Hadri's has a big value lead, or, you know, not massive, but substantial enough, he can start to pressure the other points. You don't want to be pressuring multiple points when you're behind. When you're behind, typically you want to consolidate your forces and try and accrue value back before splitting up. But in this case, you know, they're getting there, man. So Dwarf Warriors are on. Ogre Bulls with dual weapons going to move there, but the Dwarves probably will be able to flip that. And it looks like Hadri's most likely will get the W in this series. The Dowie have done it. Showing, you know, the Chaos Dwarves might have lost to the Ogres today, right? But the regular Dowie, the original true Dowie, not going to be losing to the Ogres today. Showing that they certainly aren't messing around. It's a long game, yeah, a lot of back and forth. A lot of flipping on the points. The Slayer's going to get butchered here by the charge, but, you know, that's what they signed up for. That's exactly what Slayers want. And the triple cap basically will seal the doom of the Ogre Kingdoms. Although Ogres might be able to hold this one, although I think Dwarf Warriors and the Miners, that's 10 capture weight right there against only 5, so they should get that. Gyrocopters being unsummoned to sent back and refuel and get a little bit more ammunition, I would wager. Slayers here going to be intercepting the Ogre Bulls. And, you know, ladies and gentlemen, short. I need to get that on the soundboard, Thorgrim yelling that. Yeah, it's really good. This was a great game, man. It was like, Subutai's diving was really clean. He got the cannons, was really persistent. You know, but Hadri's was able to stay focused, defend his cannons, and play the objectives really well and start trading. And, yeah, man, it's great. Good stuff. GG, well played. GG, well played. Pretty much 0 chances for Subutai to come back now. He might not realize it yet. Obviously, he's in the heat of micro and focus and all that stuff. But, you know, the Dwarves are just going to be too tough to bring down. you know, I think this matchup, it's an interesting one. I think ogres can do very well, but this map I think was quite good for the dwarves. Like pure open field with all those cannons and also really big, but big maps are also not good for dwarves because of mobility. They can struggle to get to points if they're being stuffed back. So there's like pros and cons. Yeah, the dwarves are defending their hold. Of course they're not going to lose in front of their hold to the ogres. They can't. They can't possibly lose that. Cannons being brought back out by Hadries, and that's going to put some big hurt and help to accrue even more value. Dwarves pretty much swarming all over the points, and the dwarves, the Dragonback Slayers are even diving the backfield, and these guys are stoked too. They get to fulfill their oath, so that is pretty good, man. Love it. Dwarves are great, man. Dwarves were a really good faction in the previous patch. They had like a 54, 53% win rate. Were really well balanced, and I feel like they're probably going to stay in that position. They'll have their good matchups, they'll have their bad matchups, and you know, life goes on, man. Life goes on. GG. Well played. Subutai, man, great games today. You're a champion as always. Looking forward to seeing you back. Hadries will be advancing on to face the winner of Anticity and Kark, if I'm not mistaken. So that should be quite a bit of fun, I would wager. This objective looks like it was going to flip for a second, but Ogre Bull Dual Weapon's not going to be able to do it. And your boy, Thoric Ironbrow here, he is a big man. Only 800 value, but what's cool about him is he doesn't need to get value. He can buff your units, you know, with the Anvil of Doom. Rune of Wrath and Runes are pretty good against the little trappers and all that. So that was a really, really good game. That was super solid. It kind of looked like it was tough for the dwarves initially, but now suddenly they're just like, I guess, you know, they kept pouring more dwarves out of the hold here, and they certainly were able to deal with the ogre push. A couple Saber Tusks being used, but Saber Tusks trade really badly into Slayers. Anvil of Doom summoning the Rune of Wrath and Ruin. And many of the doggos there will take some big damage, I would wager. Yeah, looks like they did. Slayers continuing to do what they do best, which is slaying beasts and big scary things. And yeah, that's great. Now, dwarves do have a bad matchup versus Chaos Dwarves, but oh, we don't need to save that. But yeah, overall, I think they have plenty of good matchups too. GG, well played. Fun game, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining on this day of absolute sweat. We are approaching the top 4 here very, very soon. So we will carry on, my wayward son. Hadries with the 2-1 victory in the series. Cannons, 2,300. Other ones kind of got shut down, but certainly did force the ogres to push them. And Slayers are just super erect here, obviously, right? Like that makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. For Subutai's army, he had Scrag and reserves. Iron Guts were cool too. Great game, man. Really, really fun. All right, so let's break it down. Let's look at the tournaments now, see what we're looking like. 2,300 value on the cannon. The other one got 1,200 and one of them got 500. He was able to kind of shut those down, so. Now, Runic Magic is fine. I think it's good. Yeah, it has its place. And let's refresh that. Oh, that's right. So now we can do Hadries versus Outer Region. So let me message Outer Region. I think you're here in chat, so. Hey, I'll cast this series. Send lobby code. All right, all right. All right, all right, all right. Bottom side's almost at the top 4. So now if we look at the brackets, let me go ahead and switch over. So Hadries with a victory over Subutai right here, and now he's going to be facing Outer Region. And then we have Anticity versus Kark, which have been playing for a while, so they'll probably be finishing soon. Valkanos versus Catholic Alcoholic on the bottom, and Drakens versus Serkia. So we are going to have probably 2 to 3 more casts. And of course, we're going to be casting the grand finals. Yeah, we're just going to be kind of following all the way through and seeing how this narrative does unfold. Another grudge settled. Dwarven Miners might seem like a strange choice in that matchup, but they're not, because they're dirt cheap and they have good capture weight and good armor. So they give you like cheap, speedy, not speedy, but cheap capture weight basically for the dwarves, which is more relevant. In land battle, it wouldn't be as relevant, but here it certainly is. So yeah, and they have Vanguard deployment, so you know that's pretty big for the old Dowie, right? Yeah, I saw Koi streaming. He was doing like a fun Doomstack thing, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. So let's see what's going on here. We can do your lobby. Okay. Let me message Hadries. Let's just go to that. It's often a good idea to refresh lobbies because sometimes they can get weird. Refresh lobby. All right. So we'll find Outer Regions game. man, I need to get a new mouse. My mouse is starting to... All my equipment is like super old. Hey, Anticity, you just finished. How'd the series go, man? How did it go? I don't think it's Diving Cow. Sweaty is the one we just played in. And a spec slot, please. We'll get that spectator slot going, and then we should be all good. All right, so let's just hang tight. Yeah, how'd the series go, man? Give us the play-by-play. You and Kark, it's a pretty fun match there. What were the matchups? Which matchups won? It'd be really fun to see some of that data. All right, so do have one. All right, so spectator slot is up. Just want to make sure Hadries gets in there first. And there's Outer Region. All right, this is going to be a great match. Outer Region, really, really fun player to watch. Same with Hadries. Hadries brought the Dreadquake mortar being pulled for us, guys. Like, there's that is like, talk about, you know, a real crowd pleaser there. Hadries versus Outer Region. What is it going to be? All right, the battle is on. Slanesh versus Vampire Counts is fun. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Went great, loads of stress. So Slanesh versus Vampire Counts, Anticity played. Lizardman versus Chaos. I won with a fun F-Pod build. Oh, that's cool. How did the Slanesh Vampire Count game go? I'd be curious after some of the changes. I think we've finally hit the sweet spot. Really liking the diversity of factions. Yeah, you know, the Hellstrider thing was just stupid. And once they just fix a couple little things about Chaos Dwarves, we're going to be just chef's kiss. It's going to be great. Obviously, there will be a meta. You know, metas will evolve and develop and whatnot. But yeah, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. Needle Mist is on the map pool medley, if I'm not mistaken. Let me check. I have it somewhere. Yeah, it's Rift at the World's Edge, and then Needle Mist Isle is the third map in this round. Yeah, so certainly possible to see it. Certainly possible. Dude, the Dreadquake was so cool. It was so bad, but it was really fun. So Anticity's in the top 4. Looks like he had a 2-0 victory over Kark. Very solid stuff. He returns, and now we have Hadries versus Outer Region. The winner will be facing Anticity. On the bottom side, we have our matches still going. And all games are best of 3 today. F-Pod is the name of a player. That's who Anticity's referencing. Slanesh versus Vampire Counts is kind of rough. Sigvald lived with 300 HP. I need not say more. Oh my god. Damn. Though the aggro style is fun. Basically avoid the blob and pick apart the infantry. Yeah, Slanesh is really fun, man. They're really, really fun. I'm glad that they're like not oppressive anymore. It's great. Are we doing a Mordheim tournament? I don't know, Mordheim. The Sigvald versus Vlad? Oh my god, what a grind that must have been. That must have been such a grind. Are we gonna get a Chaos Dwarf mirror match in game 1 on Itza? That'd be really funny. Holy shit. Oh god, don't do that to me. Don't put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. Yeah, Kark is from Korea, correct. You can go to totaltavern.com and you can look where the players are from. If they put it on their profile. You can look on the tournament page or the leaderboard and it'll say what country they're from. So, and Kark is in the top. He's usually on the top end of the leaderboard too. So, I don't think it's a Chaos Dwarf mirror match. I just think they haven't picked yet. I can actually check. Let me look here. I wouldn't mind. A Chaos Dwarf mirror match is actually kind of fun. Like they have like a diverse enough roster and characters that I think it could be interesting. I don't know if it's a mirror match yet. Hold on, let me check. Let's not. No. They're just. Yeah, no, they're just picking. You guys are fine. It's not a mirror match. Oh, it's Nurgle time, baby. It's Nurgen time. Oh yeah. Let's go, dude. Let's go. This is super hyped. Turin, who would you rather be? A Bretonnian man-at-arms or an Imperium citizen of a hive city? Oh god, definitely a Bretonnian man-at-arms. Because here's the thing about being a Bretonnian men-at-arms, right? Like, you could like defect from Bretonnia and just like wander the world as like a free person if it like you really wanted to. Yeah, sure, you probably get killed on the road by like raiders or thieves, you know, goblins, whatever. But like as a citizen of a hive city, you're just like straight up trapped. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying defect, but you could flee. You could just run. And in like the old world is like living in a grim dark hive city is like horrific. My favorite part is Nurgle when Kugath came in and said it's Nurgle time. I think Nurgle has some teeth against Chaos Dwarves. I think Chaos Dwarves are pretty good against them too, but like I think there's some options here. It's Nurgle time. Oh my god. I don't know. I think Slaanesh is still good too, Anticity. I do. There's been some folks today saying they're bad, but I really disagree. I think they're good, like take more skill to play, which someone like you has, but maybe for the average player it might be a little bit harder. I don't know. Yeah, Bretonnians also get to see the sun. That's true. Bretonnian Free Company, yeah. Like you could just become like a mercenary, you know. Like if you're a Bretonnian Men-at-Arms, you could just become a mercenary and go join some D&D gang or whatever, you know. But yeah, always a chance your planet just gets blown up in 40k. That too, it does happen in obviously as we've seen in Warhammer Fantasy, but it's very it's not as common of an occurrence, right? All right, guys. It is time. Let there be a reckoning. Dude, I'm so hyped. So it's Chaos Dwarves versus Nurgle. Big boy Kugath here is, he's a big target, but he's a damage sponge. He can absorb a lot. Although the Chaos Dwarf blunderbusses can definitely melt him pretty quick if you're not careful. Yeah, Slaanesh is going to be fine. I'd say they'll be like between 50 and 55% once the stats kind of stabilize. I would say that's probably where Slaanesh will end up, which is great. Which is great indeed. Okay, looking around here. Awesome, awesome. The duels continue, my friends. Outer Region is ready, dude. I love it. I did see the new D&D movie, and I really enjoyed it. I've played D&D quite a bit. I played 3.5 in college a couple times with my roommates. I also played recently, like 2 years ago. But I can't get into the role playing too much. I don't know why. Like I always just want to get straight to the fighting. I don't know. The role playing element of it, I just can't get into it too much. And it's not to say like I enjoy like that like kind of the idea of it, but I don't know why. It just doesn't tickle my pickle. Like I'd rather play a tabletop game and have my Empire army or like my Death Guard out. Or play Magic the Gathering and play like Commander. Like I'd rather play Commander format than like, kind of that. So yeah. I don't know. I did really enjoy the D&D movie though. It was super fun. All right, I'm gonna go get some water real quick, guys. I'm a wargamer in D&D as well. Yeah, I like the battling. I like the combat systems. That part's fun. BRB. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Showdown Jump Scare intro. Chaos Dwarfs versus Nurgle. It's going to be Astro Chad Ironhand versus Kugath Plaguefather. Coming in double Cultists, which is really good. I find that like the Cultists can really dive on the Magmas. They could just kind of waddle towards them and shut them down. And the Summons are also good too once they inevitably get beat up. And we do see Baron to the Bog. Yes, so Baron to the Bog chilling out here. And in the back, we got double Cultists. Popcorn Bandits, and looks like some of the Marauders of Nurgle. I'm surprised to not see Great Weapons. Great Weapons are really good here. But yeah, we'll see how it unfolds. Kugath is obviously a raid boss too. On this map, he can kind of close the distance quickly and pressure the magma cannons. For the Chaos Dwarf army, it's going to be pretty meta. It's Astro Chad, double magmas, but this is a little bit different. He's actually got a lot of Hobo Goblins on the Wolf Riders, and they all do fire damage, which is very, very relevant for sure. Check that out, man. Okay. So Hobo Goblin Legion. Almost no quality infantry, which is usually a good choice against Nurgle. And we do have one blunderbuss in the back, which I really like as a tech piece. Not only to give the leadership buff to the laborer units that are nearby, but also to shoot down characters and SEs and things like that Nurgle might want to move in. Yeah, Nurgle got some nice buffs. They got armor piercing on their toads, and they also got speed buffs on a lot of their infantry and whatnot. So it's Nurgle time, man. It's Nurgle time. I'm really curious to see how this is going to go for Outer Region. I still think it's Chaos Dwarf favored at the highest level.
But obviously, you know, people are still learning, and it's the Wild West a little bit. So good times for all. Good times for all indeed. Right, so taking a look here. The archers, of course, fire damage, can swarm. Also give you good utility for moving up on points. Hobo Goblin archers also do have the cowardly despoilers. So when they attack something from the back, they do get a 25% damage buff, which is really, really cool. So they're not bad at like rear charging things and chasing down low leadership units. Like you could get 2 Hobo Goblins and easily surround a Nurgling and probably drag it down after shooting it a little bit. So there's some cool tricks you can do for sure. Let me check here. Making sure there's no issues. Nope, on the back end, everything looks good. And ladies and gentlemen, the battle is on. So Nurgle versus Chaos Dwarfs. Kugath Plaguefather is going to be throwing some Nurglings across the map and trying to bombard some of the chaff units. And oh wow, nice hit right there. Magma Cannons are going to annihilate these Nurgle infantry, but that's why you bring terrible infantry. You just bring like Nurglings and Marauders, because Kugath can take any infantry down. He's a raid boss. You want to get your double cultists. Oh my god, look at the magma in the face. It nailed that cultist right in the face. But you want to get the double cultists and move them on top of the magma cannons. That's really, really what you want to be looking for. Otherwise, you're going to pay the iron price. Kugath getting focused pretty heavily by the Hobo Goblins, but the Nurglings and cultists will be able to push up. Foghorn Leghorn here, he does a little spanning anime attack there and is able to not even kill a single Nurgling model there. A little bit disappointing for him, huh? But yeah, it's a scary one. Plague Toads are one of your best friends in this matchup too. Plague Toads have good mass and can really overwhelm pretty much any Chaos Dwarf infantry. Do not want to be fighting Plague Toads, so that is quite good for you. Yeah, we're going to be adding new emojis soon and emotes and stuff. Yes, don't worry. It's coming. I'm going to talk to the lady about that. Oh my god, the blunderbuss is nuking that cultist. Dear God in heaven. But is that a mistake? Because now the cultist is going to have a Plague Bearer summon. And look at this. We see the blunderbuss is getting swarmed by the popcorn bandits and getting pushed back. And guys, it's only a matter of time before it is Kugath time. Best part in the movie. And we need to see those Plague Bearer summons. We see Toads moving into the backfield, Bear into the bog, and more Toads coming around the top as well. So Nurgle getting aggressive on all fronts. And guys, it's looking a little bit scary for the Chaos Dwarves. Nurgle not even playing the objectives. Outer Region just going ham in the backfield here. As I think they're going to struggle to kill Kugath. Like, what the hell is going to kill Kugath, man? Look at this. Oh my god, look at how thick he is. And yeah, the magma cannons hit him, but they don't do that much damage. He has 15,000 HP, guys. So now we're starting to see Bull Centaur renders, which isn't bad. But it is Nurgle time, ladies and gentlemen. They are all over the Chaos Dwarves. And even though their value isn't crazy, a lot of the value for the Chaos Dwarves is against Kugath. Like, plenty of other functional things. We got more Toads up on the high ground here. They need to collapse downwards, and Nurgle needs to start capturing some objectives for sure. That's a little bit of a mistake in my opinion. I think just getting, you know, a Nurgling on the points or something would be big. But yeah, he is pushing in here deep, dude. And the magma cannons are already like partially compromised, which is crazy. So some of the Plague Toads being killed by Bull Centaur renders. Bull Centaur renders with great opens, an excellent choice against Nurgle. But we get more Furies moving in. Furies going to be descending on the magma cannons as Kugath, you know, keeps absorbing all these shots. And remember, that man can heal like an absolute maniac. So we get some Hounds taking the point. Nurgle does grab one. I would wager they'll probably send something up to the high ground here. We have Toads and Marauders who have been left AFK for a while. I think if they came back here, the push could be even more foul. But yeah, man, it's like on a big map, Nurgle would suffer a lot more on the approach. But this is kind of what I'm talking about earlier, how you know, maps really, really do affect matchups as well as picks and whatnot, right? So Kugath is moving dirty, dude. He is getting in there. Bear into the bog. The Pox Riders of Nurgle, they're nibbling. And guys, remember, Pox Riders are anti-infantry armor piercing now, so they can actually hurt Foghorn Leghorn since he is infantry sized and armored. So they'll trade relatively well there. But Nurgle does grab the point, so they got 2. Objective 3 looks like it was going to go to Nurgle, but some of the Orc laborers did make their way over there. But now we see the Marauder Horsemen and the Hounds who are going to rear charge them. And yeah, Nurgle really needs to capture the top objectives. Definitely Outer Region's playing very well, but a couple misplays could cost them the game. Like having a triple cap for a while would really put the Chaos Dwarves in much more of a precarious position. But yeah, the Dwarfs are getting pushed back pretty damn hard. Big Chunk is still moving like an absolute champ, but Nurgle could start to run out of steam, and this is where Nurgle could lose the game if they don't play the objectives a little bit. Because like all this time, Nurgle could be up to like 300-400 points right now if they had captured all the points. Looks like we got some Marauders heading over to the side objective, and anything coming over here? No, it doesn't look like it. Chaos Dwarfs do grab that one. So Chaos Dwarfs are going to be able to get that. Now Kugath does have some fat heals, and now we got Toads coming down. Looks like blunderbusses are shooting. Kugath is getting shot by the blunderbusses. That's the worst outcome you could have. He's on fire too. So yeah, the Toads need to get there and salvage that. He's currently sitting at 3,000 HP, and it looks like Kugath is going to be dropping a fat heal while the Toads do get on top of the blunderbusses. And the thing is, all these Wolf Riders are going to run out of ammo, so if your boy Kugath can somehow survive, Foghorn Leghorn would also lose to Kugath in a fight pretty well. Middle objective being taken by the Chaos Dwarves. So Hadri is showing how tenacious of a player he is, because that opening was really rough, like really rough, but he's still able to get some picks. And honestly, if you're here, yeah, Foghorn Leghorn's kind of getting beaten down by the two cultists. They're doing a bit of damage against him. Kugath is sitting at 3 leadership. He needs to get away. Yeah, he needs to just roll to the middle of the map and just Mortis Ascension all those guys, while the Plague Toads and Nurglings just keep stuffing the Chaos Dwarfs back into the Shadow Realm here. So currently, Chaos Dwarfs managed to steal objectives, which is a big, big blunder. That should not have happened. Maybe got a little bit too excitable here. A little bit too excitable. Old Astrogoth does do fire damage himself. Kugath is at 2,700 HP. The Toads on top of the blunderbusses. Chaos Dwarfs, their army is very tattered, but they still have the mobility, which is something that can pull Nurgle apart for sure. So Kugath should turn and fight here with his cultist support. You know, you want to be putting some hurt on old Foghorn here, and Kugath, I would wager, going to have a Fleshy Abundance or a Fecundity here in the next couple moments. A couple Marauders sitting up on the high ground. Both Magma Cannons are gone, so like now spamming infantry with Nurgle is going to be very strong, like very strong. And now Kugath's going to turn and fight. Yep, he is. And all those debuffs on Foghorn are going to be very nice. You can see we got the Slime Trail. I think there was another one. Yeah, and he's poisoned as well. 2,000 HP. Do we have a Fleshy Abundance coming in? Kugath is steady, but being shot by the Wolf Riders. Hadri's with really good micro. Like, keeping these Wolf Riders on top of Kugath is a big, big play. And if Kugath goes down, Nurgle could throw this game for sure. I would say Nurgle was in a very commanding position. Like, very commanding position. But you know, they might have thrown by not playing the objectives properly, honestly. Like, they could be up 700 points right now, but instead the score is tied, and, you know, it's going to get a little bit dicey. Oh my god, he gets away with 200 HP! Is Kugath going to get a heal? That would be so insane if you got a heal off right now. Oh my god, where's the heal? There's got to be some Winds of Magic for that. The Wolf Rider's trying to shoot him, and Chungath does go down. Nurgle loses its Lord. That is very tough. The value, ladies and gentlemen, though, is dead even, which is not good for the Chaos Dwarves. But you know, Foghorn Leghorn could pull this game back. We'll have to see. High ground is currently being held by Marauders. We get some Hounds moving up, and over on the far side, we do see the Chaos Dwarves and some Orc Laborers, but Nurgle's got a lot of infantry. And ladies and gentlemen, there is no Magma Cannons. We see some blunderbusses being summoned in, but they're immediately just going to be farmed by the Barons of the Bog, which have good armor-piercing values now. Nurglings with the little popcorn shots. You can see how Nurgle has some teeth against Chaos Dwarves. And it's not like we saw a meme Chaos Dwarf build. We saw double Magmas, we saw Astrogoth, we saw Bull Central Renders, like all the good units were being used. And Nurgle, despite having some inefficiency with playing the map, is still probably going to win this game. Blunderbuss is shut down by Furies. That feels pretty bad. And here we have the Cultist battling Foghorn Leghorn. Looks like he's getting a little bit low. He's at 2,500 HP here. Nurgle definitely needs to reinforce that Cultist if they can. Up on the high ground, we have Marauders going to be battling the Orc Laborer units, so we will see how that goes. And why do Orc Laborers have more capture weight than they should? It kind of looks like they might. Maybe they don't have Expendable or something? That's a little bit weird. Anyways, here we do have the Chaos Warhounds doing battle. Cultists get smashed by Astrogoth, obviously. Side objective is taken by the Chaos Dwarfs, and in the backfield, Hadri's finally is able to get Nurgle out of his backfield. Like, finally able to get them out. But will Nurgle be able to kind of stabilize after losing their big man? Magma Cannon did get summoned in. Ouch. And it looks like this Magma Cannon is just going to get killed by the Barons of the Bog. Barons of the Bog are really good. Definitely need more Plague Toads here. Plague Toads are super, super strong. So a couple Horsemen going to be moving up to the high ground point, and it looks like the Marauders of Nurgle are able to stabilize and get that objective. We got more Marauders moving in, middle owned by Nurgle as well. Currently, Nurgle is up on points, but not by that much. It's still a very, very close game. But yeah, keeping the Magma Cannons offline is super, super essential. But now we're going to be seeing some shotgun blasts. So we do have the Chaos Dwarf blunderbusses here. Probably going to be able to melt these Plague Toads who are literally sitting at, like, you know, almost no HP. Maybe the Magma Cannon will come back. We'll see. Nice shots there. Blunderbusses, insane damage. They do insane damage. But the range is very short, and they're very expensive too. So they should do a lot of damage. But yeah, some nasty, nasty stuff. So over on the far side, we do see the Hobo Goblins. They're going to be swarming around the back. Will they be able to recapture this? Maybe. Forsaken of Nurgle here are a good choice and probably will break the back of many of these units. I really also like this quite a bit. We do see the Cultists of Nurgle heading on over to the side objective, so they're going to be jumping onto objective number 3. Might be able to flip that one, as Nurgle is going to, like, here's the thing. Without Magma Cannons, Chaos Dwarfs definitely aren't the best at clearing through mass amounts of infantry. Without Magmas and Bull Centaurs, So the Plague Toads might just get on top of these blunderbusses, and it looks like Nurgle should be able to flip this objective back once the Forsaken able to clear some of these guys off. A very, very pitched fight. We've had some good games today, but yeah, it's certainly encouraging to see the Chaos Dwarfs can, struggle against a faction that's even considered to be kind of low tier. Interestingly enough, Kislev actually does pretty well against Chaos Dwarfs too. Maybe Chaos Dwarfs, the bane of Chaos Dwarfs is just haggard factions, just like the Pit Lord factions, right? So Toads still battling here, Hobgoblins. We got some Nurglings, which will lend a massive amount of capture weight. Cultist doing his thing as we do see Chaos Dwarf blunderbusses heading across. And now we do see Magma Cannons being summoned back in, but Nurglings managed to get back here and might actually shut this down. Yeah, this thing's at negative 23. So one Magma Cannon is going to be taken offline. This objective for sure going to be flipping for Nurgle. Marauders up in the high ground should be able to hold that point, but Nurgle needs to get these objectives back soon. Looking at the value, it's kind of even. I don't think Outer Region is probably going to summon in Kugath again. A couple of Hounds. Yeah, Hounds could be nice here. Just getting some like basic Chaos Warhounds to swarm onto the blunderbusses would be very cost effective. But one Magma Cannon is shut down. It's broken and probably going to get friendly fired by these blunderbusses here. Yeah, it's at 86 HP, so that's going to shatter for sure. Another Magma Cannon's back, though. So it was summoned, which is going to be hard. That will definitely punish a lot of Nurgle units as we progress into the later stages, into the end game here. And Foghorn Leghorn might be able to carry this game, too. He's a menace. He's got 1,800 HP, 30% physical resist. Granted, Plague Toads of Nurgle aren't like a terrible option against him. Anti-infantry armor piercing, like you can kind of see the applications of that, right? But here's what I'm saying, guys. If Nurgle had played the objectives in the initial push and then pushed, Nurgle would probably be up to the point where they would win on a single cap right now. So, a very, very winnable. Nurgle might, this is getting close. Like either player could win this, but I think Nurgle could have had this game in the bag if they had played a tiny bit cleaner. Granted, Outer Regions have been playing amazing. His diving, his target priority, his toads, everything has been really, really good. He's obviously an amazing player, but just those little things like that can make the difference when you're playing at the high like stage, like, late game tournament like this, right? So Nurgling's swarming all over, man, and they're just blocking up these blunderbusses. The blunderbusses obviously do not want to be in melee combat, but Foghorn Leghorn and company holding on to the middle, and now we see the Chaos Marauders pulling back. Some of them coming down from the high ground here, and more Plague Toads being summoned in for Nurgle. Plague Toads, of course, will be very good against a lot of these units, but this is the dreaded overlapping, so you can see there's covering fire, right? Like somebody approaches them, they can cover. So having that covering fire for Chaos Dwarfs is very, very good for sure. It's very, very good. Anything going on up top? Doesn't look like it. Nope. Marauders holding it down. We do see Nurgle starting to pull a bit of a value lead, and Nurgle does have a good anchor on the side point too. Nurglings will decisively outtrade Laborer units. And yeah, obviously having the Cultists here is really big too. The Cultists will be, just a sustainable, regenerating presence. Magma Cannons blasting in and do hit the Nurglings. A little bit of a miss there, so very fortunate for the Nurglings. And this is a big play. Really, really big play by Outer Region, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, so Marauder Horsemen, even one crappy unit back here, is going to keep the Magma Cannon from shooting for a moment, most likely. Yeah, see, it's going to bump it. It's not shooting. Could route it if there's no response too, but it looks like there's going to be some Hobgoblin sneaky gets. But every second you can keep a Magma Cannon from shooting is going to be a pretty colossal win for you. So Nurglings managing to stay on the point here. Nurgle trying to contest the middle as well. Toads moving in. Warhounds also pushing, but look at the blunderbusses just melting those Plague Toads. But the Chaos Warhounds might have saved the day, as they are going to be able to target these while the Toads chew through the first wave. Foghorn Leghorn, doing his thing, but he's getting a little bit low himself, 1,600 HP. Up in the high ground, it looks like Hadres might be able to flip this one back, as the Orc Laborers and Hobo Goblins with the 2v1 on the Marauders here might get it. Nurgle is going to be sending some Nurglings, obviously Desperation Nurglings all over the place, as the little Popcorn Bandits doing their thing. Cultists, oh, this objective is pretty close to flipping to the Chaos Dwarfs as well. Nurglings are really, really close, and they should be getting there in just a second. And is it going to flip? It is. So that's a very unfortunate flip for sure. Fury's back here, chasing down Blunderbuss units, and the Blunderbusses in the middle were able to get the job done. So they blew down a lot of those units here, shooting into the Marauders of Nurgle. Will do some big damage. This objective is owned by the Plague God, but it is certainly up in the air as the Orc Laborers are wavering. But yeah, Nurglings need to get there and secure that point if they can. If this one flips too, it's going to be really, really hard for Nurgle to come back. Really, really hard. When Nurgle gets on the point, it's Nurgle in time. They do get that, and the Nurglings should be able to win here. Granted, Foghorn Leghorn and a bunch of Goblin Laborers are on their way over. And we do see Nurgle with some Hounds, but Nurgle's kind of running out of steam a little bit, guys. We do see the values pretty much dead even. Cultists and Nurglings able to push back many of the Labor units here. And this one, assuming Nurgle doesn't push off the objective, they should be able to kind of hold that one. Top point held by Nurgle as well. Nurgle just needs to hold that 2 cap for as long as possible. Although this one's probably going to flip. With all these Laborers coming, that'll be a lot of capture weight, and the Nurgling's not going to be able to get it done. Throwing axes going into Foghorn Leghorn. Wow, he took a lot of damage there. Those Nurgle throwing axes melted him. And did he not bring the physical resist item on Foghorn? He didn't. Wow, okay. I guess expecting a lot of demons, but the physical resist item is just so good. Nurglings holding on to the point, and it looks like Nurgle was able to get the side point back, and it looks pretty comfortable for them. And now there's probably going to be a Toad and or Marauder push. Yeah, we see some Warhounds nibbling down these Goblin Laborers. Could get a rear charge. Very, very close game here, ladies and gentlemen, as they could perhaps Space Jam slam into the back of those guys. Cultists hanging on here. Furies nearby. Furies could jump onto the Chaos Dwarf blunderbusses, as, Nurgle might be able to re-secure the middle. They have a little bit of time to work with, but it is getting very, very cagey. As Hobgoblin Sneaky gets, of course, they have good capture weight and are pretty good at killing infantry. They have anti-infantry, so yeah, they'll be able to butcher these Nurglings most likely. Foghorn Leghorn is routed. Oh, wow. If he runs off the battlefield, that could be a game changer. That would be minus 16 leadership to all of these terrible leadership laborers. Oh, my God. That could have been a potential throw. The Marauders moving up, and the Marauder Horsemen of Nurgle will be able to fight the Hobo Goblins in combat pretty well. We have basic Marauders. Magma Cannon could be the carry that Gotham needs here in the late game. Sneaky Git's going to be battling the Cultists as well as Nurglings. With the Cultists there, should be an okay fight for big Nurgle. And with Foghorn, oh, he's getting unsummoned. Yeah, he's off the battlefield, but even still, it's going to avoid the leadership penalty. But you're missing a very powerful character, so that's going to be pretty big. So this objective taken by the Chaos Dwarf, Nurgle is moving into the middle. Horsemen and Nurglings trying to get that one back, but Chaos Dwarf seem to have just barely taken over this game. This was really, really close. Super close match. Certainly winnable for both sides. I would say this was a hotly contested match, but Nurgle's going to struggle to get this one back now. They definitely will. I mean, I guess maybe the Nurglings might be able to, but like the remnants of these blunderbusses is so big. They'll be able to put some serious hurt on these Plague Toads here. Normally the Toads would be an excellent peeling piece here, but yeah, getting shot by the Hobo Goblin Archers has been really, really good. Magma Cannon being back online, certainly tough. But it just goes to show, guys, like Nurgle has got a lot of teeth in this matchup. I'm telling you, if Nurgle had just grabbed the objectives in the beginning and then pushed, they would have won this game. It would be over right now. It would be over. They would have an extra 200-300 points, and Nurgle had this game. It was definitely a throw. But still, a good play on both sides. We do see the Magma Cannons blasting into the Plague Toads, which does okay damage. It's not like super good against monstrous units, but, it is what it is. Cultists here getting routed. Nurglings coming in, trying to flip it, but there are a lot of Hobgoblin units here. Nurgle has a little bit of time to maybe re-secure some points, but I don't see it happening anytime super soon, as the Plague Toads with their anti-infantry do chew through the Chaos Dwarf blunderbusses. But Hobo Goblin Archers, that was one of my favorite things about this game from Hadri's, was the Hobgoblin Archer play. He just kept pressuring Kugath and really was super maneuverable on the battlefield. Yeah, there were a couple AFK units in the beginning that were sitting up on the hill here for Nurgle. That could have made a big difference too. So just like little things like that. But still, this is only game one, and I'm really excited to see the next couple matches as we do progress here. Valley's pretty much dead even. But yeah, there's no way. Chaos Dwarfs have taken over the battle. Nurgle's still scrapping. We do have some Horsemen coming in, which might eventually be able to wear down the Sneaky Gits, but it's not going to be a super, super quick one. And yeah, we do see objective 2, flipping to Nurgle. Could I be wrong? Could Nurgle come back here? I don't think so. Nurgling's going to lose the Sneaky Gits. I mean, if they did somehow manage to get this high ground objective in a more expedient manner, but they're really, really running out of time. We get some Hounds moving. Middle objective needs to go to the Chaos Dwarfs like ASAP to stop the bleeding, essentially, because it is a rock hard triple cap right now. We're about to see 1,300 points. Nurglings, are they going to get it? Chaos Dwarfs have it. Marauders are there. Little Popcorn Bandits trying to shut down the blunderbusses. And we do see an unsummon on one of the Cultists there. A minuscule refund. But yeah, getting this high ground point is going to be tough. Chaos Warhounds with Fecundity, interesting. Going to keep them healed. But Hobo Goblins are pretty good fighters. They're going to be able to get the job done. GG, well played, guys. Nurgle put up an excellent fight, but that is going to be a victory for Hadri's and Hashut. What a great match. It looked like Hadri's was straight up dead. Like stuffed, losing in value, pushed back. But a couple little misplays that he was able to capitalize on got him back in the game. And Astro Chad probably didn't do that crazy. I guess he did. Yeah, he got some big AoE spells, I think. Flamestorm. Blunderbusses are pretty good against Nurgle. 2,200. Magma Cannons, see, like, not even that good. 500 and 1,100. The Magmas did not shine against the crappy infantry. It was the Blunderbuss in time and the Hobo Goblin Archers for Hadri's. 1,300, 15, 12, and 13. Hadri's squeezed every morsel of value he possibly could out of those Hobo Goblins. What a great game. All right, so that's game one. Super close match. Well played to both those guys. All right. There you go. And now let's see what they're going to be doing for the next map. That was a really, really good game. Super good match. We've had a A lot of really, really fun, matches today. Good faction diversity. We've seen Chaos Dwarfs winning and losing, which is encouraging to see. And yeah, that's all I got to say on the matter, man. That's all I got to say. All right, so checking. Make sure nobody has any questions. Let's go ahead and check the old leaderboard real quick. Not leaderboard, but the stats here. Yeah, magic mechanics are definitely not balanced, but they're just not good against, those type of things. Monsters, toads, and all that. All right, so let's check this. So currently we have Anticity waiting the outcome here. Sec here, let me refresh all this. Hobo Goblins are good. Yeah, the Hobo Goblin Riders against Nurgle with fire damage and, the hit and move seems quite nice. So we'll probably have the winner of this series versus Anticity after this. And then, yeah, the bottom matches will probably be finishing around the same time, I would wager. Probably around the same time, I would guess. So looking at the stats for today, we can look. So here's what we have so far for the first 3 or 4 tournaments. Norsko with 69%, baby. That's what she said, the blessed number. Chaos Dwarf sitting at 58%, so 35 wins and 25 losses. It's pretty nice little spread there. So Skaven have been crushing Chaos Dwarves, although it looks like they managed to win a couple. Empire has gotten Chaos Dwarves a couple times, so Empire's has won more against Chaos Dwarves. Bretonnia has also been beating them. Interesting. I want to know who beat the Chaos Dwarves with the Dwarves today. That is the true hero right here. Yeah, cool stuff, man. Very fun stuff. The stats are certainly getting better and better. Tzeentch is 0%. It's beyond our comprehension, yes, as we jokingly say. Lion of Grace, you mean the White Lions or the Lion Chariots or the Narnia Lions? The War Lions are better a little bit. I used Rahagir's Pride against Chaos Dwarves. I didn't hate it. Tzeentch at 0%. Tzeentch. Yes. Just in the pits of hell. They certainly are in the pits of hell, but, we'll see. Maybe some champion will bring Tzeentch back and start, figuring him out. We're at the Rift of the World's Edge in Game 2 here. And let's see what old Hadries and Outer Region will come up with. Let us see. Empire will climb back up. It's too early. Empire usually has a rough start and then makes their way back. Yeah, that's how they roll. I thought Nurgle did really well against Chaos Dwarves. They were performing very well. Professor Pone says, I should have led Tzeentch at the top. You should have, Pone. You were the chosen one, and you've forsaken them, dude. You have forsaken Tzeentch. The Changer and his pigeons will never forgive you. All right, what are the picks and bans going to be? How long have we been going? 4.5 hours? Not bad at all. And we are very close to the top 4. So after this series, we'll be casting 2 more best of 3s, and that will probably be the end of the road. As the players can continue playing through, and we'll just keep having the good times. All part of Tzeentch's schemes, yes, of course, to lull everybody into a false sense of confidence and then come back and become the most powerhouse faction. Taco has to change Tzeentch now. Yeah, see? Taco needs to adopt another Haggard faction. I know. We'll pull that Empire win rate back up. Yeah, we'll pull it back. They adjusted Red Olgor's multiplayer cost. But don't even let you play a Chaos Demons on ladder. I know, isn't that funny? That actually is a really funny thing. I'm going to mention that to them. Yeah, I'll try not to forget. Okay, perfect. So Warriors of Chaos for Hadries, which is way more fun to watch now. The Hellstriders are still good, but not like oppressive. And what is Outer Region going to be picking? Will he play Chaos Dwarves? Chaos Dwarves are today 4-0 against Warriors of Chaos. So I wonder if Hadries banned Chaos Dwarves here. He might have. Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad idea for him. I feel like Chaos Dwarves really punish those like good quality infantry factions. It can be tough for them. It can certainly be tough. Somebody in chat says, God, I wish I could play Warhammer 3, but a last second. Yeah, it's definitely, there's a lot. If you want a really cost-effective way to get into, like if you get Game 3 and then get Champions of Chaos, that's a really good way to get into multiplayer because it will give you, the fully fleshed out Chaos factions, and Khorne, Nurgle, and Slaanesh are all pretty viable. And then you get Kislev and Cathay in their full form, so it gives you like a good range of factions to play. But yeah, it is expensive for sure. It really is. Good tournament so far. The new patch, it feels great. It feels really good. It's way better than before. It's way, way better. Yeah, we'll be having a lot of tournaments this week. We'll have some single faction tournaments, which will be a lot of fun. I want to play some Chaos Dwarfs too. Khorne versus Warriors of Chaos. Outer Region's really good at those kind of factions, like Khorne, Nurgle, Beastman, like those aggressive factions. So yeah, it's going to be Warriors of Chaos versus Khorne. Good times, man. Good times. I think Hadri's plays Empire a little bit too. I wouldn't be surprised to see them get picked out in like a deeper series. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Man, I gotta handle this mustache. The hair's like growing over the lip, you know? Starting to get a little bit grungy, guys. Okay, so Warriors of Chaos versus Khorne. This is a tricky one to kind of predict. Bloodletters feel very good here, though. Like Bloodletters. But then they could lose to like a Spawn, like Troll type build. For Warriors of Chaos in this matchup, I really do like the idea of Festus with like a war. Oh, dude, you guys want the MLG build? You go Festus and double Chosen of Tzeentch. So you get magic damage against all demons. You get Festus to heal the Elite Chosen on top of their shields. And he can Mortis Engine down good Khorne infantry. Dude, that's the way. Although Valkia will maybe come in and kill Festus is the only problem. So you got to have something to protect him. Like, yeah, some sort of a Exalted Hero type character. Maybe a couple of those. Like Festus double Exalted Hero on like horse with double Chosen of Tzeentch. Oh, dude, sign me up. That sounds badass. Fun fact, Pox Riders beat Fireglaves. Yeah, well, Fireglaves have really low armor, really low HP. I'm not surprised to hear that. Yeah, Pox Riders, not Plague Toads, but the elite Pox Riders, which, you know, it kind of makes some sense. Yeah. Yeah, so we'll see. That does sound like a cool build. That does sound like a very, very cool build. Yeah, and the old main games, for sure, they do add a little bit to the run. Yeah, it's really expensive. No, I hear you, dude. It's a pricey one to get into. Scarbrand? Scarbrand against Warriors of Chaos, not the worst thing in the world. You know, he can rampage their lords and kill them. We could also see Sigvald, just like classic Sigvald. Archeon the Everchosen, you know, he's always a contender. He's got some good magic and, you know, obviously is badass too. Yeah, man. I love that Plague Toads are good now. It's very exciting. I think Nurgle versus Chaos Dwarfs is a good countermeasure. Maybe on a big map it'd be hard though. Like I feel like if that last game had been on a colossal map, Hadri's would have harassed super hard with those Wolf Riders and the Magma Cannons would have gotten a lot more damage in. So Double Giant is actually quite good. Double Giant Festus is good. Double Giant Sigvald is good. I'm a big Double Giant enjoyer. Like a big Double Giant enjoyer. Especially against Khorne, who, you know, they have throwing axes, but it's not going to kill a giant super quickly, so. And giants will also, like, absolutely karate chop Valkia in a fight if they want to go fisticuff, so. I mean, Valkia can hurt them, but giants have 700 weapon strength, so they certainly pack a bit of a punch, so. They do pack a bit of a punch. So builds being finalized here. Anticity watching from the shadows for his next opponent. He's scheming, watching their playstyles, taking notes. Are you taking notes? Got a notepad there? I know there's I'm sure there's matrices out there that people have against various opponents of their playstyles, and you know if you really want to get into the super sweat, Nurgle War Shrines are not that good. Like you can get AoE healing from just Festus, and you know it doesn't have any conditions that need to be met. So I'm not a huge fan of the War Shrine myself. Yeah, Astrogoth is really strong in the campaign. That's probably the campaign I'd be interested in playing. Old Foghorn. He seems like he'd be really fun. Yeah, almost in top 4, guys. Almost in top 4. We're getting there. We are getting there indeed. He's got all the notes, he says. I always take notes. See, there you go. There you go. You know what would probably be a good idea if you want to get really sweaty is every time you play someone, you know, because usually top tournament players will end up playing the same people quite often. Like taking screenshots of their build every time you play someone and just keep it in a folder. And then like you can kind of like guess what they're going to bring next time, or at least like the general theme of it. That would probably be really smart. I probably wouldn't do that. Oh yeah, dude. Festus, Exalted Hero of Nurgle, Severed Claw. This is so much better than that shithouse freaking Hellstrider meta we had. Oh, it's so much better. It's actually fun. Look, we got Scarbrand on the other side. It's great, dude. It's great. All right. So, We got the Warriors of Chaos. Big Daddy Festus coming in with a little bit of Tzeentchian love. Obviously not wanting to fight Khorne super hard in melee, so going to be using a couple infantry units, a lot of Marauder Horsemasters, Scarbrand, double Cultist, Khorne Warriors, very classic stuff. And yeah, man, looks like quite a bit of fun. Hey, thank you for being a member for 17 months. Clearly, Kugat double Unclean One would destroy Chorfs on big maps. Too much mass. Yeah. Same question as last. Empire State Trooper or Imperial Guardsman? Oh, Empire State Trooper all day. Empire State Troopers can, like, you know, they can have a life outside of war. Whereas, like, you know, the Imperial Guardsmen in 40k just get eaten by Tyranids and every horrible thing they can think of. So, yeah. All right, guys. The battle is on. We got the big man, the Severed Claw. These guys are awesome. Magic damage, anti-large, really good tech against Fleshhounds and Scarbrand potentially. Chaos Warriors, and we have a Nurgle champion, an Exalted Hero, and then we have Festus. So, like we talked about, if you're going to go Festus against Khorne, you kind of need a bodyguard because he can be karate chopped, he can be taken down. So you're going to want that. So, good times, good times. He's got his bodyguard. And obviously, Scarbrand's going to be super vulnerable. You guys saw last game how good Hadri's is with his skirmish cap, right? Like his Marauder Horsemen, his Hobo Goblin Archers. Like, he really, really squeezes every morsel of value he can out of those units, right? So, I love it coming in from Hadri's. Now, on the other side here, we do see Chaos Warriors of Khorne. Chaos Warriors of Khorne, double Cultist, as well as Scarbrando, Marlon Scarbrando, the Exiled. He's on the waterfront. He could have been a contender. You know, he perhaps has a little bit of a Heart of Darkness. Who knows? Okay, that's enough terrible references there. I hope some of you guys got some of those, but we're trying our best here. We're trying our best. So moving over, Scarbrand pulling back into the trees. He should be able to hide here as the Horsemasters certainly going to be looking to throw their giant javelins into the giant monster of Khorne. I really like the Cultists of Khorne. I feel like they're an awesome unit. Silver shields, decent armor, great combat stats, bloodletter summons are really, really good. And yeah, they're a good choice for sure. Scarbrand's not javelin proof. He does have 90 armor and a little bit of missile resist, if I'm not mistaken. No, he doesn't. He has demon resist. So, you know, he can kind of take it like a champ, but it's not something that you want to be enduring. So, now moving on up, we do have Chaos Warriors of Khorne. More Chaos Warriors of Khorne heading on over. And the Marauders are up on the point. Yes, yes. So there they go, 1 and 2. It's going to be a lot of capture weight as the Marauder Horsemaster is going to be trying to harry the Khornate forces, but Khorne is going to be able to screen them with shielded units, and they also do have Chaos Warhounds and Fleshhounds hiding in the bushes. But the big question for Khorne is, who let the dogs out? No, I'm kidding. It's who's going to be able to, you know, hold these guys back and stop Festus in this troll blob with the healing. That's pretty nice. So the Cultists of Khorne can probably fight the trolls adequately well. Chaos Warriors going to get wrecked pretty bad here as the Khornate Hero Hammer blob. Festus, the 2 Exalted Heroes, one of which is aligned with Khorne moving in, and the Severed Claw with their, you know, armor piercing and their just mass, and the healing on the Severed Claw is going to be pretty cool once their shields do go down. Scarbrand's going to have to, you know, definitely hard carry this game. Khorne should definitely use its mobility also to take Objective 3. Like, just send a loose Marauder over there. If it's free real estate, you got to take it. We do see some Marauder Horsemen being summoned out as Festus and his character Blob do pretty well. These Chaos Warriors not having a good time versus the very, very elite, and Scarbrand needs to get more active. He should be under here beating down these characters. Scarbrand should be there, just absolutely bully beat down like Festus, and looks like he's going for it. Scarbrand punting. Oh, his attack animations are so cool. But yeah, Scarbrand should be able to put some hurt on Festus. Uh-oh. Festus, you're in danger. Scarbrand is afflicted by the Harbinger of Pestilence, which won't do anything against him. It's more designed against infantry. Oh, God. Festus is rampaged by Scarbrand. Wrathful Reaper is active. His weapon strength is 992. Scarbrand needs to attack. Okay, there he goes. It looks like he did some big jumping attack and did squash something there on the ground. As the objectives are pretty much 1-to-1. It looks like Khorne actually managed to get this one, and Khorne did hold on to the side objective as well. So Warriors of Chaos could be in some trouble here. Festus the Leech Lord maybe a little bit out of his element. Perhaps Hadri's wasn't expecting Marlon Scarbrando to just come in and go apeshit. Oh my God! It's a massacre! 1,000 weapon strength just beating down Festus. Jeez. Oh God, he's getting butchered. The Blood God not messing around today, guys. Okay, he needs to be finished though. Okay, he's shattered. That's pretty much good enough. Same thing. Scarbrand is literally the hard carry of this game. He did so much damage. I love it. That's what Scarbrand should be. I'd love that, like, big badass monster survival, right? And what's been really good for Khorne is Khorne has actually been adequately screening out the Horsemasters with their own and shields and hounds and things like that. So Hadri's isn't quite able to get the Marauder Horsemasters on top of Scarbrand. So Scarbrand is basically utilizing all this time to just farm these characters, right? Yeah, so we do see Festus is just, this doctor is going to be closing down his practice and going into retirement. He is done. He's like, screw this shit, screw you, Nurgle, I'm out of here. I'm not doing it anymore. I've had enough. So Skarbrand the Exiled is bullying these exalted characters, but is a little bit pinned in by the trolls. If anybody could pull a comeback, it would be Hadri's. He is incredibly skilled, and if you could find a way to get Skarbrand down, that would certainly be the beginning of how to do that. Now, 2 objectives are held by Khorne. 3rd objective taken by Khorne as well. So Khorne is getting a pretty serious value lead. We do see some Chaos Warhounds of Hadri's being killed by Fleshhound, so a little bit unfortunate there. And Hadri's is trying to maneuver his horsemen to not only steal the objective, you can see with a little bit of a maneuver like so, but then come in and throw some javelins at your boy Skarbrand as well. Chaos Warhounds nibbling in the forest there as well. And yeah, Severed Claw still doing great, man. Gotta love the Severed Claw. What kind of value do we have? Only 600, but yeah, still holding, anchoring there as Skarbrand does pull back. The Exalted Hero trying to ascend to Demonhood by taking down Skarbrand, but that is not going to happen today. Pretty comfortable little hold here for Khorne, but we still do have the mobile advantage for Hadri's. And yeah, Skarbrand diving in once again, going after the Exalted Hero of Nurgle, but those are still 2 very powerful Chaos characters who can put up a little bit of a fight here. Great usage of the Cultist. Cultist going to be summoning in Bloodletters, so Bloodletters are really good here. They will absolutely butcher the Forsaken. Forsaken have super low melee defense, and, you know, Bloodletters have anti-infantry, armor piercing, really high melee attack, so what's not to love? And now the Bloodletters move in. Another unit of Forsaken's going to get butchered, while Marlin Skarbrando, he's coming in, and yeah, he's just going to just punish, dude. He is the Punisher. Skarbrand currently sitting at 2,200 value, mainly from Festus. Exalted Hero's chasing him, which is a bold strategy, Cotton. Rage embodied! Okay, he's enraged. Now Skarbrand can feast, if he's paying attention. Although, oh my god, he popped Wrathful Reaper, which rampages Skarbrand. And now he can't attack the correct target. That feels pretty bad. But even still, he still got the rampage off. And the Cultists of Khorne might be able to drag down this Exalted Hero. Cultists of Khorne are very good fighters. They're actually more combat, proficient than the basic Exalted Heroes. But the Exalted Hero obviously has a mount option here, which he's on. So Skarbrand, rampaging about, just butchering whatever he can. In the backfield, we do see Hadri's being routed a little bit by the Fleshhounds, able to chase down a lot of units, and the Horseman Corps has really been struggling this game. It seems like the Horsemen not quite able to hit the mark. They've been looking for Skarbrand. Hadri's, despite really, really good micro, has been having a little bit of trouble. Forsaken coming out, but Forsaken will trade pretty badly into Fleshhounds and different units like this. As it looks like the Khornate champion actually ended up losing because Trolls came in. So some Armored Trolls of Chaos were able to provide some good armor piercing and get the W there. So big value difference though. Khorne is up a lot and Skarbrand is still alive, like with 3,000 plus HP. So that's going to be really tough. The objectives looking very bleak for Chaos. I wouldn't be surprised if Russell Skarbrand is a good one too. I like that. Yeah. Well, anyways, Skarbrand is, he's just carrying. He's going to crush this Exalted character, and that's going to be a tap out from Hadri's. 1-1, the champion of the Blood God, Skarbrand and Outer Region with the Steel Chair, Festus. I looked at the build of Hadri's, and I was like, okay, I think the 2 Exalted characters and the Severed Claw and the Horseman would be able to stop Skarbrand, but it was not so. And, the big man, Captain Triple Chin, he got the business. 1-1, ladies and gentlemen, as we go into the rubber match here in the series. Great games. Very, very even series between these 2 players here. Let me go ahead and refresh this and see how that's looking. All right. So bottom side, we do have some results in. So let's look real quick here. So Drakens with a victory over Serkia. Serkia, we watched the games earlier against Grumbrindle and Professor Pone. But yes, Drakens with a 2-0 victory over Serkia. And then Valkanos and Catholic Alcoholic have been playing a long time, which makes me think that they're probably on game 3. It probably went to the rubber match here. So, by the way, if you guys are enjoying the stream, do drop a like. Let's see if we can get up over 1,000. That'd be pretty sweet. Start off the new multiplayer season with a little bit of a bang here. The great Kraken King, has he dropped a game yet today? Doesn't look like it. Anticity 2-0 against many, many good players. So he is waiting. He is fired up. He's ready to go. And he's going to be facing the winner here of this series, which is very exciting. Very exciting. Skarbrand was awesome. He didn't get Festus' skull. He tried, but to each their own. We get to see Chaos Dwarves here, maybe. Maybe. How are they looking? Looking at stats for Chaos Dwarves. Currently, they're sitting at a 58% win rate. Pretty good. Yeah, I'm liking it. Chaos Dwarfs, like, even if you don't use the OP stuff with Chaos Dwarfs, like if you use like, you know, the Prophet or like, you know, Drazhoath or you know, Zaytan, I actually think is good too. You know, Chaos Dwarfs can definitely do well without the, you know, some of the really broken stuff. But yeah, I find that they do struggle to kill infantry without magnet cannons like effectively, because blunderbusses have huge line of sight issues in mainline battles, and yeah, the magmas are really pretty essential for them. Very strong though. Turin, same but way more difficult. Chaos Space Marine or Chaos Warrior? Ooh, I don't know. Those are both pretty awful options. Probably a Chaos Space Marine. It depends on which Legion we're talking about for Chaos Space Marines. Like if you're a Black Legion Chaos Space Marine, it's going to be way better than being like, you know, a Death Guard or one of those like, you know, really horrific fates that they often suffer. I think Chaos Dwarfs are very strong. They have some overpowered units, for sure. They're going to be a top tier faction, and even if some of those units do get nerfed, which I think will happen, like with Bull Centaur Renders, a lot of the problem is that they have like a hitbox issue where you can't really shoot them effectively with cannons, and like it's weird. They have a hitbox issue. Yeah, so that's something. Drazhoath is really fun. He's really cool. He's really, really cool. Yeah, he's a fun character, and his, you know, I think he has some teeth in multiplayer. Like he's got this like item that gives him ward save. That's pretty okay when he's in combat. Oh, Sigmar bless this ravaged body. Yes, Sigmar bless. So we got Hadri's with the Empire, and Outer Region has yet to pick. So we'll see. Are we going to see the dreaded Luminarch? Yeah, that's the thing. Like in Warhammer, you're probably right. It's probably better to be a Chaos Warrior from Warhammer than to be a 40k one. Just be a Night Lord. Yeah, like if you could be a Night Lord too, though. Interesting. Yeah, blunderbusses hit really hard, but they're super expensive. Like if you get a blunderbuss compromised before it can really get any good targets off, it feels really bad. It's not like a Cathay Iron Hail Gunner, which is like only 500. You know, they're almost 1,000 gold. So I think like 900 something, which is pretty good. The Nation Calls versus who? Oh wait, no, is he on Chaos Dwarfs? Sorry guys, hold the for Sigmars for now. We're not sure. Did Hadri's didn't play Chorfs this series, right? He won. No, Hadri's won with Chorfs. He did. So he can't play Chorfs again this series. So he's just looking at Chaos Dwarfs right now to evaluate, I think, his pick. Yeah, I think he's just evaluating his pick. Franz can take down Scarbrand easy. Not quite. He does do good against demons. Okay, Hadri's looking at Ogre Kingdoms now. I think he's like evaluating his options. He's thinking about it. Cathay and Dom is okay. I don't like Cathay that much myself. I just like, I don't know. I feel like they need more stuff. They don't suit my style. I don't know. I guess I'm just not very good at them. Is it an Ogre Kingdoms mirror match? Holy shit. No, it can't be. Did we have Ogres? Was that this series or that was the previous series? Oh man, we might have a Chungus mirror match. If it is a mirror match, I'll remind them to use different banners. So at least we can kind of try and tell them apart. Yeah, I'll do my best there. Has he played Skaven yet? Yeah. No, they're still moving through the selection of factions. You know what? I think New Kislev is actually not bad against ogres. Like with all the buffs to their infantry and some of the other things, like I think like yeah, Kislev could be very good here too. No, they're just both exploring their options. One sec, guys. I'm gonna go get a quick little snack. I'm just gonna munch on some almonds really quick, and yeah, we'll be going here in just a minute. So just hang tight, my friends, and I will put on the hype video while I munch. I'll be right back.
More Lord of Death, keep our souls lest they fall prey to him.
All right, guys. I'm good. I got some chocolate. It's like dark chocolate. It's pretty good. I actually want to put up a poll real quick. Hold up. All right. Best chocolate. Okay. Or let's add a third option too. With like I'm trying to think of like, yeah. So I think this is I'm actually curious about this. Hold up. So I did not like dark chocolate until I got older. I don't know what happened, but somewhere in my mid-30s, like something in my brain changed where I was like, I really like the dark chocolate. Now the only problem is the dark chocolate with like the fruits, I'm gonna like kind of, yeah. Milk, you savages. Oh man. If you guys haven't tried salted dark chocolate with like cranberries or raspberries in it and like some almonds in it, dude, that is so good. Holy shit, it's so good. Anna says it's disgusting. She just yelled that from her room. Okay. Yeah, milk chocolate, I expected it to be more popular. Where's white chocolate? Okay. Dark chocolate with caramel, that's where it's at. Yeah, dark chocolate with like salt is really good. Yeah. It's weird. I don't know what it is. Like it's, as I've gotten older, I like enjoy the dark chocolate. Yeah. I see what you guys are saying. Fruit and nuts all the way. Yeah, it's so good. Okay. We're getting there, man. We're getting there. Kislev versus, I'm so happy to see Kislev being played. It's bringing me such joy. Yeah, I have a slight dairy allergy. It's not that bad. Like I can eat it, but it'll like if I eat a big meal with cheese, I'll have like a stuffy nose for like maybe like a day and a half, and you know, a little bit of a stomach ache. But I can do it. You know, I've accidentally eaten cheese. You know, like a week ago or a couple weeks ago, like I accidentally ate a burrito that was supposed to have the fake cheese in it, but it had the real cheese, and you know, it wasn't the worst. But yeah. By the way, what countries in the world? I love this matchup. Kislev is so fun. What countries in the world are like most known for like the best chocolate? Anna says Belgium and Switzerland. So is that what it is? Like if I just wanted to be a fat ogre tyrant and just go feast on chocolate, is that where I need to go? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, chocolate's so good. Chocolate covered cashews and almonds. Yeah, so a snack I had recently was a pretzel. It was almond butter. Where was this? It was almond butter inside of a pretzel with dark chocolate on the outside. Belgium for sure, Germany, Switzerland. Depends on the type of chocolate. Okay, so we're getting into some nuances here. Yeah, Belgium, Swiss. Okay, it seems like that's like predominantly Professor Pone. Somebody in chat. Oh, I thought that was you, Pone. Somebody in chat says the USA. Oh my god. Altdorf, Austria. Okay. Pennsylvania, Sarah's chocolate. Okay, we're getting some good suggestions. It's great because I can come back to the stream recording and look at all this when the time comes. All right, guys. Let's get this party started. Let's have some fun. Let's look. It is the Chungus Kingdoms, ladies and gentlemen. Ogre Bull dual weapons into the sunset with the new and improved Iron Guts. New Iron Guts got 10 more armor, 5 bonus versus infantry. They are ready to go to Pound Town for sure. Now, looking at the rest of the units here, we got mostly just Iron Fist, and Ogres do have Vanguard of Noblar Trappers. So Hadri's with very much just like a Bulls on Parade build, which is just going to be brute forcing and trying to overwhelm you, which certainly isn't bad. Now, looking here at the Hordes of Kislev, Heavy War Sleds are an interesting choice from Outer Region. I feel like they're not amazing against Ogres. Like, against Ogres, I really like Zargard backed up by Mass Kossar Spears, but, like, maybe there's something I'm missing. I mean, they can run over Noblars. We have a Patriarch, an Ice Witch of Death Frost, which this spell just got buffed. I believe it got a Winds of Magic reduction. So that's your Spirit Leech. And then Kossars of Spears, which obviously are quite good against any sort of Ogres and whatnot. Turkish coffee. Is Turkish coffee the really, like, what's that coffee consistency that's, like, really thick? It's, like, almost syrupy, and it's, like, really, like, bitter tasting, but it kind of has this, like, there's something, it's super strong. I had that in Los Angeles at this restaurant. I can't remember what it was called. Yeah, it was very, very heavy duty. Anyways, guys, looking here, we see the ogres. It's ogres on parade facing off against the Kislev Chariot build, which is interesting. Very, very interesting. Yeah, I don't know about the application. I mean, they do have shooting, but the ogres their mass is really good at trapping these chariots in place. Like really, really, really good. Yeah. All right, guys, let us know your predictions. Who do you think is going to win? We'll put up a poll. Kislev or ogres win, and there we go. YouTube needs like more integrations, like what Twitch has, you know, so I don't have to like manually do that. It's like so janky. All right, guys, there it is. Let us know who you think is going to be winning in today's Duel of Fates as we approach the later stages of this tournament. Very close to the top 4 as we approach the dreaded 5-hour mark. It looks like this could be a 7-hour stream, which, you know what? I'm good for it, man. I'm ready to go. I had some dark chocolate. I'm feeling amped up. I don't think there's that much sugar in it. It only has like 2 or 3 grams of sugar. See, that's the big thing. Like, I can eat the dark chocolate without feeling like I just had like 40 grams of sugar, right? Yeah, you still kind of get that similar satisfaction. I don't know. So, it looks like you guys think the Ogres and Hadri's are going to win versus Outer Regions Kislev. All right, it would appear that, based on the small sample of you guys that voted, is going to be the decision. Armored Kossars being included in the army as well, I think is good, but new Iron Guts will be nice against them. So the Ogre Kingdom's the Great Maw. Going to be moving across here with some Ogre Bulls and Noblars. What Kislev can do against this is they can pull some Winged Lancers or Griffin Legion and just plow through both of these units. So that's something that the Ogres are going to need to be privy to for sure. Heavy War Sleds up in the point. Side point's going to be taken by some Kossars. I would probably send a Kossar and an Armored Kossar over to that side point. That would be a hard to remove position for the Ogres. 2 durable units that obviously pack a little bit of a punch. So we'll have to see how they decide to divvy up their forces for sure. The dark chocolate I have is like 70%. Yeah, like 68%, 70%, maybe somewhere in that ballpark. And then it has raspberries and almonds in it. Or cranberries and almonds. It's the good stuff, dude. It's so good. Oh, it's delicious. Objectives opening up in 20 seconds. Patriarch and the Ice Witch going to be moving across, riding bears. Who doesn't love bears? I think bears are one of the coolest animals. They're just so rad. Like, imagine if, yeah, man, I can't think. I'm trying to think of an animal. Like, yeah, they're definitely my favorite animal. I really like beavers, though. I mean, obviously dogs. Everyone likes dogs. It's talking different things, but yeah, like beavers. I think bears. Beavers are so cool. The ability to like build and they're just like, yeah, it's crazy what they're able to do. Absolutely crazy. So, Objective 2 going to be going to Kislev. Objective 1 going to be going to Kislev as well. So that objective is going to flip. The side objective going to the Great Maw. So we see some Ogre Bulls and Noblars who are going to be chilling out on that point. And looking over here, more Armored Kossars are being called in for Kislev. Slavs are out for blood today as the Kossars have their pistols out. Their pistols are actually not bad against Ogres either. But the Ogres are eventually going to have to move out of the tree line, right? They're eventually going to have to move out of the tree line. So, yeah, we have Sky Striders being called in. Very good against Kislev. They can pound the infantry and will counter pretty much any Kislev cavalry. Warbear Riders can put up a good fight against them, though. Granted, the Ogres do have good access to healing, right? And Kislev does via its Patriarch, but it's not like a fully erect Troll Guts. Ants and bees. Yeah, you know, bees, I really like bees. Yeah, bees are cool little creatures. Very interesting what they're able to do. It's incredible. It is incredible. So yeah, the little trapper is going to move out for Hadri's. He's going to start his skirmishing phase as he does summon in his caster. So his Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw has arrived from the war tent. I wouldn't call it a war tent. It's more like the dinner tent for the Ogre Kingdoms. The Empire would have like war tents, but yeah, Sled's going to be shooting into trappers, getting a couple picks here and there, but there are 160 models. Kislev probably going to want to move up some bows, like just some bow Kossars are really good against Noblar trappers. They can melt them very quickly. Ogres looking like they might want to threaten a couple points. We see Iron Guts, Dual Weapon Bulls, and Dual Weapon Bulls here. This Kossar over on its own would get wrecked by 3 bull units. Kislev is really more defensively postured. It doesn't look like they're going to be going for all 3 points by any stretch. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Winged Lancers have been called out, so that's nice. Winged Lancers could respond to a threat here, whatever you really need. And yeah, this is that would probably be a pretty terrifying thing. Like if you're a Kislevite, you know, we're very hardy folk, but like knowing there's just a legion of ogres who are looking to eat you in the trees, just like waiting to strike. That's like, God, what a horrific image. You know, that would be. You could just like hear the rumbling in their footsteps and all that sort of stuff. Winged Lancers waiting in the wings, and, you know, I'm sure Outer Region is more than happy to just accrue a little bit of a points lead here. It certainly never hurts. Is Kislev going to do anything on the side? It would be kind of cool to see some Horse Archers being used, like just to kind of poke at like Ogre Bulls that really aren't doing a whole lot. That could be kind of cool. Nonetheless, Heavy War Sleds just poking away, and we do see a very, very cautious opening from the Ogres. Looks like they're just trying to feel out their opponent's weaknesses whilst building the proper, you know, tech to deal with this Kislevite army. So now Noblar Trapper is going to move up on the point, which will provide 2 capture weight a pop. So each of them will be 2 capture weight, and the sled's going to be blasting away as the Sky Striders prepare to lead the charge. And the Ogres is coming to get you. So here they come. Sky Striders pushing out with the Slaughtermaster, Ogre Bull, Iron Fists, and Iron Guts. All these bad boys are on their way out. And Professor Pone says, except they're fat ogres, so you see them hiding behind those twins. Yeah, that's true. I guess they wouldn't be able to hide very well. Maybe on this map. This map's, you know, more like dark and grim dark looking, so... Yeah, Kislev gives up the objective. They're just like, you know what? You guys can have this. We're going to shoot you a little bit with our Kossars before we go into fight. Over on the side point, Heavy War Sleds using their rifles to shoot at the Iron Guts and getting a little bit of value. So Kislev going to be trying to squeeze a little bit of value out of this battle before they get too crazy. Kislev not making any plays for the back objective, but you can see they're moving up their Armored Kossars. Armored Kossars are really good now. They got a total +4 melee defense and +2 melee attack, so 6 additional stats for the same price is great. So they're going to be able to just shoot at Noblars, who of course aren't shielded, and clear out a lot of the chaff, which is probably what you would want to be doing here. But anyways, Kossar shooting in, Heavy War Sleds going for freebies. They're like, hey, I see some Noblars there, I see some Noblar Trappers. I think that Heavy War Sleds of Kislev are probably the best chariot in the game. In terms of, like, you know, not single entity chariots, but in terms of regular chariots, I think they are one of the best. And the Ogres are sick of this shit. They're like, all right, you know what? We're coming for you. Just the big, haggard Ogre blob. And now Kislev is going to be ready. Kislev has Warbear Riders here too, and the Warbear Riders pull in, and they get on top of the Iron Guts. Really, really good control there by Outer Region. Iron Guts will do some good damage against Warbears, but Warbears will hard counter them. And the Winged Lancer is going to be coming across, charging into the big cavalry here in the back, while we do have the Ice Witch and the Patriarch on their bear mounts, getting ready to fight. So the Ogres, a little bit of an ugly blob here. A lot of units just busy fighting one thing. Granted, Ogres, you know, they stack relatively well. But Kislev should be getting some decent value with all these archers shooting into the Sky Striders. Of course, Troll Guts going down. That's very strong. And the Warbear Riders able to take down the Iron Guts. But honestly, that's not a terrible trade for the Iron Guts. And if Hadri's were to get another one of these dudes in here to fight the Bear Riders, it might be enough. Winged Lancers bouncing out to intercept the Iron Guts. Heavy, heavy fighting here in the pits as the Kislevites enduring in the front line, which is barely. These Armored Kossars, they have the Buyer Blood Passive, but the front line of Kislev is about to falter here on Needle Mist Isle as the Iron Guts just start to move through, and the Bow Kossars are now going to be dragged into melee, but you'll notice really good layering. Like, he's got layers, layers, and layers. There's like 3 layers to this Kislev front line, which makes it much harder for factions with big mass to push through. If you just have like a classic kind of spaghetti line, it's much easier to compromise a missile position. Now on this side, it looks like Kislev holds onto the objective. They do call in some Kossovite Dervishes to battle the Ogre Bulls, but the Ogres were able to steal the side objective. Obviously, one of the things that the Ogres are really good at is that kind of objective-based play. But Warbear Riders being absolute chads, they were able to drag down the Iron Gut unit. They took down a Saber Tusk, and now they're going to be meeting their hardest fight yet, which is the Sky Striders. And obviously, Warbear Riders going to get wrecked here. They're Frostbitten and Dismember. The Warbear Riders have 8 speed, so at this point, you just turn around and fight. You're not getting away. By our blood, you just fight as hard as you possibly can. Death Frost going down from the Ice Witch, actually, kind of interesting. And some Zargard are being called in. But, you know, the one thing I really, really don't like about the Kislev build is the War Sleds. Like, I don't see their application against Ogres. I mean, their shooting is getting decent value, but I feel like, I don't know. It feels like the Iron Guts and the Sky Striders and just like so many of the tech pieces that the Ogres often bring are going to be incredibly good against the forces of Kislev. Side point's hotly contested. Jesus, look at this. This is like a fight to the death over here, as the Dervishes only have 12 models left. The Ogre Bulls probably will end up winning that fight. But Kislev is down on value. Hadri seems to be out trading. Like, the Heavy War Sleds just aren't doing that good. You can see them kind of trapped up here, and yeah, they're doing a little bit of work against Noblar Trappers, but triple Heavy War Sled is like designed against heavy infantry, not like monstrous infantry. I can't help but think if those had been Ice Guard Glaives, or if those had been like triple Ice Guard Glaive, imagine the DPS and halberd difference. Or, you know, you just mix in like some Snow Leopards and more Warbear Riders. There's so many things that I think would be way more optimal for Kislev here. But we'll see if Kislev can claw their way back. They do have access to healing, but it's going to be a very tough fight. On the side, the ogres have the objective. The middle objective is being contested a little bit. Heavy war sleds are running in, and they're doing some okay damage against the remnants of the Noblars, but you can see even a basic ogre bull unit is just able to mass them down with the Slaughtermaster and kind of, pin those guys in place here. That's some delicious water right there. That's the good stuff. Nonetheless, Zargard are a good choice in this matchup. They're high defensive stats, and I believe they also had a recent buff. I believe Zargard had some reductions and stat increases. So I don't know if reductions, but definitely I think they had stat increases. So they're going to be moving on up and trying to push the ogres back, but the ogres are not an easy faction to push. They have a lot of mass. They can swarm you. They're very, very fast. And I do actually feel as if Kislev has an okay matchup versus ogres. I think it's totally fine. It's kind of similar to like dwarves in some ways, but investing, how much is that going to be? 4,000 gold into units that are suboptimal in a matchup, I think is very tricky. I mean, 700 value on these sleds. These ones did get 700, and these heavy war sleds got, let's see how much. Yeah, that one at least did good. One of them was able to get its value back, but at the end of the day, that is going to be it. GG, well played, and Hadri's is going to be advancing on to face Anticity with a 2-1 W. What a great match, man. That was a really good series. I'm very impressed with Outer Regions play. He played like a champion. Just slight inefficiencies in this build and in the Nurgle game, just some positional stuff, and could have gone either way. So well played. Both players are absolute chads. And that is going to be a victory for the great Overtyrant here. It's going to be Hadri's with the Sky Striders and new Iron Guts being very, very good. Very, very good. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's break it down and let's go ahead and do Hadri's versus Anticity. If it does lag, I'll jump out, but hopefully it will not lag. And let's see what we can do. All right. So let's go ahead and have myself host the lobby, and do this, and do this. All right. So let me message both these folks. And I'll message Anticity as well. Hopefully it doesn't lag. We'll hope for the best. It seems like we haven't had too much lag today anywhere, so that's nice. And the maps, let's go ahead and get this for the event is going to be all set up. Anticity said he's banning ogres and Cornea. Outer Region. Outer Region, you had that Nurgle game won. You really did. Just a couple little things. And ogres, I don't know about the sleds. I think if you just went more Warbear Riders or the new Ice Guard Glaives, like those kind of things could be good. Yeah, I don't know. Ogres are really strong though. The new Iron Guts being buffed is really good against Kislev too. Like that extra little armor helps out against Kossar spam. Yeah. You played super well Outer Region, man. You're a really good player. Like just a couple little meta adjustments, dude, and you take that series. All right, so let me do this. And the maps are going to be, so that was Celestial Lake is the first one here. All right, let's do it. Good luck. Hadri's going to go grab some water real quick so we have a little bit of a break. And let's see what happens. Let us see what happens. So on the bottom side, they're just going to play all the way through. We're just going to keep going, not waiting around. So once Valkanos and his opponent finish, we can. This tournament's actually making good. We've only been going for 5 hours. It could be way longer. Let me message Drakens and say, no need to wait for me. By the way, casting. I'll cast top side, then finals. So play ASAP when he's ready. All right, cool. Just letting Drakens know. No need to wait. And yeah, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. Ice Guard are really good. Only 5 hours is honestly, some of these best of 3 tournaments, I've seen them go like 8, 9, 10 hours. So nothing is as brutal as a best of 3 double elimination tournament. I remember we did one of those when we first tried double elim, and it was awful. Oh my God. It went like 11 hours. I didn't cast the whole thing, thankfully, but it was brutal. No, this is the semifinals. So this is the top 4 now. Yeah, top 4. Hadri's just grabbing a sip of water. Anticity versus Hadri's. Classic matchup. 2 top tier players going at it. Very excited to see what they're going to do. And I'm going to go refill my water and I will be right back. Organ guns are okay. They're okay. Yeah, they're not the worst, but I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan. I'll be right back, guys. Going to get some water. BRB. All right, guys, I'm back. Hey, welcome, Johan. Welcome to the Dukes of Haggard. Yes, the fire rises. Sorry, guys, getting a little bit of snack and some water as well to get us through the fourth quarter of the stream. So. All right, let's see what we got here. Looks like Hadries will be back in just a moment, and then we'll get going, which is awesome. Welcome, Johan. We got 6 new Dukes of Haggard today. We got to do some emojis. Yeah, I got to work on the emojis and channel badges and all that stuff. I think what we'll do for the emojis is have be like start off as like an Empire State Trooper and go all the way up to like a Franz or something. I think that'd be cool. Get a steam tank in there. And then we can do one emoji for each faction. I don't know. Let me check real quick. Hold up. YouTube has like a limit on how many emojis you can have. So I'd have to check and see. If we have 24, we can do one emoji for each faction. And Lady Turin has been learning Procreate, so her drawing is like super on point right now. Really excited for that. Yeah, well, right now we're taking a little bit of a break because, you know, Hadries just had to play a full series. So we wanted him to take a little water break and whatnot. Yeah, but, you know, that's one of the downsides of Total War is the army building phase. But it's all good. We have a good time chatting, right? I like hanging out. Troll Trader. Let's look at some minis while we wait. So they're going to do their picks and bans. Let's go look at some old Warhammer Fantasy minis. That's one of my favorite things to do with you guys on stream. It's great. All right. So let's see here. What do we want to look at? Warhammer Fantasy? Let's look at Dogs of War. This is like something that's like, oh, wow, look at that. So you got Joseph Bugman. This is one of the Warhammer factions that obviously is not in the game. Ruglad's Armored Orc Troopers. Holy shit, look at these guys. Oh, wow. Those things are seriously janky. Oh, my God. Vespero, is that like a hero? See, I don't know any of this stuff. Ruglad, champion of Ruglad's Armored Orcs. Gudrek Bone Chewer. Oh, my God. Marksman of Mirigliano, musician. Okay. Men-at-Arms captain. Braganza's besiegers. Oh, these guys have like a tower shield here. Look at that. Bone, man. I'm resting the hand today. I've been having my hands have been acting up on me a little bit, so I'm trying to chill out these guys are cool. They have like is that a Pavis or is that like a flag? I can't tell. It looks like they might have like a little bit of a Pavis. One Sun Hammer, thank you, man, for the donation. Really appreciate it, dude. Yeah, so this is like some of the Southern Realm stuff, isn't it? Marksman of Mirigliano. Oh, that's cool. Halfling Hot Pot Catapult. Thank you, One Sun Hammer. I really appreciate that, man. It's going to be a good time, and the good times are still going. So this is a Halfling Hot Pot, and it has like a catapult that shoots soup at people. So you put like the Halflings on either side of it, and it looks like they're like pulling it back. Oh, that's awesome. No, I think this faction, I don't really know what Dogs of War is. I think it's like mercenaries. I'm not sure. The Giant of Albion. Oh, that model is ridiculous looking. Prince Uther's Imperial Dwarf Musician. So these are all Warhammer. This is a Warhammer stuff. It's just not in the game. Mercenary Ogre, Cursed Company. So the Cursed Company, I think, are like undead, like mercenaries. Holy shit, look at these ogres. Oh. Yeah, see, here's a Cursed Company High Elf Standard Bearer. So the Cursed Company is like an undead mercenary band from different like factions. See, it's like a High Elf with skeleton gear on. Yeah, it's pretty cool, actually. It'd be neat to see what that faction would even look like. Have you guys seen Chaos Dwarfs? Their minis? They have some like really terrible minis, like their old ones. Oh my god, like look at these monstrosities. But then you get some of like these newer ones, like from the Forge World. These are actually not bad. These are, I think the Firesworn, Infernal Guard, yeah. So these are Infernal Guard, and there's like the champion there. Like the newer Chaos Dwarf models aren't bad. Like these look nice. You have a Bull Centaur Torek right there, if I'm not mistaken. He's a Demon Smith. This is like the OG Chaos Dwarfs. Oh, look at those things, Jesus. Oh my god, imagine fielding that. These are the new ones, like the newer ones. These guys are badass. These models are still great. These are the Infernal Guard Fireglaves. So these guys are radical. I would love to get a bunch of these. Yeah. So expensive though, because they're resin from Forge World and they got discontinued. So like, I wouldn't try and start a Chaos Dwarf army until, you know, until they got re-released and were available, because it's just you're just getting price gouged. Here's a Death Shriek and a Magma Cannon. You guys can see these. Yeah, Death Shriek. And then you got Infernal Guard Fireglaives. Draz Hoeth, his model is, dude, the dreaded Chartor, the Executioner. Look at, like, Draz Hoeth's model is freaking great. This isn't like a great, like, angle on it, unfortunately. Like, all the shots are from above. But Draz Hoeth's model is really good, actually. It's really good. It's a newer model, so he looks great on his Bale Taurus. Yeah, he's the man. Kadai Fireborn. Here's what Kadai Fireborn look like. They're actually not bad. They look kind of cool. It's like a demon, like a flame demon, and has some like armor on and stuff. Here's Bull Centaur renders. These models are still really good. Like, look how these models are great. Yeah, these are like Bull Centaur renders. Those things are money, dude. Those things are money. Yeah, I would never buy any of these. They're way too overpriced. I would wait for Chaos Dwarfs to be re-released. Oh, Slanesh vs. Chaos Dwarfs. Hell yeah, dude. It's on. It is on. Yeah, Chartor is, I think he's an AOS guy, so I know. The name is so funny. So, RK, Jen sits in chat, says, Ruglin's armored orcs are a special band of orc mercenaries who stumbled upon Chaos Dwarf battlefield and pillaged the equipment from that field. Oh, that's pretty funny. So they're wearing Chaos Dwarf armor and like dwarven bows and stuff. That's they're just like looters, yeah. So here's the thing. Chaos Dwarf Games Workshop made an article about how they're going to be handling like a lot of minis in the old world, and they're not going to be like remaking like every faction or every unit. They'll be re-releasing models that were already good. So what's probably going to happen is Chaos Dwarfs are either going to get a remake in Age of Sigmar, which you can then just use in old world because they'll look pretty much the same probably, or they're going to just re-release the old Age of Sigmar models, or the old Warhammer Fantasy ones from 8th edition and Forge World, and just you can buy them again. So yeah, it's going to be fun. Anticities has insane micro too, so if anybody can handle Slanesh, it'll be him. And yeah, I'm very hyped for this matchup. It's going to be very fun. It's going to be great. Imagine if like then they just didn't do the end times thing, and just the amount of like new blood they would have got into the Warhammer Fantasy from the Total War series doing so well. But it's kind of, you know, yeah, banking everything on Total War doing well. So, you know, you never knew how that would go. But yeah, we got a Slanesh match here. I'm very excited, especially against Chaos Dwarf. This is a fun matchup. It is going to be very, very fun. I want to make a dwarf army for the old world when it comes out. I want to do a bunch of Slayers, but the problem is like the old Slayer models are so haggard. I suppose you could get some like I suppose you could get some, what's it called, like Fire Slayers and kit bash them. That's the thing, because like yeah, you can get a lot of the dwarf stuff still on Games Workshop, right? So if we go, let me show you guys real quick. So if you go here and go to the Cities of Sigmar, you can still get like a pretty nice dwarf. This is like not a bad starter box for dwarves, right? Like these will all be usable in the old world, 100%. These are Longbeards. You get a Musician, you get Iron Drakes, you get a Runesmith, and you get like a command company here. It looks like, yeah, you get a banner and everything. Like this is not a bad starter box, right? Like, but like Slayers, you can't, like they don't really have like, and this is also another cool one. This one comes with a Gyrocopter. Grim Burlixon. It comes with Belagar. Like this is an awesome one. Also has Ironbreaker, so you get like an Ironbreaker squad with the Gyrocopter. Like this is awesome. Yeah. Yeah, you can see you can still get a lot of like all these models are just going to be re-released for the old world. But like in terms of there's nothing for Slayers really, which is the problem. For making a new dwarf army. Yeah, so like I guess if we look at dwarves, you could I really don't care for the Fire Slayers that much, but yeah, you could get like some, man, like the dual wielding ones, yeah, but they just look so different. Yeah, the helmets is weird. The helmet thing I don't like. I like the open mohawk, you know? Like if they didn't have the helmets, I guess you could change the head, but it would be so hard to kit bash these because of the way the beard is. Yeah, and they also have some of the Age of Sigmar aesthetic on them, so I don't like, yeah, I hope we get like new Slayer models. That'd be really cool. Because the old Slayers are just so haggard looking. Yeah. Anyways. Like the Gotrek model is really good from Age of Sigmar. That one's really great. The Gotrek Garnison, I just painted it up. It totally looks like a fantasy model. Totally looks like a fantasy model. It's awesome. Check out the Avatars of War Plastic Slayers. Okay, let me look that up. Hold on. Avatars of War. Let's see. Oh, it's called the Dwarf Seekers Regiment. it's not terribly, yeah. Okay, let's see what they look like. I'm trying to find them here. I can't get a good picture. It's like so janky, this website. Hold on, guys. We'll get into the game here in just a second. Okay, are those Avatars of War? Okay, those actually, yeah, they look legit, just look like the old school Slayers. Okay. Yeah, so that would work. That would work for sure. Okay, yeah, thank you for pointing that out. I didn't even think about that. All right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here. No more games. It is going to be our boy Azazel, who is actually really good at sniping magma cannons, facing off against the Chaos Dwarfs. We have Azazel, a lot of Demonettes. I'm telling you, Demonettes are pretty decent against Chaos Dwarfs. They melt really quickly, but if they can get in a melee without getting pounded at a distance or by cavalry, they can do great. Forsaken, and a lot of infantry. So we got Spawn. We have, so look at this, 2 mirroring squads. Demonettes backed up by Spawn of Slaanesh. Azazel is going to be going and trying to goon the magma cannons. And what's cool is you can actually rampage the magma cannons. So if you do a little bit of damage to one of them with like a charge and then you rampage them, they'll like, you know, potentially be a little bit vulnerable. So we'll see. I don't know how Anticity is going to deal with this Chorf army though. It looks quite scary. Hadri's certainly coming for blood. We do have a Sorcerer Prophet of Death up in the sky with Buna and Spirit Leech. On the ground, it's going to be Infernal Guard Fireglaves. I love this build. Chaos Dwarfs are so cool, man. Look at this. Look how awesome, just awesome the Chaos Dwarfs are. Just like these halberd guns. We got magma cannons, obviously, ready to be overpowered in the backfield. And this is like one of my favorite ways to play Chaos Dwarfs. Like crappy laborers backed up by like Chaos Dwarf shooting. It's very, very thematic. So this is going to be a fun game. I'm very excited for this one. 2 top tier players duking it out. And life is good, man. Hope you're all doing well. Hope you got some tea. Hope you got some coffee. And, you know, just sitting back, enjoying life, man. It's the weekend. It is the weekend. No, Azazel is actually quite good because he can trade well into any of the Chaos Dwarf flying monsters. He can also give Foghorn Leghorn the business a little bit with some good cycle charging and ability usage. And, yeah, he can go after magma cannons if they're left undefended. So, yeah, we'll have to see. Azazel better watch out for the water. That's right. He could be in some serious danger. All right, guys. It's time. Thank you for your patience in between matches. I know it's the nature of Total War, but it is what it is. As we see the Dread Legions of the Dowie Tsar moving out. The giant Great Taurus flying up in the sky, which is super, super cool. And yeah, life's good. I have some water here as we move in. Azazel's good. Azazel, joke's on you. I work on the weekends. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man. I mean, technically so do I, but I don't even consider this work. This is so much fun. Like, I have so much fun with this. For me, streaming never feels like work. What feels, yeah, I'm trying to think. Yeah, when I'm doing like an event outside of my own channel, then it starts to feel like, you know, I don't have control over it. It feels more like work. Whereas like this is just I feel like I'm hanging out with my friends, which is, I'm so lucky. Yeah, so lucky to have this for sure. Have all you guys hanging out. Azazel just lurking with his magic damage, and Anticity is going to just here's what he's going to do, okay? And this is the right idea. Chaos Dwarfs are one of the hardest factions in the game to rush. So you grab this objective, then the Chaos Dwarfs have to advance or they lose. And when they advance, you start flanking, you come back here and flank, and you do all that kind of stuff, right? You do all that kind of stuff. And this is a big brain tactic by Anticity as well, okay? So he is using the Spawn of Slaanesh to move in and grab objective number 1. And they don't give a shit about magma cannons. Yeah, they might lose a model here and there to some magma cannon fire, but it's not like having a Demonette get like one-shotted. And what the Demonettes should probably be doing is going through the tree line back here. I wouldn't hate seeing that. Yeah, so Seekers are coming out. Seekers are the new hotness for Slaanesh. Hellstriders are still good, I think situationally, but Seekers are like a generalist unit that will do some work. Devastating flanker. Oh, look at that. They have a new tooltip for that, which I think is pretty cool. So here they come. And they're going to be sweeping through the forest, magma cannon shooting. You see what I'm saying? It didn't even kill a model. And, you know, they can just capture that pretty comfortably. Anticity with the big brain tech. But will it be enough to save him from the wrath of Hadri's and the mighty Chaos Dwarfs? Find out here on today's episode. And he does grab that. Azazel looking for a prize. He's got to watch out, though. This Chaos Dwarf Lord does have a pistol. So can kind of poke Azazel from range. And one of the... Oh, no! Why did the Exalted Demonettes come out? Oh, they also... Oh, they got Bunad. Okay. For a second, I thought the Magma Cannons did that, and I was like, how is that possible? They were, like, hidden. But the Chaos Dwarf Sorcerer used Fata Buna on them, which obviously is really good at killing elite infantry. So those Demonettes are going to be quite mangled after that. So the objectives are owned by Anticity, and now he's just going to chill back and run away, which is smart. You want to be forcing Hadri's to have to advance up, and now we see some Hobo Goblin Archers on the way, as the big Dragon Sorcerer is going to be setting up in the sky, and he's good to go. He's a bull after all. So yep. Slaanesh just falls back, completely smart. You got the two objectives. Make the Chaos Dwarfs come and you know, play your game. Trying to move in on them here where they're entrenched is going to be quite nasty. That was a Fata Buna. It was one Magma Cannon shot and a Fata Buna. Fata Buna would bring them down to like 30% by itself, maybe 35, and then the Magma shot was what did the next kind of second wave of damage here. So we see spawn moving in. We see some Demonettes, Magma Cannon shooting into the trees, and does hit some of the spawn here. Hobo Goblins here, not a bad idea, but the Demonette build is certainly going to be vulnerable to Magmas. I mean, they're very, very weak to those type of units for sure. So spawn moving up, but currently there's going to be 8 capture weight here for Anticity, whereas there's only 3, or excuse me, for Hadri's, and there's only going to be 3 for Anticity. Spawn of Slaanesh are also pretty much hard countered by Hobo Goblins. Granted, a charge is allowed, so the spawn do manage to get in there and get a little bit of a charge, but we do see the value getting pretty nasty, and it almost makes me think that maybe a Slaaneshi Alpha Strike could be a little bit stronger here. I don't know. It's getting a little bit cagey, as Azazel's going to be hunting down the Sorcerer Prophet, and the objective is going to be held by Anticity. A lot of Demonettes just kind of chilling in the shadows, and the Seekers are waiting in the back to strike. So I would actually really like to see critical mass of infantry back here, and they could just like scream out here and just overwhelm this army at some point. But yeah, we'll have to see. Big shots, spawn of Slaanesh, absolutely getting wrecked by Hobo Goblins. Really good tech by Hadri's. Hadri's was like kind of maybe expecting some of these, it looks like. And yeah, Anticity's going to have to pull the trigger soon. He's not going to be able to kind of sit back too much longer like this. Otherwise, he's just going to be taking big value trades, or unfortunate value trades. That was really good, though. He gets the Pavane of Slaanesh, so he is going to be fully farming one Hobo Goblin here. So the Hobo Goblin's going to take a beating, and it looks like there's going to be a breath attack from the Great Taurus, or the Bale Taurus. And it does hit Azazel, and Azazel gets a little bit smashed up, so he's got to be careful. His HP is dropping. And the Sorcerer Prophet lurks up in the sky with his pistol, Spirit Leech going down on Azazel. Honestly, it seems like Hadri's has the build countered pretty well. Like he is just, the Hobo Goblin skirmishers are doing very nice. And I'm starting to think, you know, initially I thought it might be okay, but I think you need more of an Alpha Strike here from like the terrain, like popping out of the trees. They wouldn't have much time to react. If you like took some Furies up the middle, you might be able to overwhelm the Chaos Dwarf position and kill the Magma Cannons. That's how it's gone in a lot of my games with Slaanesh versus Chaos Dwarves, is Slaanesh like Alpha Striking using terrain, but here, this is going to be tough. We see the value, 300, obviously a huge value lead for Hadri's as he's been able to farm quite a bit of good quality units. The Magma Cannon coming in. Magma Cannons missed both their shots, but the Sorcerer is just going to kill Azazel eventually, right? The Azazel, man, he's just going to get pistoled. He's going to get Spirit Leeched. We get more Demonettes moving up in the point, and Hashid Stark Ravagers coming in. These things are monsters. They have crazy good anti-infantry, so they can definitely wreck Demonettes in combat. Azazel looks like he's on the hunt, chasing down the Sorcerer, and he is faster. I mean, he might be able to get some attacks, but Anticity is just losing a lot of units down here on the ground, and a lot of units going. Hobo Goblins getting rampaged, though. The Pavane of Slaanesh doing some good work as Azazel is able to start to bring some HP off the Sorcerer Prophet here. 2,300 HP against 7,000, though. This is not a crappy monster. This is a Bale Taurus. That is an 1,800 gold monster. It's very strong. And yeah, Azazel just getting smashed. He is just getting Spirit Leeched. And obviously the Bale Taurus is a pretty good fighter as well. So looking pretty tough. Slaanesh manages to hold on to the objective. And are we going to be seeing some sort of an Alpha Strike? I mean, the Anticity's starting to get some value now, which is good. Hashid Stark Ravagers actually not trading super well into the Demonettes, and the Chariots, they're kind of getting wrecked a little bit. Yeah, taking some damage, which is surprising. More Demonettes going to move in, and Azazel probably going to be unsummoned, I would wager. You're going to want to send Azazel back to the Shadow Realm here for sure. So more Demonettes chasing up the hills, Forsaken of Slaanesh, and yeah, a lot of infantry are maintaining the points, and the Alpha Strike is waiting in the shadows. Anticity's patience, will he be rewarded for it? We have Seekers, we have Seeker Chariots, we have some Forsaken that have been forgotten about. And, you know, a lot of the army here for Hadri's is basically just sitting back here and not fighting, right? So that is one advantage that Slaanesh does have. But even still, we see the value lead of Hadri's really, really growing. Super, super hard. Hadri's playing a really clean game, man. It's just like, airtight. Using his Hobgoblin skirmishers, the Magma Cannon's probably encroaching maybe 1,000 value each by now. Let's go ahead and double check. So this one is at only 500, and the other Magma Cannon is probably around 1,200. That was the one that hit the Exalted Demonette. So Seeker Chariot's easily countered by the Hobo Goblins, and I think Anticity might need to go back to the drawing board on this build. I think bringing that many good elite infantry against Chaos Dwarfs is risky. I think he needed to Alpha Strike. Like, he needed to get some Furies, some, Seekers, and just go dive that Magma position. Use a Zazel to get in there and kill a Magma Cannon. Furies of Slaanesh annihilate the Fire Glaives, right? So, again, I think Slaanesh can totally take on Chaos Dwarves. I just think the build wasn't suited. It looked really cool in theory, and I was excited to see how he maybe found something or some secret build, but this was not the way. Magma Cannons are just, like, bringing Exalted Demonettes into Magma Cannons is very risky. GG, but I'm really happy to see Anticity experimenting with these things, because this is the time to experiment, right? He needed to Alpha Strike at some point. Needed to get in there. GG, well played. Azazel also getting his butt kicked was tough. And let's go ahead and load into the next match here in a minute. The flank is still waiting on the command to attack to this day. yeah, it's all good. It's all good. All right, so for the next map, let's check it out. Let's go ahead and do it. They need Inkari. You see, Professor Pone knows. Pone's like a Buddha. He's like a wise Buddha, just wise beyond his years. All right, so next up we have Arnheim. Ooh, Arnheim's actually a good map now. It's good. Creative Assembly fixed it. They made it so there's trees on both sides, so it's actually fair. Yeah, the full forest flank would have been really strong. Like, really strong, I think. Oh, yes. Yeah, that game was over, though, at that point, for sure. It was definitely over. Hadri's, no mercy. Okay, outstanding. But you can never count out Anticity. The Kraken King will be back with a vengeance. He will probably play Chaos Dwarves this game, and I would wager that Hadri's will go to his Ogres, go to his Skaven. Hadri's happens to be very good at the factions that counter the Chaos Dwarves, right? Like, very good. How do you think Valkia and Khorne would fare against Chaos Dwarves? Valkia is good. Valkia is really good, actually. You know why Valkia is so good? Is because Bull Centaur renders with the great weapons are common. Valkia is infantry-sized, anti-large. You can send Valkia on top of a Magma Cannon, pop her Demon Shield, and she's just straight up going to kill it. So Valkia is really good against Chaos Dwarves. Aside from that, I think it's a harder matchup for Khorne. I feel like they will struggle because they like their good quality infantry. But I think there's some tech that people haven't quite discovered yet that could be very good. Yeah, Arnheim got fixed. It's a good map now. I'd happily include it. A rural Buddha, if you will, yes. That's one of my favorite things from Anchorman. When he's like talking to his dog Baxter, he's like, "You're like a miniature Buddha covered in fur. You're so wise." The Anchorman movies are so good. I love those movies. Hey, HP Lovecraft, thank you, man. Happy weekend, Turin. I'm loving the DLC so far and can also confirm that not only Spawn do not care about Magma Cannons, but Dragon Ogres as well. Found out that Kolek invaded, and unfortunately for him, I had blunderbusses. Thank you, Lovecraft. Hope you're not going insane somewhere in the void with some otherworldly creatures, or getting lost in some cave and discovering some ancient, monolith and all sorts of other stuff like that. So Wood Elves struggle against Chaos Dwarves, but on small maps, Wood Elves can actually do well on small maps. Because if you can get your Way Watchers in range of Magma Cannons, like on an Itza, they can stock up and kill them, then you can karate chop the Chaos Dwarves. But on big maps, Wood Elves will struggle, in my opinion. So you're like a miniature Buddha covered in fur. Yeah, it's pretty fun. Got to get that. That would be a good soundboard too. Yeah, you need to deal with the Magma Cannons though before you bring in good quality infantry. So if I were playing against Chaos Dwarfs, I would go Valkia, double Foot Cultist. I might even try Skull Cannons. I know it sounds like a conspiracy theory, but they might be okay. Probably Minotaur spam, like Minotaurs with great weapons backed up by like cheap Marauders and Fleshhounds. Like Fleshhounds and Minotaurs maybe would be my core. I think that could be really good. Okay, we got Skaven for Hadri's. And if you guys don't know, Hadri's is the Lord of Skaven. He's been playing Skaven for ages. He has won many factions more with them. And why do maps have the TT map before the name? It's because they're part of a mod, which is called the Total Tavern. Total Tavern is my competitive Total War website, where we host all these events and stuff. Yeah, so it's part of that. You did that in your replay? You did out of region? Nice, dude. Nice. If you have any, if any of you guys played today and you have some good replays, shoot them my way, man. I'm looking for some good ones to cast. So, yeah, Fleshhounds are good. Like Fleshhounds with Minotaurs of Khorne Great Opens, I feel could trade well into Bull Centaur renders. Yes, we also have a. So Bob, thank you. We have a ladder in our Discord where you can play best of threes. So if all of you guys are suffering and just playing like crappy, Bob, I'll do an announcement for it too. If you guys are suffering and playing crappy matches on like, you know, quick battles and stuff, join our Discord. We have a functional ladder that has an ELO system and it also has maps. So you go and you queue up. It'll give you an opponent if somebody else is queued and give you maps. So you can come to our Discord and get that as well. So, oh, you're very welcome for the response, man. You're very welcome. Yeah, it's Empire versus Skaven. Oh yeah, Anticity on Empire. I'm hyped for this. And Hadri's on Skaven. It's like, dude, this is the stuff right here, man. This is the good stuff. I'm hyped for this one, man. I am hyped for this one. Do it. Yes. Yes. I'm having this on stream in the background, yeah. Why is it going on for so long? Because it's a best of 3 tournament with like 50 plus people signing up. So it's going to be a long, long time. Not only best of 3, but best of 1. That's great. Yeah. So we're good. Luminarchs are really good here. Luminarchs are amazing. They can just absolutely wreck the... Oh, I thought it was Chaos Dwarfs. Luminarchs are good against Chaos Dwarfs. Against Skaven? Well, the problem is Skaven go super wide, but if they go super wide, your grenade launchers will just dominate that part of the fight with some heavy cavalry. So, like, Rat Swarm isn't as good against Empire. I mean, it's still good, but, you know, Empire has answers for it. All right, so we have... do we have any mods in chat who could drop a link to the Discord? And yeah, we have the Warhammer community ladder, so you can find that. And yeah, it's pretty great. You guys want some games? We got all that sort of good stuff. Outstanding. All right, readying up as it's going to be Empire versus Skaven. Very close to the finals. After this series, we're casting grand finals, and that's the end of the stream. Greatswords are not that great against Skaven, no. Because Globadiers, Mortars, you know, Rat Ogres, they all annihilate Greatswords, so it's like, you might as well just go Flagellants. Flagellants can, you know, they can do their thing. Greatswords are probably one of the coolest units in Warhammer. The Greatsword tabletop models are pretty nice too. That was probably my favorite unit to paint. Greatswords. It goes here. Let's see. Yeah, like these models look really good. Let me show you. These are the same ones I actually think I have. Yeah, these are the ones I have. Let me show you. Here we go. Yeah, so I think these look great. I mean, they look a little retro, but they hold up well. And when you have them on the table, they look awesome. I love like the you know, the floppy hats and the feathers. This one back here is my favorite. The guy with the eye patch, he's so badass. But this is like pretty similar to my paint scheme. I don't have the black though. This is Talabheim. I have just white and red, so like lighter colors. But yeah, Greatswords look really good. Yeah, looks really good. Greatswords are okay in a couple matchups, like against Chaos Dwarfs. If you can kill the Magma Cannons, having one Greatsword in reserve isn't the worst thing in the world. There are some matchups where you can do it. Wait, is this going to be a Skaven mirror? I think Anticity is just checking something. Yeah, Greatswords will probably get buffed at some point. I think CA knows they're bad. I don't know. I've mentioned it before. Are CA going to be adding the Total Tavern maps into the base game? I'm trying really hard to make it happen. It's like every week I'll drop into the Discord I'm in with them and just like say something about it. Just be like, hey, how about those maps? Yeah, it's great. Oh, the General of the Empire model. Yeah. Oh man, does he have any pictures? So my wife painted General of the Empire for my Empire army. So I painted about 95, more like 99% of my Empire army. But Anna painted the General of the Empire, and it's so good looking. She did such a good job with it. It's like my favorite. It's so good. Yeah, I wonder if we have that somewhere. Let me see if I can find it. I'm gonna scroll through some pictures here. Okay, scrolling up. Yeah, let me show you some of the recent ones she did. This is like, okay. There's that one. And then, yeah, that's the stuff right there. Okay. Hold on, let me show you guys the Empire Knight. It's really cool. We got a little bit of time. It looks like it is Empire versus Skaven, so the matchup is solidified there. Okay. Do that. Where'd that go? Okay, looks like it's on the desktop somewhere now. All right, awesome, awesome. Do you think loose formation stance would make elite infantry more viable? Yeah, it would certainly help against like vortexes and pit of shades and things like that. Absolutely, absolutely it would. All right, so let's see here. We find this, and looks like Anticity is ready. And we can add that, and we can go to media source, I think is what it would be. We can do miniature. Let me see if I can find the file. Hold on, guys. I'm really a potato with technology. Okay, and we can have it loop, I think, would be fine. Oh, it's like sideways. Hold on. Hold up. Let's see if I can get that. Like, can we flip it? All right. So, God, I'm so bad at this, dude. Transform. Okay, here we go. Aha. So this is the general of the Empire that Anna painted. It's really nice. So it's the one on horse. You can bring him on a couple variants, but this is the coolest model. He's got like a bird on his shoulder. He's got like a raven. It's so awesome. And you see she did like the writing on the side and everything. And here comes the shield. Look how cool he is. And he's got that raven up on his shield, and then his shield has the Karl Franz on the side. Look at that. It says the KF, and yeah, it's so good. This is like one of my favorite models that she did. It's so nice. Yeah, the 360, right? Yeah. The base wasn't done here. The base I've since the round base has been painted a different color, and the base looks a little bit different, but yeah. Isn't that awesome? But that's the color scheme of my Empire army. Yeah. So that's my general of the Empire, which is great. Yeah. It's awesome. She's such a talented painter. All right. So let's get that. Let's do that. And we're in the game. I painted my Volkmar. He looks pretty good. I'm happy with him. He came out good. I have Karl Franz and I have Volkmar as well. Yeah, I have all the boys. I don't have Marcus Wolfhart. His mini's too hard to find. I wanna get my paws on it though. All right, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, here we are, the Kraken King calling in the Sons of Sigmar in his hour of need. Flagellants, Sigmar's sons, Luminarch of Heish, ready to drop some sick beams of light on the foul Skaven characters, I would imagine, if there are any. And up on the top, we have Volkmar. Oh, the Volkswagen is back, ladies and gentlemen. The Volkswagen is back. Oh, hell yeah, dude. He's ready to purge some rats. Got a great cannon here, and that is it. Now, for the great Lord of the Skaven, I should say, we have the Vikstrand's Death Squad. And you know these guys are waiting here with a full chub to look for the Sunmaker. Or any sort of an artillery piece. Basically, these rats are going to be sneaking around your backfield and looking to get your artillery. Hadrius has got me with it like a million times. I can't tell you how many games I've lost against Hadrius that I thought I was winning because some haggard rat gets into my backfield and is able to cause some havoc. Now, Plague Monks did get buffed this patch, if I'm not mistaken. So we got Plague Monks and Rat Ogres and double Plague Claw Catapult. Oh my god, look at that. Isn't that nice? I don't have Ludwig Schwarzhelm. No, I guess I don't have all those characters. Yeah, because they're hard to find. Volkmar is very good at terror routing mass amounts of rats. I mean, in Warhammer 2, he was hands down the meta, but he kind of fell off in Dom a little bit. I feel like Boris Todbringer does what he does, but better. You know, Boris has the -12 leadership aura. It's -8 +4 from the Crush the Weak. So, yeah, it's very good. It's very, very good. Luminarch could be in a little bit of danger, you know, by the Natty Bubo sharpshooters. Hadrius does not mess around with his rats. He is very, very good at Skaven. Some of the sweatiest games I've ever had with him is that. And yeah, unfortunately, the Luminarch's going to move up, and it's not going to see the Natty Bubo sharpshooters, so the sniper rats are creeping up. Dude, look at these guys. They're so great. And they're going to be putting some firepower in. Maybe Anticity can sense it. Maybe he has an idea. It looks like he does pull back here, and then it moves in once again. Great cannons are moving up. We do have a Deathcaster with Fate of Buna, so, oh, okay, interesting. What's going to be getting Buna'd? And dude, look at Hadrius, the king of rats. He's got the Vikstrand's Death Squad. moving around, and he is probably going to get this. Oh my god. He's going to pull them around, kill the cannon, and then kill all the state troopers with one unit. That is brutal. And then Anticity is going to be losing the high ground. So we do see the Luminarch of Hysh here getting absolutely Shadow Realms by those rats. Fate of Buna probably going to be cast on the Natty Booba Sharpshooters. We do see the Amethyst Wizard and Volkmar the Grim descending down. But this high ground situation is going to suck pretty bad if he doesn't react. Okay, Anticity reacts. He notices the rats, and he's got a grenade launcher nearby. Is Vixren's going to run? Okay, they're fleeing. Look, the Vixrens are running from the grenades. Okay, he was able to get it. Now, down on the objective, ladies and gentlemen, Volkmar the Grim rolling dirty, but Rat Ogres counter him pretty well. Buna, the cackling in the deep. I love the laughing of Buna, it's so good. But Natty Boobo Sharpshooters will die pretty quickly to Buna type effect, so they are very, very squishy. We also have great cannons of the Empire shooting in. Luminarch of Hysh did get punished a little bit. It looks like it did do a little scoot and shoot action and was able to punish the Rat Ogres. But taking down Natty Boobos with that magic is a big, big win for the forces of Sigmar. Now, grenade launchers trying to blast away. Vixrens are trying to get on top of the artillery, as we do see more Plague Monks and Wolf Rats on their way in. Looks like the Rats do get caught up on the Spearmen, and the grenade launchers are doing some good damage against the Vixrens. So the Kraken King trading very well so far. He has been getting these nice picks up on the high ground. Spearmen with shields holding things back while Free Company Militia come in to fight. Very good dual utility piece. Free Company have good DPS against like Rat Ogre type units and also can fight much of the Skaven Chaff and melee to relatively good effect. Volkmar the Grim working up to the high ground, going to be trying to win this for the Empire, which makes sense. But nice play by Hadries. He gets the Wolf Rats around, he gets on top of the grenade launchers, and many of these units are going to be going down. So the grenade's going to be taking massive casualties as Volkmar the Grim attempts to drop a banishment. Let's see. Oh, nice banishment. Does kind of grab a bunch of those rats and does some substantial HP damage, but Wolf Rats trying to concave in on the cannon. But there are a full health unit of Spearmen there, as well as 2 Free Company Militia. So the Skaven have lost the high ground. The Empire was able to kind of catch their sneaky rats, and the battle for the low ground is now underway. So 2 Skaven Plague Claw Catapults. The thing about Plague Claw Catapults that people forget is they're super good against enemy artillery that have crews. Not single entity, but against crewed artillery, they can kill them pretty well with their contamination effect and all that sort of good stuff. Luminarch with the steel chair. Look at that. The Luminarch is methodically sniping the Plague Claw Catapult crews. That is super MLG. That is going to be a big win for the forces of Sigmar. And without the Plague Claw Catapults, the Skaven are really going to struggle to kill the Empire artillery, or infantry, excuse me. Up in the front, we got Eshin Trides moving up. Eshin Trides going to be trying to close the distance with the Luminarch. Another Luminarch shot knocks down another Plague Claw Catapult. I love that Luminarchs are decent now. They're very squishy. They're definitely glass cannons, but they fulfill their role. The Empire Great Cannon here is wavering. It is contaminated, so -10 leadership, but overall the Skaven, Warp Lightning, or Plague Claw Catapults are also not in the best of shape. Now, as far as the high ground fighting goes, there still is 1 Plague Monk fighting in the Vixren's Death Squad, just going to the bitter end, but it looks like the Empire is going to be securing this high ground fight as the Free Company Militia with their floppy hats and pistols looking really cool as they do blast away into the Plague Monks here. Low ground, let's take a look at the scrap. Spearmen on the way. The Volkswagen rolling through the Eshin Trides immediately gets a terror out. Obviously, Skaven aren't going to be super stoked to get run over by a giant metal chariot, so it is what it is. Couple Plague Monks coming in for Hadries, as well as ye old grenade launchers for Anticity. Grenade launchers going to pretty much wreck this, and it looks like the Kraken King is starting to take over this game. The rats are kind of getting foiled in many places. In the front, we see grenades just pounding these guys. Empire Knights running over these expensive Plague Monks here. High ground looking pretty good for the Sons of Sigmar. But Hadri's going to be spamming out Clan Rats now to try and just like swamp these objectives. And he might be able to. He still has some Plague Monks here fighting. Another unit of Clan Rats. Clan Rats trade very well into baseline State Troopers for sure, especially the Spear variants. But the Empire still does have a cannon online. Yeah, it does. And it's got all 4 crews. The Luminarch of Hysh is methodically picking off the Plague Claw Catapults. And that's the big thing. With the Warplock Jezzails getting taken offline earlier and no Warp Lightning cannons for the Skaven, the Luminarch was able to run rampant. If there had been a Warp Lightning cannon, the Empire would not have been able to do anything with this Luminarch. It'd basically just get shut down. So it's definitely a risky pick, but it worked out well based on what his opponent brought. Luminarch blasting into the Chieftain. Side shot, that Chieftain not having a good time. Volkmar the Grim shouting the sermons of Sigmar from atop his war altar as he drops some sick beats here and the dreaded horses on the front of the cart. Able to get some work in against the Chieftain. Looking at the objectives, Empire owns this. High ground objective currently owned by the Empire as well. A bit of a Vermintide on their way in, but the Empire can just summon some cavalry or grenade launchers. And we get the elite of the elite. Karl Franz's special forces. The Zentler's Reichsguard going to be charging up and looking to run over some of the Skaven, just looking extra epic as they prepare to just plow down some of these Clan Rats here. Cannon up on the high ground's also shooting. Check this out. So we have the Empire Cannon just sitting up here and blasting downtown over here at the Warplock Jezzails. And the Empire seems to be taking command. I don't see any way for Hadrius to get back. He's down, 3,000 value. This is like a reverse of last game. Last game was very one-sided with Hadrius winning with the Chaos Dwarfs, and this game seems to be more one-sided with Anticity, just getting the better trades in general. So, Spears on the way over, and we do have the Plague Monks. Plague Monks doing some battle. But yeah, not going to have a good time. Grenade Launcher is simply going to be able to turn around. Amethyst Wizard also can help. Flagellants will be able to take down the remnants of the Plague Monks there. And yeah, Hadri's army is pretty much in mass retreat. You can see a lot of the rats are fleeing, yes. Zentler's Reichsguard looking extra glorious as they run down the clan rats and give a little bit of support to their state troopers who are holding valiantly. You see Lord Skrulk coming in. So Lord Skrulk is going to be the big stinky with some rat ogres. Going to be trying to secure this high ground point. Not going to be an easy one though, because now the Empire has all the low ground too and a value lead. And Skaven do have ways of healing, but not with any of the units they brought. And you can see the Luminarch pretty much almost dying very quickly to the Jezzails, but yeah, he's able to get those down. 2,300 on the Luminarch, it's great, had good targets. A single Warp Lightning Cannon could have countered the Luminarch for sure, but there wasn't a Warp Lightning Cannon, so it was able to feast like the heathen kings of old. Zentler's Reichsguard with a big Sigmarite charge, very erect right to the back of these bad boys, and they're going to get flattened. State Troopers at the ready, General, as we do have Free Company Militia shooting around the side into the clan rats, and they're not shielded, so they will actually take some damage. The big stinky, though, might be a bit of a problem, Lord Skrulk, but overall, this is a pretty rock-hard triple cap here from Anticity. And, Volkmar the Grim will dominate Lord Skrulk in combat. Absolutely dominate him. Lord Skrulk is going to get run over by the Volkswagen all day, all night, and he really, really is not going to have a good time. More Empire Cav coming in as the rats do attempt to drop the Plague Spell, which actually does a considerable amount of damage, but it looks like they were able to dodge it. He saw it coming, was able to outmaneuver it. Rat Ogre's going to lose pretty badly to Spearman and Zentler's Reichsguard running them down. And the remainder of the clan rats without Rat Ogre support are just going to have a horrific time. Volkswagen on his way up. We do see some state troopers pushing up. Grenade Launcher's going to go harry the remnants of the Skaven forces. And yeah, I think that's GG. What is this? Rod of Corruption from Skrulk? Yeah, Little Rat's trying his best, but his reckoning is coming. Lord Skrulk is going to get the business from Volkmar. Volkmar is straight up just going to roll dirty over him in just a second. Look at his little happy rat face. Look at him. So excited just casting all these spells and whatnot. I do like Skrulk. I think he's a good choice in a lot of matchups. Very underrated. He's got a Spirit Leech, he's got an AoE spell, he's got a good Lore of Magic. A little bit vulnerable to being sniped, but overall, big stinky. He tries his best. We do have one cannon back here. Yeah, great cannon still trading downtown. Complete rout, though, for the forces of the Skaven. I mean, we see a little bit of a pocket of resistance, but by the time they would even if theoretically they wrestled this objective, it would take them so long to take the two low ground objectives, especially with the Volkswagen here. Nice banishment, dude. Beautiful banishment, just tearing these rats apart. The Holy Fire of Sigmar, showing no mercy. And I have to say, it's very exciting to see Volkmar back on the table. I haven't seen him in a long time, and honestly, I'm pretty impressed with his performance. Against Clan Rat spam, which is very meta, Volkmar could be a viable choice for crowd clearing, right? So one cannon here still shooting. Anticity was able to protect both his cannons. And winning that high ground fight for Anticity in the beginning was really big. Like, if those Death Runners were able to sneak around, like, that could have been a game-changing play that the Rats might have been able to capitalize on. We do get some Wolf Rats moving in, but the Wolf Rats actually get shaken by the grenade launchers. But yeah, no way. Luminarch of Heish, it's pretty much used all of its ammo. Not really worth the unsummon at this point, considering it has no HP, so you're not going to get a whole lot left. And yes, the battle is on. The battle is on. Rats running about. Clan rats fleeing the scene. Hadri's probably going to tap out in a couple seconds. And ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we are going to be going to Game 3. We had a very dominant victory from Hadri's in Game 1 with his Chaos Dwarfs crushing Slaanesh. In this game, the Sons of Sigmar come in with the Hammer of Justice. And they do push back the dreaded Skaven, which is, it's an even... I always felt Empire and Skaven is an even matchup. It's definitely an even one. Luminarch shot there doing some good work. And let's see, man. Let us see. Empire Knight's going to be able to clean up these Wolf Rats. This is like desperation capping at this point. Hadri's is trying to get his rats to desperately grab some of the side points here. Deathcaster probably going to Buna on these Eshin Triads, which is going to bring them down to the point where they can be handled by State Troopers. Luminarch ripping its last couple shots here and is going to be unsummoned back to the pool by the Kraken King. And up on the high ground, Big Stinky still going strong, man. Still going strong. You see the Lord Skrulk, man. He's a menace. He does have Contaminate himself. I really like Lord Skrulk. He's usually my go-to choice for Skaven Lords. I think he's just very disruptive for sure. Although I feel like Throt the Unclean is a little bit underrated. Like, people don't really use him often, but I feel like Throt has some tricks. Like being able to summon a Rat Ogre unit and provide healing to Skaven is always helpful. And yeah, I'm really surprised Hadrius hasn't left yet. There's like no chance. There's no chance whatsoever. Maybe he's hoping he can like win something up on the high ground. Big Stinky dropping a big plague here, which will do good damage. Yeah, it does. I mean, that spell is good. Volkmar returning the favor with the Soulfire Bombardment on the Eshin Triads. Grenade Launcher is going to be able to clean up those Triads. But dude, look at Skrulk. Holy shit. He just melted that entire Empire army up there. Yeah, Skrulk Daddy going apeshit. 2,000 value on Skrulk already. And he's only been in for a little bit of time there. But yeah, Hadrius gets one epic play and taps out. Great stuff. Well played to both players. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have Game 3 as Anticity and Hadrius going to be dueling it out for a spot in today's Grand Finals, which is kind of our first really big epic tournament since launch and since the Summer Championships and all that. So this is fun. This is very exciting. Skrulk went beast mode there for sure. Yeah, he was awesome. Looking at the value, Volkmar didn't get much value, but still terror-routed things. Luminarch was really good. Cannons were good. Buna was really solid. That was a great tech from Anticity. Great tech. And grenades, good as always for Hadrius. You know, expensive Skaven infantry, you know, kind of getting pounded a little bit. And the Plague Claw catapults did not have a good time. A couple of things just went tough. All right. So let's go ahead and see what's going to be the next map. I believe it is. So we are now on the Gates of Ekron, which is a very good rush map. Gates of Ekron is great for aggressive factions. So Gates of Ekron is one of our total tavern maps. And let's see what unfolds here. So the other thing I wanted to show you guys was the, let's go ahead and do this. I don't know if you guys ever saw this mini. We had a miniature created by someone in our community, Sir Nicholas. And he created the Demi Pug Knight. So he made a Demogryph Knight that was being rode by myself as Carl Franz. It's pretty fun. But yeah, this is the Demi Pug Knight. This is a 3D printed model, but I use it as a Demogryph Knight in my Empire army. He rolls as like the commander of the Demogryph squad. Yeah, which is really cool. So he fits on a Demogryph Knight base and everything. But that's Wookiee. Anna painted this one as well. So Lady Turn painted this bad boy. The Demi Pug Knight. Yeah, I love it. It's so great. He's one of my favorite minis as well. So there he goes. Now, what is the pick going to be on this next map? We'll find out. Yeah, I'll be doing Company of Heroes again in the next week or two. Yes. I still play with Pwn a lot. We just play off stream. Yeah, Queek is okay against dwarves. He doesn't have too many applications, but against Sigvald and against dwarves, he can actually do well. Because Queek can handle Sigvald in combat. Yeah, which is pretty cool. Demi Pug Knights. Yeah, he's a gem. He's a gem, all right. So what do we got? Pick some bands coming through. Let's look at the brackets. See how we're looking. The bottom side is playing. So Valkanos and who else is there? Drakens? I believe we're playing. Yeah, so the other semifinal match is underway. So let's go here and check this out. And yes. So Valkanos and Drakens playing their match on the bottom side. We're very close to the grand finals. It's game 3, obviously, so this will be determining the grand finals matchup. Valkanos with the 2-1 victory here. Drakens with the 2-0. So yeah, man. The battle continues. As far as upcoming tournaments go, let's go ahead and see. So, yeah, we had Platypus's beginner tournament. So we had a beginner tournament today. Looks like it was won by Zaberskull. All right, very cool. What other tournaments do we have? This was happening today. This is for Human Boy playing land battle stuff. And on Sunday, guys, we have a newbie tournament tomorrow. So if you guys are like newer to the game, join our Discord and sign up for some of these events. Tomorrow we have a Sunday beginners tournament, which a lot of people signed up. A lot of new players, right? You know. They make sure that no season, terminators are going to be in there. So, and it's easy to check now because we can look up anybody's record. Sigvald's so hot right now. It's true, Lovecraft. It's true. I'll be scheduling more tournaments over the week as well. So fear not, my friends. They will be on the way. I'll probably have a midweek single faction tournament where you just play the one faction you want to play the entire time, which is going to be great. It's going to be great indeed. Yeah, I thought about making a Chaos Dwarf guide myself, but I think it's kind of not a good idea to make one until we see the balancing changes that come. Because everything you would say in that guide about the OP units would be irrelevant as soon as the balancing comes. So yeah, I will make one once that's done though, probably. All right, cool, man. So those are the tournaments. Let's see what the picks and bans look like. Ogre Kingdoms, it looks like Hadrius is sitting on Ogre Kingdoms. We've been streaming for 6 hours. Man, that is a deep one. That is a deep stream right there. Yeah, Queek is a beast, though, against, like, armored foot characters. Sigvald is super, like, almost no one can kill Sigvald, but somehow Queek gets the job done. He can do well. Is Ulrich Roll Void? No, he's not. No, Ulrich is not. One of the Clone Wars have begun. The Clone Wars have begun indeed. I'm excited to join the newbie tournaments once semester ends and life stops being. Yeah, hope to see you there, Ethan. It'll be fun, man. Yeah, Zinch will probably get a DLC at some point too. Like, Zinch has some good units and good magic, but it's just they don't like complement each other super well. So yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll see. Well, AoE, yeah, we're going to be streaming AoE games this week. I'll probably work with Gunhound to organize a FFA tournament. I don't know what day. We'll figure it out. So at some point this week, though. Tomorrow, I'm not sure. Probably take it easy and just put up some replays or something. And then we'll be back to all our regular hotness in the near future. Should be great. Should be great, man. See some new faces in Discord. Happy to see you guys there. Very exciting stuff. And Nurgle versus Ogre Kingdoms. Oh my god, it's Nurgle time, baby. Nurgle's back in the menu. I'm really excited to see what Anticity is going to do. Is he just going to spam like Pox Riders and Toads? In theory, the anti-infantry isn't good against Ogres, but maybe with their stat buffs, they can just trade better? I don't know. Okay, so it's Chungus time. Oh my god, it's Nurgle time, dude. Release the inner Nurgle. Release them. Dude, I'm so excited for Nurgle. It's got to be really fun. Hold on, guys. Just massaging my crappy hands here. I've been craving Dune for so long. Yeah, maybe a Dune stream. Once, like, the Chaos Dwarf kind of DLC launch calms down a little bit, maybe. I'll get back into doing more varied games. Yeah, gut versus gut action. I know. It's big boy season. That's right. Yeah, it's gonna be great. Probably Festus, not Festus. You could do a Festus Warrior box. That could be good with like Barons of the Bog. Like Festus and then Chosen of Nurgle with Festus and then just like Toads and that could be badass. Cause like ogres don't have any magic that just delete elite infantry. I can see a triple Chosen of Nurgle build just being super Chad here. Super Chad. The great weapons, like, they all got cost reductions, so maybe they're better too. A matchup, Chaos Knights are a little bit risky, though, because of the prevalence of Sky Striders. They just crush Chaos Knights, so it's tough. Perhaps you can join Pwn for his Company of Heroes 3 stream tomorrow. Yeah, if my hands feel good, Pwn, I would happily do that. I would happily do that. Green Olgor is not bad. Green Olgor has some good spells. He has some good Lore of Death spells, guys. And he also has Fleshy Abundance. So Green Olgor has healing and death. He's a very viable choice. Yeah, so Barons of the Bog, double Foot Cultist, any sort of Nurgle Warriors with Festus seems like a sweet build on this map. Just pushing that side lane all the way back to your opponent's spawn seems pretty good. Triple Grail Guardian OP. Grail Guardians did get buffed. Yeah, they're all right. I think Knights of the Realm are the sweet spot. Knights of the Realm are like just the carry for Bretonnia. They're so good. People laugh at Green Olgor, but he's really not bad. I actually bet you that Anticity would bring him. Yeah, Anticity did defeat the Vampire Count guy in the tournament. Vampire Counts are doing really good. Kark was playing them, I think, but he did get defeated. Anticity took out his Vampire Counts with Slanesh. Let's go look at the stats. Yeah, so Vampire Counts are fine, sitting around 50%, but it's very little data. Chaos Dwarfs are a powerhouse, being played a lot, 60%. But we have other factions around 60% too. It's not just Chaos Dwarfs, so yeah, it's getting there, man. Zeech, 0-5, hell yeah, dude. Chaos Demons, 0-4, nice. Nurgle is 2-8, which is weird. Because we saw Nurgle be very powerful in today's stream, but I think they'll be back. Yeah, we'll get there. Dark Elves doing fine, Kislev holding it down. Life's good, man. King of the Dead says, turn with the new Chaos. Yes. I know to read your messages now before I read them. That's funny. Good old Zeech. I also got heavily defeated as Vampire Counts by High Elves. High Elves have always had some teeth against Vampire Counts, for sure. Especially with some of the changes, it's going to be better for the high elves now. Yeah. I can see that, Pug. I can see that. Yeah, Coast is good. Coast is still really strong. Me personally tanking the Dark Elf win rate, says someone in chat. Was that you? Yeah, Norska's strong. Norska's always been pretty strong in Dom mode. I don't know how they do in land battle, but how does Norska do in land battle these days? For anyone who follows like the land battle scene, I think like Human Boy mainly streams those events. I don't know who else is streaming land battle stuff. Yeah, Dov does a lot of replays too. I don't think he does like live casts of those tournaments, but I know Dov does a lot of replays from land battle tournaments. So I wonder how Norska does there. You almost got me, King of the Dead. Almost, dude. Almost. Yeah, getting to see Anticity play Nurgle is awesome. Yeah, Nurgle's great, man. I honestly think like a Nurgle Warrior Wall would be really good. Like triple Chosen Festus with just like, yeah, that seems badass, dude. And I honestly think it could work. I'm not even memeing about here. I do think it could work. Oh, they were both ready, and then the last second shift. We've had so many good matchups today. So many just like solid players going fisticuffs. It's awesome to see. Oh my God, it's Kugath and Furuncle. Oh dear God. And this is for all the marbles too. Kugath, Uncle Furuncle, and here, let me tell you something about Anticity. He does not meme, like ever. If he's doing something, he thinks it has competitive teeth. Anticity does not meme, ever. He's just always looking for the kill, like going for the throat. So he must think that like the ogres are going to be expecting mass infantry, so coming in with Furuncle is going to surprise him. Double Exalted Champion of Nurgle. This meta is already so much better than the previous meta. So much better. 2 Exalted Heroes probably on foot. Plague Bearers are very good against ogres. They have a big HP. They can take the beating and give it back. And yeah, I can't believe he brought Uncle Furuncle, man. I just can't believe it. Exalted Heroes going to be on horseback, so they're good goons. Like the double Exalted Heroes can definitely go and hunt some things down. I think these are some of the coolest looking models in the game. Whoever designed these, shout out to you, man. Look at this. They're so rad. Nurgle has like some of the coolest aesthetic. But yeah, you have these 2 big chunky boys with stacked healing and, you know, these characters. It's 4 SEs here. 4 single entities, which are going to be very tough to kill. So there is an Iron Blaster, though, on the other side. So for the Great Hadri's, he's got an Iron Blaster, which is going to be the lord of his army. Always funny. Iron Blaster at close range can definitely pound those big monsters. So we'll see if Hadri's can protect the Iron Blaster from those Exalted Heroes, which he should be able to. I think using Sky Striders to protect this thing against the Exalted Heroes will be enough. Would you have the Nobbler Trappers, and the rest of the army is going to be Sky Striders in the back. Combination of Iron Guts and Ogre Bulls. Very, very standard stuff, guys. And he's doing the bounty. Is there a Furuncle bounty? Let's see. Let me see. Okay, hold on. Is there a bounty on Total Tavern for Furuncle? I could have sworn I added one. Let's see. All right, so I'm going to the bounties. Okay. Yeah, okay. Oh my God. Look at this, guys. Hold up. Anticity is going for a bounty. He's doing my 600-pound life. Yeah. My 600-pound life. Win a semifinal or match with Kugath and Uncle Furuncle in your starting army. If Anticity wins this, I make him a custom avatar, and we can do that on stream afterwards if he does manage to win it. Oh my God. You were right. He's going for the 600 light pound life bounty. Yeah. Oh man, he is doing it. And it might work here. It might work. It's risky. But Anticity wants that avatar, which would probably be Uncle Furuncle, I think. Getting Uncle Furuncle as an avatar is pretty badass. He's going for it. So the bounties give you the unique avatar in Total Tavern. You get a special picture, which nobody else can get. Once you get it, it can only be achieved once, and then it's yours for all time. Yeah. So he's going for it, man. I'm sure Hadri's is confused right now. He's like, what the hell is this? Doesn't make sense. Plague Bear is going to be moving up, and we do get Nurglings, and Plague Bear is waiting for the side point here to kind of steal that. More like 7, more like my 5-ton-pound life. These Plague Bears are these demons are massive. Oh my God, look at Furuncle. I can't believe it. Look at Big Chungus, dude. Oh man, if he wins with this, that's going to be pretty insane. So the Iron Blaster shooting, and look at that, they dodged it. Kugath just like Tokyo drifted his little motor scooter there and dodged that. He's got the 2 Exalted Heroes on the point, and currently Anticity is going to be hiding a lot of his stuff in the bushes, which makes sense. It's a good idea. But now that the objectives are about to open up, you can see he's kind of timing it so his units arrive right at the proper time. I eat my words. You know, I said Anticity never memes, but if he is indeed going for the bounty, then, you know, that's a meme for sure. He made me eat my words. Yeah, he did. So objectives opening up. Ogre's going to be going for it for Uncle and Kugath. I mean, there's not a ton of shooting, so they could be pretty good here, actually. Like, together, like, if you have all 4 single entities and you're just overcasting Fleshy Abundance and Fecundity, that is a shit ton of healing, which could be very, very impactful, right? The one thing you need to complete the Degenerate SE blob is going to be the Barons of the Bog. So on the other side, we get the Nurglings arriving, and they do get onto the point, and the Plague Bearers are going to get it. So this point's going to go to Nurgle, 100%. So a lot of this game is going to come down to how this fight goes. Can Furuncle and a big Chungus Father like get up here and win this fight? I don't know, man. This is a really, really tough one. This is going to be a tough one. Here comes Furuncle and the Plague Bearers. Kugath throwing his toilet seat bombs. Sky Strider's looking for an opportunity to fight. This objective still has not been taken yet. Throwing axes going into the Iron Guts and doing some okay damage, but Noblar Trappers returning the favor. Nurgle needs to get up on the point, try and flip that back if they can. That's certainly going to be quite big. And now we get some Marauders of Nurgle coming out, which do have the most recent speed buffs. And we see Kugath getting blasted, but, you know, it's nothing he can't heal through. There's no fire damage here, I don't think. So he's going to be able to heal through this much more efficiently than he can against some other factions. In the backfield, we see Hadri's coming with Saber Tusk packs. Maybe going to be trying to hunt down these Marauder Horsemen. It's hard to say. Stream of Corruption. Nice cast there. Oh, wow. Nice cast. It hits all those Noblar Trappers. And now the fight is on. We have the 2 Exalted Heroes battling Iron Guts, battling Sky Striders. Going to see an overcasted Fleshy Abundance. That's going to be so much healing. So that's going to heal Kugath almost up to full. The Exalted Heroes are going to get healed up, and now the Marauders are on their way in. As Furuncle, he roars triumphantly as he smashes that Ogre. Oh, that was a cool shot. God, this game is so cinematic, dude. It's the best. So Furuncle just karate chopped that one Ogre Bull. It looked really good. Iron Gut's getting worn down, and guys, Anticity is keeping the value close with his healing being taken into account. That's pretty big. Saber Tusks do get intercepted by the Marauders of Nurgle, and the Barons of the Bog have got to be coming soon. It looks like it's actually going to be more Forsaken. And look at that Fleshy Abundance. Maybe that's the strength of the meme build. Your opponent gets like overconfident because they think your build's terrible, and then they just make misplays. I don't know. Hadri's still, of course, pushing pretty hard. Side point owned by Nurgle. Plague Bearers do trade super well into Ogre Bulls, but we do have a dual weapon bull here, which might be able to get the job done. We'll have to see. Currently, looking at the points, Nurgle does only own the one objective. Ogre Kingdoms have taken the home objective here, and the fight continues to rage on. Forsaken charging into Ogre Bulls with their high weapon strength of 63. They should trade pretty well against light armor. And your boy Kugath's doing good. I mean, his Mortis Engine isn't terribly relevant here, but even still, it does clear out Noblars, and he himself is one of the best single entity fighters in the entire game. Where's Furuncle, too? Furuncle's still going like a champ. How are the Sky Striders doing? Sky Striders healed up by Troll Guts. They've only lost one model so far. And we do see the Iron Blaster getting lined up down the side. So it's lining up here. It's going to be probably turning and shooting once the Micro comes back in just a moment. And it looks like Anticity is going to be grabbing this objective back, pushing back the Ogres. With the value, of course, up for Hadri's, but with that healing, that amount of value he got back from that heal was absolutely nuts. So Iron Blaster shots going into the Marauder Horsemen, which are getting some nice axes into those boys. On the side point here, we do see some Marauder Horsemen coming here, but the Plague Bearers are inevitably worn down. So Nurgle might be in a situation where they're going to have to push and take the home objective of the Ogres. Because, you know, obviously the mobility is a bit of an issue for these guys. So Marauder Horsemen still throwing away, doing a good job. Sky Striders charging into Kugath, but like Kugath and Furuncle fighting together is a very scary blob. Defiling Deluge going down, that is Furuncle's AoE damage ability. It only lasts 5 seconds, but it is okay for clearing out Noblar type units. And throwing axes from Nurgle doing great damage. Sky Striders actually getting dragged down. They still have 11 models, but being poisoned and debuffed by Kugath is no joke. Plague Bearers still fighting well, especially with the support of the Exalted Heroes. And the Sky Striders are kind of getting worked on a little bit, guys. Nurgle is only within 1,300 of the value deficit now with their healing. I mean, they've got to be. This is actually getting a little bit scary for them. Plague Bearers here, are these summons? No, these are actual Plague Bearers grinding down the Noblars, also tar pitting the Iron Blaster a little bit. And Kugath and his single entity squad, guys, are just absolute monsters. They are causing a ton of havoc. Kugath, another Fleshy Abundance going down. Was that overcasted? Oh my god. The AoE heals on this blob are so devastating, but the ogres do comfortably take the side objective. So this is going to be putting a lot of objective pressure on Anticity, where he's going to have to find a way to get that back objective for the ogres. He's going to have to just roll up here and then somehow hold this back objective against like the Sky Striders and some of these other units. He does have Forsaken back here. Forsaken are excellent at ripping apart Saber Tusks. Saber Tusks have light armor, so the high DPS of the old Forsaken should be quite cost effective. Marauder Horsemen also moving in to support, try and chew through them a little bit quicker, but overall, we will see. Anticity is going to need to get some points quickly. It can really slip away from you very, very fast when you're playing Nurgle, if you're not careful. So the 2 Exalted Heroes, that would probably be a good idea too. Like 2 Exalted Heroes and Furuncle go for objective 1, and Kugath stays here and anchors this objective and makes it hard to get it back. And yeah, Kugath is healing capped now, guys. So that Iron Blaster might be able to potentially wear him down. We'll have to see. Over on the far side, we do see the Marauder Horsemen and Throwing Axes able to clean up some of the overextending Noblars. Will Nurgle go for something here? Maybe like a Forsaken summon with the Horsemen. Might be able to wrestle that one back, but they're going to need to do it kind of quick here, guys. They're going to need to do it kind of quick. Another shot from the Iron Blaster into ye old Marauder Horseman. Furuncle, not doing bad, dude. He is not giving any shits about these Sky Striders. Sumo Stance, 900 value. Furuncle in great shape, 10,000 HP. Doing good value damage. I'm actually pretty impressed with the Furuncle here. Kugath, though, supported by some Plague Bearers of Nurgle, able to push back many of the Ogre units, which are probably going to be running off the side of the battlefield here. And the Sky Striders do find an isolation, which is a good pick. Getting those Forsaken down is going to feel pretty good. More Ogre Bulls heading in. Furuncle looks like he's moving up to the objective, and this is a good play. Having the 2 Exalted Heroes just progressively wear down the defenses on this objective, I think is going to be a big, big money play. Granted, Sky Striders could find them, and if without Kugath there, the Sky Striders might be able to get the kills on these Exalted characters, which is very scary. So I think Kugath or another big character needs to maneuver over here. This is a really, really good play by Hadri's, though. Finding the isolated Exalted Heroes of Nurgle is great. Those guys are obviously a little bit problematic. So Marauder Horseman doing great work. Good micro here from Anticity, dragging these Ogre Bulls around and getting them with Throwing Axes, which means he might be able to get this point. We do see some Nurglings coming across. Ogres reinforcing with some Noblars, but the Nurglings should be able to take that with the Horseman support. So maybe Nurgle is just going to be able to defend their 2 home points here. Exalted Heroes, a little bit trapped up. Furuncle is dismembered right now, so really good play by the Ogres. As Kugath Plaguefather fights these Ogre Bull dual weapons, which are they? Where's their main banner flag? It looks like it's like up here. Some of them did extend in. Marauder Horseman coming in for a rear charge. Going to be trying to break the leadership of some of the Ogres. You can see they're shaking now with that rear charge. And, you know, it's coming, man. 6,000 HP Kugath. Even in his very beat-up state, Homeboy still has 6,000. 1,000 damage, though, from the Iron Blaster down the side. Iron Blasters are pretty good at sniping big single entities, as Forsaken and Plague Bearers move in all directions. Nurgle might get there eventually, guys. They're keeping the value close enough with healing being taken into account that this game is razor close. Nurgle's going to be flipping that side objective, and they're also pushing objective 1 for the Ogres. The big healing, it's adding up. But Sky Striders, absolute beasts. They're able to drag down that 1 Exalted Hero, which is on a horse. And the Plague Bearers and Kugath need to find a way to get up there and support the other Exalted Hero. Or it needs to try and escape and rejoin with the blob. Oh, yeah, that's where Nurgle's really going to shine. Like, when they get split up and isolated, the superior mobility of the Ogre Kingdoms is going to be able to potentially drag those bad boys down. So Plague Bearers doing their thing. Kugath throwing up out of his stomach. Classic stuff. I watched The Thing the other night, the horror movie, the remake. It wasn't as good as the original, but you know, all the stomach mouths and things like that, they're very much prevalent there in that universe. It's going to be good. Exalted Hero did come back. Going to be zeroing in on the Iron Blaster while we see the Chad Nurglings over here battling the Noblars, but there is going to be counterplay from Hadri's. He's got Iron Guts coming in Ogre Bulls, which the Throwing Axes should trade well in. Is Anticity going to reinforce this? He is. Wow. This is a great reinforcement here. We have the Spawn of Nurgle. The Spawn of Nurgle, speaking of The Thing, they will be a super, super good counter against these Ogre units. They have great sustainability and can fight mass for mass, right? The Nurgle tide's pushing, baby. Is it Nurgen time? It might be. As Uncle Furuncle, man, he continues the battle here. Look at that. He's going. He gets the nice little chop right there. Forsaken chewing through the Ogre Bulls. And Furuncle is sitting at 1,200 value. Not bad. I mean, he's still a big terror-causing threat that you're eventually going to have to deal with. And now Kugath is rolling in, perhaps to his doom. If Kugath were to die, oh my, is that going to be a Rancid Visitations from Kugath? No, I don't think he has that spell. It's a Troll Guts. Okay. Kugath needs support, though. If Kugath dies, that could be GG. Because that'll be a huge leadership penalty for the Nurgle army. In the meantime, on the other side, we do see the Nurglings breaking, but the spawn of Nurgle are now in here, and they should be able to fight off Iron Guts if they can get some Plague Bearer support. Marauders also on their way in, and with the speed buffs Nurgle recently got, they can certainly get there quicker. But it's looking a little bit tough. The spawn might be overwhelmed. We do get some Vanguard Marauder Horsemen coming out from Anticity. And Kugath just continuing to just raid bosses. He's sitting at 3,000 HP. Sky Striders are finally broken, which means there's not really a good answer for the Chungus Father, guys. There's not a good answer at all. Plague Bearers moving up with Fecundity. Uncle Furuncle dominating. Iron Blaster with the point-blank shot going into Kugath. Kugath sitting at 3,200 HP. And we do see our boy Uncle Furuncle moving up with some Forsaken. And the Plague Bearers of Nurgle are not far behind, ladies and gentlemen. As we are having such a great game here today. Just so many awesome matches. And that's one of the things why I like bounties a lot, because these are things that people probably normally wouldn't try because they're perceived as terrible, but then you find out, like, wait a second, this weird meme is good into a competitive, faction, right? Look at Furuncle throwing up all over this thing, dude. He's doing great. Now, side objective looks like it might flip for the Ogres, although Plague Bears arrive just in time. And then the Nurglings and Marauders aren't far behind, or the Marauders, no Nurglings here. But the spawn of Nurgle are doing great. They have super high melee defense and have already accrued about 400 value, fighting 4v1. That's really, really good. Oh my god, Nurgle holds on to the point with the Plague Bears arriving and the Horsemen that are nearby. It's Nurgle time. They hold on to that point. That is really big. Really, really big. Look at this. Kugath Plaguefather with 1,500 HP. Uncle Furuncle and the Plague Bears might be able to flip this point. It looks like Ogres do have the capture weight here. Currently, as it stands, I believe the Ogres would win with 2. Just barely would win with 2 objectives. Kugath, though, in a little bit of danger. Slaughtermaster going for the kill. Kugath sitting at 800 HP, negative 16, and Plaguefather is going to be going down. The Slaughtermaster able to get in there with the steel chair and finish him off. But Kugath had a great run, accruing 3,500 value. So now Nurgle is leaderless. But we do have Uncle Furuncle here, and several Plague Bear units still holding. More Plague Bears. The inexorable tide of death is on its way. This objective being resecured by Nurgle, but it looks like the Ogre Kingdoms did flip it. Were able to flip it, but the Plague Bears and spawn, the Ogres are going to be losing this fight. They're going to be losing it. The Marauder Horsemen in tandem with the spawn, stacked with Plague Bearers, will trade very well. We got Forsaken coming to reinforce, and Big Daddy Nurgle is going to be able to flip this point back. Now, back over towards Objective 1, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like the Ogre Kingdoms might be able to hold on to this one. For Uncle, getting a little bit overwhelmed by the Ogre forces. Can Anticity win on the 2 points? If I'm not mistaken, and my math serves, I think he can. But is it time for Anticity to fall back and defend this point? He might be overextending here, which means the Ogres might be able to just kind of swamp and get that, right? It's very, very tenuous. This game is getting very shady. I think the Forsaken, yeah, they're going to make it. Nice Dismember. Hadri's uses a Dismember, which is a really, really good way to use it. Which will slow these bad boys down and, allow the Ogres to fight for the point a little bit better. So we see Noblar Trappers and some Iron Guts on their way over here. Furuncle stands alone. He's listening to some Godsmack right now. I stand alone. Let's see what he's got. He paid for himself just about. Not quite, but he's pretty close to it. Probably will before he goes down here. Plague Bear is still going, and it looks like Nurgle is going to be continuing their pressure. And one thing Nurgle has going for it is terror routes. Uncle Furuncle does cause terror, so you can see the Saber Tusks running away. These Ogre Bulls probably going to get terror routed here in just a second. So something to consider, as we do see the Kraken King using his Marauder Horsemen, which aren't bad. They have 32 melee defense. They can definitely fight off a very beat-up Saber Tusk unit. So these Marauder Horsemen should be able to get in and drive these Saber Tusks off the edge of the map to prevent any shenanigans. Plague Bears here being overwhelmed by dual weapon bulls and the Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw, who's done a great job this game. Nurglings battling Iron Guts. Obviously, Iron Guts will normally crush them, but they're very low. And Furuncle's trying his best. This objective, though, is going to be hard to wrestle from the clutches of Nurgle. They have a Plague Bear unit here. They have a Forsaken. And another Plague Bear unit is on its way. It looks like Anticity is going to be detaching Forsaken. A bit of a risky play, but is going to be going all in on trying to get that back objective. It looks like he really, really wants it. Furuncle with the terror routes, maybe going to be able to break some of these guys off. Nurglings probably going to run out of steam. We do see Saber Tusk packs being summoned in by Hadri's there. And was that what ability is this going down here? Curse of the Slug. Okay, so Nurgle also has the ability to kind of slow things down, which is kind of neat. Iron Guts coming in. Plague Bears, though, going to be tough. It looks like Anticity realizes he needs more to hold this. And as it currently stands, the Kraken King will win on 2 points. He doesn't need to get another point. He just needs to hold the 2. And I think it should be possible for him. Granted, he is playing the great Hadri's. Hadri's I will find a way. He is coming for blood. Saber chest packs and ogres, high capture speed, just super heavy weight. Spawn of Nurgle going to be moving in. I love the Nurgle spawn. I feel as spawn have always been pretty good against the ogre kingdoms, especially the Nurgle and Khorne variants, both of which hit super hard. So here they come. Marauder Horsemen pulling back. Saber tusks on the hunt, ladies and gentlemen. So Spawn of Nurgle going to be providing 3 capture weight, so should be able to kind of maintain for a moment until you get some Nurglings from the Vanguard, most likely. Over here, Nurgle seems to be holding on. Plague Bears will trade well. Another unit of Plague Bears here. And the Forsaken, which direction did they end up going? Did they go there? Did the Forsaken go this way and just die already? Or did he pull them back and across? Looking here, looking for the Forsaken. I don't see them. Uncle Chad Uncle, man. He is just going hard in the paint here. Look at him, just crushing the Hammer of Justice. 2200 HP on Uncle for Uncle as the Mouth Stomach continues to throw up on the Slaughtermaster, and the Spawn of Nurgle anchored this back point. Got to be careful though, Ogre capture weight is pretty insane. Anticity's cab play has been very good. This objective looks like it could flip to the Ogres, and you cannot, this game is way too close. You cannot afford to have this objective flip. Some Marauders on the way in, some Nurglings are coming, but they did not come from the Vanguard point. They came from the wrong Vanguard point, although it's kind of equidistant, so they'll probably be there kind of soon. If the Ogres manage to flip this point, guys, that could be really bad. And that could be the turning of the tide Hadri's really needs. Granted, Uncle Chad Uncle is still causing a ton of havoc here. He is beating down the Slaughtermaster who's terrified. Iron Gut's probably going to get terror-routed themselves. And the Ogres are having to allocate quite a few resources here, but this objective looks like it's going to flip. Oh, man. Man, this is really close. Nurgling's going to get there, but this, unless it flips back really quickly, basically means that Anticity is going to need a triple cap here in the next minute. Ogres also using their mass to swarm the point. Hadri's is such a scrappy player, man, not giving up despite really being in a tough situation. Uncle for Uncle anchoring down here. He's paid for himself. He's got 2,400 value, but this is going to probably be GG. I don't know where the Forsaken went. Yeah, I have no idea. Did he accidentally unsummon them? Did they die and get shattered? I don't really know. But the Ogre is able to use their heavy capture weight to get this. And ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be GG. With that, the great Hadri's will most likely claim victory from the forces of Nurgle. That was a close game. Oh my god, it's all Ogre now. So Anticity came close to greatness. He almost got the Avatar, but he was not quite able to get it. Uncle for Uncle tried. Well, what a great match. That was really fun. You know what the MVP for the Ogres and Hadri's was? That Iron Blaster. Jesus. Probably 4,000 value on that thing, right? Not only 27, but still good. Sky Striders did well, killing the Exalted Heroes. 3,200. And well played to both players. What a fun match. I enjoyed seeing the Spawn in play. Forsaken, obviously. 1,700 value on this one. Horseman play was very good. Hadri's, beautiful Iron Blaster play. Really good maneuvering. And overall, made for an awesome match. So, that's going to be a 2-1 as Hadri's will be advancing on to the grand finals of today's tournament. Nurgle's back on the menu for sure, man. They seem like they're a much better faction now. And that's going to be it. So close. Anticity, we loved it. It's funny. Before the game, Anticity, I was talking about how you don't meme very often. You don't really meme, but then you come in with that and just prove me wrong. So that was crazy. GG. So let's go to the leaderboard and see if we have our grand finals all set. And let's do it, man. That was a great game, Anticity. That might be the most healing in any Warhammer 3 game ever. Yeah, you ain't kidding, Hadri's. That like healing blob, SEM blob was nasty. It was nasty. All right, so where are we at? Drakens is in the final. Okay, I will host the lobby for this. Let's go ahead and refresh the lobby. Lobby finals. Okay, good thing I just got a random error message. Here we go, and let's go ahead and get this code. Let's get Hadri's. 2, 3, and we can get Drakens. There we go. All right. Maps for the grand finals. Let's go ahead and take a look here. And the die is cast, ladies and gentlemen. Name for Uncle achievement should be called Say Uncle. Oh, that's pretty good. But the achievement requires Kugath and for Uncle. It's like the big heavyweight kind of achievement. Yeah. Okay. So grand finals are set. Hadri's going to be updating the bracket here in a second. And Borderlow Landing, Halls of Karag Doom, and the Glade of the Everqueen are the maps. Okay. Pretty easy to remember. And we have Borderlow Landing. All right, very good. It's probably some Chorfin time. Anticity was removed from the tournament? No. I mean, he lost that game, but no, he played great. Yeah, I mean, he was eliminated in a best of 3, but yeah, he played super well. I'm excited to see him back. No, that wasn't the grand finals. That was just a semifinal. Now we're on the grand finals, guys. Yeah, no, this tournament's serious. This is it, though. This is the final best of 3. Say Uncle is really good. I know. It is. So Hadri's reporting the score real quick. Time to sleep? I know, it's getting late. Appreciate all you guys hanging around. I'm surprised. We've got some good numbers here. Yeah, you guys are enjoying it, I hope. All right, let's see here. All right. Okay. Setting all that. Let's refresh it. That could have been the grand final. That would have been great. And then I could go eat, but you know, it is what it is. So this has been a journey. We don't do big long best of 3 tournaments as often, but every now and then it's good. This is a big tournament. This is a big one. So 1 sec here, guys. Just checking something. What I have been doing, what I'm going to be doing for this tournament is 1 second. 1 second here, guys. Just checking something. You know what? It's been such a great tournament today. These players have been playing so hard. I'm going to throw up a cash prize for today's tournament. We're going to do $75. It's not a ton. I ain't rich, but it's something. So $75 cash prize for the winner of the tournament. And let's see what's going down. So we got Hadri's versus Drakens versus Hadri's. And this is best of 3 as well. It's not best of 5. So there they go. All right. I like the Tauruses. I think they're great monsters. Yeah, that was a really, really good series, man. It was a really, really good series. I'm going to be throwing up a cash prize. Casting for 6 hours. Yeah, you see, Outer Region says, I'm spiteful, so I hope he loses. So here's the thing about long Warhammer streams, is that if I was doing a StarCraft casting stream and it's just back-to-back games with no breaks in between, it would be brutal. Like, I'll be dead. Oh, you reminded me. I have to give Dog Person his Applebee's gift card that he won. Yeah, I have to send that to him. Totally forgot. But like in Total War, we have these like 10, 15, 20-minute breaks in between games sometimes. So it gives you a chance to like get some water, like recover your voice, like all that sort of good stuff. Whereas like in other RTS games, if it was rapid fire, solo casting for like 7 or 8 hours would be brutal. It would be brutal. Yeah, it's fun, man. The good times. Dude, this meta is so much better than the previous one. I know Chorfs have some oppressive elements, but like it's already so much better than the previous meta. So much better. Oh. CA actually did a pretty good job balancing a lot of the stuff, which I'm happy about. So, Dr. V, great stream, great matches. It has been. It's been a really, really good day. Let me go ahead. Almost 4 a.m. here, but due to the extremely painful I don't feel like sleeping at night. Oh, sorry to hear that, man. I'm sorry to hear that. Well, hopefully things get better for you, and we can keep your mind off the hard times. That's what got Husky StarCraft, is it? Was he just? Yeah, he really yells when he was casting. I remember Husky would like be really yelling. I don't yell too much. Like I might talk fast and have high energy, but like that kind of yelling, screaming casting style really, really can be punishing. Yeah. Jim Jam, thank you for the 50 turn. Great stream. Let me help you cover some of the costs. Thank you, man. Thank you. Yeah, you can still have Skaven slaves as your lord. I am like fairly certain. I don't have a direct answer about it, but I have an inkling and like based on some suspicions that Creative Assembly is going to change the lord system to where you have to have a lord as your lord. So if you want to have a lord as like Skaven, you'd have to bring like a Skaven actual lord and then unsummon that character, which is fine. At least you have to pay a bit of a tax, whereas now it's like with Skaven Slave. So yeah, I really have big suspicions that they're going to fix that. So yeah. Yeah, turn. Oh, he actually ruined his vocal cords casting. That's weird. That's too bad. Yeah, I mean, I had mine checked out, you know, when I went to ear, nose, and throat, and they said everything looked great. So no drama, man. No drama. Yeah. Our small but generous multiplayer community. No way I would stay for 6 hours. Yeah. I don't really like, Always happy to support you, Turin. Your casting is top tier in all esports. Thank you, man. I really appreciate that. Got to keep this old Total War community, keep it going, guys. We're all doing it together. We're all, carrying this multiplayer as a team, and it's a great little community we have. It's niche, it's fun. We got a lot of great people, and we don't have the most money in it. We're not spoiled like some other scenes are. Like some companies, we had the summer championship or spring, which had like a cash prize of like $3,000 or $4,000 plus intel stuff, which is great. But even games like Age of Empires, which arguably like big Age of Empires streams do less numbers than we do here, and Microsoft will throw $50,000 at tournaments, $100,000. It's crazy. It's crazy. We don't quite get that, but we do our best. Thank you. And then thank you for the donation. Great stream as always. Haven't touched the game in months, but come back for my daily Turin video. Like a good cup of coffee. That's right. It's a good cup of coffee. Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. It's Husky can't cast anymore. I wonder if he could. I mean, there's a lot of variables that go into like managing your vocal cord health. One of the big ones that I found that made the biggest difference for me is cutting out coffee, like not drinking like coffee as often. Coffee really made my voice like hurt because caffeine constricts your vocal cords. So cutting out coffee was a huge one for me. So I only drink coffee now when I'm out of town or when I'm not planning on working for like a day or two. Like if the wife and I go on a vacation or out of town on a trip, like I'll drink coffee every day. But like while I have work recording, I cut coffee, which is pretty big. Yeah, I wonder what happened with Husky though. Like, was it because I know he yelled a lot and would get very excited, which is I used to binge watch. How many of you guys in chat? Used to watch two people? Husky StarCraft. Well, three. Husky StarCraft, HD StarCraft. Do you guys remember HD? He was great. And Day 9. I used to just binge watch those guys back in the day. That was like some of the early inspiration I had for wanting to do this. Those guys are the best. Yeah. Oh, Ashes. Interesting. Yeah, it makes sense. Makes sense. It sounds like Husky might have had some other condition as well on top of it. He might have had something else. Husky had a really fast intro. He'd be like, it's H the Husky. He would say it like really quick. Yeah. Yeah, he would say it really quick. Professional singers that Total Biscuit, yeah, I remember him too. I watch Day 9 streaming Magic every now and then. I'll tune in and check him out. Yeah, Day 9's he's fun. Those are OGs. I watch Artosis too. Artosis is fun. Like seeing the rage. Like I don't even care to watch StarCraft Brood War that much anymore, but seeing like Artosis's personality is so like over the top on streams and fun that like I really enjoy watching his stream highlights. Yeah, I really enjoy that. Taste Hostess is really good. Yeah, Artosis and Tasteless is such a good casting duo. They're so good. Yeah, Loco TV is good at casting StarCraft too. He is. I've watched him. I watched him a bit, but I didn't watch StarCraft that much in the modern times. I watched it at launch. So like Husky, HD, Day 9, like all those guys. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Day 9's great. He seems like a really good person too. He seems like a really good person. Yeah, the Artosis pylon, it's a classic. Yeah, just one pylon powering your whole base, just getting killed. Yeah, it's the best. Chaos Dwarves versus Bretonnia, ladies and gentlemen. This is a matchup in which Bretonnia is apparently doing good. So I'm quite excited for this. What is the next DLC faction for this game? I don't know. Speaking of, I'm going to go get some more water, guys. Appreciate you all. Let's do it. All right, guys. I'm back. Bretonia versus Chaos Dwarfs. Fun matchups today, man. Really fun matchups. Yeah, these are good times. Turin getting water, a fish confirmed, yeah. Well, you know, of course I'm going to drink a lot of water when you're just ranting for hours and hours. Yeah. My dad was also someone who gave me a lot of good, he was the one who told me about the coffee thing. My dad lived in New York City, and he was an actor, and he like, my dad also did Broadway and stuff. He was a Broadway actor as well, and he gave me a lot of good tips for, like, you know, keeping your voice good, you know, and yeah, he had a lot of knowledge to give me. But one of the biggest things was coffee. Cutting down on coffee when you're really going to be projecting is quite important. At least for him it was. You know, we have similar composition, so yeah, it was great, man. It's great. I have some fun plans too. Sometime this year, we're going to be starting our Old World Tabletop channel as soon as that comes out. But I want to do a LAN event for Total War Warhammer, so I'm going to be looking for some sponsors to do a LAN event where we can have a couple players travel out, because a lot of the top players in the world are based in the United States right now, so, and close to California. We have several in California and several in Seattle, like Washington State. So we could easily probably get 4 top players and have a LAN event, which would be really fun. So we'd like hang out. We could like talk about the games and have like a couch segment in between. Yeah. Green tea is better for sure. It doesn't have as much caffeine, but I avoid caffeine 100%. Yeah, 100%. Saw your dad in Evil a while. Yeah, he was in Evil. He was in yeah, Evil was one of the shows he did. The last shows he did. He was on Girls, the HBO show Girls. He was on Gotham. On Gotham, he played Commissioner Loeb. So he played the corrupt police commissioner guy on the Gotham TV show. Yeah, he did a lot of stuff in his last days. 100%. Yeah, so I want to do a LAN event. I want to do something like that. How do I become the best player? Jabba, you just got to get those reps in there, dude. Get in here and do battle. Get in here and just fight. What Orc Lord do you think they could add in DLC? They could add Gorbad, right? Like Gorbad would, or is he too similar to Grimgor is the thing? Yeah, you know, you don't have to break your caffeine addiction completely. I mean, you can just taper it down. You know, that's what I do. I still drink coffee, but just not on days where I'm streaming. So just you know, maybe a couple days a week. I don't live in Los Angeles. I live in the mountains of California. We moved to a really small mountain village. I think there's only like 5,000 people here. It's really small. It's where I grew up. It's my hometown. It has all the problems that you might think California has. It just doesn't have them here. It's just like, it's a totally different world. Yeah, totally different world. But driving to LA is only an hour and a half, so it wouldn't be, you know, that big of a difference. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, the grand finals are upon us. The Dark Lord Hadries and Drakons, Dark Lords, I should say. They have made it. Let's break it down, and let's do it. For the forces of Bretonia, full tilt for the lady. They're here. We got the Fey Enchantress trying to dodge my camera work. She's going to be with the Paladin and Henri Le Massif. These characters are super good at hunting down Chaos Dwarf artillery. So if they can sneak into the back line, they can definitely goon things like magma cannons. 100%. Now for the rest of things, peasant mobs, men-at-arms, crappy infantry, double Grail Relic. So we got 2 of those. And yeah, that is pretty much the it for the army. So Bretonia, if you guys are wondering, like, where the hell is Bretonia's cavalry? Okay. The reason why you're not seeing cavalry is because they summon them out of reserve. They start with infantry, they move up, they let their peasants get absolutely blasted, and then they summon in the cavalry once the peasants have absorbed the initial beating. So Fey Enchantress, Grail Reliques will keep the Bretonian peasants fighting for a long time. Triple Battle Pilgrim from Drakons is very, very cool. Now, for the Dark Forces of Hashut, it's going to be an Iron Demon from Hadries. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, look at that. Iron Demon, backed up by Foghorn Leghorn with Flamestorm to clear out infantry. Orc Laborers, we have a Magma Cannon, a second Magma Cannon, and some Bull Centaur Renders, which is going to be a really strong build. Magma Cannons will clear infantry. Iron Demon, I don't really know what that's for. We'll have to see. The Iron Demon does have like a machine gun, so in theory it could be good against Bretonian cavalry. It has like a suppression mechanic and also can run over the infantry. Yeah, it can run over the infantry. All right, guys. It is on. Let us know who you think is going to win for the lady or for Hashit. These are both factions. I really enjoy this. Dude, I can't wait for Old World. We're going to do some really fun stuff, guys. Like, for the Old World Tabletop channel, I'm going to be putting up battle reports and whatnot, but I also plan on hosting Old World GTs in California. So I'll organize some big events where you can show up and play in a tournament setting, and I'll be doing like commentary at those events. I have a background in sports management and renting venues and shit, so like it's going to be just smooth as butter. We're going to have so much fun, dude. I hope to get to meet some of you guys there. It'll be a great time. So Astrogoth Iron Hand moving up, magma cannons. This party is getting started, and I am very, very hyped for this. Enchantress moving out. Now Pegasus Knights are also good in this matchup. They got some buffs and they do have anti-large. They can do some great work. I'm telling you, I have played this matchup as Bretonnia a couple times and have had great success with Bretonnia here. I do think it's Chaos Dwarf favored, but not by that much. Like 55-45, 60-40, maybe in that ballpark. But I totally think Bretonnia is a good faction. They are not bad. Bretonnia had a decent 50% win rate last season and are off to a very strong start this season. So we will see. Drakens, of course, hailing from the great RTK clan, so clearly he's got a lot of teammates to bounce ideas off. But yeah, I mean, Astrogoth is going to be a problem. He can definitely smash those paladins. Did he bring the item? He did bring the Stone Mantle, which is really good. It gives him 30% resistance. Dude, look at the dreaded Iron Demon moving up. No, you don't want to bring Green Knight, because Green Knight will get annihilated by Astrogoth, because Astrogoth does magic damage, so he can really give Green Knight the business. Yeah, he can really give him the business for sure. So let's watch this Iron Demon. That's what I'm very excited for. Magma Cannons aren't in range of anything yet, so they're not able to get too much value in. We see Hobgoblin Sneaky Gits. So these guys are okay at clearing out peasants. They do have a bonus for infantry and these precursor ammos that actually do a decent amount of damage, so I do like that. I think that's quite cool. This is also a very sneaky, tricksy Hobbits' play. We have triple Battle Pilgrim coming through the forest, backed up by Grail Guardians. What the hell is this? Oh, I can't kill over here. Grail Guardians, though. I do not see the application in this matchup, but hopefully I will be enlightened here and see how this all goes. All right. Double Paladin moving back and forth. Back objective going to be taken by the lady. And we do have some Battle Pilgrims saturating out. I would wager we're going to be seeing more and more cavalry. But seeing the elite cavalry here, yeah. Seeing that, look at this. The Grail Guardians. So they have physical resist of 20%. They do have the immunopsychology and perfect vigor. Maybe they trade well into Bull Centaur renders. It's like some secret forbidden technology lost to the sands of time. I don't know. The Iron Demon machine gun is moving up, and yeah, let's see what it's going to be shooting. It looks like it's turning around now. They have a bit of a weird turn. They're kind of slow to turn, but yeah, the Iron Demon is going to be putting some poke onto these guys, as the Battle Pilgrims will be emerging from the trees, and the Battle Pilgrims should be able to easily take this, but oh, we get the Infernal Guard Iron Chads. Now, the reason why you bring great weapons is so they can fight off cavalry that try and go for the back point. So that's a really, really smart play. Now, Magma Cannons, of course, are obscenely strong, but, if they're shooting peasant mobs and 200 gold men-at-arms, are they really doing much for you? I don't know, man. I still think they're a staple, though. You against Bretonnia, I would say you always want to bring like 2 Magma Cannons. That really, really is going to be the jam. Precursor ammo, going after the Enchantress. Draken's able to juke that. And we do get the Knights of the Realm. Are they going to get the charge on the Hobgoblins? It looks like they didn't see them. They do see them. Full tilt. Lance's couch for the lady. Going to be running over some of these foul goblins. Feels pretty great as they do get in there and plow through those chaff units. Granted, it was kind of a weird charge. And they're going to need to run right now, because if they get caught by the Bull Centaur renders, which they shouldn't, they're much faster, and Foghorn Leghorn, it's going to be a bad engagement for them. So Grail Guardians lurking around the side. Knights of the Realm do a nice little charge and then loop away while the Magma Cannon puts some firepower onto them. Here we see the Enchantress and the Grail Relique probably going to be able to drain down the Hobgoblins, while the 2 Paladins of Bretonnia hunt down the Iron Demon, which popped its train ability. Some more power is active, which is going to be giving it a substantial speed buff right there. But the Bull Centaur renders with great weapons able to swarm the Paladins, which Paladins will hurt them pretty hard, but overall it's not a trade that you want to be taking without support. With the Grail Guardians moving in, getting blasted by the Magma Cannons of Hadri's. Hadri's doing some big, big work right here. Overall value is somewhat close. It's only about 700. And we could see the Bull Centaur renders get wrecked here. The Enchantress might be able to get some fat heals over here on the two Paladins to keep them fighting. There's the heal, so Earthblood going down. And Bretonnia now saturating in with Knights of the Realm. Knights of the Realm, very, very good. But what I love about the Chaos Dwarf play is they're stacking the Orc Laborers. The Orc Laborers here have good armor piercing and are an excellent stacking piece against the Grail Guardian. So that probably is going to give a decent advantage here. But look at this, the Paladins escape. The two Paladins get away, and they jump on top of the Iron Demon here, guys. Look at that. They just get straight up in there. Not bad at all. War Battle Pilgrims coming in from the side, and the middle objective might be flipping. Chaos Dwarfs seem to be getting zerged a little bit. Like, their entire infantry corps is laborers, right? And the Magma Cannons, of course, don't really contribute to capturing the objectives. Over here on the side, we do see the Infernal Guard. The Infernal Guard, absolute Giga Chads. These guys, huge armor, great combat stats. They are going to be able to butcher these Battle Pilgrims. But at the very least, Battle Pilgrims will hold them at bay and keep them from contributing to the middle fight. But the Enchantress and company do secure the middle point. A lot of cavalry, Iron Demon a little bit surrounded here. So Hadri's does have his epic war machine surrounded by the two Paladins. Foghorn Leghorn trying to help. Magma Cannons friendly firing. A couple Orc Laborers, which is great. And Knights of the Realm looking like they're going to be trying to get into the backfield maybe. But no, rear charging into the Bull Centaur Renders. Full tilt. Big charge right there. And those guys get absolutely wrecked. Knights of the Realm actually do super good against Bull Centaur Renders. You can see the Bull Centaur Renders folding in like a couple seconds against the Enchantress Knight of the Realm charge, and also the Spearmen at Arms, the cheap chaff units doing quite well. And yeah, Foghorn Leghorn and his elite contingent here are a little bit trapped up. That's going to be a great Flamestorm by Hadri's there. That's going to do a lot of damage as it goes through the Knights, tearing them to shreds. Hashut unleashing his fury. Although, it's not Lore of Hashut, but, same thing. One of Hashut's followers is kind of doing the jams, right? Bretonnia with just unholy waves of cavalry, and I don't know if there's going to be enough Bull Centaurs to handle all these bad boys. One Bull Centaur unit here does get crumped. Another one's still fighting very well, but you know what's super annoying for the Chaos Dwarfs here is the fact that these Grail Reliques are mixed in. So the Bretonnian Knights are basically fighting like it's life and death, and they're just going to be grinding to the bitter end, right? On the backside, we do see the Infernal Guard holding that, so Bretonnia really going to be probably just trying to win on the middle objective. And in the backfield, we see a Magma Cannon caught up by Battle Pilgrims and Men-at-Arms. So just these like unholy hordes of these Bretonnian peasants are just getting on top of the Magma Cannons and slowly killing them. And Chaos Dwarfs respond by calling in Hobo Goblins, but Hobo Goblins will do nothing against Knights of the Realm. Knights of the Realm with the rear charge, Lance's Couch for the Lady, big one into the back of the Hobo Goblins, and this Magma Cannon's offline, and the other Magma Cannon is dangerously close to being shut down right now. As the Knights of the Realm do see it, we do see a summon of Hobo Goblins coming in, but they're not going to do much. Hashut's Dark Ravagers trying to shut things down, but some Knights of the Realm are sticking hard on them and really not letting them get too free here, as we are going to be seeing what appears to be another Flamestorm of some sort. But guys, with Magma Cannons going down, you are not going to be seeing the Chaos Dwarfs able to clear the infantry. The Battle Pilgrims are everywhere. They're causing massive havoc, and both Magma Cannons are shut down right now, which means Bretonnia is probably going to be able to get some massive momentum on the objectives. Foghorn Leghorn's doing great. He's sitting at 1,400 value. It's very tough for Bretonnia to kill those type of characters, but overall Bretonnia maneuvering over to the side point. And the Infernal Guard getting charged by Knights of the Realm. Obviously going to be somewhat durable here because of their high armor, and 46 melee defense on a great weapon unit is really quite good. But yeah, they're probably going to get overwhelmed by the sheer mass of haggard Bretonnians. The value does favor Chaos Dwarves, but Drakons does have a ton of healing with Fey Enchantress, so there's a lot of that kind of going into play here. Looking at the objectives, we do see Bretonnia comfortably controlling two objectives. One Paladin here being taken out by Foghorn Leghorn, though. Yeah, the Paladin does go down. Let me sip the water here. And yeah, he gets absolutely smashed by Astergoth, man. Astergoth is an insanely good assassin. But look at the leadership on all these Bretonnians. With the Grail Relique here, it's going to be so tough to remove them. And even the Battle Pilgrims aren't doing bad against Hashut's Dark Ravagers, considering they have some support from like Peasants and Chaff and a Paladin as well. But Henri Le Massif is going to be going down, and there's certainly a chance that if the Bretonnian leadership starts to falter, that they could go back in the direction of the Chaos Dwarfs. The game could start to flip, right? So side point being taken by the Lady, it looks like. We do see the Infernal Guard doing a great job. They are just doing outstanding work. Probably getting good value too. 840, but yeah, the Battle Pilgrims will be able to drag them down with the Men-at-Arms and flanking Knights Errant. That did come through the tree line here, so this is going to be flipping. And this is rapidly going to become a situation where, yes, Chaos Dwarves are winning on value, but do they have enough time to re-secure the battlefield, right? Duel of Fates here, Foghorn Leghorn versus Fey Enchantress, and Foghorn's able to get the good fight. But we are going to see Fey Enchantress getting away. She has 95 speed, and Robo-Legs has 58 speed with his armor. It does slow him down a little bit, so he's no way in hell going to catch the Enchantress. And Bretonnius is going to be spamming out infantry. So we see men-at-arms and polearms and spears. Obviously, you know, the Chaos Dwarfs are spamming Bull Centaurs, so of course you're going to bring foot-based spear units to kind of handle those guys, right? That's your game plan. Magma Cannon shooting into the Battle Pilgrims. Fire, reload, fire. Here it goes, baby. Very cool looking. Chaos Dwarf artillery is so badass, and that's going to do brutal damage as those Battle Pilgrims get eviscerated. Flame Cannon coming in with Drakons with a very, very good dodge here. Middle objective actually starting to flip, and it looks like the Chaos Dowie might find a way to get this one back. It's mostly expendable Bretonnians here on the point, but I think Bretonnia might have the tools to wrestle this back. It's hard to say. Side objective is taken. Chaos Dwarfs are not amazing at retaking objectives. They do need a little bit of time to get rolling. Bull Centaurs, with the great weapons, butchering these Battle Pilgrims. Knights Errant should probably countercharge them and try and support. They're going to need a little bit of help on this point. We don't see any Knights of the Realm nearby. The Bretonnian Cavalry getting worn down. Both Bretonnian Paladins have also paid the price. They're both gone, so this is an opportunity for the Chaos Dwarfs and Hashut to get back in here for sure. But the Grail Relique with the Men-at-Arm polearms, they're going to be able to drag down Hashut Stark Ravagers. We see the Hashut Stark Ravagers here. Although, I don't know, there's 2 Bull Centaur units. That is a lot of meat to drag down. Those anti-large attacks are adding up. The Bull Centaurs are taking HP damage, but they still have most of their models. But the Bretonnians really holding firm with a nice rear charge coming in for the Knights Errant. Beautiful. That's going to do a lot of damage against the Dark Ravagers. Now, Backpoint is currently owned by Bretonnia. Bretonnia really wants to get in a situation where they can win on one objective, for sure. Yeah, it is going to be an 8-hour stream. It's the Grand Finals. We are not messing around. 8 hours of rock hard casting, baby. Iron Demon brought back in. Let's see what kind of work this thing can do. Looks like it's going to be going into melee, which it is an anti-infantry chariot, so it's going to sound the train horn, and yep. Oh my god, brutal. Absolute brutality as those men-at-arms going to just get pushed into the Shadow Realm here. Bretonnia, though, resecuring the middle. The durability of the Ladies Chosen. Fighting valiantly over the corpse of a Grail Knight, basically. You know, it really makes the Bretonnian infantry just so stalwart. I really like how Grail Reliques are actually meta and good now. They're really well balanced too. Like the thematics of the Grail Relique is super cool. Foghorn Leghorn trying to clear the middle, but it looks like it's going to go back to the forces of Bretonnia. But the Bretonnian position starts to fold as Hashut Stark Ravagers get really worn down. But another wave of Haggard Halberds coming in, and Knights of the Realm are going to be huge. Knights of the Realm in their previous life got 1,000. So clearly they are ready to party. This is also a really good play, guys. Reinforcing your back objective in anticipation of defending a single objective is seriously, seriously good play. Look at this, guys. Chaos Dwarfs appear to be running out of steam. I mean, their artillery's good, but Bretonnia moving back on with some Battle Pilgrims. Knights of the Realm engaging against the Bull Centaur Renders with great weapons, and they are able to get the stop. So look at that. 1,300 value on these bad boys. Bull Centaur Renders, you know, there's been a lot of talk in Discord about them being unstoppable, but the Lady is proving that you certainly can stop the Bull Centaur Renders. It certainly takes a lot of effort, a very good unit, probably crazy value. Only 1,000 value on them, so, you know, yeah, we're seeing it. Foghorn Leghorn is about somewhere. Yep, he's up in the middle here. We do have the Grail Relique anchoring the Bretonnian forces. Iron Demon does cause terror, which is really useful, but the Grail Relique makes all the Chad Bretonnians here into ITP monsters, immune to psychology. Magma Cannon's still shooting and doing some good damage. Foghorn trying his best, but the Enchantress has got the moves like Jagger. She's able to outmaneuver him all day. As more spears and more polearms and more chaff units being sent to reinforce the middle, the back objective was owned by the Lady, but is going to be taken by the forces of Hashut. As the Hobo Goblins able to resecure this, they got their twin daggers out, and they're doing their thing, man. They are doing their thing. Whereas over on the middle objective, is it triple cap territory? It's pretty much in that ballpark now, for sure. More Bretonnians coming up, and I like the Foot Squire inclusion. Yeah, they're going to die to Magma Cannons very quickly, but they do provide you 5 capture weight, which is going to, you know, if you hide them behind this pillar right here and just kind of like buy time, that's all you're doing. Hobo Goblins going for the back point, and we do see some Men-at-Arms being sent out, and a Grail Relique being pushed over to the side objective. I think Bretonnia needs to find a way to defend this back objective, because if the Chaos Dwarfs and Hadries manage to steal it, that's going to be a big win. And Hadries is a cunning foe. He is certainly a sneaky get. You know, he knows the sneaky factions well. Skaven, you know, all that sort of good stuff. So, Hobo Goblins up on the point. Enchantress moving in, and she is going to be dropping the Mortis Engine effect, but it looks like the Hobo Goblins able to keep the Enchantress off. No Bretonnian Cavalry. This could be a big, big play for Hadries. Little things like this, potentially going to keep them in the game. So, Enchantress trying to drain them down. There is a little bit of spear support. Hobo Goblin's going to be getting Cascading Fire Cloak. Not bad. Gives them a little bit of extra melee defense and some armor-piercing damage, which has some relevance, I suppose. Knights of the Realm coming across, realizing they really don't want to lose this objective. They really don't want to lose it. Squires! I know, we love the Squire spawn. They're our favorite. Hobgoblins get lanced down by the Ladies Chosen. So Knights of the Realm doing big work, and now they're going to be jumping onto the point. These Hobo Goblins going to hold on for a moment longer, but I think the Knights of the Realm arriving just barely saves it. Absolutely. Men-at-Arms moving up, Grail Relique, Peasant Mobs. Bretonnia is going to be able to secure this objective. Meanwhile, in the middle, it's looking like it's pretty Bretonian favored. Bretonnia is close enough on value that their healing compensates for the difference. And those Grail Reliques, though. There's one right here giving immune to psychology, so the Terror Route coming in from the Iron Demon, not super pertinent. Granted, the Iron Demon's not doing terribly. It does have close to 1,000 value, so it is something. But Bretonnia is going to be claiming victory, hands down. Securing this back objective was the big difference maker. If that had been taken and maybe held by the forces of Hashut, there's a chance maybe they could get the middle back. But Bretonnia, with their high leadership, is just so Chad. And I really love seeing the Grail Reliques. The positional play of that is very, very fun. And now we do see the Knights of the Realm running across. And they're going to be cleaning up the forces. So, hey, Bull Centaurs kind of got beaten down by the Knights of the Realm this game. Magma Cannons did good, but if you just throw crappy infantry at them, it's not as devastating. And, man, what a match, ladies and gentlemen. GG, well played. What a game. What a game. Yeah, he's the Looney Tunes rooster. You're talking about Foghorn Leghorn? Yeah. Great game. So looking at the breakdown here, Fey Enchantress was good. Paladins kind of got gooned, but the staying power of the Bretonnian Fanatics, supported by the Grail Reliques and the Polearms, were so clutch. Knights of the Realm, also huge beasts. They did good. So what a match. Foghorn Leghorn, crazy value. We see the forces here doing some good work. The Bull Centaurs didn't even pay for themselves, actually. No, I'm wrong. Okay. Magma Cannons, obviously super good. 1,600, 1,000, they paid for themselves. And yeah, the Bull Centaur renders still were menacing, but were held to a reasonable amount of value by the Bretonnian cavalry. So, all right. Can Hadri's bring it back? Are we going to be seeing the Chaos Dwarf flip? Drakens goes up 1-0 here, as he does it for the lady. Yes, yes. So let's see what's up. Next map is going to be, I think it's the Halls of Karak Doom. Let me check. Yep, it is. The Halls of Karak Doom. That was a really fun match, man. Bretonnia unpower creepable. Yeah. Well, the tourney's about to end. This is the final countdown, man. Look at that. I know. Platypus, man. The lady wills it, dude. How was your stream today? Did you stream today? I think you were, right, Platy? Hope it went well for you, man. Hope it went well for you. So what's it going to be? Bretonnia and Chaos Dwarfs, really fun matchup. Bretonnia is actually off to a really good start. They got some nice buffs. They got Battle Pilgrims, got cost reduced, and a couple other things. So certainly some feel-good stuff for Bretonnia. Overall, Bretonnia sitting at a 65% win rate. Probably because they've been beating Chorfs all day, right? Have they been? Let's see. No, 3-2. So I actually think Bretonnia Chorfs is pretty back and forth. Get some rest. Get some rest, Misha. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Really fun stats. I'm excited to see what the stats actually look like after a couple weeks, you know? Like where we really end up. Chaos Dwarf sitting at about 60%, which is, you know, very strong. Very, very strong for sure. Zinch at the dreaded 0%. Yeah, good times, good times. So what's it going to be here for the counter picks? Yeah, newbie tournament, it went good. Yeah, glad to hear it, man. Glad to hear it. I wish there was an evil version of Bretonnia. I mean, vampire counts are kind of an evil version of Bretonnia. They have a ton of cavalry, Blood Knights, Black Knights, you know. All those kind of things. Yeah. It's fun, man. It's fun. Yeah, Cathay's doing all right. Cathay is an interesting faction. I've never liked playing them. I don't know why. I just don't enjoy their playstyle very much. Like, I feel like I'd rather just play the Dwarves or something. Chaos Dwarves are just so much more interesting to me than Cathay too, but... Sad bird noises? Yeah, sad Zinch noises. I would love to see Mousillon, like a corrupted Bretonnian faction. Like a hybrid undead Bretonnian faction would be so badass. That would be a really fun one. That would be a cool paint scheme to do for the Old World too. Like when Old World comes out, you could paint a Bretonnian army as Mousillon and have like your lord be like, you know, like the Red Duke. That would be really fun. Peasants are basically skeleton spearmen. Yeah, they try, man. They try. When will they add a Dowie DLC? I don't know. I don't think that's going to come anytime soon. So it looks like it's going to be a flip up of the Chaos Dwarves. I think Drakens is going to play them. Hadri's probably end up on Ogre Kingdoms would be my guess. Or Skaven. Drakens can only ban one of them. We don't have global bans anymore, guys. We got rid of that stuff because we don't need it. So now no matter what your main is, you're guaranteed to be able to play them at least one game in a series, which is good. It was kind of one of the downsides of globals, but that's just because we had Slaanesh running around at like an 80% win rate and Warriors of Chaos before the Hellstrider nerf. So it's like, yeah, it was more necessary last season, but I don't think we need it right now. Don't think we need it. Yes. Yeah, Red Duke is evil Bertoni, basically. No one likes. No, we don't use any mods for tournaments because you want the game to be as close as possible to what like people are playing on quick battles and ladder. What the units do like in campaign and normally, right? Like it's easier to kind of get involved that way, in my opinion. Yeah, Chaos Dwarfs are going to get, or not Chaos Dwarfs. I think Kislev and Cathay are 100% going to get a DLC like next. It has to be them. Like we got Champions of Chaos, we got Chaos Dwarfs. Like Kislev and Cathay need some new units. I think it'd be really fun. Yeah, it'd be great. Yep, Ogres versus Chaos Dwarfs. We've seen this. I'll be right back, guys. Gonna refill my water here. I'm going through it super quick here, and I will be right back. All right, guys, we're here, and we're in the finals. Chaos Dwarfs versus Ogres. It's a matchup that we've been running into quite a bit, which would be fun to see. I'm kind of curious how Dark Elves would do against Ogre Kingdoms. Like, I feel like Scourge Hunters might have some relevance. Like, they can run over Laborers and also shoot at the Bull Centaurs. Maybe there's a little something in that matchup that we're not seeing. Something fun to consider, ladies and gentlemen. Something fun to see. Yeah, that would be really cool. Like a Musion themed Bretonnian army for the old world, and you like kit bash them like so they're Knights of the Realm and stuff are like kind of broke and have like some undead features on them. That would be super cool. And then you could take the Bretonnian men at arms and change their heads to zombie and skeleton heads and stuff. Oh my god, I think I'm going to do that. I think we're going to do that. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Vampire counts against Chaos Dwarves is an interesting one. I think if you go super wide with like chaff units and then Crypt Horrors and Skeleton Spear spam, you can actually do okay. I do think it's Chore favored, like pretty considerably, but it is winnable. If you can get good Winds of Death on like, or Pit of Shades on valuable units, yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff you could do. Yeah, Musion army would be rad. Yellow and black are, with the new contrast paints, are not as hard to paint either. They'd be way easier. And you could do like a dark steel. That would be super rad. Oh man, okay. Are we going to do a Musion army? I think we are. I think we've just decided. Yeah, that's going to happen at some point. So, yeah. You could also just use like the undead cavalry, like Black Knights. I think it'd be cooler to have like Bretonnians that are kind of like slowly being afflicted by their vampiric leadership. Vampire Coast to Old World. I think if Old World does really well financially, then we could see them add like a lot of those niche factions like Vampire Coast. So a lot of it, I think the support Old World's going to get is going to come down to how well it does financially, obviously. At the very least, though, even if they don't add Coast, if they just have like the original 8th edition factions, you know, I'd be happy with that too. Like that's more than enough for us to have a really good time. Yeah, so Cathay, I think, has some issues with infantry killing power. I mean, You have some magic that can do it. It's really hard to reclaim territory as Cathay. Like, if you lose an engagement, get pushed off, it's really hard to get that ground back. Has always been my biggest gripe with Cathay. Yeah, I'm not sure what the Museo Knights like look like off the top of my head. I'd have to take a look. Old World is, I bet you, coming at the end of this year. So I think like around, so we're going to get 10th edition 40K probably, I'm guessing in August, September, like end of summer. And then after that, I think we'll get Old World being like hyped and released like around Christmas or like November like time maybe. I think it's going to be the end of the year. Like with the frequency with which we've been seeing stuff more and, you know, more hard information coming out, I think that's going to happen. Yeah, I think that's going to happen. Ogres versus Chaos Dwarfs. Hold on, guys. I can't help myself. I have to peek at the armies and see what's going on here. Okay, fairly standard stuff from what we're used to. Very cool. All right, we're back in business. Drakens versus Hadri's. Yes, yes. Yeah, Cathay has some strengths though. They have pretty strong lores of magic, like lore of Yin, you know, with the summon and having Talons of the Night. Talons of the Night did get nerfed in this patch though. Like all those vortex spells that just one-shot infantry did get nerfed. Yeah. What else does Cathay do well? Jade Lancers, Peasant Horsemen, not terrible. Jade Warriors are pretty cost-effective holding units for their price point. At only 500, they definitely hold very well. Killing power can be tough, right? Killing power can be tough. Yeah, I think I think 10th edition is coming in the summer. Isn't there some sort of a Warhammer Fest event in the summer in Seattle? I think in Washington. That's like a Games Workshop sponsored event where they're going to be like previewing 10th games of 10th edition or something. I could have sworn I read that somewhere. I don't know. You've had 2 meals, taken a nap, and played video games for 3 hours, and you're still going, yeah, man, all day. All day for sure. Yeah, Jade Warriors are basically tankier Dwarf Warriors. Yeah, they're pretty good. Dwarf Warriors are a little bit cheaper, though, but not by much. It's kind of in the ballpark. Jade Warriors cost the same as a Dwarf Warrior Great Weapon, which arguably at least has a little bit more stopping power with its armor piercing. Yeah. Halls of Kedag Doom, a smallish map. Magma Cannons can definitely get online pretty quickly. So we'll see. I still think you break magmas against Ogre Kingdoms. I like one Magma Cannon and one Deathstreak Rocket. I think the Deathstreak Rocket is really nice to sit on like an Iron Blaster or sit on top of like a Slaughtermaster. Just kind of wear him down over the course of a game. So I wonder if the Old World will have New World factions as well. I'm not sure what you mean. Do you mean like Lizardmen or? Yeah, no, Lizardmen are going to be in the Old World 100%. No, the Elves, yeah. I don't know. I don't think Amazons, but yeah, no. Lizardmen are getting a new model range for Age of Sigmar, which is just 100% going to switch straight to Old World. Like, you're going to be able to use them for either game. Yeah, Cathay doesn't really have any Great Weapon infantry. I mean, they have Celestial Dragon Guard, which do have armor-piercing halberds. But, you know, they're okay. I've never been, like, super impressed by them. It's not like a dedicated Great Weapon unit. So, it's a little bit of a tricksy hobbit. Says. Yeah, painting Gotcha Gurnison really kind of inspired me to want to do a dwarf army too. I had so much fun with it. Yeah, I had a lot of fun with that. I'm curious if they'll remake like niche models, like really iconic models that weren't like super popular, like Dwarven Slayers or something. Or that were very popular, but just have old dated models. I think that could be pretty fun. Old World is the reboot of Warhammer Fantasy and Tabletop. It's coming out at the end, most likely at the end of the year, I'm guessing. Yeah, it's the same tabletop setting as what we're playing now. I mean, it takes place a couple hundred years before because they want to like revisit some different stuff and kind of change it up. But yeah, Hadri's is ready, and Drakens is looking for a flag for his army. It looks like he's switching between the different banners and trying to see what he wants to be doing. No, Midnight. I don't know who that is. Yeah. All right. Let's fire it up, baby. Getting tired, but it's all good. The dreaded 8-hour stream. It's on his way. He is the other leader of Musion. Oh, all right. That's cool. A lot of neat stuff. So, very simple army for the Chaos Dwarfs. We have a Demon Smith Sorcerer, who is quite nice because he can heal Magma Cannons, actually. We have a Bull Centaur Anti-Large. Very staple. Infernal Guard are great to spam here because super high armor. Super good melee defense. They can trade with Ogre Bull units. They do suffer against Man-Eaters and Iron Guts pretty bad, but against all the other stuff, they trade quite well in my opinion. So yes. And yeah, that's it for that army. Now, for the Forces of Ogres, Hadri special. It's the old big cleaving cavalry. They're there. They got their great weapons. Going to be looking to butcher some of those guys with Troll Guts. Troll Guts on top of the Sky Striders is pretty insane. So I do like that quite a bit. Now, just like I said, Magma, we do have the Metal Caster with Final Transmutation to punish blobs. He's going to be on the Great Taurus, or the Bale Taurus, I think. Let's go ahead and double check that, actually. Is he on the Bale Taurus, or is he on the Walmart version? Okay, he's on the cheaper one. This one isn't as cool, but it's not terrible. It has less melee defense, but yeah, you're just there to punish Ogre Kingdom's blobs, which they tend to do. So having Final Transmutation to nuke down the blobs, I think, is a very, very good choice. Now, for the Chungus Kingdoms, it is going to be Noblars into the Sunset, backed up by Ogre Bulls, a couple Iron Guts, Sky Striders, very standard. Lead Belchers on the back. Lead Belchers are good. They're a little bit susceptible to being shot by Magmas, but it's not that bad. And they can return the favor pretty hard if they can close the distance. So I do like this. Yeah, I feel like a Blunderbuss style could be good against Ogres too. Like, that's the thing. Chaos Dwarves have so many unexplored playstyles. Since they're brand new, right? I'm eager to see. Like, I've seen Anticity play with like Blunderbuss kind of styles and do very well. So I don't know, man. I feel like they'd be quite good, the Blunderbusses, if you just kind of stack them up behind some like Orc labor or some Goblin laborers, and have Zaytan with his net to lock down a high value target and shoot him. There's a lot of fun stuff, man. A lot of fun stuff for sure. Double Magmas. Magmas, of course, a staple. Very safe, very steady unit. And I believe they get the Hellbound ability for free, which is kind of a weird thing. Like, even if you don't pay for it, I'm pretty sure they still come with it, which is obviously a bug. But Infernal Guard, they have pretty good stats. 57, not quite Ironbreaker territory, but these guys try their best, and they look pretty cool. I'm pretty sure the Chaos Dwarfs have their own system of, like, Slayer Oaths, but they can be redeemed from their Slayer Oath is, like, the difference. I think they wear the Helmets of Shame, and then, like, if they redeem themselves, they get to, like, take off the helmet. Yeah, I can't remember quite what the lore is, but it's pretty cool. Gorgers would probably be terrible, because they're really squishy. They would probably get killed by Bull Centaur Render Great Weapons super easily, because they wouldn't trade well into that. So overall, I think that's pretty tricky. Pretty tricky indeed. So the big one, if Drakens manages to win it, he will win the entire tournament for the day, which is certainly been a big sweaty one. Best of 3 tournaments take a long time. We had a lot of people sign up today. I was not expecting it, but we had a pretty big showing, which is quite a bit of fun. So they'll move. I wonder if they're going to be going and pushing the side objective. Ogres are certainly better at playing multiple points, right? Let me make sure they don't have any questions for me. I have a message here. AJ Phoenix, sounds good. I got your message. 100%. So yeah, Chaos Dwarves will probably move up, try and Magma time you a little bit, and then, slowly grind their way out. They still do play like Dwarves in that way. You could do like a super aggressive Dawizar push. You could do like, how would you do that? Just probably Bull Centaur spam. Like Bull Centaurs with Foghorn Leghorn, like all that kind of stuff. You just move up aggressively. Yeah. Yeah, Chaos Dwarves are not a numerous people in lore. In the lore, there's not very many Chaos Dwarves. That's why their army mostly is composed of laborers and, different things like that. Is because there's just not that many of them. Like the regular dwarves are already like super low population, and Chaos Dwarves are like that to an extreme because they're a very, very niche, right? Yeah, very, very niche. Magma Cannon's moving up. Probably going to go some fat charges downtown. We'll have to see. Although they can't see the Trappers. The Trappers do have stock. So that's a really, really nice play by Hadri's. Just kind of creeping up, looking to secure the objectives initially, force the Chaos Dwarfs to have to move forward. Certainly something they like their Dwarven cousins, are not big fans of hard advancing into enemy territory. So if they can shoot you from a distance, they'll certainly do it. Yeah, so someone confirming in chat. And when they take them off, they have the scars to show their redemption. Yeah. That's pretty rad. The helmets get fried onto their faces until they redeem themselves. Oh man, that's some heavy metal lore right there, dude. Some super heavy metal lore. Nalbar Trappers dropping a little bit of sweet lovin' up on the Demonsmith Sorcerer, but the Magma Cannon is like, hey man, you leave my boys alone. And does start to poke those Nalbar Trappers. Ogre's going to be grabbing the 2 objectives initially. And we see the Chad Striders coming around. Are we going to see any guns? I'm surprised. I don't know what it is. In every matchup, I've done as the Chaos Dwarfs against Ogres, I've used a couple Infernal Guard Fireglaves. Maybe like one in your starting army. I feel like it gives you such good shooting utility against things like Sky Striders and other big like Iron Guts and all that. I don't know, man. I don't know. We see double Bull Centaur Render Great Weapons. So 2 of those bad boys going to be lurking on the wings, and we do see the old shots downtown missing. Noblar Trappers are on the run, but Ogre's going to be grabbing the 2 objectives right out of the gates here. Kind of looks like Hadri is going to go for an Alpha Strike. We see the Saber-Tusk packs, and we see the Sky Striders coming, and like the buffering of these Noblars, kind of the way he's set up. It seems very much as if Hadrius is looking to get aggressive here, which is certainly risky, but he could also just wait for these guys to move up and then counterpunch them a little bit, do a little rope-a-dope here. Magma Cannon's missing. No, they're not like I said. Like they do a hell of a lot of damage, but against the Noblar Trappers and Noblars in general, it's like whatever. At least they're cheap. Nothing feels worse than a Magma Cannon like killing a Thunder unit, and bringing it to the half health in one shot, right? So Leadbelcher's trying to get in range, I believe, of the Magma Cannon. It looks like, yeah, they're going to be drawing a line of sight. There's a little bit of a slope here, so they might have some troubles. But yeah, the Leadbelcher shots are going to come in and start pounding this Magma Cannon. If it doesn't move, it could certainly die. Sky Strider's moving in. It's Sky Striding time, baby. So they get in and just move into those Infernal Guard, and they hit hard enough. Yeah, they hit really hard. I mean, they're crushers, right? They're crusher RORs. They're able to pound those Infernal Guard a little bit. We do see the Demon Smith moving in. One of the Magma Cannons getting hit by the old Leadbelchers, but the Demon Smith Sorcerer, did he bring the Reforge ability? He did not, which is a bit strange. I feel like bringing the Reforge ability is worth it. You can get a little bit of healing on the Magma Cannon. Hadri's pressuring super hard, man. He's got the 2 Doggos coming in. He's really, really pushing the Chaos Dwarves back. He's not fully committing to diving into their lines, which I think is smart. I think you want the Chaos Dwarves to kind of push out to you a little bit, but overall, this is aggressive. Like the way he's getting aggressive with those Saber-Tusks back there, it's a little bit risky. It does kind of stuff the Chaos Dwarves, but if they summon out another Bull Centaur Render, they would probably be able to rampage these Saber-Tusks and do good work. So now it looks like the die is cast, ladies and gentlemen. Sky Strider's moving in with the Noblars. We got Iron Guts diving through, no, actually those are just basic Ogre Bulls, but they're going to be moving in and jumping on top of the Magma Cannons, which is going to be really cost effective. Great counterplay here from Drakens. Beautiful stuff. An epic final transmutation, going to be pounding into most of the Ogre army. Whereas in the backfield, we do see the prophesized play. Like camping back there with the Saber-Tusks felt a little bit dangerous for Hadri's. With the fact they could just summon one of those guys or send one of those dudes back there to kind of pressure him a little bit, right? Magma Cannons able to nail down the Sky Striders, who do take a ton of casualties. And overall, it seems like the Chaos Dwarves are enduring the charge well. The elite Chaos Dowie infantry are holding. Infernal Guard's still pretty numerous, as we see more Chaos Dwarves just holding on every front. Maneater Great Weapons not doing a bad job fighting the Bull Centaur Renders, but overall, it seems as if the trades are going slightly in the favor of Drakens. However, a lot of healing going down, and I believe we do have some Maneater Great Weapons, or no, those are actually Iron Guts back here, going after Blazing Beards of Basharik. Noblars holding the points. Magma Cannons just shooting into basically trash units as they do advance here. And is Hadri's going to be able to steal the back point here from Drakens? Drakens seems to be holding well. Bull Centaur Renders, obviously an amazing unit against almost everything, but especially against Ogre Kingdoms, are going to be quite good. Infernal Guard with their high armor holding on, providing a lot of capture weight, but Drakens still has not been able to escape his pin here, right? The Ogres have a lot of healing, a lot of mass, and it seems as if they do in some ways struggle to get out of these really, really hard presses like that, for sure. So more Noblar Trappers. Question from chat. Players cannot play the same faction they played in a series, so you can only play Chaos Dwarfs once. That doesn't mean your opponent can't then play them, but players are limited to playing a faction just once in a series. So, man, Hadri's is resilient here, still pushing. It looked a little bit scary. It kind of looked like the Chaos Dwarfs were getting some brutal momentum. But I feel as if we're maybe coming to a bit of a revelation that maybe Magma Cannons in this matchup aren't super good. Like, I can't help but think if you just had a couple blunderbusses back here or some Infernal Glaive Firesworn, or Infernal Guard Fireglaves, I feel like they would be able to push back the Ogres much quicker than these Magma Cannons could, right? Like, Magmas are great against infantry, but Ogres just bring monstrous infantry. It could be a little something we're learning today. But Hadri's does actually pull the value lead, and it seems like it's Crumpin' time, baby. Demon Smith Sorcerer being pushed back, and I think Drakens might be on the ropes with his Lord getting karate chopped there. That is going to be brutal. We see some blunderbusses coming out, but a bit of a weird position for them. They're going to move up and be very exposed to a lot of pushing from these units instead of coming back here where they have support and screens. The Iron Guts, man, they are doing some great work. So here they come. The boys are on the way. Demon Smith is on the run. I do think Drakens is in serious danger. Unless Hadri's, blunders pretty heavily, he's showing that he has a good mastery of the ogres in this matchup. He's clearly been practicing this one, or at least scheming it. Blunderbuss is going to do huge damage, but they're unsupported, right? They're going to get swamped by trash units, and probably going to switch on to the Iron Guts now. But yeah, by the time they get lined up and start shooting again, the ogres are going to be on top of them. The ogres are just brutal. There they come in. Iron Guts karate kicking them, and then suddenly a 900 gold unit is getting heavily out-traded by a Deathsped Iron Gut here. So this is not good. Not good at all. Chaos Dwarfs are trying to hold on. They have a couple Infernal Guard all over the place. Magma Cannons are in combat with Man-Eaters. The writing is on the wall. Hadri's, ladies and gentlemen, appears to be winning this game. He appears to be winning it. And I think it's GG. I don't see any way for Drakens to come back. Hadri's is not going to be making too many mistakes here. And it looks like the Ogre Kingdoms, once again, are going to be showing that they are a good choice against Chaos Dwarfs. But I also feel that many Chaos Dwarfs players are not bringing the most optimal compositions. Maybe they haven't, people haven't figured it out yet, but I do feel like Dwarfs have some good choices there. GG. Bull Centaurs did good. Magma's not that great here. I don't know. I don't think Magmas are that amazing against Ogre Kingdoms. Bull Centaur Render is obviously good, but held to a very low amount of value. They did not even pay for themselves. Foghorn Leghorn, obviously, he does his thing. But Hadri's tying up the series, baby. The mighty Lord of the Skaven, the Horned Rat himself, has made us a rubber match series. So many good close games today. So many good games. All right, so let's get this. And now we can do, where are we? All right. Where are we at? The Glade of the Everqueen is going to be our closer map for today. This is the last one in this best of 3 series. Man, oh man, we have casted a lot of games today. An absolute hell of a lot of games. Players going to do their picks and bans now, and we can just chill out and enjoy each other's company, which is going to be good. Yeah, the anti-large rockets are better. I personally think the what's it called? The Infernal Guard Fireglaives are the way. They trade well in melee with their halberds, and they also have shooting, which is very effective. Like a Chaos Dwarf frontline, even the cheaper Chaos Dwarves, and with some laborers, and then defend them. Bull Centaurs can defend your guns in the back. Yeah, Blunderbuss, Fireglaves. There's a lot of options that ogres or Chaos Dwarf players have not explored yet. So yeah, it's nice to see Chorfs though. A lot of people have been hyping him up to be this unbeatable war machine, but it's cool to see that they have their weaknesses. Despite being a very strong faction, they do have some matchups which they don't seem to be enjoying. Namely Skaven and Ogre so far seem to do well against them. Yeah, even the Dwarfs got a win off the Chaos Dwarfs today, which is pretty crazy. So no more Chaos Dwarfs in the series. Yeah, this is the last game guaranteed though. The absolute last game. I need a hero. Just pounding through these bottles of water. Dude, I'm going to go feast like the heathen kings of old after this. I'm just going to go get the most giant, disgusting burrito I can find. Oh my God. Just litter it with all the filth. Deep fry it. I'm down for that too. So hungry. Oh my God. All right, speaking of, I've just been downing water bottles left and right. So I'll be right back. I'm going to grab this water and we'll prepare for the grand finals. All right, guys, we're back. Somebody in chat asking, have I seen a Chaos Dwarf build with a OG Hell Cannon? No, I haven't. The Hell Cannon is like just inferior to the Magma Cannon in pretty much every way. Except Arc of Fire, I suppose. If there was a map with like some terrain that you need to shoot over, the Hell Cannon could be a little bit better. I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, it's good stuff. Yeah, we haven't seen those factions today, Sumo. Yeah, there's a couple other ones as well. I'm surprised we haven't seen Dark Elves yet. I would like to see a Dark Elf build against Chaos Dwarfs, which is like cheap infantry spam backed up by Shades. Shades having good armor piercing, and yeah, I don't know. How do you deal with Bull Centaurs effectively, though? Scourge Runner anti-large shooting might be good against Bull Centaurs. I feel like Dark Elves have got some teeth. Going on 8 hours straight. Yeah, the only thing that's getting tired is my voice. I feel awake as hell, dude. I'm just having so much fun with this. Having so much fun. Yeah, it's the good times. This next year is just going to be super exciting. There's so many fun things and projects I want to work on with all of you and Pwn Your Coast got banned. I'm actually putting up a replay tomorrow, which is Vampire Coast versus Chaos Dwarves. It illustrates the matchup pretty well. Like Chaos Dwarfs come in with Foghorn Leghorn and double Magma Cannon and Bull Centaurs, and I bring like who did I bring? Noctilus, Animated Hulks, a couple Carronades. Deck Gunners are really good there. Deck Gunners seemed great. Oh yeah, baby, let's go. What's it gonna be? Let's go out with a bang here, man. Gonna go hang out with the smoking hot wife. Build some Magic decks. I'm building a what's it called? Atraxa. So I have an Atraxa Infect deck that I'm building, and also building a Old Stick Fingers is the deck that I'm making for my wife. It's the it's like a Golgari Reanimator deck. It looks really fun to play because she likes the swamp like Wendigo kind of look that he has. So that's going to be great. And then I'm going to work on a mono white Phyrexian tribal deck after that with the new Elesh Norn. I used to play a hell of a lot of Magic. That was like my jam. If you guys go look at my first videos on this channel, I still have them up. They're so terrible. I made them on like 2012 with like a potato microphone. Yeah, they're Magic videos. It's pretty crazy. We're going hard, Trogdor man. We're going hard. Yeah. Toss a coin to your witcher. Tilting, building, degenerate, filth, and magic. It's not that bad. Yeah, I play Commander. I don't play Standard anymore. I used to be a pretty sweaty Standard player. But that was in like 2010, 2009. Like during the... Oh, what block would that have been? Was it Mirrodin? Yeah, I think it might have been Mirrodin. Oh, the OG Atraxa, yeah. It's not like super sweaty. I don't run any infinite combos. I used to play competitive EDH, like CEDH, but it's just so miserable and sweaty. It's just like people comboing off and casting Maelstrom Wanderer on like turn friggin' 3 and 4 or whatever. I play pretty well tuned decks, but I don't run like infinite combos and things like that anymore. Yeah. If you want to do Phyrexian Tribal, the new Orzhov, yeah, he looks cool too. But I really like the Elesh Norn, the one with the Saga. That looks really fun. It is. It's hard to keep up with all the new cards, but could we have a webcam Commander game with the Discord? That could be fun someday. Yeah. That could be aka the worst time to play Standard. Yeah, those are some dark times. I just have so many cards. I started collecting Magic the Gathering during Ice Age, so I was like a child. I was like 7 years old or so, 8 years old. Yeah, so I started playing during Ice Age. So I had some decent quality cards from like that time period. Ice Age was a cool set. Yeah, it was a fun set. Yeah, Mirrodin was fun. Azazel falling in the water. Yeah, the Titanic Azazel is like an iconic moment. Kislev versus something. We've been seeing a lot of Kislev today, which I love to see. They're such a cool faction, dude. I'm glad that Kislev is doing well. They're sitting around about a 50% win rate, which is cool. They've been losing to High Elves, which is interesting. I can see that, though. I can see Kislev struggling there. Like Lothern Seaguard spam seems like it could be strong. Seems like it could be strong. Yeah. So the tail end of the day. So it begins. When will we have the entire Gotrek and Felix max and stuff? Yeah, all the characters. Yeah, you can have only 2 of them in an army, sadly, because none of them are legendary lords. In a multiplayer, you're capped to a certain amount of heroes, but in campaign, you can get Gotrek, Felix, and Ulrika in the same army with Empire and with Kislev, I think. I don't think they'll ever add Max Schreiber. He's the wizard from the Gotrek and Felix books, the one that's in the love triangle with Ulrika and Felix. Yeah, and then well, I don't even know if I'd call it love triangle. He just he crushes on Ulrika. Yeah, you got Snorri. Yeah, Gotrek Slayer friends are pretty great too. They're awesome, man. They're awesome. Waiting for Thankful. Yeah, that's going to be fun, man. Skaven are going to get some cool stuff. Yeah, that's the thing. Magic can be a really expensive hobby, but if you just get a commander deck and, you don't really need to update it. You can still play for years and years, even against new stuff, and be totally fine. Depends. Yeah, High Elves seem like they would counter Kislev. Like White Lions of Krace seem really cost effective there. Little Groms countered by Bolt Throwers and stuff. It doesn't seem like a pretty one. I guess you could go like Ulrika, Pit of Shades, like Sleds with Bear Riders, maybe. I don't know. It all seems bad. Empire versus Skaven. Wow, we saw this matchup earlier, and once again, I thought we were getting Kislev, but it looks like it's Empire Skaven. So that's going to be the final matchup of the day. I mainly play Magic and my cousins during the summer at this point. Yeah, it sounds like a good time, man. It's Magic. I like it for the social element. Just sitting around a table with a couple of your friends, enjoying some coffee or something, and just shooting the shit while you play. That's where Magic really shines, for sure. Same with like tabletop wargaming. Tabletop wargaming is like good for that as well. Yeah, it's good for that. Are you saying spoilers about Gotrek and Felix, which has been out since like the late 90s? Yeah. I mean, there's some, obviously, the fact that you get Ulrika in her current state in Total War is a giant spoiler in itself. Because obviously, in Total War Warhammer, Ulrika is, a little bit, not the most alive character. So, it's fun stuff. Do you have a 2016 Artifact Magic deck? Is it a commander deck or is it standard? The Temple, no, Luminarchs are good. Is there a bounty for them? Because there shouldn't be. Luminarchs are really strong. They're really, really strong. I haven't watched Mandalorian. No, I haven't. I haven't gotten really into the Star Wars shows. I don't know why. I got so put off Star Wars by the trilogy, with the Force Awakens and all that stuff. I just was so disappointed with that trilogy. It kind of killed my Star Wars vibes a little bit, as you could say. But I still will give those a chance at some point. Yeah, playing Magic against the older brother is always brutal. Yeah, certainly is. All right, so Skaven versus Empire. We saw this matchup earlier. Is Hadri's going to bring out a similar build? Is he going to go for the dreaded, I was about to say Ulrich the Grim, Volkmar the Grim? Perhaps so. Or maybe he changes it to Boris Todbringer. I think Boris could be very good too. Big leadership debuffs against Skaven, and Terror is always very, very nice. Somehow, Palpatine has returned. Yeah, I heard Andor was really good. I did like Rogue One. Rogue One was one of the only new movies I liked. Anna and I remember we went on a date in Poland and we watched that in the theaters in Poland. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, it's true. That's right, Pone. I gotta watch that, man. I gotta do that for you. It'll happen. You can take competitive commanders and make them not sweaty, by just whatever card choice you put in your deck. So it's probably the worst commander to play against in Magic for me was Maelstrom Wanderer. I hate that shit. It's so awful. The guy I used to play with this Sweat Lord, and he would run Maelstrom Wanderer and all the extra turn cards. So he would just play Maelstrom Wanderer and then just get extra turns off the Cascade flip, and it was just so toxic. Oh, God, it was awful. It was absolutely awful. Okay, I'll watch Andor, yeah. Yeah, I'll definitely watch it. Yeah, the Darth Vader scene was the best. The ending was so good in that. It was so good, so good. Andor is essentially a political thriller with Star Wars skins. Yeah. That's another thing. As I've gotten older, I've been getting more interested in like crime and detective shows, Like, I didn't really, like, growing up, my dad used to read, like, all those, like, crime novels, and, like, I didn't, like, really see the appeal of it. But now as I'm getting older, you know, I started to enjoy dark chocolate and like, enjoy those kind of crime thriller shows. Like Jack Reacher, like, the new show Reacher, I really enjoyed. All those kind of things. We're still going, just barely, dude. This is the last game, man. Is there any deep Turin lore on the story behind where the heavy usage of Haggard came from? I'll tell you right now. So I don't know its origin, but in the hometown I grew up in, for some reason, in like the year 2001, it became like commonly used slang among like my entire middle school. Not middle school, but junior high. It was weird. It was just like so many people used it. I don't know who started it, and it spread like wildfire. And ever since then, it's just been in my vernacular. Like, and I carried it with me to college and all that stuff. True Detective is really good. Yeah, I've seen a couple of the seasons, not all of them. Yeah. Amazon will ruin Warhammer. I really hope not. I really disliked the Rings of Power. I was super disappointed with it. I thought it was terrible. So I hope they don't do Warhammer that dirty. Although, like, the thing is, like, I feel like Games Workshop, hopefully they'll be more guarded of it. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm a little nervous, but I'm glad it's happening, you know? Like, it's better that than nothing, right? And now it's spreading to us. I know. It could be good. You know, Henry Cavill seems like a true fan of Warhammer, and if they give him actual creative control, I have faith. I believe in the Henry. I hope he can do it. Yeah, we'll see. They should allow you to have 20 Greasus Goldtooths in a single army. You could probably still defeat that. Like, if somebody came in with 20 Greasuses and that's all they could have in Dom, you could probably come in with like 3 Luminarchs and just like clean house. Yeah, just like blast them off, because you can't really move. Yeah, you can't really move too much. Yeah, Amazon has done some really good shows. Like, The Expanse was an Amazon show, wasn't it? Like, the sci-fi one. I freaking love The Expanse, dude. That's like one of my favorite shows of all, favorite sci-fi shows of all time. It's so good. Yeah. And the Reacher show. The Reacher was an Amazon show. I really liked that one. That was great. Yeah, and I haven't watched the old Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones kind of had a similar thing with Star Wars for me, where the ending season was brutal. All right, here we go, baby. Let's party. It's just go time. It is going to be Skaven versus the Empire. Let's have some fun, guys. I feel like we've been on an epic saga, epic journey today. The build is different. It's Boris Todbringer and a Firecaster, which is the classic Empire build. But one thing I've been noticing is a lot of people using Flagellants. Like, a lot. I got to go back in the patch notes and check and see if they got buffed. But they've always been good against Skaven. You know, they hold. They can, you know, usually trade well into Clan Rats. And, yeah, grenade launchers clear out the rat hordes. For the Skaven, it's going to be a Jezzail. Skaven Slave Unsummoned Lord, classic nonsense. And the Chieftain with the Power Grab, so awful. I can't wait for CA to fix that. It's going to be great. But, you know, the Sons of Sigmar are pretty cool here. I would imagine in a reserve we have grenade launchers. No Luminarch this time. It's a good thing he didn't bring Luminarch, because Glade of the Everqueen is kind of a smallish map, and the old Jezzails would be able to really screen it. Like, if you just put a Jezzail sitting here on this back, like, kind of back hill, they would be able to cover the entire field. So I think that is fine. Looking here at the forces of the Empire, it's going to be Flagellant spam into the sunset. Unbreakable. And I noticed that Skaven, I don't know what it is, but Skaven players have just kind of suddenly stopped bringing Globadiers. So the Empire Mantide could be really good, right? Like, really, really good. If there's no Globadiers or anti-infantry tools, man, what's not to love? What's not to love? Boris Todbringer up in the sky with the Bright Wizard, Burning Head, and Fireball. And now looking at the dreaded Skaven legions, it is going to be just an unwashed mass of Skaven. So let's check it out. We got Jezzails, we have Rat Ogres. It's a fairly well-rounded army, and honestly, it looks pretty similar to Land Battle. You have your Clan Rats, you have your Rat Ogres to stop Empire Knights, you have your various weapons teams to deal the real damage, and, you know, that's pretty much it. How many Chaos Dwarfs have there been today? A lot, but they've been about 50-50. Chaos Dwarfs, at least in the casted games, have won about 50% of their games. They've lost a couple times to Ogres. They lost to Bretonia. They won some matchups as well in a very dominant fashion. They lost some So far, it's been pretty good. Obviously, there's some units that are a little bit overtuned on the Chaos Dwarves, but they've been doing great. They have been doing great for sure. So Bright Wizard is chilling with the Burning Head and the Fireball. Grenade launchers waiting in the trees to strike and ambush. You can see they're ready to go. They're cool floppy hats. I always like this scheme. This is the Aberlin scheme, which is the Mad Count. He's a pretty cool character. The Mad Count in the Warhammer lore is actually homeboys with Karl Franz. You know, Franz knows how to work with him. Franz's whole thing is he's like a really good statesman. So there's he has a bit of a tough fate, but he tries his best. He tries his best for sure. Hey Ian, we're going hard, man. We're having a good time. The long stream is upon us. So Flagellant's getting ready to party. Skaven better hope that they have some Globeteers or Avalanche Mortars or something in reserve, because otherwise it is going to be tough. There wasn't a prize pool originally, but I did decide to add a $75 prize for the winner. So there's going to be a little bit of that sweetness as the two objectives do open up here. That's some good water right there. That's some good stuff. Definitely got to stay hydrated. Who is the worst legendary lord? Ooh, that's a good question. I'd have to think about it. It's not so clear cut. Probably Khazrak is still in the running for worst. Yeah, Khazrak is really bad. He's really, really bad. Yeah, he's terrible. So he might be a contender. I don't know. I'd have to think of it. There's a couple legendary lords that are... No, Vlad is really good. Vlad is great in multiplayer, dude. In campaign, sure, you can draw your conclusions, but in multiplayer, Vlad von Carstein is amazing. He's a durable raid boss with good combat stats. He can, of course, anchor you on positions and cast Winds of Death. It depends on what format you're talking to. Land Battle and Dom, things are a little bit different. But, yeah, we will see. Greasus is pretty terrible, too. Yeah, Greasus, I think, is better than Khazrak, though. Like, Khazrak is just basically useless. So Boris Hodbringer are going to be doing a little bit of scouting while the Skaven are fleeing in the woods. This is very lore-friendly, like some giant Empire Lord being like, oh my god, look at all the rats in the woods. So Boris Hodbringer, is he going to be landing here? That's a little bit risky. Yeah, it looks like he is going to be trying to get some freebies. Boris does have healing, so he doesn't need to be too careful, but landing amongst spears in the forest is certainly a precarious play. I think the sword and board variant would be more preferable as to what you want to do. Khazrak, Tretch, Hellebron actually got buffed, this patch. Hellebron got 80 armor on her Manticore. She used to have like 30 or something. So Hellebron could be more viable now. No, Aranessa isn't the worst. At least she has a net, right? Like an anti-large aura and things like that. Like Aranessa is better than those characters. Khazrak is just god-awful. God-awful. Anyways, guys, the battle is on. The Mantide moving up with the grenade launchers coming behind to clear out some infantry. Steel Faith, gunpowder. All the things that make the Empire great. Well, not too much faith in this build. We don't have our boy Volkmar anymore. But the Mantide takes the back objective. We have some Empire heavy cavalry coming out. This honestly looks like a build I used to use in Land Battle, just like this huge swathing tide with like cavalry charging in and everything. But Boris is going to just break these Skaven slaves super quickly. The -12 leadership is going to just fold them like a piece of paper. Terror Route's going to be in 3, 2, 1. There it is. So Terror Route, those Skaven are broken. Swordsmen will defeat Skaven slave spears for sure. And more Empire heavy cav going to be leading the charge against clan rats, who look like they're kind of braced right now. So it's not going to be too much damage. Overall, still some casualties. They're still just little rat people, but they try their best. So over on this point, Hadri's getting a nice engagement. We see Wither going down by the Skaven, which is strange. It does lower the armor of Toddy, but he's just going to be able to get away. Burning Head of the Gods going down on the clan rats there. Beautiful, beautiful roast. And now Toddy is going to be fighting with his Zintler's Reichsguard. Karl Franz sending his elite special forces to help out his homeboy from Midland. In the back, grenade launcher is getting compromised a little bit. So a bit of a lapse in Micah right here. We do see ye old pit fighters somehow catch the much faster grenade launcher units. Definitely some Empire heavy cav coming over to support would be nice, as the lines collide on pretty much every front. Boris Todbringer going for a little bit of a gooning attempt. It's going to be attacking into a big stinky. So we do have Lord Skrolkin here, but Boris is certainly more than capable of killing that little rat. But I mean, Skrolk is also not a bad fighter, but it depends on the kind of support that each of those characters have, right? So Drakens is actually a little bit ahead in value. It seems like the Mantide is, kind of running into some tough fronts of Skaven resistance, as they do have a lot of bodies on the battlefield. Over here, we do have swordsmen battling against clan rats and clan rats. I did see the Weeping Blade going down. It is the Ixcha's Triads, yes. So Ixcha's Triads against Flagellants, not terribly cost-effective. Hadri's does get the old grenade launchers to go after the Ixcha's Triad ROR, which is very cost-effective. So this play here is super MLG. Looking back on this blob fight on this point, we do see Boris Todbringer getting a big leadership route. Blessed with Filth going down from Lord Scroll. Kind of cool to see those old school spells being used. Flagellant's fighting tooth and nail here, but these rats are blessed with a little bit of Skrulk magic, and Skrulk himself does have some AoE punishment via the Rod of Corruption, so Big Stinky here is going to be dropping the hammer of the Horned Rat, I suppose, on those Flagellants. Big Erect Burning Head. Oh my god, that's going to be a big rout. As we see the Clan Rats getting absolutely shreked by the -8, -8, and -4. So in total, they're going to be taking -20 leadership in that moment. And Boris Todbringer with the steel chair from the top ropes, ladies and gentlemen. This objective still owned by the Skaven, so the Empire certainly has some crowd clearing that they need to do. Flagellants versus Ixtra's Triads, very cost effective. And now the Empire is going to be sending some state troopers up onto the point, but Clan Rats will be able to defeat them probably because they are the spear variant. But Boris Todbringer with a massive rout, and now we could see the Skaven in a little bit of a dicey situation now. In terms of reinforcements, Empire coming in with, oh my god, what is this? The Royal Altar of Gryphites? Demogryph Knights did get massively buffed, and I think he's just bringing these to get another source of terror on the battlefield, and they are also quite good against Rat Ogres, and if the Skaven don't have any, like, big stopping power to kill them, I mean, they could be a bit of a problem, right? So Boris going after the Chieftain. It looks like the Zentler's Reiksguard continuing to fight. Terror Rout's going to be coming in droves, most likely, with the Royal Altar of Gryphites. Yep, you can see Terror Rout goes down immediately on those Clan Rat Spears with all those scary units nearby. Over on the back objective, grenade launchers still helping those Flagellants. And the State Troopers, like I said, lost the fight to Clan Rats, to be expected. They're Spearmen. And the Night Runner Slingers. Ooh, that's a nice tech. Night Runner Slingers are very good in this matchup against State Troopers, especially unshielded variants. You can have them throw pebbles at Flagellants, and generally it's going to be pretty nice. More man-side moving up, though. We see a couple State Troopers could bounce out towards that point. As far as this goes, this is extremely pitch fighting. And we get the Royal Altar of Gryphites move again against Ogres. And they'll be okay against Rat Ogres, but Rat Ogres will also trade relatively well back with them. And it looks like there is going to be a Rod of Corruption. Oh my god, what's happening to the Gryphites? I guess they're just getting pounded by the Chieftain and the Rat Ogres, and there's got to be something else hitting them. I don't know how the Gryphites are getting wrecked so badly. Man, that is not good. That Chieftain is doing some work. It looks like they are blessed by filth, but overall, the Gryphites do give up a lot of value there, and Drakens and his beloved Rats are able to pull a little bit ahead here. Burning Head from Hadries does go through and cook some of the Clan Rats there in the back. Natty Bubo Sharpshooters are partially shut down. Some Swordsmen did come from the flank and are getting some work done. We see Lord Skrulk getting pounded by Boris Todbringer, so Toddy on his big War Griffin, able to do some work, and we do get a rout on the Natty Bubos, which is a very, very nice pick for the Empire, getting rid of those snipers. And this game is just so back and forth. I think the Withering went down on the Gryphites, yeah, and lowered their armor, but are they still functional? Are they still around? Did they get unsummoned? Reiksguard Knights coming in. Reiksguard are a good choice. They have a little bit more stopping power than Empire Knights, and also are super heavily armored, so they can definitely clear through Skaven a little bit quicker than Empire Knights. Using both is good, depending on the circumstances, so. We do see ye old Natty Bubo Sharpshooters on the run, but they do stabilize. Wavering Chieftain is nearby. He's going to be supporting those little rats. Toddy trying to take down the Chieftain, it looks like, but it's a tricky one. Does he go after Skrulk, the Sharpshooters, the Chieftain? Killing the Chieftain would be a big play because it would basically tank the leadership of the Skaven army with the power grab thing. And here we get Flagellants and State Troopers maybe able to wrestle this objective, but the Skaven do have some Slingers here. Night Runner Slingers doing some very cost-effective damage. Meanwhile, the Vermintide trying to threaten the back point. And yeah, chasing the Chieftain down, I think, is a big, big win for Hadries. We'll have to see. So Hadries gets in there, goes for the kill. Empire Knights coming to clear off the back objective. If the Skaven are able to flip this point, that's going to be pretty tough. But yeah, I think killing the Chieftain might be worth, but it looks like Boris maybe thinks there's a bigger fish to fry and is going to be going after Big Stinky. Empire Knights coming in. Lance's couched for Sigmar, baby. As many of those rats are going to be thrown into the Shadow Realm. So there they go. They'll be sent into another dimension, and they will be breaking here in just a second. We do get some Ogres and Spears coming in, but I think the Empire Knights should be able to handle it with some more Empire Knights coming in. Although with the Spears and Ogres, Empire could lose this objective for sure. Now back here, State Troopers fighting on the point, but the Slingers and just hordes of rats certainly holding them at bay. But it looks like it is kind of like back and forth flipping. You can see the value of the objective. The capture weight is kind of going back and forth. The Gryphites and Empire Heavy Cavalry, though, seem to be starting to cause a lot of havoc now that the Skaven battle lines are becoming a little bit kind of disconjointed. Spearmen here fighting, trying to go after Lord Skrulk and support Boris Todbringer, who has been hit by Wither. Interesting tech, using Wither and just like lowering the armor of these Empire Heavy Cavalry to make the grind a little bit more efficient is kind of cool. Now back on this objective, we do see the Empire Heavy Cavalry running down the Skaven. Skaven obviously a pretty trash leadership in general, so getting surrounded by a bunch of shining epic heavy cavalry is not going to be their idea of a good time. As we do see the Rat Ogre sitting here, they're shaken, they're stirred, and that is going to be a secured objective for the Empire. as Hadres looks to be threatening a triple cap here, ladies and gentlemen. Insane cavalry micro. The big stinky is over here. Boris Todbringer kind of keeping an eye on this little filthy rat. But overall, the Elector Count of Midland looks like he's going to be trying to get some terror routes on the advancing clan rats. The Chieftain did come back, so the Chieftain is still very much alive, but I guess only 1,300 HP. The Bright Wizard can maybe cycle charge him and goon him. It's hard to say, but Skaven folded off the back objective. Free Company Militia are on the way out, providing capture weight and sustained pressure up the middle. So Free Company Militia most likely going to be able to move up here and really start to press that back objective. While Boris Todbringer and his Reichsguard Knights, dude, super cool. Reichsguard are just such chads. They got great combat stats for a shot cav unit. And yeah, holding on, keeping the rats off this objective. And now we get Free Company Militia, which are excellent. A lot of the Skaven units are unshielded, lightly armored. Free Company Militia will certainly have a field day, and they have good enough stats to fight spear units in sustained combat. More grenade launchers are coming out. And it looks like the Empire is going to be trying to push the Skaven home point. If they capture this, I think that would probably be Hadri sealing the deal, just winning on objectives alone. We'll have to see, but man, I can't. We've had so many close games today. Like, so many of these games are just nail biters back and forth. Can't really tell who's going to win, because in this situation, it's still pretty close. Rats are swarming out. I do think the Empire has a little bit of an edge as the Reichsguard Knights continue to cause havoc. Their shock damage in tandem with Boris Todbringer's leadership debuffing is really good. Looks like Toddy going to be going after Lord Skrolk, and he gets some damage on the Skrolk, man, but Skrolk is holding on like a champ and has more Clan Rat Spears coming in. Free Company Militia shooting what they can. They got their pistols out. They need to be turned a little bit, like turn them to face more like this. Yeah, there they go. Those Free Company Militia should be able to get some DACA going down. The back point is being contested. Skaven do have Clan Rat Spears, but Clan Rat Spears, if they're not braced, still can be run over pretty horribly by Empire Heavy Cav, depending on the circumstances. And now we see, a fireball coming in. Wow, big damage from that Bright Wizard, guys, as the Chieftain is going to get routed. And that means that when he goes, the 8 leadership the Skaven army is getting from Power Grab is going to be gone. So killing him will probably end the game. That means a lot of the very tattered Skaven are just going to be folding like pieces of paper. So I don't know if Hadres is aware of that or is like noticing that he's that low, but killing that Chieftain would just be such an MLG play. That would be so incredibly powerful. So grenade launcher still shooting from downtown, and the Chieftain is potentially going to run off the side of the map, but I think you got to finish him. It's just such a powerful play. Steel Faith and Gunpowder leads the day, baby. It leads it. And ye old Free Company Militia moving up on the point with some state troopers. Boris Todbringer is such a hard carry in this matchup, though. His value is probably like around 2,000, I would guess. Yeah, 1,500. But his leadership discouraging effect against the rats is really what does it. And the Skaven seem to be running out of steam. We don't see a lot of rat ogres on the battlefield anymore, which are your answer against heavy cavalry. And we didn't see too many weapons teams outside of the Natty Bubos. Some Globadiers, maybe some Avalanche Mortars, something like that could have been really, really good. And the Chieftain is now off the battlefield, which means the Skaven army's leadership is going to be awful. And they're really, really going to start to feel it. Lord Skrolk is tanking. We see a couple Clan Rats moving up on the point to try and fight the Dark Lords with the floppy hats, but the Free Company Militia should be able to fight them off for a period of time. I believe head-to-head, a Clan Rat will trade very cost-effectively into Free Company, but even still, there's enough Free Company that they can probably hold the day. And Hadres does have more Flagellants coming in, more Spearmen coming from reserves, as well as Free Company Militia on the flank. Outriders with grenade launchers, a very balanced Empire army, heavy cav, infantry. They have everything. It's not like they're just spamming one unit type. They have a whole lot of different units. And the combined arms of the Empire really starting to show here, as we're going to get a mass terror route here in a minute. Lord Skrolk is going to die or get routed by Boris Todbringer, and then these Clan Rats probably not going to be long for this earth. As more Free Company Militia move up, we do get the Flagellants chilling towards the back of the point, so they should be able to maneuver it. And I have to say, man, Hadres has been playing so good today. Like, we've casted a lot of his games, and he has just been going absolutely bananas in many of these matches. So certainly quite the clinic. Now, on the other side, guys, more Empire Knights going to be cruising, looking to provide a bruising to their opponents. As more Spearmen come out to reinforce. Empire Heavy Cavalry, of course, always a good option to press the Skaven with. And guys, it's looking a little bit dangerous for Draken's our mighty Skaven champion, though he is pulling the value back a little bit. It is getting to the territory where Empire could win on a single cap. Lord Skrolk here fighting to the bitter end, but Boris Todbringer is a pure combat character, right? Lord Skrolk is not going to have a good time versus an Elector count on a giant Griffin, right? The Imperial Griffin is no joke. And Lord Skrolk running for the hills. Toddy should probably go for the kill to try and finish him off if he can. Flagellant's going to take a long time to get off the point. With like the Skaven not really having good troop quality here, it's going to be hard. Granted, the Skaven here do secure their back point. So it looks like the Empire wasn't quite able to wrestle that one. Maybe the Skaven have a little bit of play with moving up here and threatening the home objective since the Empire doesn't really have much over there. But I would wager the Empire will start sending some state troopers. And ladies and gentlemen, the Elector Counts have been summoned. Boris Todbringer has gotten Hadri's the victory in pretty much one of our biggest tournaments we've had since the launch of the Chaos Dwarves. Very competitive today. Lots of crazy good players. And with that, Hadri's comes in, wins today's cash prize, and does Sigmar proud. GG, you guys. Well played. Hadri's with the 2-1, baby. I love it. Such a fun event. Loved all the games. Good play on all sides. We saw Chaos Dwarfs doing well, also losing. Got to see some great new meta play today, which was very, very fun. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to thank you all for joining. If you enjoyed the stream, do drop a like. Let's see if we can pump those numbers up over 1,000 on the way out. Hadri's is going to be today's champion. What an absolute beast. And well played to Drakens as well. Drakens put up a great fight. Those games were really, really good. So make sure to like the stream on the way out. It helps out quite a bit. And I'm going to go hang out and chill. No, my vocal cords feel great. I feel like I could go another 2 or 3 hours and be okay. But we're chilling. We're taking it easy. I'm going to go wind down. And you guys, you know, I appreciate you all. Thank you for all the donations. We have 6 new channel members today. Thank you guys and welcome to the Dukes of Haggard. You guys, I really, really appreciate it. Channel members help out quite a bit. And that is going to be it. GG. Well played. See you next time. Congrats to Hadri's clinical play today. It was really, really fun. He was able to defeat Chaos Dwarves with some cool ogre techs. And yeah, it's great, man. I love the new meta. It's so much better. GG. See you next time, guys. That is it for today. And thank you all for your support as always.